Denpasar, 17 September 2019. It was Monday morning, and a young man stood at the bus terminal, waiting for the bus so he could get to school. He was wearing a headset over his ears while his eyes focused on his phone screen. It seemed like he was reading a web novel. His name was Desmond, heir to the #1 mafia organization and currently in disguise. His 6'2" height towered over most people, and his bulky body intimidated them. No one dared to move towards him. He was trying to live a normal life, including taking public transportation to school, making friends, and then going home, which was his plan until he felt something strange. Narrowing his gaze, he noticed that everyone was avoiding eye contact, while others clenched the bus pole. What? Desmond felt someone staring at him, so his eyes began sweeping the crowd once more. Then a young man in a hoodie jacket shouted from the crowd. "Hello, it seems like you are looking for someone." Ignoring the mysterious young man's question, Desmond stopped looking and increased the phone's volume, trying to enjoy the climate. But he frowned when he saw that young man walking toward him. Clenching his fist, Desmond slowly gripped his pocket knife. The mysterious young man arrived with a smile. "Hey, I saw you reading a web novel, and I'm excited to see someone else has the same hobby as me." Desmond's brows knitted. "Do I look like someone who wants to be friends?" he thought, then glared into the mysterious young man's eyes. "A killer," Desmond thought and maintained his vigilant state. "Hey, come on, no need to be so cold. We have the same hobby, right?" the mysterious young man kept asking Desmond. He looked like a curious bird that had just been born. Desmond attempted to move, but stopped when he felt the man's hand on his shoulders. "Move," he said, glancing at the mysterious young man with a cold expression on his face. "Relax, man, I just want to have more friends like you." The mysterious young shrugged his shoulders and withdrew his hand. Desmond took a seat in the corner, staring at a few men who were giving him murderous looks. That must be the watchman, Desmond thought, ready to take out his pocket knife. "Someone help me. They stole my bag," a woman suddenly screamed, which caught everyone's attention. She was lying on the sidewalk in a W-shaped position, while tears flowed down her cheek. Desmond gazed at the incoming thief and discovered some people distancing themselves, while others tried to run in the opposite direction. A bunch of cowards, but that's a wise decision, Desmond thought, and glanced at the people who'd been giving him murderous intent. Not part of their scheme. Desmond saw they looked confused, but one of them was still looking at him. The atmosphere had become chaotic, but the mysterious young man who talked with him earlier tried, stopping one of the thieves with his bare hands. Desmond shifted his glance, amused. How naive. The mysterious young man spread his arms, trying to block the thief, but the thief charged at him with all his power and lost his balance and fell. He held the thief on the ground while pressing his knees in the center of his back. The other one panicked as he saw his partner lying on the ground in the man's hold. He looked around and saw that everyone was watching him in terror. He looked at Desmond and saw the relaxed attitude and then chose to run toward him. "Hey, catch the other one," the mysterious young man shouted while breathing heavily. Desmond looked lazily at the thief as he held a knife in his hand, trying to threaten him. Should I stab him?" Desmond pondered, but then the bus he was waiting for arrived. Forget it, just let it pass," Desmond thought and moved his body to the side and let the thief pass. The thief seemed surprised to learn that nobody was trying to block his way and increased his pace, but then he caught a glimpse of Desmond's phone. While Desmond was reading, he attempted to scroll to the next chapter when he felt something strange. Lifting his head, he saw a pair of hands moving towards his cell phone. He was dumbfounded for a moment, then he looked into his hand and realized his phone was missing. His face started to turn red, and a vein appeared on his forehead. Glancing behind, he caught a glimpse of the thief running with his phone. OMG, are thieves this day so skilled, or am I dumb now? Desmond clearly remembered he was making great distance between him and the thief, but why the fuck did the thief not choose to run? Desmond sprinted off quickly, finally tailing behind the thief, but the thief was like a mouse playing hide and seek, guiding him to the wrong path, which almost got him hit by a car. A few meters ahead, Desmond saw the thief disappear into an alleyway while taking a deep breath. As he followed the thief into the narrow alleyway, Desmond noticed the thief look back and smile. The thief climbed the nearest building using a trash can as a stepping stone. He jumped up to the window and started climbing. The thief continued to jump between the building windows, slowly approaching the rooftop. It's just a small trick, Desmond thought and looked around, searching for a different way to climb. Desmond saw a hanging rope and he gripped the cord. Pulling out his pocket knife, he cut the affiliated rope. The string started ascending, making him fly upward to the roof. Desmond arrived on the rooftop and noticed that the thief was still climbing. After a few minutes, the thief showed up and was surprised to see Desmond there. At that moment, Desmond took out his pocket knife and threw it while aiming for the thief's heart. The thief wanted to dodge, but he was too shocked to move, and the silver line stuck into his chest. Swoosh! Looking at his chest, the thief was dumbfounded and then fell forward. "Whoops, I almost lost my precious phone," Desmond said while taking his phone from the thief's hand. After that, he turned around. "Let's get back before the police arrive." Bang! Desmond heard the firing of a gun that made his ear hurt. At the same time, blood spurted from his mouth. "What?" he asked, confused, and looking down, he discovered a bullet hole in his chest. Turning around, he saw the thief holding a gun. "What the fuck is going on?" But his words were cut off, and his body fell to the ground. A question popped up and repeated in his mind: did I just die like this? And how is the thief alive? Never on his mind crossed a thought a thief has carried a gun in this third world country. He just wanted to enjoy how a normal person lived without status, prestige, and burden. But who would know the price was his life? His luxury life was gone. His achievements and training so far became wasted, and his body died like a worthless dog in the street. For a moment, anger, shock, and regret filled his mind before slowly faded, replaced by calmness, and he began losing consciousness. Percent event triggered, percent. Reconstructing host body. Reconstructing host body completed. Initializing system. System starting 10%. System starting 50%. System completed. Receive host status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 18 former. Trade. Processing to next world. Percent event triggered, percent. Resetting host age. Reset completed. Current mental age 18. Restoring host body. Restoration failed. Reason insufficient condition. Compressing host body. Host body compressed. Restoring compressed host body. Restoration complete. Restoring host conscious. Restoration complete. Huh, where am I? Desmond muttered. He tried to recall his memories, but the pain was so agonizing that he cried out. Finally, he remembered the incident that had caused his death. So because of my carelessness, I died. So that means I'm in heaven. He looked around only to find darkness. This is not heaven because heaven is beautiful. So this must be hell. Looking back at my life, I know why I would be in hell. That makes sense, but I can't undo what I've already done. As Mafia Heir, Desmond remembered his life full of blood. Taking another life, murdered, threatening business, and torturing. This was Desmond's daily life, making him try a normal life. After a few minutes, suddenly he felt something moving between his stomach. What is it? He tried touching the thing, but his arm wouldn't move. Wait, what is happening to me? After thinking of a few possibilities and convincing himself of his changed reality, Desmond finally concluded, this can't be right. He tried remembering the theory of reincarnation, which he had been reading, and finally, he realized it was the same as the story. He had been reincarnated in another world. But how come a person like me has a chance to reincarnate? He tried moving some parts of his body like his foot, hand, and mouth, but they refused to comply with his wishes. If my estimate is right, then I need to wait 9 months. For such a long time, maybe there is a system too, like in the novels. System, are you there? Oh, haha, that sounds ridiculous. But a system interface suddenly popped up like a 3D hologram. Many texts started appearing, blocking his view. The system interface also glowed in the dark, making it a magnificent view. Launching the AI program. What? AI activated. What? AI name changed to system. System is running. Access given to host, Desmond. I would. Desmond speechless. Did the god fulfill his wish in an instant? System. Ding. Incorrect command. Please use help to see command list. Help. Ding. Command list. Status. Map. Task list. The sound is annoying. System, remove the notification bell. Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status, working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. That sounds better. What I have here is a status, a map, and a task list. That's enough to survive, even if it's not op-like in the novels. At least I can see my status and a map in this system. I guess the extension of the system only supports my adoption in the new world. Let's check my status first. Suddenly, an interface came out with his name on it. Hanging there were varied other information about him. Status: name Desmond. Gender male. Age race human. Trait selfish. I guess this system must judge the trait from a person's past life, and selfish fits me well. I mean, every human will become selfish at the right time. The time will come when there will be a bigger benefit to obtain, so why not do it from the beginning? You reap the biggest benefit if you start first. The status function works well enough, so let's check the maps. An interface popped up, replacing the old minimap. On the map, Desmond saw himself surrounded by darkness. In the center was a blue dot marked on the map, showing his location. This system is so similar to the last video game I played, there is nothing new for me, except right now, I have become one of its players. This feels like playing a game using VR. I can sense my stomach is connected to a tube and sense the warmth on my body. Let's check the last one. Task progress 0. Task slot 1. The interface is so plain, but this function is the most useful. Does the system check how long I must spend to be born? Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. Not bad, the task progress is quite fast too. Status: name Desmond. Gender male. Age 1 month. Race human. Trait selfish. Conclusion: wait for 8 months to be born. Status updated. Good news for me, I only need 8 months to be born. And the bad news: I'm staying inside this with nothing else but a system. System suggestion: start meditation to gather the unique energy around you. It will improve your body condition and mind, and it will become useful in the future. Gather as much energy as you can. It sounds nice to have a calm mind, but for unique energy. System conclusion: based on host memories, unique energy is like kai in Japanese and chi in Chinese, which is part of all living things as a kind of life force or spiritual force. So it's almost the same as mana used to cast spells in the game. At least I'm doing something better than nothing. Then he tried to start meditating. He could feel the energy around him beginning to gather and come to his body. While gathering energy, he could hear a system notification over time. Unique energy 0,001. 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 Ah, this feeling is so nice. Every time I absorb the energy, I can feel a kind of warmth spreading in my body. What? After a long time, he stopped meditating. System check: how long have I been meditating? Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. Status: name Desmond. Gender male. Age 1 month 1 month 2 week. Race human. Trait selfish. Unique energy 0.01. Conclusion: it's been 2 weeks since you have meditated, and you have been gathering energy 0.001 day. Status updated. So far so good, the number keeps on increasing. My mind has become clearer, and I feel I have much more power than before, but I don't know the average power of the world that I'll visit. System: what kind of a world will I be born into? System conclusion: from an unknown resource, the host will reincarnate to the Saint World, where magic exists, and swordsman can destroy a boulder of rock with his bare hand. Also in this world, humans mature comparatively faster than the host's world. An example: when a normal baby reaches 3 years old, they start to talk about random things, but in this world, an average 3-year-old child will act like a 6-year-old child. Here they have developed more emotionally and been talking. Simultaneously, the 6-year-old child will act like a 9-year-old child, and so on. Not only their behavior, but their height, face, and other things also matured. The host may see a 10-year-old child, but their face looks like a young man or lady with a trained body. Basically, the things that made sense in this world are very different from the old world. Host will be considered an adult when he reaches 15 years in this world, and also once the child reaches age 15, abnormal growth will be stopped. A magical world and also superhuman power. This is like a story in some novels that I used to read. Also, the maturity thing doesn't make any sense. Maybe because of magic, humans matured faster. One thing I know from reading a bunch of fantasy novels is the weak are meat and the strong do eat. Even in modern society, the tycoons and gangsters always suppress the commoners. Only when you have the power can you control your freedom. I'm sure every world will use this jungle rule, except a world where gambling is used to decide your life. It would be strange if such a world exists, though maybe sometime I will go to that world. After rambling on about the many theories, Desmond finally calmed down. Saint World, what kind of surprise is waiting for me there? He then began meditating again. Morning in North Empire's seawater, where a medium-sized ship was sailing. The ship could accommodate about 100 passengers, and merchandise occupied the rest of the space from the size. Meanwhile, a young adult man was standing on the deck, wearing a long coat at the ship's end. Like a captain observing the sea situation, his eyes glowed red for a split second before turning back to their original color. He was 190 cm tall with a well-built body, short brown hair, and brown eyes, making him look even more charming. The sea is beautiful in the morning, the man praised. Every light that falls on the surface of the sea makes it seem like the sea is water from heaven. Captain, your wife is calling. A voice was heard, calling him from a distance. He turned around to see his crew panting behind him. Got it. They begin walking toward the lower deck, but the captain suddenly stopped. In my room. Yes, Captain. What? The main deck. In this deck there are countless rooms, but only one room with luxury decoration on the wall. And also this special room is positioned in the middle, making it very striking. The captain headed towards that room with his crew, arriving at the door. But when they arrived, they heard a humming voice. Before the captain could knock on the door, he looked at his crew and told him to leave. Honey, are you okay? Can I come in? Said the captain with a hint of concern showing on his face. After their marriage, he'd learned that the situation could either be ideal or bad when his wife was humming. Come in, Bastian, replied a young adult woman in a soft tone of voice from inside the room. After Bastian opened the door, he saw his wife on the bed with a baby beside her. Her hair was black and tied in a ponytail, her eyes a light shade of brown, plus her beautiful face could make any woman jealous. Bastian felt relieved because it was not something terrible. He saw his little daughter, who immediately threw herself at him. Oh, sweetie, be careful. How is your mother? Said Bastian with a soft smile. His eyes showed kindness when he saw his daughter. Mother is okay, just a little hurt after giving birth. But you never seem to care about me. You always ask about Mom when I'm right in front of you, the little girl stated, pretending to cry. The little girl was 3 years old with long silver hair and green eyes. Her hair color is naturally black, but her mother had dyed her hair. No, sweetie, I'll always love you, but your mother just gave birth, so that's why I asked about her first, Bastian said in a soft voice with an apologetic expression on his face. Father is so stupid, I can take advantage of this. With a sly expression on her face, she said, if you want me to forgive you, then give me more ice cream at dinner. This kid, Bastian mumbled with a tired expression after realizing his daughter's motive. Okay, I'll permit you to get ice cream from the kitchen, but don't overeat or else you'll get fat. Alice snorted and said with a pouty expression, you think I'm a fool. I'll show you, Father, I can't be fat, and immediately she left for the kitchen. Leona smiled and chuckled after witnessing the interaction between her daughter and husband. Bastian watched his daughter leave the room and shook his head before focusing on the newborn baby beside his wife. So, honey, who is it? Bastian said with a playful smile across his face. Say hello to Papa, Desmond, Leona cooed, raising the baby's hand and waving it at her husband, causing Desmond to laugh at his father. Seeing his wife and son so happy, he felt grateful for having this family. What? In Desmond's mind before he's born. System checks how long I've been meditating. Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 1 month 2 weeks 9 month. Race human. Trait selfishness. Unique energy 0.01, 0.26. Conclusion, it's been 8 months and 2 weeks since the host has meditated, and the host has been gathering energy 0.001 day. Status updated. 8 months of meditation only get this much. I don't know the standard in the world out there, but just looking at this status, it looks like I have to find another way. Warning, the host will be born in 10 sec. It's time. Saint World. Host will born in 5 sec. Host will born in 4 sec. Host will born in 1 sec. Suddenly the vision in front of him changes, the darkness starts fading, and a bright light is coming through. The first person he saw was a maid with a smile on her face. And he heard the maid talking, but he didn't understand what she was saying. I forgot that this is an alien language. System translates every conversation from now. And saved it to my brain. Scanning the language. Scan complete language, Saint language. Saint world, Saint language. It's so simple. Translating to host mind. Translate complete. My baby, come here, he then heard the voice of a young adult woman. His body was getting carried and moving towards a person who was still in the bed. The beauty in this world is top level. This is a problem. Beauty will always bring many problems. He looked at his mother with displeased eyes. System begin upgrading. System upgrading time left, 1 day, 2 hours. Oh my God, my son is so handsome. His hair must be from his father, and his eyes are mine, the young lady said with a big smile on her face, then she started humming. Whatever, I feel uncomfortable. He will become a great merchant like his father, said the maid, chuckling. I hope I can depend on them. Okay, stop praising me and call my husband here, his mother said, chuckling. This maid, she knows how to please their master. Why do I feel like I'm back in my old world? There is one sentence I'm familiar with. A bootlicker. My little brother. Desmond saw a young girl in the room, walking towards him and started caressing his cheeks. Desmond stayed silent and looking at his sister's natural beauty, he let out a sigh. Another problem, my father must have a handsome face with a hero aura attached to him. Desmond then heard a knock on the door, and a handsome man walked in, radiating confidence and power. Yep, that must be my father. I just realized this room style was like the Middle Ages. Soon his eyes took in his surroundings. His family and elder sister were talking to each other until his elder sister suddenly left the room. When Desmond was looking around, he heard a conversation between his father and elder sister. She requested ice cream, but his father strongly denied her. That spoiled kid. I hate this type of child. They are selfish when it comes to their favor. His arm was then suddenly raised and forced to wave at his father. Desmond laughed, trying to make it seem as natural as possible. This is uncomfortable. I don't like acting like this. Every time I see someone, I must laugh or cry, or they'll call me an abnormal child. Who would think a baby's body contains the soul of a young man? Then Desmond watches as his father stays inside the room until the next day, while his elder sister has never come back. The next day, as the sun rose, a ship was sailing on the high seas. In a certain room where the lamplight was still shining brightly. Knock, knock. One of the crew members on the ship came knocking on the door. Captain, it's me. I have a few questions regarding the current situation. Come in, the person inside the room replied. When he opened the door, he saw the captain sitting beside his wife, holding a baby. The crew member then glanced at the baby and smiled. Captain, our ship is close to the capital city, North Empire's port. Are we going to dock? Silence filled the room, and when Leona looked at her husband's expression, she immediately held his cheek. Dear, it's okay, we rarely come to land. I'm getting bored at sea. Upon seeing his wife's expression, Bastian hesitated. But our child has just been born. We must know what traits he will possess, and he will know how big this world is. Please, dear, for our child. Leona came closer, making it look like they were going to kiss. When he smelled his wife's fragrance, Bastian gave in. All right, but I must go with you, and I'll bring a few guards, is that okay? He asked with a serious expression. Yeah. No problem, you can bring as many as you want. Leona was happy and wanted to jump at Bastian, but she remembered Bastian was holding her son. Silly woman, I'm not bringing too many, or the ship will get robbed. He smiled and touched her nose. Moo. She sneered while holding her nose. Still, Leona clapped her hands, attempting to call a maid. Call Alice and tell her to prepare for going out. Yes, my lady, the maid said, nodded and bowed to Leona before taking her leave. Meanwhile, after he heard his parents' conversation, Desmond immediately called the system in his mind. System scans the entire area and draws me a map on the interface. Error reason, system still upgrading. Since when do I forget every detail? That may be because I'm too excited. System upgrading time left, 5 seconds. System upgrading time left, 1 second. System upgrade complete. Well, it is done. System, tell me what changes are made. System scans the entire area and brings the map interface to me. Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. A minimap showed up in front of his eye, like a minimap usually in the game. Desmond saw his position near the island called the North Empire, while the rest is water. This is a world map, so I wonder if we are in a city. Will it change? Maybe let's check the help command first. Command list. Status. Map. Task list. New spell list. Spell list. This function must be a spell list. I'll have to try and master it. And I have never seen a single spell since coming to this world. Only if I can get locked in a room for 1 day full, he thought with irritation. Huff, relax, let's see what's next. Its status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 1 day. Race human. Class none. Occupation none. Unique energy 0.26, 0.56, 0.67. No. Strength 0.3, 0.36. No. Agility 0.3, 0.36. No. Stamina 0.3, 0.36. New trait effect. Selfishness unique, self-growth. Increase strength, agility, and stamina 20%. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.003. Decrease the effect of shared anything %. Conclusion, every 5 unique energy will increase stamina 1. The class will be determined after you start training magic or martial art. That unique attribute is attached though. And self-growth means the bonus effect will be increased too. So how much bonus do you get from common, uncommon, and rare? If an ordinary person meditates for 10 years, he only gets 3.65 energy, then me, I will get 14.6. The bonus from the trait is real. Can I be called up from now onwards? How about my parents? System scans both of my parents' status. Let's see. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name Bastion. Gender male. Age 30. Race human. Class first swordsman St. Wizard. Occupation merchant disguise. Unique energy 32.85. Strength 25. Agility 20. Stamina 6.57. Trait effect. Wisdom rare. Increase the amount of strength by 5. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.002. Name Leona. Gender female. Age 28. Race human. Class second wizard. Occupation merchant disguise. Unique energy 40.88. Strength 15. Agility 15. Stamina 10.2. Trait effect. Loving's unique. Reduce enemy strength, agility, and stamina by -2. This effect will remain active as long as the family is around. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.003. Make the body less aging. Recalling from host memories. Memories found in auxiliary volume. Transferring into host mind. First swordsman class and second wizard class. When compared to my stats, the gap is too big. Is this an average status in this world? That's crazy. A trait can change everything. And I found big trouble. Both my parents are in disguise, which means they are killers or someone's targeting them. But wait, how did System find out my parents' name and their disguise? System conclusion. By using the host's energy, System has been analyzed their movements, along with the language they previously used to identify this. And for the disguise status, system made this conclusion based on the knowledge of the hosts as the young masters of the mafia organization. With the knowledge predicting every gesture of the human body, eyes, and expression, conclusions have been made, and the system identifies them in disguise. What? That made sense so far. But still, Desmond's eyes then glanced at the surroundings and realized that the expressions of either the servant or his parents were completely unconcerned. This could be seen from the muscles on their faces tense, and also the look of fear in the maid's eyes. Why? What did they hide? Or maybe they carry something dangerous or precious. Not too many variables. Let's wait. Soon I will know the truth. While he was still pondering the class system, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. It's me, Alice, judging from her voice. He concluded his sister must be irritated. And Desmond still pondering, he heard a clicking sound from the door and then saw his elder sister, Alice, entered with her right hand holding an ice cream. Why did you bother to call me mother? Alice asked. She was pouted while glaring at all of the people in the room. But before her mother replied, she continued, as I said before, I will not get fat even if I eat a lot of ice cream. While stomping her feet. Desmond. While the audiences were still dumbfounded, Alice starting to turn around before stopping elegantly. See which part of me looks fat. Tell me which part became fat. She said while patting her chest and raising her head proudly. After she asked, a silence fell in this for a moment before they finally chuckled. Yes, then yesterday, where did you go? Leona asked, even her lips showing a smile. Still, the tone she used was strictly coupled with her magenta eyes staring at her daughter. Finally noticing her mother's seriousness, Alice lowered her head and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Mom, after eating a lot of ice cream, I become a bit sleepy. She tried to make her voice as small as possible, hoping her mother couldn't hear her. Ah, my little girl, come here. Upon seeing her pitiful state, Bastian as a father could not bear any more. He spoke softly while putting Desmond in the bed and hugging her tightly. He then raised her and started to spin her around. At first, Alice was puzzled and then happily laughed when her body raising to the midair. But the longer she spins, the dizzy she felt, and in the end, she couldn't stand it anymore. Stop, father, she tried to shout, but her father kept spinning her body around. Bastian did not notice or heard his daughter's call. When he heard her laugh, he also laughed happily and poured more power into his arm. But suddenly, his movement froze when he felt a chill around his nape. He turned around, only to see his wife staring at him with her cold expression. Dear Alice said stop, why didn't you stop? Leona gave a faint smile while emitting a cold atmosphere around her that made the entire room suddenly feel cold. Interesting, that's a spell. Desmond thought, his baby eyes trying to scan her mother and the thin, cold air. Yes, honey. And sorry for that, my princess. Bastian apologized. He glanced at her daughter and slightly pinched her cheeks before backed away. After seeing her husband backed away, Leona shifted her attention toward her daughter and reprimanded her. Alice, if you do that again, then Mommy won't give you permission to eat ice cream again. Yes, Mother, Alice replied instantly with her head lowered, and she also backed away, too scared about her mother's punishment. I wonder if my elder sister's status is as bad as her behavior. Desmond thought and commanded, System, scan Alice's status. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name Alice. Gender female. Age 3. Race human. Class none. Occupation none. Unique energy 3.28. Strength 1.3. Agility 5.3. Stamina 0.3. Trait effect. Playful rare. Increase agility by 5. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.002. Interesting, even my elder sister has a rare trait. He nodded inwardly. While observing her stats, he also noticed some abnormality. Almost all my family have attributes 0.3, and so I do. The conclusion is, every human must have 0.3 from the start. So it's like getting a starter pack. Okay, everything's been settled, then let's go. When Leona saw her husband and daughter obediently waiting for her, she smiled and stared, pretending nothing had happened. What? Backstory before the kingdom became divided. Northern Kingdom is part of the human race. It's an empire and a city famous for selling many elf slaves and the kingdom that produced the most fish. Because of its location close to the sea and to the elves' territory, many people in the city find elves passed out beside the barrier who are made slaves for a high price at the auction. 20 years ago, the human race only had one kingdom, namely the Imperial Empire. The human race broke the peace between the races and started attacking the demon race first. The Imperial Empire controlled the entire territory because of the hero, with the title Monster Killer Sieg. Because of Sieg's title, the king felt ashamed of his lack of power and achievement. People began to rebel and suggest that the king abdicate his throne. Unwillingly, the king crowned Sieg as the king of humanity, and he disappeared from history. Sieg then started killing every single demon and beast that entered the human domain. Almost all races were afraid of Sieg because his ranks were too terrible, a guardian and an archmage. He was called a prodigy child who had to reach unique energy 80 at a young age. Generally, after the incident of the dragon break, the energy in this saint's world decreases. So it will be hard to become an archmage. He was a one-person army, and if the enemy surrounds him, he starts to cast his spell, Lost Spell, Annihilation. It is a spell that combines 5 main realm elements to create 5 flying daggers that surround the user. Each flying dagger represents each element of nature. He ordered the dagger to start flapping towards the demon army. And boom! 5 natural disasters came together. The ground would rise in the form of spikes, the sky would become cloudy and pour out a lot of water, and the ethereal tree suddenly pushes up from the ground in the form of a spike, sucking up demon life at every moment. Dragon-shaped fire descended and then began to blow up the demon army. That powerful spell killed 100 people and demons. Then, after he ran out of unique energy, nevertheless, his sword art was top level. He became a killing machine. Every time he moved his sword, countless heads flew through the air. When a giant demon came to destroy him, it only took one slash from his sword, and blood spurted out of the demon's body. His blade sliced open the massive demon's body, the ground became shattered. He was like a deity of death in the eyes of his enemies. Slash and die. Because of that, the demons lost all of their territories. Meanwhile, after occupying all the demons' territory, the king's greed grew, and he started aiming for the elves. After resting his army and recovering his strength before the war, the elves believed they could win because the enemy would come to them, and the territory was almost full of traps. But after witnessing the effect of the spell, the elves began to feel scared and told their race to start chanting, Lost Spell, World of Tree. The elf race also has many lost spells, but they were not as strong as the human race. The ultimate spell of the elf race, Life Drain, was lost because of their stubborn elder, who wouldn't pass it on to the younger generation, but the elder created a new powerful defensive lost spell, World of Tree. It took a whole month of chanting without a break, Lost Spell, World of Tree. Suddenly, a large tree appeared in the elven territory, and on every elf border territory, a transparent green barrier was slowly rising. King Sieg realized this and headed towards the elf territory with his army. Sieg started chanting Lost Spell, Annihilation again, and sent his dagger flying towards the barrier. Disaster loomed and smoke rose. After nearly an hour, the smoke cleared only to see the barrier in good condition, as if nothing had happened. Sieg started to get angry and ordered his troops to simultaneously attack the barrier, but there was no effect. After several months of trying to break the barrier, he gave up. Sieg began a normal life, searching for as many wives as possible. No one could fight him because Sieg was the king of humanity. Some people were disappointed with his decision. Some people were angry with him because he stole other people's wives with his power and money. Many people began to make plans to overthrow the throne, but he ignored that because he was too arrogant. Who cares what the ants do? He can crush them with one palm. After 5 years of ruling, the people began to revolt, and brave people started appearing, like one person from the north, declaring his new North King's name, namely Edward. When Albert from the south heard this, he started sending his troops to kill the rebels but always failed. Sieg was confused because he believed his soldiers had high morale with the experience of fighting many demons. He ordered his minister to investigate, and the minister found out that the soldiers he had called to fight had joined the rebels and become reinforcements for the rebels. Sieg became angry and announced that the next day he would start killing the rebel soldiers alone. On the night of preparation, one of his wives came into his room. She was the most beautiful wife of Sieg's many wives. She started to comfort him until the morning. The next day, shocking news stated, "The king is dead in his chamber." Many people did not believe that the almighty king, whom all races feared, was now dead. The minister announced that he would be investigating the king's death. The news spread to the rebels, and they began planning to overthrow the throne. Within a few days, the north and south had been occupied by rebels and joined a new kingdom. This news made the minister angry with the rebels. At night, the minister summoned the master wizard to use a spell, advanced spell, Rewind, a wizard which can only use it once per year. The wizard started chanting, and suddenly a mirror with a large O shape appeared in the center of the room and started showing the situation of the king's room before he died. The minister and the wizard watched closely to see the king's most beautiful wife enter the room and kill the king in the middle of their comfort session. The minister's expression darkened, and he summoned the guards, ordering them to find the king's wives, but the wizard suddenly stopped him, pointing at the mirror. In the mirror, one of the king's most beautiful wives had suddenly grown a horn on her head, then a tail on her butt. She looked in the mirror with a wicked smile before she cut the mirror with her long nails. The minister and the wizard became frightened and terrified because in the 5 years that the king ruled, the demon race was always calm and never rebelled. This accident caused the wizard and the minister to shiver because a demon can use disguise spells to become a human. The minister spread how the king died and announced a new advanced spell, Reveal. This spell's function is to clear sense, a spell that acts on the body and hypnotizes the spell. It scared the ordinary people because the devil could become a human, but it was also relieved at the same time that there was a spell to counteract it. The demons started to reclaim their territory after the human king died. Because the devil had killed the king, the wives and the king's descendants were also killed by the devil so that the previous incident would not happen again. The minister immediately declared that he would inherit the king's throne and start ruling to eliminate the panic among commoners and reduce the chaos in the northern and southern regions. Present time. At North Empire Harbor. The port looked crowded as many people came and went. People were bidding for an item they wanted or simply proposed a trade for items they needed. Some sailed back to the sea, while others headed to inner city. When Bastion's ship arrived and docked, the people at the port concentrated on the newcomers, but they only took a glance, and their priority returned to their respective jobs. Bastion's ship looked very ordinary. It was just much bigger than the other ships, which made it unique, but when Bastion's family got off the ship, they attracted the crowd's attention again, especially Leona. Wow, that woman is stunning. If I can get a wife like that, I would always go home early. Stupid, how could she want to be with us ordinary people? A woman like that only wants a man who is stable and has a lot of money. What's wrong with being delusional? What if I get a woman like that? Do you dare bet? Buha, if you can get such a beautiful woman easily, I will streak around the North Empire. People started laughing at that, but all became mute when they felt the killing aura. They saw a middle-aged man radiating his aura towards them. In fact, before Bastion and his family docked, Bastion always used several spells, one of which is to increase his hearing. At first, Bastion just ignored them, but when one of those people stepped forward and tried courting his wife, he glared at all of them sharply and gave off a bit of fierce intent. Meanwhile, Leona just chuckled at her husband's behavior. Even Alice's eyes started to sparkle. Then she came closer while holding Bastion's legs. Father, tell me, what did you do? Why did those people get scared? She kept shaking his leg. When Bastion heard his daughter's voice, he withdrew his killing aura and glanced at her with an expression full of love. My sweet little girl, you can become a wizard like me if your height has reached as high as your mother, he replied while rubbing his daughter's hair. Upon hearing Bastion's answer, Alice frowned. Hump, you will see when I grow up, I will not ask you again. She tried to shake her father's hand away from her head. Despite his family interaction, Desmond noticed that one person kept looking at them with vigilance, although his father had released his killing intent. So the pursuer has shown up. Just in case system, mark that person and keep tabs on him on the map. Also scan the city map and create the secondary minimap for the city. And place it beside the world map. Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. Desmond began glancing around the harbor to find more people, but he could only locate one person. Forget it. Let's just enjoy the view. He began to pay more attention to people's activities, realizing that people still used a cart to transport goods. The rooftop still used clay and still used a coin as currency. Like what's written in the book, everything is still manual, from the boats, the vehicles, and the building's design looks very classic. Looks like magic can replace science. Desmond then realized that the ship was not using a man as power, hence, the ship's people started to chant some spells that made the ship move forward without a paddle. Still the same concept with less labor. Even if it uses magic, you still need humans to cast the spell. What will happen if you can combine technology with magic? System, begin to research. Combine the spell that I see and learn to make a spell more useful that uses less energy. If possible, attach the spell to an object and use world energy instead of a human. Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Estimate time 10 years. Unused slot 1. Start running in background. What? It takes a long time. It must be related to the spell data gathering. So far, I've only seen 2 spells. Besides, I haven't learned any spells as of yet. Just seeing it doesn't mean I can either. But it will be an incredible advantage to have. Ma, don't waste more time and let's go to church, Leona suddenly spoke, dragging Bastian and Alice. Before Desmond left, he noticed the tagged person making a suspicious gesture. Let the show begin. What? After the Bastian family left, a merchant who'd watched the Bastian family from afar took a cup of water and started chanting a spell. The water's shadow began to change, revealing a person wearing a scarf and mask. Boss, I saw some suspicious-looking people coming in a big ship at the port, and now they are heading towards the church. How many? Report the characteristics of each person. Then the merchant began to describe each member of the Bastian family's characteristics and a few guards with them. The masked person seemed to lose interest, but when he heard about a woman with beautiful features, magenta-colored eyes and black hair, he began to look for target list paper. After a few seconds, the masked man carried a sheet containing a woman's image. Is this the woman you saw? The merchant took a good look at the picture, while remembering the person he'd seen at the port. When he was sure that was the right person, he nodded. Yes, that's her, boss. The masked man suddenly laughed. Good, after 3 years, you finally appeared. Notify the assassins and tell them to get ready. This time I will also participate in this mission. Take it easy, you will get paid more. When he saw his boss's expression, the merchant trembled. Yes, boss. After the water reflection returned to normal again, the merchant immediately began chanting another spell to notify the assassin. He wouldn't dare to be late even a bit. On the road to the church. The path uses white stones, which made it like a road to heaven. And also the road is immaculate and well-maintained. There are various shops located on both sides of the road, which are also attractive to visit. Each of the shops cast a unique spell to attract customers. What? This road is too clean. I was wondering where all the beggars are located. It's impossible to have a road cleaning service in this era. Desmond frowned when he noticed Alice approaching one of the toys and touching it with excitement. This troublemaker has started to make trouble now. Meanwhile, on the narrowed alley, Desmond saw many beggars and children dressed in rags who did not dare to touch the white and clean road. It's even possible to ban a person from the public road. Then one of the children tried to step forward, but upon touching the road, a magic circle suddenly appeared and made the child bounce back. Desmond noticed the child had a burn mark on his foot. The child also had a tail, while a horn suddenly grew on his head. So that child isn't human. System, scan that child's status. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name unknown child. Gender male. Age 10. Race diamond. Class none. Occupation slave. Demon energy 3.65. Strength 5. Agility 2. Stamina 0.5. What? System, is it possible for a race not to have a trait? Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System conclusion. Based on scanned data from several people, having a trait is considered lucky. Because not everyone has a trait. The people who do not have a trait can still collect energy and live comfortably without traits. Even people who have uncommon traits in the community will. Many are looking for marriage, so that this trait is passed down to the next generation. What? So the demon doesn't have a trait. And his strength is stronger even at age 10 years. And a slave. Such a shame, that's why strength is important. Now it looks like my family belongs to a noble family. Interesting. System, scan the average stats of the people in the world and compare them with mine. Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System conclusion. This scan result is indifferent to class. For the average adult, a normal person's stats is around 5-10, depending on the profession. When it comes to young people, it is about 2-5, and then children are around 0.32. These stats only mean strength and agility. Even ordinary people keep meditating to raise their unique energy. This world builds with magic. Some people said if you can't do a lifestyle spell, you are useless in society. But when it comes to meditation, it is easy, and becoming a wizard witch is impossible without the correct technique. Because only by studying in a school will the proper technique to advance become a wizard witch. System final conclusion. The host is superior in unique energy than normal children. But the other attribute is average. What? As the system was explaining, Desmond heard his mother's voice. Alice, come here, don't disturb someone's business. Alice was holding a toy while looking at her mother. But Mom, I want that, please. Despite Alice's pleading eyes, Leona was unfazed, but Bastian was different. He entered the shop and came out holding a toy. When Leona acknowledged Bastian's behavior, she shook her head helplessly while smiling wryly. You're lucky this time your father bought it, and next time don't repeat it or... Yes, Mom. Instantly Alice replied, staring at her new toy. Leona glared at Bastian for a moment before heading to the church. However, Bastian only smiled while caressing the back of his head. What charge? When Bastian and his family arrived at the church, they saw a sister sweeping the yard. Leona then approached the sister. The sister with blonde hair color and a busty body was tidying up the yard, but she stopped when she noticed that guest had come. Ara Zara, what we have here. The sister smiled and said seductively, Good morning, sister. Is the church open now? We want to identify our child's traits. The sister then looked at Desmond, who was carried by Leona. Good morning. Yes, the church is already open. Please follow me to identify. She directed Bastian and his family to follow her inside, while the rest of the guard brought by Bastian stayed outside. The morning sun shone through the church's large glass, making the church look like a very holy place. Inside the church, it was very peaceful because it was still early in the morning and not many people were there. The church is usually used as a place for meditation, treatment, and identification of traits. When the door opened, the other sisters that were cleaning the work chairs immediately went to the door to greet the guests. Good morning, is there anything we can help you with? Hello, Sister Sistine. This family wants to identify the child's traits who has just been born. When the sister heard a familiar voice, she looked behind. Oh, so it was you, Sister Liliana. Come here, follow me. After that, Sister Liliana bowed to Bastian's family and went to continue her duties. Then Sister Sistine directed Bastian's family to the church podium center. On the center podium was a stone table decorated with ancient script inscriptions. Please put your baby's hand on this stone tablet. Sister Sistine glanced at Leona. Seeing this situation, Desmond immediately ordered the system. System scan the stone table and that sister, and conclude if there is hidden intent in the stone tablet. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name identification stone. Grade uncommon. Information only used to identify traits and display basic info. System conclusion, the stone table was safe. There was no evil spell in it. Scanning next target. Scan complete. Name Sistine. Gender female. Age 22. Race human. Class none. Occupation none. Unique energy 8.03. Strength 5. Agility 5. Stamina 1. Trait effect. Peacefulness common. Increase healing speed by 1 minute. That none has a trait. But the effect is so useless. At least the stone is safe. I thought the system would get discovered. Usually normal people will feel afraid of unknown existence. They will start to research objects or living things. While Desmond was analyzing the conclusion in his mind, his mother held Desmond's hand and directed him to the stone table. The stone table glowed, and a notification sounded in Desmond's mind. Alert! Spell cast on host body. Terminate. Why end? If I destroy it, my family will be suspicious. After all, even my sister has a trait. But if I display the unique trait, the risk is too high. System, can you fake my grade trait? System. If my guess is correct, there is a trait hunter out there, or is this the real reason our family is being targeted? This is just in case. It's better to keep your head down for a moment to survive and have another chance for revenge than to die silly just because you are proud to have a rare trait. System conclusion. Yes, host. By changing the unique energy movement, the trait will also change, but this process requires 2x checks to succeed. The first check will make the results invisible. The second check would make the previously unique energy in the host rotate very fast in the host's body. After being faked, the rotation would slow down, making it look like a rare trait. What? Saying this, Desmond remembered when he'd read a novel when an arrogant young master mocking MC skill, but another arrogant young master smashed and kill him in the spot because of jealousy. Okay, use it that way and make it look natural. Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. After a long time, the stone shone, and the light became dim, and Desmond's information appeared in the air like a 3D hologram. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 2 day. Race human. Class none. Occupation none. Trait none. What? Where are my stats trait effects? Why is this information so minimal? System conclusion. Because the host has a system, the data displayed is complete compared to data in this world. When the identification showed Desmond traits, everyone fell silent. Strange, how could this happen? Sorry, try to place your son's hand one more time, Sister Sistine said with an apologetic expression. Leona repeated the same steps, and the stone shone for a few moments, then Desmond's status appeared again. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 2 day. Race human. Class none. Occupation none. Trait selfishness rare. Upon seeing her son's trait, Leona trembled. How, my little boy has such an ugly trait. Sorry, ladies. Your child cannot change a trait, but relax. Traits only affect a small part of their personality. The rest depends on them. How they see the world and how their parents teach them. Cheers, honey. At least he has a rare trait like me. Bastian tried to persuade Leona. However, his action made Leona and Alice sadder. Stupid dad, I will not let my little brother become like that later. Good, my girl, always keep your brother away from your father's influence, or he will be like him. Seeing his wife and daughter behave like that, Bastian was confused. Why me? I just say it's good to have a rare talent. Desmond can become a swordsman and a wizard at the same time as me. Stupid, both Alice and Leona said simultaneously, making Bastian surprised and smiled wryly. Sure, it's nice to have a family like this, but at the same time, it will become your biggest weakness. Upon noticing Sister Sistine's laughter, they became silent, embarrassed by their behavior. Thank you, sister, for helping us. They bowed to Sister Sistine. No, it has become our job, Sister Sistine said, waving both her hands towards them. Sister, accept this as an offering to the gods. Leona took out and handed a cloth packet containing money to the sister. Sister Sistine took the bag and smiled. May God bless you all. Bidding farewell, Bastian and his family started walking towards the church door and went to the harbor while their guard followed them. What? When Bastian and his family were on their way back to the port, a voice was suddenly heard from a distance. Advanced spell, Dimension. Bastian and Leona were shocked to hear this. The city view began to turn gray like they were in a room isolated from the outside world. And the guards brought by Bastian were missing. The pursuer has shown up. System analyze this spell. Scanning the spell. Scan complete. Dimension info, creating a separate dimension where people outside cannot see the inside the dimension. And also, all attacks from the outside world will not affect the people inside the dimension. Duration 10 minutes. Energy consume 20. Advanced spell. So it must be the second wizard. We have a mixed first class and second wizard here. We have an advantage, but I'm sure the enemy would bring more people. 3 shadows came out from the ground and formed the body structure of the person. The 3 people were wearing black clothes and masks, making it hard to recognize them. After 3 years, you finally appeared, former noble Leona, hahaha. A different voice was heard through the dimension that made Bastian and Leona even more alert. If my family dies here, I'll be dead too, which means they must be here to eliminate me as a potential threat. Desmond's expression was calm, but his mind was looking for many ways to survive this situation. System, record the battle end. Scan the status of all three of them at once and uses commas to separate everyone's stats. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name first assassin, second assassin, third assassin. Gender male, male, male. Age 30, 31, 32. Race human, human, human. Class first swordsman, first swordsman, first swordsman. Occupation imperial assassin, imperial assassin, imperial assassin. Unique energy 10.95, 11.31, 11.68. Strength 22, 23, 21. Agility 20, 20, 20. Stamina 2, 2, 2. Trait effect. Greed common. Boost strength, agility, and stamina 0.01 every minute in the battle, but lose 5 agility immediately after the fight started. Cruelty common. Boost strength 0.01 every time you see blood. Lust common. Boost stamina 0.01 at night time. How many chances of my parents surviving? Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System conclusion 50%. Both of your parents will survive if they make the first move, and the enemy wizard didn't care about their teammate. With a surprise element, the chance will surely increase to 60%, and they will surely win, but with a condition, one of your parents should die to get the wizard's attention. Is there another way? System conclusion. There is a chance someone might have seen your family disappear and call for reinforcement. That's good. Leona was annoyed when she felt a presence of a stronger killer who was hiding in the dark. It seems the minister's patience has been running out. She gave Desmond to Alice and stepped forward to protect her. One of the assassins noticed how attractive Leona's body was, and he shamelessly scanned her body with a disgusting smile. It's a pity a woman as beautiful as you should die. Or we can make a fool. Swoosh. An ice spike suddenly appeared, aimed at his face. He dodged it nimbly. I see. Swoosh clank. Unconsciously, he took his dagger and blocked a sword that suddenly appeared in front of him, but crash. His dagger couldn't manage to block the sword. As a result, the sword thrust forward and pierced his neck. Pub. Blood sprouted out from the assassin's neck, also revealing who the attacker was. Bastion was the one who managed to kill one of the assassins. When the other assassins saw their friend being killed, they immediately attacked Bastion, aiming straight at his heart while the other aimed at his throat. When he witnessed that one of his subordinates had died, the mysterious assassin felt annoyed and started to chant. Fuck off. Advanced spell, Gravity Lock. Instantly, Bastion felt his body become heavier, and immediately, he activated his swordsman skill and chanted a spell barrier. A small barrier appeared, protecting his neck. Then he used his swordsman skill and enchanted his leg. Simultaneously, when Leona heard the mysterious assassin chanting a spell, she also did the same. A colossal ice spear appeared beside her, headed towards them. Bastion immediately dodged, but one of the assassin daggers managed to pierce his shoulder. While on the assassin side, they wanted to dodge but noticed an ice spike thrust their legs, making their movement slow. As a result, their body was split in half by the ice spear, while Bastion was bleeding after dodging the ice spear. Bastion was bleeding because of the gravity spell, not because of the ice spear, which made him fight against gravity. Leone then looked at Bastion's condition. Honey, wait a moment. Immediately, she began chanting a healing spell, fearing her husband might die. Advanced spell, Mass Healing. In an instant, all the wounds on Bastion's body disappeared, and his condition returned to normal. But it cost her all of her energy until her vision became blurred and her breath became gasped. Truly wasting energy. It might be a good spell, but maybe I will learn it if this spell can focus only on one person. Bastion, who had been healed, went straight to Leona, preventing her from falling. You can rest, honey. Let me handle this. Mother, father, from afar, Alice shouted loudly while trying to hold back her tears. Sob, I was right about you guys, sob, seeing father covered in blood, sob, I want to help dad, hicks, but I realized I have to key, at my little brother. She kept grumbling while sobbing. Meanwhile, inside Desmond's mind. Oh, the battle was amazing. But looks like they were almost dead. Mark that wizard who tried to kill my family, and display it continuously on the map. Maybe I will avenge them in the future. They almost gave me a heart attack. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. Oh, sorry for disturbing your family moment. But I'm still alive here. A person shadow appeared from nowhere. He seemed to hold a sword made from a lump of iron. Let's go round 2, hahaha. Immediately Bastion released Leona and headed toward the last assassin. On the way, Bastion started chanting a spell that made his sword change color, and flames flushed out surrounding it. Because he still had his leg enchanted, Bastion instantly arrived in front of the assassin. He raised his sword as high as possible and swung it towards the middle of the assassin, wanting to split the assassin's body. The wizard had expected it, as he had been analyzing Bastion's combat tactics after many of his subordinates died. He changed the shape of the sword to be a shield. Clank! A thud was heard. Bastion's sword did not manage to penetrate the assassin's shield. Bastion knew that his sword did not contain a spell reinforced again. After he failed to penetrate, he immediately swung his sword from the side. The swordsman class was famous for its passive skills that give them swift reflexes, but it will not work very well if used for long distances. Thus, this distance gave him a huge advantage. Pub. Then the assassin's hand floated in the air, while blood poured out from it. Oh, fuck you, I will kill you. The assassin shouted and changed his shield's shape to 5 small daggers, floating in the air and heading towards Bastion. After Bastion succeeded in cutting off his opponent's hand, he withdrew and activated the skill Swordsman Skill, Third Eye. His vision became clearer. Now he saw tiny details like dust in the air. The 5 daggers came towards him, but he swiftly dodged almost all of the daggers before the last dagger came out of the underground and wanted to attack Bastion's back neck. But before the dagger pierced Bastion's back neck, a voice was heard. Expert spell Magic Break, someone from the outside dimension shouted. The gray sight started to crack, then broke, while the dagger that wanted to hit Bastion's neck began to melt and return to the ground. Before the battle, Sister Liliana had swept the church's courtyard while looking at the Bastion family's departure. She smiled. Ah, it's good to have a family like that, but her smile froze when she saw that Bastion's family has disappeared. She began to panic. Oh my God, what happened? She started to look around for a guard. Fortunately, she found guards that were on patrol. Waving at them, the guards came closer and asked, what happened? Sister Liliana then recounted the incident she had seen. Did you really see it? Have they suddenly disappeared? One of the guards asked seriously, while the other one flipped through the paper, looking for something. Yes, that's right, I'm still conscious and healthy seeing that strange incident, Sister Liliana answered, nodding her head repeatedly. Ah, here is the case, a sudden disappearance. That's the advanced spell. The guard who was flipped through the paper screamed in fear. Report this to the officer, the guard spoke while shaking in fear. Only at Master Wizard Witch class capable of using the advanced spell. In the eyes of Master Wizard Witch, those guards were mere ants that could be crushed anytime. By that time, the other guard had run to the nearest barrack to inform the general. Looking at the Bastion's family location, Sister Liliana pressed her palm together. Hold on, guys. What? In the road near the barracks. An older man was walking on the city streets while looking at each shop. When the shop people saw this grandfather, all of them bowed slightly. One of the female shop owners smiled and asked politely, Good morning, Grandmaster. How about a cup of tea in my shop? Thank you for the offer, young lady, but I just want to enjoy the fresh air in this old age. The Grandmaster answered with a laugh and then continued walking, while the woman could only smile at his behavior. Therefore, many people also offered the same thing to the Grandmaster, but the answer was always the same. He still refused with a laugh in the end. From afar, a guard sprinted towards the barracks. His eyes were so focused that he didn't realize he had nudged the Grandmaster. Thump. Oh, be careful, young people. This body is getting vulnerable to pressure, the Grandmaster said, pretending to cough. The guard wanted to punish the person who was blocking his way, but his expression changed to fear upon hearing the familiar sound. Pardon me, Grandmaster. I didn't see you in the way, he said, trembling, trying to get away as soon as possible. Wait, that must be an important matter. Tell me, young man, what happened. After all, my authority is the same as a king. When the Grandmaster saw a guard running around this morning, he felt strange, and also this could be used to kill his time. Indeed, the guard then approached him and informed him about what had happened in the church. When the Grandmaster heard this, his brow knitted. "Which church is it?" His expression changed while he emitted a murderous air. "Near the harbor, Grandmaster." After hearing this, the Grandmaster immediately chanted a spell, then a portal opened in front of him. The opposite side of the portal showed the location where Bastion and his family had disappeared. "Relax and tell your general I'll handle this," the Grandmaster said with a smile on his face. Then he entered the portal, and the portal instantly disappeared. What? Inside dimension. Father must be going to die now, Desmond thought. He saw the dagger that was about to pierce Bastion's neck. Desmond also saw his mother, who'd already lost all her energy. She kept struggling to stand up and wanted to save her husband, while Alice started to cry. "Expert spell magic break," someone shouted. The dimension broke, and the view of the surrounding area returned to the street. Behind the mysterious assassin was an older man. He stood tall with a muscular posture. His hair was long and white. On his face, there was a sword scratched on his left cheek, near his eye. But what made him scary was the killing air that he emitted. A person who could use an expert spell. Neither enemy or reinforce has appeared. System scan this person. Now it's getting more and more interesting. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name Weston. Gender male. Age 70. Race human. Class 3rd wizard. Occupation former grandmaster. Unique energy 76.65. Strength 15001000. Agility 15001000. Stamina 15331000. Trait effect. Integrity rare. If the battle with evil trait, boost strength, agility, and stamina 10. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.002. This is an old monster. What will happen when another person like this comes with a higher trait rank? With the boost of the trait effect, it looks like he's oppressive against me. System, find out how much chance I have against this person after 10 years. Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System conclusion. The chance of winning is no more than 10%. That's because the host hasn't got much skill and experience fighting for the next 10 years. If the host can handle that, the chance will increase to 20%. What? Interesting. Cough gov. Looks like I'm not too late. He felt relieved when he saw that the Bastion family was okay. Then he glanced at the mysterious assassins and immediately chanted a spell. Expert spell bind. A white chain appeared and stabbed 5 parts of the assassin's body simultaneously. The assassin screamed for a moment before he fell unconscious. System, record the chanting spell. After that, several guards came carrying the dead body of his father's guard, assassins, and immediately caught the last assassin. Desmond saw the old man talking with one of the guards and came to approach his family. "Hello, I apologize about the Imperial assassins messing in our territory because we were careless," he said, lowering his head, but then they saw he was looking down at them. "So this attack happens a lot, but it's the assassin who often goes in and out of the territory." "Ah, thanks to you, Master. If you didn't stop them, I'd be dead now." Bastion thanked him sincerely while he bowed his head. The rest of the Bastion family followed as well. "No problems. Ah, where are my manners? My name is Weston, and I am in charge of the North Academy and a confidant of the king." Weston introduced himself while he scratched his head. This old man is good at acting. Even though he is acting relaxed, his eyes show displeasure. "So what are you guys doing here?" "It's impossible you're just here for sightseeing," Weston asked, narrowing his eye to Bastion. Desmond saw his father hesitate, and his mother also kept looking at his father. "Now shall we reveal the truth?" Bastion and Leona did not respond immediately to Weston's question, but their eyes showed that they were cautious. Looking at their expression, Weston shook his head, then chanted a spell. The view turned gray, once again obstructing the way out. Bastion and Leona were shocked. They immediately chanted a spell, preparing for the worst scenario. Leona's ice spear began floating around her body, but the size was not as big as before, while Bastion's sword was enveloped in flames, flickering every second. The two had been exhausted after the battle, but they could use their skill to at least protect their child and stall for time. "Relax, no need to panic. It's just a precaution against spying." Now you can speak freely, trust me. Weston created 5 seats and 1 table using earth as material. Seeing that they were still doubtful, Weston then sat at one of the chairs. Come sit, no poison, no trap, we can talk. Bastian stepped forward and took a seat, glancing at his wife while nodding. What? After they'd all sat down, Bastian glanced again at his wife. Leona just shook her head while giving him a hand sign, which means, okay. Hello, Grandmaster, sorry for keeping you waiting. My name is Bastian, and this is my wife, Leona. We are merchant. Cut the crap. I know you are not just a mere merchant when I saw your injury and that woman's spell. Stretching his head, Bastian felt awkward. I see, okay, I'll be honest with you. I'm honestly a merchant, while my wife is a former noble from the Imperial Empire. Weston widened his eyes when he saw Bastian could keep lying. Do you think I am a fool? With such bad acting, there's no way you are a merchant, he said while glancing at Leona's figure. Then what are former nobles doing here? Why are you bringing trouble to this peaceful kingdom? Before, Weston's expression had been relaxed, but now he was very serious, with anger in his eyes. When she saw her husband acting, Leona was also surprised. Since when have I had a clown in my family? She thought, but after she felt the anger seeping from Weston, she said, We are sorry for bringing the assassin to your kingdom. We are tired of running and want to stay in one place. Ah, so that is it. I'm right about my mother, she was noble. And my mother was carrying a secret. This is the power, the weak can only obey and ask for mercy, while the strong can manipulate the situation. Unconsciously, Desmond stared coldly at Weston. Noticing this, Weston glanced at him with a smile. Weston's eyes began to spark. Good, you chose a great place. You can serve in the army for this kingdom. The conflict between the North Empire and the Imperial Empire happened 5 years ago. So this incident is just a warning to us that my estimation is correct. The Imperial Empire is planning something big. No need to be afraid, I will protect you if you want to become citizens of the North Empire, and I will not ask why the Imperial Empire is targeting you, Weston said in a severe tone. Why is he so adamant about protecting my family? After all, we are just outsiders who just came to this kingdom, as I know. Requesting to become a citizen from an unknown region is easy, but getting approval is a bit harder. After all, you need several days to process the documents. But it must be said that Weston's offer, along with the benefit of joining the army, is generous. Sorry to be presumptuous, but can I ask why the master wants to protect our family so much, even though we just arrived at the North Empire? Bastian asked politely, but failed to hide the killing intent in his eyes. Desmond noticed that Weston had paused for a moment before closing his eyes. Standing up, he said, to be honest, we lack combat troops. Then I heard a master wizard had appeared. I knew this could be a huge problem. Not only that, but the master wizard is usually an important person, so we also can decrease the Imperial Empire's combat troops. I must step forward because we don't have many master wizards nor dual class stationed everywhere then. When I saw that you guys are a dual class and master witch pair, I tried my luck to recruit you just like this. I know family is the weakness for every person, which is why I must value that. Maybe if you're not dual class or a master witch, I'll just let you free and without offering. The mother's rank will be higher than the father's. From the conversation I heard, my family often moves places to take shelter. It's a very tempting offer, but it turns out that my mother's secret is more troublesome than I thought. Glancing at each other, my parents nodded. We will accept your offer, master, but we have one request. State the request, Weston said happily. We want our background to be kept secret and our children to enter the North Academy. We want our children to protect themselves and live happily, Leona supported. Easy thing, I will be happy to help young talent become an asset in this kingdom. Just hold my hand, and you will automatically become residents of the Northern Kingdom using my authority. Bastian and Leona agreed by shaking his hand. Suddenly, a blue light surrounded all of Desmond's family in a moment, then faded out. Welcome to the North Kingdom. I'll send one of my subordinates tomorrow to give you a brief explanation. Usually, Weston was unwilling to do such a small thing because he succeeded in recruiting great talent. Weston's mood was very good. Thank you. Master, may we be excused? Bastian spoke with a tired tone. Yeah, after all, you guys just got out of an attack, Weston answered with a smile on his face. What? In ship dining room. After 3 years of touring, we can finally settle down. Ah, this is a relief, Leona spoke, her tone filled with relief. Mommy, are we going to stay here? Alice suddenly asked. Yes, my love, do you not like it? If it's not safe, we can still move to the South Empire, Leona answered with a smile on her face. No, I like this city. It is so beautiful. I see many pets around here, Alice answered with an excited expression. It looks like my quiet life will start from here. Let's be prepared if things go bad. System, look for the fastest way to increase my strength in a short time. System conclusion. If the host wants to be strong quickly, it is suggested to kill a monster from beasts. It will be added to your combat experience and monster energy if possible. What? So what use does monster energy have for humans? Currently, monster energy is of no use for humans. Still, the system can convert one monster energy to 0.1 unique energy if the host wants. That is very useful for me, but for now, what should I do? System conclusion. Host needs to keep meditating. Any other way? System conclusion. Number. Alright, now I have to wait for the time to pass. It's so troublesome in this baby form. What? In the Imperial Empire Palace, the residence of the king. Minister was delighted when he found out about Leona's location because the plan he had prepared 3 years ago was finally being carried out. He waited until he heard that the assassin who was in charge had failed to kill Leona. It doesn't matter how many lives are lost, I will get that secret. Butler, relay my message and send more assassins to torture and kill her after you get the information. On hearing this, the butler, who was always standing beside the minister, clapped his hands, and many assassins appeared simultaneously in the throne room. Yes, my king. All the assassins answered in unison and then disappeared. Soon it will become mine, haha. At night in the barracks. Barracks were located close to the king's palace, and because of that, there were a few people still awake to prevent unwanted situations. Guard could be seen guarding the barracks gate while yawning, and some guards were patrolling around the king's palace. Security was so tight that even a guard must inform their situation every time to their superior. Barracks occupied 5,000 meters of land, and a wall surrounded the barrack. In this world, a wizard witch could replace the bowman, so they guarded the top of the wall while swordsmen guarded every gate and corner. Barracks was divided into 2 areas, each area representing a class. The swordsman's area had a vast training ground and more room, while the wizard witch area had an experimental building and less room. The rooms were used for many functions. If you were on duty, you couldn't go home until you'd finish your task, but you could rest in the barracks rooms. This rule applied to all ranks, whether it be a superior or lower rank. There were many rooms in this barracks. There were rooms for a lower guest, a higher guest, the army, and a superior room. Only a 3rd class or higher could have their room. Inside a superior's room, there's still a room shining with candles, and you could see an older man sitting on a chair, reading some of the documents on his desk. The older man then focused his gaze on the door, and a knocking sound could be heard. A beautiful woman in a military uniform entered while holding a kettle. She looked at the older man and bowed, then she asked, Master, it's already late at night. Doesn't it affect your health? The woman asked worriedly as she placed the kettle on the table. Don't worry, even though I'm old like this, my body is still strong, just like a young man, the older man spoke and then coughed. Master. The woman hurried to hold the old man's shoulder while using a spell to create a cup and pouring some tea. Thank you, the old man said after drinking the tea. The woman smiled and stood beside him. After a few minutes, the woman saw that the cup was empty, so why did the master call me? The woman asked while tilting her head. This was Weston's room. After he made Bastion's family citizens of the North Empire, he immediately looked for land to live on according to his promise. He also prepared documents regarding Bastion and Leona's placement in the military. His position was the Grandmaster of the North Empire Kingdom. This year he would retire and become the North Academy principal, which had just been built. Even though he was ancient, many people respected him, not only because of his rank, but because he was also the teacher of the latest king, Edward. Tomorrow you go and tell Bastion's family that their house is ready and tell them to move to the inner city land located close to the market, Weston said, handing over the file he was holding. The woman took it and looked at the file. After a few seconds of reading it, she asked, Will this be okay, master? Is there a problem? Doesn't really matter, but the land is the largest area in the city, and it was also the former residence of the former nobility before the revolution happened. They just arrived in the North Empire and are also bringing trouble. After all, why did the master lie about the lack of troops? Is this okay? The woman said breathlessly with a worried expression. She noticed that Weston has closed his eyes and went silent without saying a word and just listened. Sorry for my impudence. The woman was embarrassed by her behavior and lowered her head. Noel, let me ask you a question. How do you win a war without casualties? Weston asked while looking straight into Noel's eyes. That's almost impossible, in my opinion, master. Because the war started after there were casualties, both sides can declare war. Weston shook his head and said, You're still naive, Noel, even though you're already an officer as well as a master witch in the army. Noel lowered her head and her cheeks burned red. She then asked, Then please tell me. Is there another way, in a lower voice? Tusk, what if before the war we get the enemy's heart? By provoking or sabotaging the allegiance of the enemy army camps, we can initiate a rebellion, the assassination of the leader, or we can immediately attack when their morale drops. Noel snapped. Master is right, but what is the connection between the Bastion family that we are talking about now? Weston sighed and said, How did I have a student like you, while shaking his head? How stupid of myself in the past. Noel grumbled, sticking her tongue out at Weston. Listen carefully and don't interrupt me while I am talking. Noel chanted a spell and made a chair in front of Weston. Noel sat and listened carefully without even batting an eye. Although we don't lack a master wizard witch, what's wrong with adding another one? From my observation, it seems that this master wizard is still as young as you. Even her partner is not inferior. He has a dual class like you, but with older age. Weston paused for a moment, allowing Noel to absorb his words. After a few seconds, Weston spoke again, and why don't I want the secret it carries? If you want to earn the loyalty of others, the first step you have to take is not to peer into their privacy. But master, let me finish, Weston interrupted, shaking his head. If we have earned their loyalty, they will divulge the secret of their own. That way we get the secret that the Imperial Empire wants, as well as a strong soldier. Our fighting strength will be increased to fight the Imperial Empire in the future. Oh, I understand now, master. If the plan the master spoke of works, then it's like killing two birds with one stone, Noel said excitedly. True, but this plan will take a long time because gaining loyalty is not as easy as buying vegetables at the market. Master, that's genius, incredible. Noel continued to praise his master with words of wisdom. Meanwhile, Weston continued to nod, smiling. Go now, do your job as I ordered. Yes, master. And the witch master will be in the same rank as you, so treat her politely, Weston said with a severe tone because he knew that his students often underestimated and caused trouble for other people. And then Weston spoke again, also, prepare people to watch over them. Noel muttered. Where is your answer? Weston said in a high voice. Yes, master. Good. Inside Bastion's ship. In Leona's room, Desmond was seen on Leona's lap, having breast milk. She smiled at her son, my baby, and said while touching Desmond's cheek, You are so cute. Whose son is this so handsome? That's my. Hold. Baby, she said while kissing Desmond on the cheek. This is so embarrassing. Desmond, who was on her lap, suddenly heard a noise from outside the room. Desmond saw his mother's expression change from a smile to a frown. His mother then clapped her hands, and immediately a female servant entered. Why is it so noisy outside? Can't you see it's still early morning and I'm breastfeeding? Leona said, looking at the servant with narrowed eyes. Sorry, my lady, but... Before the servant could finish, Desmond heard loud footsteps and saw his father enter the room. Bastion immediately turned to his wife. Smiling, he said, Unfortunately, we have a guest. It looks like a messenger from the Grandmaster because they come with many guards. Bastion then looked at the maid and motioned for her to leave. When Leona heard this, her expression became ugly. She took a breath and then began to smile and spoke, So it's from the Grandmaster. Honey, you go and greet them first. I'll catch up when I finish breastfeeding Desmond. Yes, honey, Bastion answered directly and walked out of the room. A few minutes later, Desmond saw his mother stand up and put him on the bed. Wait a minute, my baby mother has to do something first, Leona said in a loving tone with a smile. Desmond saw his mother standing by the window and looked outside. Afterwards, her mouth began moving, and a heavy pressure formed around his body. She spoke a mysterious language in fast before suddenly stopped, and a light suddenly covered Desmond's vision. As soon his vision back to normal, Desmond saw that her face, which was previously energized, had now become a little pale. System analyze this spell. Scanning the spell. Scan complete. Area search. Info scan an area by emitting an ultrasonic sound. Distance range and energy usage, depending on how large the area was being scanned. Energy consume. /zek. Humans can now also use animal abilities. Really, with magic, all impossible things can be done. Interesting. Desmond saw his mother come to him and she said, "Now it's safe, my baby, let's continue." What? North Empire Harbor. This morning should be busy because many goods were ready to be delivered or sent, and many people had opened their shops to make transactions. But strangely, the people at the port were all gathered by one ship. They noticed a woman who was guarded by many royal guards. It could be seen that the woman was waiting for someone in front of the ship. Isn't that Master Wizard Noel?" whispered one of the people in the crowd. "Yeah, that's right. It's unusual." "What is she doing so early at the port?" asked another person in the crowd. "Could it be that someone caused trouble with her?" "She indeed causes a lot of trouble, but people will accept it and never fight back. Who would dare to beat a Grandmaster's student?" "Yeah, that's right, but yesterday I heard from the guards who were patrolling around the church that they received a report that said there was an assassin attacking near the church. The guard said that the person who was attacked suddenly disappeared and came back injured." "Is that true?" "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, the ones who were attacked were the newcomers who arrived here yesterday. That is why Master Wizard Noel must have come to investigate this matter." While the crowd continued to discuss, the woman called Master Wizard Noel waited with an irritated expression on her face in front of the ship. "Oh God, I've been waiting for a few minutes. Why haven't they come yet?" Noel said in a high tone while stamping her feet on the ground several times. A few minutes later, an adult man was seen coming out of one of the ship's rooms and disembarking while looking at the crowd. What? After Bastian left Leona's room, he headed straight to the stairs going to the ship's deck. He saw many people crowding around his ship, the crowd pointing their hands in one direction. There he saw the figure of a young woman with a lot of royal guards behind her. The young woman's age was around 22 years old, with yellow hair in pony style, reaching 160 cm in height. Bastian's first impression was that there was no way a woman like this could become a Grandmaster's subordinate. To make sure, Bastian approached and asked the person behind the woman, "Hello, are you guys here by orders of the Grandmaster?" Bastian asked in a polite tone, ignoring the look of the woman behind him. The soldier did not answer, but gave a signal by tilting his head towards the back of Bastian. Bastian, who saw this, understood and immediately turned around. When he turned around, he saw the young woman's angry face, while a fire flower was floating around her body. When he saw this, Bastian immediately lowered his head and spoke, "Sorry for my manners, I did not recognize you." Hump, the woman who wanted to burn Bastian alive, cancelled her spell. She remembered her teacher's warning about not causing a problem with this newcomer. "I apologize for the previous incident. May I ask you a question? Are you the messenger sent by the Grandmaster?" Bastian asked with a polite tone while pressing his palms together. The woman calmed down her anger and replied in a polite tone, "Yes, we were ordered by the master to escort you to the inner city." "What? Master?" Bastian felt strange on hearing this and asked, "Pardon me, is the person you're calling Master Grandmaster Weston?" "That's right, Grandmaster Weston is my teacher," answered the woman proudly. "Oh, so Bay." Before Bastian could finish his words, the woman interrupted and said, "Let's stop these pleasantries and call your family to start preparing." Please wait a little longer, because my wife has just started breastfeeding my child. Let's wait in the living room of my ship." Bastian could see the woman biting her lips while she frowned. Bastian and the woman and her guards boarded the ship. Bastian saw the woman instruct the guards, and then he saw only 4 guards boarding his ship while the rest were guarding the port. Bastian then directed the woman and her guards to the room. Only Bastian, the woman, and 2 guards entered while the rest stood guard outside the door. In the living room. This room was quite large. It was shaped like a square, with a long transparent glass window that fitted the wall, allowing direct sunlight to enter. There were a large dining table and 10 chairs with a huge carpet located under the dining table in the middle of the room. In every corner of the room were ornamental plants as high as 100 cm. Combined with the chandelier hanging on the top of the dining table, this room looked very comfortable and beautiful. The woman walked in and looked at the living room for a moment in awe. "Please treat it like your own home," Bastian said as he clapped his hands together to awaken the woman as well as calling the servant. "Prepare drinks and food for our guests." "Yes, master," the servant answered while calling another servant to help him. Bastian and the woman sat opposite each other while the two guards stood behind the woman. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bastian. I am a merchant," Bastian said with a smile on his face as he crossed one hand over his chest while the other was on his back hips and bent slightly. "My name is Noel, and I am a master witch in the Kingdom of the North Empire," Noel replied in a firm tone as Bastian introduced himself. The servant came in and put the food and drinks on the table between Bastian and Noel. After a few seconds, Bastian finally asked, "So, MS. Noel, may I know where we will be staying?" he said with a serious tone, staring straight at Noel and smiling faintly. "In Leona's room." Leona had just finished breastfeeding Desmond and stood up to change clothes while clapping her hands. When Leona was removing some jewelry from her body, she heard the maid come in. "Call Alice here. I'll have her get ready." "Yes, my lady." The maid bowed a little and then left. After the maid left, Leona released a long sigh. "This is very inconvenient. Every time there are guests, I have to replace some beautiful jewelry and change clothes." And then she started taking off her clothes. The system blocked my vision for a moment. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Even though it's my second life, I feel bad if I have to lust every time I see my mother. In the kitchen. Even though this was on the ship, this kitchen room was quite big. There were 2 doors next to each other, a rectangular wooden table in the middle of the room, and a set of tables and chairs near the window. Many cooking utensils were hanging on top of the rectangular table, and a fairly large oven was attached to the wall. Smoke raised from the oven filled the kitchen, but everyone there paid no attention. They did not dare to make the smallest sound possible. Their gaze was fixed on a little girl sitting on a chair. In contrast, the little girl's gaze was fixed on the glass window right in front of her. The little girl swung her legs back and forth several times. Behind the girl, there was a chef who was standing waiting for her. The chef's forehead was sweating. He held his hat in both hands as he focused on the girl's expression. "Do you like it, my ladies?" The girl turned her gaze towards the chef and smiled. "Not bad, it's better than yesterday. The more sugar, the better. Keep this taste for further." When the chef heard this, he immediately wiped the sweat on his forehead while he drew in a breath and let it settle. "Yes, and thank you, my lady. We work harder than before to meet my lady's requirement." Simultaneously, a maid entered the kitchen when the chef finished speaking. She bowed a little to the little girl. "Lady Alice, Lady Leona has called you into the room." The little girl was Alice. When she heard this, she knew that her mother would call her, because she'd seen several people coming into the living room with her father from the glass window. She got up from the chair, straightening her clothes. "Fine, I'll be there now." Alice, who was carrying ice cream, knocked on her mother's room and came inside. When she entered, she saw her mother still looking in the mirror, but already dressed in an elegant gown. "Mommy, where are the clothes I'm going to wear?" "Wait a minute, my sweetie." Alice saw her little brother sleeping on the bed. She approached him and sat there while waiting. "Come here, my little brother." Alice embraced Desmond, then kissed him. What? In the living room. "So, Ms. Noel, if I may know where we will live." Noel, who saw Bastian's expression, was shocked. "Take it easy. Grandmaster Weston has decided that your family will live in a house with vast land. We are just here to escort your family there safely," Noel said with a faint smile on her face. Bastian frowned when he heard this and looked straight at Noel. When he looked into her eyes without speaking for a few seconds, he saw each guard's hands move towards the handle of the sword, which was ready to be drawn. Honey, am I bothering you?" Bastian stood stunned. He turned around only to see Leona standing behind him while embracing Desmond. Leona was wearing a gown made from vivid aqua fabric. It had a flared skirt with an A-line waist and a single long wide sleeve, accented with a large bow, while Alice was wearing a gown made from white and copper fabric. It had a poofy skirt with a gathered waist and leg of mutton sleeves, accented with beadwork. Bastian was mesmerized. They both looked like a queen and a princess. Bastian stared at his wife for a long time. It can't be, dear. We only talked about the house we are going to live in. That's right, Mrs. Noel answered while smiling at Leona. Leona, who saw this, narrowed her eyes for a moment before smiling towards Noel. Leona and Alice then sat down. When Leona saw the two guards behind Noel, she raised her eyebrows, and a frown appeared on her face. Did the Grandmaster tell you information about my background? You don't need to worry, Mrs. All the guards I brought are the Master's subordinates, Noel replied with a confident tone while puffing out her chest high. When Leona heard this, she tilted her head while pressing an index finger to her cheek and propping her chin on the rest of the clenched fingers. Master All right, maybe it's a little late. My name is Leona, former noble of the Imperial Empire, and this is my daughter and my son, Alice and Desmond. When Alice heard this, she introduced herself in the same way as her father, while Leona just said her name without doing the same thing. Noel could only force a smile. Noel, Master Wizard of the North Empire. So are we ready to go? Noel asked and turned to all members of Bastian's family. No problem, sorry to keep you waiting, Leona replied while getting ready to stand up. Bastian just kept quiet and followed his wife. What? North Empire Outer City Road. On the road, Bastian and his family were being escorted by many guards. Bastian, who is in the very back position with Alice, is introducing interesting things to Alice, while Leona and Noel, who are in the front, are chatting like old friends who have just met. Desmond sees his mother laughing while asking some questions to Noel. Noel replied in the same way as his mother. Desmond, who was being embraced by his mother, was surprised. Women are strange creatures. Before on the ship, I thought they would fight each other, but now. While Desmond wondered, Bastian, who saw his wife acting like this, felt relieved because the misunderstanding had been resolved. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the boundary between the outer city and the inner city. A colossal gate could be seen, separating the city between the inner and outer. Desmond saw Noel whisper something to the border guards. Desmond also saw Noel take out some papers from her pocket and show them to the border guards. Then Noel came back and spoke, so before you guys enter inner city, you will need some further verification, such as the right you are a citizen of the North Empire. The inner city is vital because many important people, even the royal family, live in this area. Then Desmond and his family were taken to one of the rooms right next to the gate. Desmond spotted a stone in the room similar to the church's identification stone. It's just that what distinguishes it is the stone's carvings. Two guards and one captain accompanied Bastian and his family and Noel, who were doing verification in the room. Go forward one by one and place your hands on the stone table. Desmond saw his father try first, and then a 3D hologram appeared in front of his father. Citizen of North Empire. Name Bastian. Gender male. Age 30. Race human. Class first swordsman / first wizard. Occupation merchant. Citizenship check, race check, and name, the guard spoke while writing something on the paper. The guard captain then looked at Bastian. A genius your age is still young, but can reach dual class. How about you join my unit? The captain said with a smile while holding Bastian's shoulder and glancing towards Leona. Bastian was silent. Not a word came out, but his expression showed a threatening look. Captain, he's already under the control of Grandmaster Weston, one of the guards whispered to his captain. Oh, sorry for my impoliteness, welcome to the North Empire. The captain's behavior changed while pretending to cough. Clear next. When it was his mother's turn, Desmond saw the two guards and the captain focus their gaze on his mother's body. Noel, who saw this, gave off an aura of intimidation. The guards immediately lowered their heads, but the captain still fixed his gaze. Desmond, who was previously embraced by his mother, was entrusted to his father. His mother stepped forward while putting her hand on the stone. Citizen of North Empire. Name Leona. Gender female. Age 28. Race human. Class second wizard. Occupation merchant. The guards and the captain who saw this widened their eyes. Please forgive us. The captain of the guard apologized in a polite tone as he bowed, not daring to see Leona. Leona did not speak a single word, but the room temperature changed, giving a cold temperament. After all the Bastian family checks, they headed towards inner city. The inner city is very different from the outer city. If the outer city is like going to heaven, then the inner city is like a road to a gold mine. The impression of luxury appears in every carving that is on the street lights. Security in the city was also very safe because many guards patrolled this area every day. The inner city position is also higher, making the air in this place so fresh and making it comfortable. The inner city also functions as a shopping center in the Northern Empire. It can be seen from the number of people on the main road. The road traffic looks perfect. Even though the main road is crowded, the people walking don't look like they are disturbed, they walk in harmony. Suddenly, many guards appeared. They looked like they were guarding someone. People on the main road shifted their eyes towards the person in the middle of the guard. They saw a woman wearing a robe that looked very expensive. On that robe is a symbol shaped like a wizard hat circled. The circle looked like a symbol of the pentagram. When the people saw this symbol, they immediately lowered their heads as a sign of respect and fear toward her. The road instantly cleared, giving her and the guard the right of way. No one dares block a master wizard. After the master wizard passes, they raise their head only to see a family also being escorted. The dress that Alice and Leona wore and their beautiful face made them very prominent and charming. The crowd shifted their gaze toward the man behind the two beautiful women. They felt jealous of that lucky man. Bastian was proud of his wife and children. He raised his chest, glaring back at them. Daytime. Bastian and his family finally arrived at the gate that was supposed to lead to their new house. The gate's height was so high, and the entrance so wide that it was even possible for a horse-drawn carriage to enter. There were also white walls surrounding the gate. The wall was as tall as an adult. When Desmond sees the situation, he feels suspicious of the origin of this land. A vast land, a wall, and a big gate. It seems the previous owner was probably a rich person or a high rank in the military. The greatest possibility is nobles. System, check the area around this land using my unique energy as the trigger. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. System conclusion. During the scan, the system detected the presence of abnormal energy located underground. As I thought. System marked the location and display it on the map. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Desmond sees a yellow dot on the map radar. The yellow dot indicates an object blocking from surfaces. So that will be below something. It seems I need to check that after I grow up. Then Desmond sees Noel approaching, talking to the guard who is guarding the gate. After a few seconds, the guard chants a spell, and then suddenly the gate, which had been tightly closed, opened by itself. When the gate was opened, you could see a meadow surrounding the area. There was also a castle that stood firmly in the middle of the area. A path made of white stone led to the castle, and a mini wall as high as a foot covered the edges. Seeing the vast area they were going to live in, Bastian and Leona frowned. They both looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Only Alice, who was born and living on the ship for a long time, was happy to see this vast land would be her home. Alice, who was getting ready to jump into the meadow, was pulled back by Bastian. Alice, whose dress was pulled, looked at her father while showing her cute teeth. "Let me go, daddies." "No, sweetie, if there is danger, how will Dad protect you?" said Bastian while trying to pursue his daughter. After several times debating, Alice finally tired and fell silent. When Bastian saw this, he immediately rubbed Alice's head while advising her. "At least do it once I check the safety of this area." Hump. Alice snorted and tried giving a fake angry reaction. She looked away, but she couldn't hide her smile. When things calmed down, Noelle spoke to the guard who was with her all time. "Bring me the horse carriage that the master has prepared." "Yes, master." After a few minutes, Bastian and his family see a horse-drawn carriage coming with a coachman driving it. The carriage size was not too big. It was normal for an ordinary person. The carriage body was shaped like a box with wood as the material. The door on the left side was made of half wood on the bottom part, with glass in the upper part, and the carriage was pulled by 2 armored horses. The horse also wore a steel helmet, decorated with peacock feathers on top. With its golden color, the carvings on the carriage body, and the horse armor made of pure gold, the carriage looked very fancy. Suppose you look at the carriage from the outside. In that case, it is enough to accommodate 7 people at once, plus the coachman. Alice, who was the first to enter the train, was shocked to see how large this carriage was from inside. Yes, it's not a carriage again, it's a room. She touched every corner of the room to make sure this was not an illusion spell. Besides Alice, Bastian also scanned the entire room in this carriage with star-shaped eyes, while Leona was already used to a carriage like this. Proudly, Noelle speaks, "This is a carriage that has been equipped with several spells. The kingdom only designed it for people who are important to the kingdom. It can also be used for short trips as well as long journeys. With an area of X, it can accommodate 15 people at once, and this carriage has been strengthened with a spell that can withstand attacks." After several more explanations, they started heading towards the castle. Inside the carriage, Alice, who was sitting near the window, was amazed and couldn't believe that this vast meadow would become her home. In contrast, Leona and Noelle, sitting across from Alice, continued to talk endlessly about the gown and other things. The distance between the gate and the castle was neither near nor far. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at the castle. If seen from afar, this castle was not too big, but the castle's size was already somewhat more than normal when it was up close. From the color of the bricks in the walls and the many mosses and wild plants sticking to the walls, it was like it had been abandoned for a long time. It was very inversely proportional to the surrounding landscape. It's like a haunted castle set in a dreamland. When Alice saw this, she was scared and immediately hid behind her father, holding her father's clothes. Then Bastian and his family entered. The interior in this house was vast. There was a staircase in the middle of the room, leading to the second floor. The stairs were divided into two directions, each leading to a different side of the castle. The interior was done in colors that reminded you of a vampire castle. The staircase had a red carpet, and there was a large chandelier at the stairs intersection. On the first floor, you could see 2 rooms on the right side and 2 more rooms on another side. The room size was quite small when viewed from the door. Bastian and his family began to enter each room. They only found a medium-sized bed, sufficient for 2 people, and a medium-sized wardrobe. After they checked all the rooms, Bastian and his family gathered in front of the stairs again. Noelle nodded and began to speak. On the first floor in front of the staircase, there are 4 rooms for a maid or butler. At the back of the staircase is a dining room that includes a kitchen, a storage room, and last is a small-sized bathroom. After hearing Noelle's words, Bastian and his family then headed to the back of the stairs. There, they saw a long dining table in the middle of the room and a kitchen in the corner of the room. The room had a huge glass window, which was near the dining table. A vast meadow could be seen through the glass window, meaning people eating could also enjoy the beautiful scenery. Noelle then started explaining some of the kitchen utensils already available. She also explained why this castle's exterior was not cleaned. After a few minutes resting and inspecting the dining room, they headed to the second floor. On the second floor, there are 3 sides. There are only 3 rooms on the left side, one a larger bedroom, and the rest is a medium bedroom. On the right side, there are 2 rooms, a library room and a large bathroom. On the middle side, there is a door leading to the balcony. Bastian and his family chose the left side first and headed to the room with the largest size. The room looked very dirty and was full of dust. A spider web could be seen in every corner of the room. There was also a huge bed in the middle with poles that rise on each side, which served as curtains. There was also a carpet lying under the bed with the same color and design as the stairs carpet. A large chandelier was on the top of the bed, just like the one on the stairs. There was a glass window closed by a curtain and a chair beside the window on the bed's right side. Also a huge wardrobe made of wood, with a small glass attaché to the wardrobe's door. Seeing this, Alice's eyes glimmered, and a smile appeared on her face. "Father, mother, can this be my room?" Her tone was pitiful as she held both of her parents' hands. Hearing his daughter's question, Bastian frowned. "Are you not scared of a ghost?" "Yes, my love, this room is too big for you now. Wait until you grow up. Mother will find better rooms for you." After being silent for so long, Alice tilted her head and asked, "Can't I sleep with my little brother?" Both of her parents were surprised to hear this. They could only laugh and replied, "No, sweetie, what happens if your brother brings a girl to his room in the future?" Alice pouted, snapping, "Why can't we just sleep together?" Hearing this, Alice's parents started laughing again. Even Noelle, who had been silent, also chuckled. "Ah, you're still a child. Wait until you grow up. Mother will explain it. For now, you can choose another room. This room will be your mom and dad's," Leona replied while looking at Alice's eyes. "Listen to your mother, sweetie." "Yes, Mom, yes, Dad." Alice could only obey because she knew how serious her mother was. After a few hours, they'd all finished checking the rooms in the castle one by one, and were now gathering in the dining room. Give my thanks to Grandmaster Weston, who has given us an expensive and nice house. And also thanks to Ms. Noel, who escorted us safely and explained many things, Bastian said sincerely. He and his family also bowed to express their deepest thanks. When Noel heard this, her face flushed, and she also lowered her head while muttering, "It's no tihying. If that's the case, we'll get back on duty." With that, Noel immediately left without waiting for an answer. The guard that Noel brought was confused and immediately followed his supervisor. When Bastian and his family saw Noel's behavior, they only chuckled. Alice even laughed, indicating she mocked Noel as a shy person who acted firmly and fiercely. After Noel and her guard left, Bastian's family finished checking all the house rooms again. Bastian then contacted his crew and ordered them to move all their belongings to this castle. In the afternoon, many of Bastian's crew came with things, and Bastian's house became busy, making the guards that were guarding the gate screaming to check the identity of Bastian's crew. The reason they needed a lot of stuff was that only a few servants could stay at Bastian's house, while the rest had to stay on the ship to trade goods. Each of Bastian's family had chosen a maid or butler a long time ago. The first was Alice. She chose a chef who often made ice cream, while Leona and Bastian already had their own choices. Bastian also did not forget to give his crew the duty to keep sending goods to each kingdom. At night, all the items had been put into the house, and the distribution of tasks for the rest of Bastian's crew and guards had also been completed. Bastian was now sitting at the library's work table. He could see the night clouds and beautiful moonlight shining on his yard. Suddenly, Bastian saw some shadows near the meadow. At that moment, he immediately unsheathed his sword and got ready in the battle position. But then he felt a hand hugging him from behind. "Calm down, honey, I have checked those people. It looks like that person is the Grandmaster's subordinate. You just surprised me. And why are you so sure?" His hand remained on the sword, and his eyes kept looking at the meadow. He was still traumatized by the previous incident when he'd been attacked while being caught off guard. "According to my estimates, the Grandmaster also doesn't fully trust us as newcomers either." After a moment of silence, Bastian released his grip and sheathed his sword as he turned to look at Leona. "That makes sense. It's also impossible for a suspicious person to get past the security at the border." Bastian then hugged Leona while walking to the door together. "We'd better rest. Tomorrow will be a tiring day," Bastian said while kissing Leona on the forehead. Leona's cheeks turned red as she planted her face into Bastian's back. "Stupid," Leona replied with a sullen tone, but she smiled. With the house they just had, the Bastian family began to live normally. They often got a task to kill a beast near the village and guard the border between the Imperial Empire and the North Empire. Even the assassins sent by the Imperial Empire were never once seen. This made Leona and Bastian feel safe to leave Desmond and Alice at home. In the same year, Grandmaster Weston finally retired. Because the Grandmaster's position in the army was now empty, many debates and conflicts have occurred. People close to Grandmaster Weston chose Noel as the next successor, while some chose Leona, who'd recently joined the military to become Grandmaster. On hearing this rumor, Leona instantly announced that she preferred to support Noel as the next successor. Therefore, now the faction of the army was divided into two parties. The first party supported Noel, while the second party supported the new master wizard named Grimm. Grimm was a man who King Edward himself had just appointed. Grimm was the same age as Bastian and was a good friend of King Edward. He also helped Edward take the throne and made him king of the North Empire in the past. However, he disappeared after Edward became king. After 5 years, Grimm suddenly reappeared in front of Edward with his wife, who was already pregnant. According to his admission, Grimm had been trapped in the deepest beast territory, making it very difficult to get out. If one beast died, the dead body would attract more beasts to come. It took him a very long time to fight only one beast. He used guerrilla tactics, and after one fight, he would run and hide and then fight again. With Grimm as the person the king had known for years and Noel as Grandmaster Weston's rightful disciple, it was difficult for Edward to determine the next Grandmaster candidate. Edward then stated that there would be a battle between Grimm's camp and Noel's camp in the next 5 years, this fight amounting to 10 people with 5 vs 5. The winner would become or get the position of Grandmaster of the North Empire. With the king's statement, many suspected that Noel would win the battle easily because there were 2 master wizards and 1 dual-class person on her side. In the past, Grimm had been known as a wise man. When he heard this, he almost gave up the Grandmaster's position, but King Edward told him to participate Besides making the fighting force stronger, this also positively impacted the kingdom, making this kingdom feel alive. During Edward's reign, after he got the throne, people still feared that war would happen again, making people not excited to stay in the North Empire. Therefore, this competition was expected to increase the troops' morale, increase their experience, and make this kingdom more lively. The competition was known as the Tournament of Storms. At the same time, Grimm was also blessed by a child the same age as Desmond, and maybe one day that she would rival Desmond. There was also news about the construction of the North Academy School that was now complete and ready to accept students. Many people who heard this instantly signed up their kids, but the academy location was a bit far away from the capital city. Whoever wanted to join must pay a wagon and mercenary to protect them from the wild beasts. The people began working harder to gain more money. They wished their child could fill their hopes to become a wizard. It's rare to get wizard knowledge, to expect one of your family to be a wizard or get a wizard inheritance in the past. In the past, that made ordinary people instantly give up and become a swordsman. Only people living in the Imperial Empire could sign up in the Imperial Academy. Now the North Academy had opened a new path for them. With this situation, the North Empire entered a period of calm. 3 years passed. In the morning, in the vast meadow, light shone on a courtyard near the castle. The air was still fresh, and the sound of chirping birds in the morning made it a beautiful garden. After the birds chirped happily, they then flew across a boy. The boy was about 110 cm tall, with blackish-brown hair, while his eyes were magenta. He was holding a wooden sword with both hands, his forehead was sweating, and sweat was dripping from almost all of his body. His expression was solemn. If you look at his body's shape, the boy had certainly trained very hard for many years to achieve a muscled body. The boy swung his sword up and down repeatedly, and after a few hours of doing the same thing, suddenly, the boy's body fell backward to the ground. His face was facing the blue sky, while his breathing was rough. He also started to close his eyes. Silence filled the area. Only the breeze's sound was heard when suddenly, the boy opened his eyes. The boy's eyeballs began to glow reddish for a few minutes before returning to normal. As the boy was lying down, he heard a voice calling him from afar. "Excuse me, young master, your meal is ready." This boy is Desmond. During these 3 years, he had always been diligently practicing with his sword and using spells without a break. Even both his parents told him to rest and make some friends. He just casually lied to them that he gets stronger to avoid the trouble and protect his sister and family in the future. Both of his parents felt relieved. They only smiled and suggested that he eat regularly. Desmond got up, approached the servant and said, "Thank you, please put it over there." At first, the servant was confused. Why did the young master train so hard? Why should he eat the meal on the ground, not at the dining table? But the servant didn't dare question the young master's decision. After a few years, the servant had gotten used to his young master's behavior. "Yes, young master," said the servant, bowing slightly and putting the meal on the ground before leaving. Desmond then looked at his meal. There were lots of vegetables and only a little meat. Desmond deliberately adjusted his meals to diet, so he did not have excess calories. He had seen many people still not care about the health problem and the advantage of vegetables. He added lots of vegetables to improve his memory and endurance. This made his body more healthy and fit. Desmond sat on the ground with his legs crossed, then start eating. While eating, he also checked his status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 3 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 5.05. Strength 6.56. Agility 0.36. Stamina 1.63. Trait effect. Selfishness unique, self-growth. Increase strength, agility, and stamina 20%. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.003. Decrease the effect of shared anything %. Conclusion: because the host often practices swordsmanship, the strength increases, while for agility there is no improvement. Stamina is obtained because the unique energy has reached 5. After 3 years there has only been a slight improvement. At this rate, I won't be able to protect myself, let alone my family. What if the assassin suddenly comes again? System: how's the new spell creation going? Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status: working 0%. Estimate time: 7 years. Unused slot 1. Still have to wait 7 years. Looks like now is the right time to check for abnormal conditions in this home. Previously, when Desmond was 1 year old, he commanded the system to track abnormal energy locations, which suddenly disappeared when he was growing up. The system found that unnatural energy is still underground, but now that is underneath his house. Desmond was shocked. He thought it would be somewhere in the meadow. Never in his mind did he think it would be under his house. Immediately, he wanted to check the location, but trouble always came along. Someone always bothered him, like Alice, who was always looking after him. If it weren't for Alice, then her mother was the guardian. This is normal, as a 1-year-old baby needs to be watched, but Desmond, who has a young man's soul, was irritated. Desmond was bored because there were no more exciting incidents, like his first days of reincarnation. Every day, he learned to speak the language of the saint world and played with his sister. But suddenly, he wanted to scan the entire area of the courtyard. And his feeling was right. He accidentally found that some people often stalked his house. Sneakily, he finds out these people's identity from the sheets of paper that his mother often brings home after work, which is right in his room closet, and listens to every conversation of both of his parents, but to no avail. After rechecking some documents, he became frustrated, but suddenly, he heard his parents' conversation. He heard that those people are the Grandmaster's subordinates. This fact made his effort in vain. He became more frustrated because there was nothing he could do while he was in this baby form. Only his will to protect himself in the future makes him keep going. After a couple years, Desmond's parents became busy at work. They rarely even come home. This situation makes Alice, usually happy, become sad and lonely. The abnormal grew has taken effect at them. Alice, who usually plays with her father, was permitted by her mother to use her spare time to go shopping in the market with her servant and bodyguards until the afternoon. She will often play a game with Desmond in the night. In contrast, after Desmond grew up, his father teaches him the basic swordsman, and he was always busy practicing from morning till night. Not only he inherited swordsman skills from his father, he also got some spells from his mother. Desmond displayed his progression to his parents. Both of his parents are proud of him. They know the average children were hardly learning spells and swordsman skills at the same time, which can be considered Desmond's talent was superior to them. But when compared to Alice's progression, Leona felt disappointed. Not only she didn't take the training seriously, she often preferred to choose shopping than training, unlike her little brother. They also were a new family that lived in the unfamiliar kingdom. Displaying Desmond's talent was not a good choice. Coupled with their presence rarely at home, Leona and Bastian choose to stay low-key. The more day passed, the rarer they came home, but they believed in the people hired by Grandmaster Weston to protect their family. Present time. After he finishing practicing, Desmond, who usually rests in the garden to meditate, didn't immediately do activities like before. He entered the house from the back kitchen door and called a servant. The servant close to the dining room came directly. "Did you call me, young master? Make a meal for tonight and put it on the dining table. And also, if Alice comes back, tell her I'm in closed meditation." The servant who heard this was confused, but didn't dare to ask. "Yes, young master." Before the servant could answer, Desmond cut him off. "I know you feel confused. Simply tell Alice not to come into my room, or I won't play with her again." "Yes, young master." After the servant left, Desmond went into his room. He opened his wardrobe and pulled a string. A hidden space behind his cloth revealed a real sword that had been hidden inside the space. This was the sword that his father had given him when he was 1 year old, which he had hidden inside the wardrobe. He was just being cautious. Who knows when his servant could suddenly become a traitor for the sake of money offered by some people and kill both his parents and take him and his sister hostage. Then he took the sword and hung it around his waist. "All right, now is the time to try the spell that I've been waiting for." Ups before that. System, check whether this spell is suitable for someone who hasn't reached the wizard class. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System conclusion. This spell only uses 0.01/second energy. This is suitable for people who haven't yet reached a wizard and have rare traits. If someone other than the wizard uses this spell, or a non-wizard with a lower than rare trait, they will quickly run out of energy. Looks like I can only use this spell for 7 minutes before running out of energy. This is not possible to reach the location. If I add a body enchantment, maybe I can reach it faster. After several minutes, Desmond waited until his house's atmosphere sounded quiet, and the servants were busy working on their job. He opened his door room and chanted a spell. Custom spell, light distortion. Swordsman skill, body enhancement. Desmond's skin and his legs seemed to harden before slowly, all of Desmond's body started to become dim and invisible. Desmond rushed to the back of his house through the back door of the kitchen. Once he was in the garden, he looked around and found a bush. He shifted the bush and spotted a door that looked like it led to the basement. He opened the door and entered. Inside, he saw a long hallway with candles hanging from each wall. Desmond had just arrived at the front of the hallway, bending over with a rough breath. His body slowly became visible again. This room is quite far. Desmond then took a breath and glanced back at the door. Ah, the doors. Desmond then returned the bush to the original position before closing the door tightly. Status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 3 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 0505. Strength 6.56. Agility 0.36. Stamina 1.63. Trait effect. Selfishness unique, self-growth. Increase strength, agility, and stamina 20%. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.003. Decrease the effect of shared anything percent. What? This is bad, my energy is drained just by using a simple spell like that. Looks like you are my only hope. Desmond then looked at the sword hanging from his waist and took it out with his right hand. Inside the underground, the only lighting was the candles sticking to the walls, making Desmond's vision minimal. The wall was in horrible condition, with many cracks. The floor also looked very mossy and dirty, and some corpses of dead rats could be seen scattered on the floor. The most dangerous thing is when we can't see them, but they can see us. Those are the important words that I will always remember all my life. Then he looked at his hand that was holding the sword. It seems my grip is weakened. Maybe this state of energy is the reason. Desmond then used the swordsman skill on his hand. Swordsman skill, body enhancement. Previously, Desmond had researched his swordsman skill. After several trials, he found out that his swordsman skills did not consume unique energy or stamina. He concluded that this situation might be because users did not borrow power from the outside of their bodies. The swordsman skill only increased or accelerated the circulation of blood in the body. Still, unlike the spell, there was a drawback when using swordsman skill too much in one day. The drawback effect depended on which skill part was the most overused. For example, if too much body enchantment was used in the legs, the leg will feel a sharp pain after the maximum uses. It would feel like that leg was cut 1,000 times and reattached to be cut again. The higher rank your swordsman class, the less pain and the maximum uses for skill increased. For now, I can only use this skill 3 times a day. Better save one more for emergencies. Desmond slowly advanced because his vision was limited. He also held his sword with both hands. When he reached the middle of the hallway, he accidentally stepped on one of the floor tiles stained with blood. He looked at the floors, his heart started racing, and his forehead began to sweat. Desmond quickly took 2 steps back from his previous position and muttered, "Shit, it must be a trap." His eyes quickly scanned the surrounding area, and suddenly, there was a sound of a wall sliding coming from in front of him. Desmond saw a small object slowly approaching him. Desmond then focused his gaze on the objects. 50 m. 25 m. The object quickly flies towards Desmond. Until 5 m. Desmond tilted his body, letting the object pass him. He looked behind to see. Arrow hub. It's too easy if that's the only arrow. Then he heard the lid shifting sound again. Desmond returned to its original position and started focusing on it again. If it's only one arrow, I can use it to train my agility and reaction. He gripped his sword tightly while his eyes were burning with the passion of youth. The arrow came at him again, but now, one by one, a shadow of an object appeared behind one arrow. If he roughly estimated, it was about 100 arrows being shot simultaneously. Shit fuck. The first arrow came aimed at his head. Desmond slashed the arrow with his sword because Desmond has high strength, and the arrow was split in half. Simultaneously, the second arrow flew and shot at his eyes. With the swordsman's skills reflex, he accidentally lowered his head to let the arrow fly far behind him, but it cost his leg that was pierced by the third arrow. Fortunately, only 3 arrows approached him simultaneously. The rest of the arrows had a distance between 1.5 m for each arrow, making them easier to avoid. Fuck, it's hurt, damn it. Desmond stood up while pulling out the arrow that had stuck in his leg. Desmond drew his breath as deep as possible and pulled it out. Huff, relax. Desmond's concentration began to improve. His mind was clear. Now 5 arrows were coming at him at the same time. Desmond quickly slashed towards the 5 arrows simultaneously. The slash gave off a wind effect that pushed back the incoming arrows, making their speed slower. He not only slashed, but he also dodged a lot, to the right and the left. His movements almost reached the first swordsman, who was able to create an afterimage every time he moved. After a few minutes, no more arrows appeared, but Desmond remained alert by waiting a few more minutes before lying down on the floor. Hog. His breathing was rough. He repeatedly opened and closed his mouth to take a breath. His chest also went up and down frequently. That was very scary. If I hadn't learned the skills from my father, I might be a corpse by now. Status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 3 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 0505. Strength 7. Agility 0.36, 0.4. Stamina 1.63. Trait effect. Selfishness unique, self-growth. Increase strength, agility, and stamina 20%. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.003. Decrease the effect of shared anything %. System conclusion. The host has minor injuries on the legs. The wound will heal within 3 hours. Healing can be faster if you focus your energy on recovery. Desmond, who saw the hologram in front of him, frowned. This data is too long. Next time, only focus on stats. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. I've got plenty of stamina, so just rest a bit. Suddenly, Desmond thought back to his first day reincarnated. But now is not the time to relax. Desmond then got up and sat down with his legs crossed. Afternoon. At the house's main gate, a little girl, accompanied by many guards, got off the horse carriage. The little girl was carrying many things in her hand, and when she saw the gate guard, she approached them. Bring the remaining groceries on the carriage to my room. Yes, young miss, the guard replied while calling his other guards for help. The little girl then changes the carriage and uses the special carriage that has been provided by the gatekeeper to drive into her house. Inside the carriage, the wind blew to the daydreaming girl as she looked at the vast meadow through the window. No matter how many times I see it, it's still beautiful, the girl said while leaning back. After a few minutes, the horse-drawn carriage arrived at the castle. The little girl got out of the horse carriage and immediately ran towards the main door excitedly. The servant standing in front of the main door, ready to greet the little girl, smiled on seeing this. Good evening, young miss. How was your trip? Nothing special. There was some demi-human blocking our way to get free coin and bread. So have Mom and Dad come home? She was looking around but couldn't spot a pair of boots nor the other carriages. The servant who heard it could only smile wryly. There has been no news from the lord nor lady, but I heard the news that they were conducting inspections in several villages a few days ago. When the little girl heard this, the smile on her face disappeared, and she immediately entered without replying. The servant felt sad for the little girl and went inside, following the little girl. In front of the staircase, the little girl who wanted to go straight to her room suddenly thought of her brother. She stopped moving and asked the servant, "What about my little brother?" Young Master Desmond said he was doing closed meditation and should not be disturbed. This little girl is Alice, Desmond's older sister. When both of her parents often do errands, only Desmond accompanies her every evening to play some games. When Alice heard this, her mouth curved up, and she smiled again along with a mysterious laugh. A closed meditation, let's see. When the servant saw Alice's behavior, the servant cut Alice's conversation quickly. I apologize for being impudent, young miss, but the young master said he shouldn't be disturbed, or he wouldn't play with young miss anymore. Alice, who heard this, stopped her intention. She knew very well that if Desmond had acted like that, it meant that his current meditation was crucial for him. Even though her nature was nosy, she knew that some things should not be disturbed. Did my little brother say when he will finish his meditation? When the servant heard this, the servant was relieved that Alice agreed not to disturb Desmond. Young Master Desmond only told me to prepare dinner for him. So it's at night, I'd better give my little brother a surprise. Alice chuckled and immediately went to check on the item she had just bought. All the servants who live in this palace know that Alice loves Desmond. Her love increases when their parents often leave them. The thing that the servants are afraid of is that Alice loves for Desmond to exaggerate. Even now, Alice is very selective about Desmond's clothes, behavior, and friends. Until now, the reason Desmond doesn't have a friend is Alice. There is a high chance that Desmond will have trouble getting a wife in the future. Underground. Simultaneously, the person Alice was talking about seemed to be busy dodging the several fireballs that were coming at him. Suddenly, a giant fireball appeared, which was impossible for Desmond to dodge to the right or the left. As the giant fireball approached, Desmond jumped forward, using his left wall as support. Desmond then flew straight while slashing the fireball from above. Desmond's head hit the hallway's ceiling after the fireball was gone, due to the hallway's short height. After falling, Desmond then got up and grumbled, "Fuck, fuck, fuck. What the fuck? How can a room that has been abandoned for a long time still have many traps? These damn walls and floors." Previously, after Desmond stepped on the strange floor, he became more careful with the floor. He carefully and slowly chose the floor to step on. It took hours before he accidentally leaned against a wall filled with strange carvings, which resulted in a fireball trap. Although this can be an exercise for me to increase agility, it's not worth the risk of losing my life. After Desmond said that, suddenly, a ball of fire hit him straight in the stomach. Desmond was knocked back 10 before stopping and lying on the floor. Cough. Cough. He coughed many times, with blood coming out every time he coughed. He then looked forward and saw that the fireballs were no longer attacking him. Desmond slowly got up and sat on the floor. Looks like I can only reach here. This room is more complicated than I thought. I'd better take a break to face Alice later. Before that, status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 3 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 2.01505. Strength 7.04. Agility 0.44. Stamina. What? Looks like it should be done for today. Desmond then started meditating again and focused on healing. After a few minutes of meditation, he opened his eyes and prepared to leave the dungeon. Night. Right behind the palace came the sound of bushes, along with the sound of the door opening. Suddenly, the bushes that originally covered the lower part of the castle opened to reveal an open door, and a boy was right in front of the door. After walking for so long from the hallway, Desmond immediately opened the door to the basement exit. When he came out, he also didn't forget to look at the situation of the area around him. System scan this surrounding area. Is the Grandmaster's subordinate nearby? Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System conclusion. The result of the spread of the host energy to the surrounding area is nil, but from a distance, the object is approaching very fast. That must be the Grandmaster subordinate. Maybe they changed shifts. Desmond quickly closed the cellar door and returned the bush to its normal position. My energy now is enough for 3 minutes. Custom spell Light Distortion. Swordsman skill Body Enhancement. Luckily, I have a spare body enhancement skill. If it gets caught, it might be a big problem. With that, Desmond's body began to become transparent again. He entered the castle by using the back door of the kitchen and headed straight for his room. After Desmond left, shadows arrived near the location of the dungeon. One of the shadows sees the leaves and shrubs falling near the cellar door. What's wrong? Asked the shadow next to it. Is it autumn now? Not yet, still summer. Then how do you explain that some leaves are falling in the area around there? The shadow said while pointing to the bushes. The people in the shadows began focusing their eyes before laughter erupted. How nice joke. Don't worry, maybe it was carried away by the wind. Look at the trees that are blowing so hard above us, the shadow said, pointing at the leaves that were on the trees blowing very hard. That's right, maybe I was worried too much. Never mind, the Grandmaster ordered us to keep an eye on this family, but we haven't had anything suspicious in the past 3 years. Maybe Grandmaster Weston and Master Noel's suspicions were too exaggerated. Well, I hope that's true. I want to hurry this job completely. It's such a tiring job. Yeah, we also ain't doing while our friend has been to party every night. With the night so long and cold, the two shadows keep talking until they are bored and begin to keep an eye on the Desmond family. The shadows are the special forces of Grandmaster Weston, who have been specially trained in all situations. What? After Desmond exited the basement, he entered the castle through the back door in the kitchen. The kitchen door was squeaking, and it was very dark. A large chandelier above the dining table became the lighting, as well as the moonlight reflection that entered through the windows near the dining table. Suddenly he heard the sound of lightning. Huh, gasped Desmond in surprise. A bright flash of light suddenly blocks his vision. After a moment, he regains his sight and then sees a human-shaped shadow standing right in front of the dining table. Huh. When Desmond saw this shadow, he became alert and tightly gripped the sword on his hip. Step by step, Desmond slowly approached the shadow. Meanwhile, Desmond's body also slowly became visible again. When Desmond was near the shadow, he saw a girl sleeping at the dining table. This girl also held a box while sleeping. Desmond felt relieved and lowered his guard. You just startled me, sis, Desmond said while looking at the gift his elder sister was holding. He shook his head and mumbled, "It's been 1 year, yeah." It had been 1 year since their parents had left Desmond and his sister. This made Desmond forget about his birthday. Alice, who loves Desmond, always surprises him every year. Last year, Alice gifted him a sword scabbard, which he still uses now. Not only Alice, but Desmond had also changed. These years, Alice kept pouring love and showing kindness to him, which reminded him of his old family. Although they were a stranger in his heart, a seed had grown, and unconsciously, he slowly accepted Alice as his sister. Come on, sis, it's cold outside. Desmond then carried Alice and headed to the second floor. The sister he thought annoying and troublesome at first slowly became an adorable elder sister and woman in his heart. Desmond was taller than Alice and usually swung a 5 kg wooden sword every day, so her weight was nothing. When he arrived on the second floor, Desmond went straight to Alice's room. He opened the door with his left hand and slowly put Alice on the bed. While Desmond was laying Alice down on the bed, he suddenly felt a hand holding his clothes. He glanced back to see Alice still sleeping, but her hand tightly held his hand. Desmond then looked at Alice's face, only to see that her eyes were still closed, but with a sad smile on her face and a tear falling from her eyes. Father, mother, don't leave me again. I miss you all. Desmond, who heard this, unconsciously rubbed Alice's head and sighed inwardly. A pity, this age is an important age where parents give their love toward their child. In the case of a girl, she may grow hating her parents or searching for another man for protection. Sigh, now they need me to take care of her. Alice's expression then changed slightly, and her mouth curved to form a smile. Desmond covered Alice's body and left the room. Just by looking at her, a warm feeling reminded him back to his past, where his family also took care of him and gave everything to him even though they are a mafia. A family is still the closest person in the world, beside your wife. What? After entering his room, Desmond immediately jumped into his bed. Ah, Desmond moaned and turned around to stare at the ceiling of his room. My body doesn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Even the burn marks I got from this dungeon are gone, Desmond said as he opened his clothes a little while touching them. Previously, there were burn marks on his muscular abdomen. If this happened to him in his old world, people would expect these burns to be permanent, never to be healed or removed. But because Desmond managed to focus on healing, the severe wounds were completely invisible. While staring at the ceiling, he also muttered, "Status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 3 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 5.05. Strength 7.04. Agility 0.44. Stamina 1.63. My agility has increased, but I don't feel any change. When Desmond looked at his status, he suddenly heard a roar from the sky and saw through the window that it was raining. Desmond accidentally focused his gaze on every drop of water that fell from the sky. It was like the world had stopped, and all the water droplets that were about to fall had stopped in the air or rather slowed down. Maybe this is a benefit from increasing agility. Not bad, just added a little, but had a decent effect. Let's see what we get this year. Desmond shifted his gaze to the gift box he'd taken from Alice's hand. The gift was in the form of a box and was only the size of a hand. There was also a large ribbon tied around the gift box. Desmond pulled the ribbon in the middle of the box, and the wrapping of the box opened to reveal a necklace. The necklace chain seemed to be made of silver, with a dragon's head formed in the necklace's center. Desmond just shook his head. After the sword scabbard, now a necklace. Desmond held the necklace in both hands. Thank you, sis, you care a lot about me. Now it's time to hide this dangerous item. Desmond then opened the cupboard and pulled the rope that was in the cupboard. After Desmond had put down his original sword, he then began meditation to increase his unique energy. System, did you keep my parents' battle records? Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System suggestion. Yes, it was a recording 3 years ago, where at that time the host's parents were being attacked by the assassin. Did the host want to play the tape? Yes, please. With that, Desmond, who was cross-legged on the bed, started to meditate while playing back the recording of the battle between Leona, Bastion, and the assassins. Desmond had been doing this technique for years. Making him see the scene repeatedly allowed Desmond's body to slowly mimic some of the movements that were on the tape. In Alice's room. The next day, Alice was sleeping on the bed. She slowly opened her eyes. Good morning, young miss. Mornha. She sees a maid opening the curtains. The sunlight came in, shining in her eyes, and made her wake up. Alice then got up from her bed to look around. Why am I here? As I remember, I fell asleep yesterday in the dining room. Well, the other maid who was sweeping answered with a smile. It seemed that yesterday, young Master Desmond brought you here. We did not dare to wake you up, young miss. Oh, Alice nodded before remembering something. Where is the gift? Sorry, young miss, we did not see any gifts in the room. Maybe young. Before the maid had finished speaking, Alice interrupted her. Help me search now. Alice looked for the gift on her bed in a panic. Then she rushed to check the cupboard and still couldn't find it. The maids also helped to look below the bed, under the pillow, at the ceiling. After a few minutes of searching, Alice also still couldn't find the gift. Her legs became limp and she dropped her feet to the floor. Her eyes began to tear, her face flushed, and she let out a crying sound. The maids nearby panicked. They tried to calm her, but to no avail. Young miss, please don't cry. We can buy gifts for the young master later, one of the maids said while stroking Alice's hair, who was sitting on the floor. But today it's Desmond's birthday, Alice replied, and her crying voice became louder, causing a few maids to come to her room. 2 days earlier, when Alice went out, she had painstakingly selected the best present for her brother, and after looking for more than 1 hour, she finally chose the best gift. She arrived at the master and ordered the blacksmith to make a necklace. The blacksmith said it took 2 days to complete. With that, 2 days had passed, and yesterday was the day she took the gift. When she saw the necklace, she was satisfied with a smile and immediately rushed home, letting her servant take care of the payment. What? In Desmond's room. After last night, Desmond meditated and watched the video he had recorded. His body was getting tired. He spread himself out on the bed and spoke. I did not realize it's already morning. The meditation is very refreshing. It makes me forget the time. He felt a bit tired and started to close his eyes to rest before suddenly hearing the sound of crying from the next room. Alice. Recognizing her voice recognized, Desmond immediately rushed to that room. Desmond arrived at Alice's door. A few maids were peeking into Alice's room, which made his heart pound. He immediately entered Alice's room while shouting getaway to the maids. When Desmond entered Alice's room, he looked at Alice's bed and did not find a single hair. He then saw the maid standing in the corner of the room looking down. There, Desmond saw Alice sitting on the floor with a red face. Alice, are you okay? Desmond came over to Alice and held her cheek with both hands. Desmond. Alice raised her head only to see Desmond right in front of her. Alice accidentally looked at Desmond's neck and found that he was already wearing the gift she had long prepared. Stupid, Alice muttered while hitting Desmond's chest, then planted her face into Desmond's chest. Oh. Desmond pretended to be in pain. He was also confused and glanced at the maid, who smiled wryly. This morning, young miss woke up and looked for a gift she was going to give you. After a few minutes of searching and not finding it, young miss became like this. Desmond realized his mistake. He then whispered something in Alice's ear. how about I accompany you shopping today? On hearing Desmond's offer, Alice immediately nodded and stood up. You promise, okay? I'll get ready now. Alice stood up while pointing a finger towards Desmond. Desmond also stood up with his right hand crossed and touched his chest while trying to act out the style of a knight who was receiving orders. Yes, sister. Alice held back her laughter before letting go and bursting out in laughter. Puffs halalu. Desmond only smiled before the maid, who was in Alice's room, expelled him from the room. He didn't know where this feeling had come from. For 3 years, slowly soaked by Alice's affection, his heart had begun to accept the existence of a family. Even though he still considered himself an outsider, these times made slight changes in his heart. He was not a hero who immediately accepted the changes of this world and protected a stranger who they considered family, or a villain who thinks everyone in this world is an enemy and always acts cold to them. Before, Desmond only acted friendly with them, joking, playing with them, and smiling, but now he was still acting coldly toward them, but not as cold as before. What? In the library. Desmond was reading a book and drinking a cup of tea. Suddenly, the sound of the door squeaked, and a maid entered. Young master, young miss has finished taking a shower. Oh, okay. Desmond then stood up and finished his tea before exiting the room. Years ago. Because there was only one bathroom, the Desmond family had to keep taking turns to shower. This also applied to the maids. The difference is that the upper bathroom belonged to the Desmond family, and no maids were allowed to bathe there. As for the maids, they had a small bathroom downstairs. Desmond often saw a few maids go out to take a bath in the public bathhouse. When Desmond took a bath for the first time, he was surprised that the bathroom in this world was almost the same as the bathroom from his old world. First, Desmond tried the bathtub, which looked like it was made of ceramic. He was surprised that the bathtub also had a water gauge temperature. Desmond saw a crystal murmur hovering over him. When he asked his parents about this, his parents said that it was an energy-saving crystal. Like a battery in the real world, its function is almost the same, just how it charges uses its unique energy. This made idea pop up in Desmond's head. He then tried several experiments and finally managed to create a closet that could clean automatically. Of course, he got this idea from his old world. Present. After finishing dressing, Desmond headed to the dining room to see a well-dressed Alice. Desmond wore a plain shirt and left it unbuttoned at the top for a more casual look. On top of the shirt, he was wearing a sleek vest with 6 buttons. It had a fairly deep V-line, which causes the vest to line up perfectly with the jacket's V-line when it was buttoned up. His pants copied the jacket's style, both in color and pattern, and created a perfect balance with his shoes, a stylish pair of whole-cut Oxfords. To top it all off, he was wearing a luxurious belt, which could be accompanied by a brooch and cufflinks. Meanwhile, Alice was wearing a dress, which left the top of her shoulders uncovered, but covered the sides and flowed down into an elegant jewel neckline. It was a close fit that removed the focus from her small, developed breasts without making them look sloppy. Her arms had been covered about her elbows. The sleeves broadened towards the bottom and playfully accentuated her skin. They looked like royalty, even though nobles were no longer in this land because of rebellion. However, some rich people look like royalty, even though they are commoners. Alice, who sees Desmond's appearance, felt amazed and proud. That is my little brother, handsome and brave. Desmond just shook his head. Haha, let's eat, sis, before I change my mind. Desmond then sat beside Alice while waiting for the food to come. When sitting, Desmond also tugged at his clothes. This outfit is too tight and uncomfortable. After finishing breakfast, they left, together with 3 guards accompanying them. What? In our city. After Desmond and Alice leave their home area, they see the inner city's atmosphere as calm and relaxing. Maybe because it's still early morning, and also because some shops are still not open yet. Their house is also near the market, and it takes no time to reach the most important shops. Desmond, let's go to the bakery first. Alice, who was used to shopping, grabbed Desmond's hand to walk to the bakery. Desmond, who is not used to going out of the house, can only obey Alice's orders. Okay, lead the way, but don't pull my hand like this, Desmond said as he let go of Alice's hand and walked beside her. Alice, who saw this, frowned slightly before returning to normal. They rarely went out together again after their father and mother often served. This also made Alice happy about Desmond's offer. After a few minutes walking, they finally arrived at the bakery. Desmond then looked at the bakery carefully. The bakery was not too big, You could say it was the size of their guest room. The window glass displayed the bread from the outside, put on the table for display. When Desmond entered, he smelled the aroma of bread being baked. He also saw a servant approaching him. The waitress looked like she was still a teenager. She had friendly light brown eyes and blonde hair pulled into a ponytail. Standing 4'2" tall, this pale-skinned woman had a cheerful feel about her, as she approached them smiling with a menu board in her hand. When the waitress saw Desmond and Alice, she smiled and nodded inwardly, looking at the handsome and beautiful make her blooming in flower. "Welcome to the Marley Bread Shop. Do you want to eat here with your fiancé or take it home?" the waitress said in a teasing tone. She can see a blush on Alice's face. "Bring home." Before Desmond could finish his words, Alice suddenly cut in. "Eat here," Alice replied as she grabs Desmond's hand and gazes at him with pleading eyes. Desmond looked at the waitress and said, "Yes, eat here and reserve a table for two." "But young master," the waitress said nervously as she glanced behind Desmond and Alice. Desmond, who saw this, understood and ordered all his guards to stand guard outside. "Young master, I apologize, but at least bring one person to accompany the young master to pro." Before the guard finished, Desmond cut him off by blocking the mouth with one finger. "We just eating. This is an inner city, close to the King Palace. Don't you think the king let any danger lurking around?" But young Moz, when the captain wanted to argue, he saw Desmond's eyes turn very cold. "Yes, young master." With a loud voice, the captain obeyed Desmond's orders and walked out of the shop. "Well, the problem is over. Can we continue?" Desmond turned around and gazed at the waitress with a friendly smile. When the waitress saw Desmond's behavior, she giggled and led them to sit at the table. After sitting down, the waitress gave Desmond and Alice a menu and asked, "What would you like to order?" Desmond looked at the menu: chocolate bread, cheese bread, strawberry bread, and coffee. "Bread? Yeah, it's been a long time since I've tasted this. Maybe this will count as my first time to eat bread in this world." While Desmond was lost in thought about what to choose, he suddenly heard Alice's voice. "Is there ice cream in here?" "Sorry, sweetie, we are not ready for ice cream. Maybe later in the afternoon, you can come here again." Desmond sees Alice's expression become sullen. He sighed and then looked at the waiter. "We will order the best menu in this shop." Desmond then sees a note and a pen coming out of the waitress's pocket. The note and pen then floated while recording his order. "The best menu today is bread cheeses with coffee, which will come soon." After the waitress left, Desmond began to inspect the decoration of the shop. The shop sold various kinds of bread, but from the menu, he saw only small slices of bread were available. When he saw the furniture that this shop used, such as tables, carpets, and lights, Desmond felt that the shop was only for people who have a lot of money. Suddenly, he heard a doorbell sound. Accidentally, Desmond, who was observing the storeroom, glanced at the door. There he saw two women, who seemed to want to also eat in this shop. He saw the same waitress approaching the two women. After a few minutes, the waitress directed the two women towards the table near him. "I don't want to cause a misunderstanding. Better look somewhere," Desmond said. Glancing at the two women, he quickly glanced in another direction. When he was still looking around the furniture, he heard the women calling out to him. "Oh my, what cute boys and girls. May I know what your names are?" He turned around and saw the older woman speaking with a teasing tone. She was about 5'4" tall, and she had large breasts and slim buttocks. Her hair was long with the color red and a golden blonde hairstyle. Her face and her blue eyes were not inferior to Leona, who was already famous for her beauty. The woman was dressed like a noble, with a lot of jewels on her body. The other girl was roughly 1 year older than Desmond. She had a beautiful face, not inferior to Alice because she was still quite young. Her beauty is not visible. She had the same red hair as her mother, but with red eyes and bob haircut, which indirectly showed the little girl's personality. She was also no taller than Desmond, about 3'3" tall. Desmond had to admit that beauty in this world was very different from his old world. In fact, he saw many people with beautiful and handsome faces on the streets. Desmond looked at the woman and spoke politely. "Good morning, Mrs. My name is Desmond," while Alice is in front of me. Alice, who was still looking at the menu while playing with her hair, suddenly heard her name mentioned. She looked at the older woman and introduced herself politely. "Alice." "Oh my, very polite. No need to be polite to this aunt. Auntie also has children your age." "My name is Clementine, and this is my child Deanna," Clementine said, holding Diana's shoulder to show it to Desmond and Alice. Deanna then looked at Desmond and Alice for a moment before snorting, "Humph." "Diana." Clementine snapped at Diana as she stuttered angrily. "Diana." Diana introduced herself with a sullen face. Then she looked at Desmond's body and pointed. "Are you strong? If not, then don't talk to me." "Well, the fuck?" "You spoke to us first," thought Desmond. His impression of Diana had changed drastically. "Sorry, my daughter is usually not like this." Clementine, who saw her daughter's behavior, felt very embarrassed while apologizing to Desmond and Alice. Alice, who felt her little brother being harassed, stood up and spoke. "Hump, my little brother is 100x stronger than you," she said while pointing at Diana. Before Diana had finished speaking, Clementine cut her off. "Diana." Desmond then glanced at Alice with a gaze that was meant to tell her to sit quietly. When they had calmed down, two waitresses suddenly came to their respective tables with their food. "This is your order. Thank you for your patience." Alice then took out 2 gold coins, a large thick coin made out of yellow metal. On one side it has a picture of the queen, and on the other was a picture of a pear tree. Its design was moderately embellished. History says that the two sides have important meanings for the human race. The queen symbol was obtained from the betrayal of the king's wife, Sieg. They used this as a lesson that all queens or women cannot be trusted. As for the tree symbol, this reminded them that until now, it was only the elves that they had not colonized. Clementine also took out the same coin and gave it to the waitress. "Thank you and enjoy your meal." After the two waitresses left, Clementine said, before continuing to speak, "Let's enjoy this breakfast first," looking at Desmond with a smile. Due to Desmond's mature nature, many people began to speak politely to him, even at such an early age. She gestured to Clementine to enjoy it first. While Clementine and Diana ate, Desmond looked at Alice and said, "Please don't cause trouble next time or we'll end it here." Alice could only nod while glaring at Diana with a sharp gaze. Diana, who realized this, also glared back at Alice with the same look. Desmond and Clementine just shook their heads before continuing to eat. After they'd finished eating, Clementine asked Desmond and Alice again, "So where are you going after this?" When Desmond heard this, his eyebrows raised. His expression also frowned while looking at Clementine, who was smiling at him. "We want to go to the magic shop to buy a new magic crystal." "Oh my, we happen to have the same destination," Clementine smiled as she covered her mouth with a fan. Diana had been looking at Alice earlier, and hearing that they had the same goal, she stared at Desmond for a while before returning to Alice. Alice, who didn't know that they were going to the magic shop, sees Desmond and holds his clothes. Desmond just shook his head and whispered, "Calm down, there are some ingredients I want to buy. After that, we will go to your favorite toy shop." Alice nodded as she held Desmond's hand tightly, the clear affection reflected in her eyes, showing a love that almost broke common sense. Even when Clementine and Diana understand their sibling, it felt strange. As Alice and Desmond walked out of the shop, the guards who Desmond had thrown out greeted them immediately. "Oh my, it turns out you are a young master." When Clementine sees this, she does not feel weird because it is so expensive that no normal people could afford to eat here. She also laughed while covering her mouth with a fan. "Hee, our father and mother work in the army with high ranks." As they were being praised, Alice, who had been silent, bragged about their parents. "Just depending on your parents doesn't mean your fate will become a princess," Diana, who had been annoyed by Alice, replied with this pitiful gaze and a mocking tone. This time, Desmond didn't stop Alice from talking because he was also quite annoyed with Diana, who was always looking for trouble. Clementine, who saw Desmond's expression, then interrupted them and spoke, "Don't bicker too much, Diana. Let's go." When they heard Clementine's word, Alice and Diana then looked away with a pout. Strangely, after a few minutes, Alice, who was previously on Desmond's arm, suddenly walked together with Diana. They chatted happily like that was nothing happened before. They even laughed, looked like touching each other's noses. Desmond already found women were strange, but seeing this, he was speechless and finally chose to ignore that. Since the bakery location with the magic shop was quite close, they only walked a few minutes before arriving in front of the shop. From the outside, this shop seemed very ordinary. There was nothing magical at all. If not for the magical shop nameplate hanging over the door, people might think this is someone else's house. When they entered, they couldn't see anything, as they were surrounded by darkness. Clementine immediately frowned. Hello, excuse me. Mr. Frank, are you there?" Clementine tried to call a few times, but like an uninhabited house, there was no answer. Desmond also became irritated. He then saw something sparkling at the end of the room. When Desmond wanted to approach it, Alice, who had been scared, suddenly pulled Desmond's clothes. "Where do you want to go?" Alice said while hugging Desmond's left hand. "Come with me, I want to check something over there," Desmond said, taking Alice's hand and walking towards the shiny object. When Desmond stepped out of the area near the door, candles hanging on the wall lit up one by one, spreading to another candle until all the darkness faded. As everyone focused on the candles, a figure stood in the middle of the room, wearing a hoodie with a long robe. "Welcome to the Frankie Fox shop." Judging from the voice, this was an older man, roughly 40 years old, with a long white beard that touched the floor. The man was dressed like a sorcerer, wearing a long robe and wearing a hoodie covering his face. When Desmond saw this man, he immediately ordered the system, scan the person in front of me. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name Frankie Fox. Gender male. Age 45. Race human. Class first wizard. Occupation shop owner. Unique energy 45. Strength 6. Agility 7. Stamina 8. Trait effect. What? It seems like getting to the second wizard is harder than I thought Desmond with a sour face. Because a few years ago, he heard what his mother and father had said about how difficult it was to find the ingredients to advance to the second wizard. After Desmond finished scanning Frankie, he felt Frankie sticking to him with a smile. "Hello, little boy, do you want something?" Although Desmond could not see his face, he was sure that the man was smiling noisily. Desmond turned his gaze to see that shiny thing again, which turned out to be on the room's corner shelf. He then returned to the owner of the shop and also smiled. Sorry for my impudence, mister, I'm just curious about that thing," Desmond said as he pretended to cough and pointed at it. The thing Desmond was pointing at was a crystal floating on the shelf. This tiny obelisk-shaped crystal was translucent plum purple in color, and it also had pure energy from nature. Frankie turned to the direction Desmond was pointing at and looked back at Desmond. He saw the clothes Desmond was wearing and the guard behind. "If I may know, what is the need for the young master?" Take it easy. This is not for anything dangerous, I'm just a little curious." Of course, Desmond understood this shop owner. He answered without taking his eyes off the crystal. Desmond's parents said that not just anyone could buy equipment in a magic shop. If it weren't for Desmond bringing Clementine to the shop, maybe he would have tried a little harder to convince the shop owner. Perhaps he would be forced to use his parents' name. Higher unique energy found. Higher unique energy found. Higher unique energy found. It's been many times since the system's sound rang in his mind, every time he saw the crystal. Previously, when Desmond had gone to the bakery, the system found an item that contained a high level of unique energy. He opened the map and saw that energy near the road where he had been passing. This was the reason he suddenly wanted to go to the magic shop. As Desmond was daydreaming, he suddenly felt someone touch his back. Ara's here, let this ant bring that item for you," Clementine said. She had observed Desmond's expression for a while. She really liked to tease him. This was the first time she had met a boy like Desmond, who had mature behavior. This behavior made her curious about Desmond's parents. Meanwhile, Deanna was getting annoyed since her mother was always teasing Desmond and ignoring their purpose to come here. "Mother, let's find my stuff," Deanna snapped while tugging at Clementine's sleeve. "Ara, my little daughter is jealous. See you later, little Desmond," Clementine said and went up to the second floor with Diana. "Boy, do you still want to buy it?" Frankie, who had been waiting for their conversation to end, was getting impatient. At first, he was glad that Clementine would bring his item. In this kingdom, everyone knows Clementine and her family background. Sorry for earlier, so how much?" Desmond realized after Frankie asked him. After finishing the transaction, Desmond and Alice wanted to go straight to the toy store, but Desmond wanted to say goodbye to Clementine and her daughter. After a few minutes of waiting, they had not yet come down. "Let's go, Desmond, just leave them alone." Alice grew impatient as she looked towards the stairs. "All right, uncle, convey my greetings to the lady earlier." Desmond then left without waiting for Frankie's answer. Frankie, who saw this, just kept quiet before returning to tidying up his shop items. After exiting the shop, Alice suddenly approached Desmond and whispered something. Desmond just nodded before using the spell, and the two of them disappeared. The guard escorting Desmond had just come out and wanted to accompany their master again, but they didn't find their master and panicked. "Search in all directions, we split up," ordered the captain. "Please, young master miss, I hope this is your little trick." Sweat could be seen on his forehead. Even his eyes wandered into the crowd on the street. Yes, Captain. Outer City Gate. After running for a long time, Desmond and Alice's bodies slowly became visible. Alice then opened her eyes and saw that they were already in the outer city. How did you do that? It's a secret, Desmond replied expressionlessly. Alice snorted while looking away, but after that she spoke in a low tone, thanks. Desmond then looked at Alice and asked, so why did we have to do that? This time he stared at Alice with a serious expression. Actually, I want to surprise Dad and Mom by giving them flowers when they come back. But the guards are the most trusted people hired by Mom and Dad, so almost all of our activities will be reported to them. Is that still a surprise? Alice asked while holding tightly one of Desmond's hands. Desmond is silent seeing this. He waved one of his hands towards Alice's head and made a head chop. Ouch. Alice was in pain while holding her head and looked at Desmond with fake anger. Next time, don't do it again without me. It will be dangerous. Desmond simply ignored Alice's gaze while looking at the area around him. Now follow me this time. Let me look for the flower shop. Desmond took Alice's hand and then started looking for the nearest flower shop. What? After they'd finished buying flowers, Alice immediately rushed to take Desmond to the toy shop. Come on, Desmond, hurry up. Fine, take it easy, the shop won't run away. They ran until they finally reached the toy shop, the same shop when they first arrived in this kingdom. So, did you bring the money? Alice didn't answer right away, but she showed him the pouch containing quite a few gold coins. Okay, I'll wait at C. Before Desmond could finish his words, he heard the sound of the door closing. He just shook his head and waited. After a few minutes of waiting, Alice came out with many bags containing toys. The bags also floated, so Alice didn't have to carry them. So can we go home now? When Alice wanted to answer, Desmond heard a rumbling sound from her stomach. This made Alice's face turn red, and she suddenly lowered her head. Sigh, how could this happen? We just ate recently. Host has been affected by mind spell. Stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll buy you something. There was a chair in front of the toy shop, where Desmond had previously sat to wait for Alice. Now Alice was sitting on it and nodding her head. Host has been affected by mind spell. Give me the money bag. Alice obeyed his orders very tamely without looking at his eyes. She only looked away while giving the pouch. I wonder, will all girls be like this? Desmond then checks the pouch and took a few coins, giving the pouch back to Alice. Host has been affected by mind spell. Don't need a lot of money just to buy snacks. What? Because this is the second time Desmond had been in the outer city, he was also curious about this city. He looked around while looking for the nearest restaurant or shop. He saw a few small alleys, leading to narrow spaces, flanked by buildings in almost every street as he was walking. That made him frown. He sped up his search and right at the end of the road, he found a small building that looked like a food stall. Desmond walked over to the shop, which only had 2 small windows at each end of the shop. There was also a hole in the middle, enough for an adult's hand to enter. Above that hole, there was also a glass showing the situation inside the shop. When Desmond arrived at the shop, he saw the shop owner tidying something on the floor. Desmond was impatient. He tried his best to smile while asking, "Excuse me, are you open now?" The shop owner, who heard someone's voice, immediately looked at Desmond. He stood while tidying his clothes, dust coming out every time he patted his clothes. Yes, I apologize earlier. My son dropped something, the shop owner said with a smile as he rubbed his head. When the shop owner saw Desmond clearly, his smile grew wider. So, young master, what do you want to order? We also have ice cream here. Well, the shop owner knew that the child in front of him must be someone from a wealthy family. He usually only offered ice cream to the rich kids. Besides making ice cream, which is quite difficult, the ingredients price was also relatively high. When the shop owner knows Desmond's taste, he does not feel strange because he also knows that making ice cream is very costly. All right, uncle, I'll order 2 pieces of ice cream. All right, wait a minute. After Desmond finished ordering, the shop owner went straight to his workplace. Then the shop owner takes some milk and pours it into a large pot. He also sees the shop owner bring 2 glasses of water and cast a spell. The water in the glass suddenly turned into ice. The ice then poured into the pan, and the shop owner closed his eyes while muttering something. After a few seconds, the pot's contents rotated by themselves until they became a sticky and soft texture. The shop owner took 2 wooden glasses and poured the cream into the glass. From a jar filled with grated chocolate, the shop owner looked at Desmond. Chocolate. Strawberry. Desmond, who saw the method of making ice cream for the first time, was dumbfounded, his mind awake when the shop owner asked, both chocolate. The shop owner sprinkled the grated chocolate on the cream, then chanted another spell, and the cream that had been soft and sticky had slowly hardened. Done. The shop owner then brings the 2 ice creams to Desmond. Total is 20 silvers. Desmond then takes the money from his pocket. When he wanted to give him the coin, he realized it was a gold coin. As he rechecked his pocket, he saw that almost all the coins are gold coins. Speechless, Desmond was forced to hand over 1 gold coin to the shop owner. Gold coins. The shop owner was surprised. Earlier, when he saw Desmond checking his pockets, he thought Desmond didn't have any money and almost kicked him out. Just take the rest, Desmond replied as he took the 2 glasses of ice cream and walked away. Thank you, young master, the shop owner repeatedly bowed with a big smile on his face. What? Desmond quickly walked towards the toy shop. The first time he saw the many narrow alleys in the outer city, he already felt an unpleasant thing. Host has been affected by mind spell. Host has been affected by mind spell. Host has been affected by mind spell. Can't remove because the distance between the host and caster is too far. Mind spell in the host brain will become permanent after 1 day. Fuck. Desmond had been unaware of his behavior, being forced by the spell to leave Alice alone. He hastily accelerated his pace again. Why didn't the system tell me? System conclusion. Host has been notified by the system before, but host's mind is full of thinking woman behavior. Okay, I know this is my bad. Alice, I hope you're okay. Once there, Desmond couldn't find Alice. He only saw a toy doll lying in front of the toy shop. Alice. Stop playing around, Desmond shouted, making the people on the street worry about his psyche. 1 second, 2 seconds. For half a minute, Desmond hadn't seen Alice. Immediately, he checked the toy shop but couldn't find the shop owner. System found the same flow energy as the caster in this area. He snorts and looks at the situation in the shop. Suddenly, his gaze focused on the door. A woman's moan is heard, and without thinking, Desmond headed to the source of the sound and knocked on that door. Caster is nearby. The door is still silent, but the moan becomes louder. Impatient, Desmond tried to break the door with a kick, but the door didn't budge. He tried to break the door a couple of times, but every time Desmond attempted to break the door, the moaning sound became louder. Fuck this door. He became annoyed and used swordsman's skill, body enhancement. It made the skin on his legs slowly harden, and once again he tried to kick the door, and as a result, the door fell forward. Where the fuck is my sister? Snapped Desmond, looking at the situation in the room. The room looked shabby with a very fishy smell and a ceiling made of bricks. The room is dim, but fortunately, 2 candles are attached to the wall, making the view in front of it visible. There is also 1 larger bed in the middle of the room. On top of the bed is a middle-aged man with a fairly fat body proportion, standing with sweat pouring all over his body. Every part of his body could also be seen because he was not wearing any clothes. In contrast, Desmond also saw a woman who was quite beautiful, with a lot of cosmetics covering her face and long hair that almost filled all areas of the mattress. She also had hips and breasts that could be said to be quite large. Almost all the curves of the woman's body were visible, with sweat all over her body. She was also naked, facing the opposite direction of the middle-aged man. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name. Gender male. Age 35. Race human. Class. Occupation shop owner disguise caster. Unique energy 11. Strength 7. Agility 3. Stamina 2. Trade effect. System suggestion. Kill the caster to get your mind clear. When Desmond saw the person's status, his eyes became cold, and unconsciously he let out a bit of a killing air. Gradually he approached the fat man and choked his neck. The woman on the bed covered her body with a thick blanket before running out of the store. My sister came in and shopped in this shop and bought some toys. But when I left her for a while, she was gone. Tell me what you see or I'll crush one of your fingers. Desmond said, then released his grip on the fat man. The fat man fell into the bed coughing. Fuck you, why do I have to give? Before the fat man could finish his word, Desmond stomped on one of his fingers until it broke. Scream, the fat man screamed, but Desmond choked his neck again, breaking another finger. Keep quiet, just tell me where my sister is. Desmond let go of his grip and waited for a few seconds. The fat man held and massaged his neck. He also coughed a few times before speaking. Please, don't hurt me, please. I only told her how to get a free toy. That Roz screamed. The fat man was in pain while holding his finger. Desmond had stepped on one of his fingers again. Don't call my sister by that name, continue. Yeez. After that, I guided her to a narrow alley and told her that she would get a free toy in the corner of the alley. I see. Please release. When the fat man wanted to continue, he felt his head moving to the side. His head fell and he could see his own body without the head. Desmond wiped his blade with a handkerchief as he looked at the shocked fat man's expression. Noisy. When he wanted to walk away, the system interface suddenly interrupted him. Mind spell in host cancelled. Desmond could feel his mind become clear. The mist started to fade, and he started thinking about his strange behavior earlier. Calm down, relax, find Alice and rescue her. Massive unique energy found. Did the host want to absorb it? Y/N? Desmond is stunned for a moment. Can he get energy from killing people? He then answered yes and saw the system display appear again. Please touch the source. Absorb time will depend on how much energy is contained in the source. Touch the source. He immediately looked at the fat man's corpse and tried to touch it. Begin absorbing. Time left 55 sec. Slowly he felt the unique energy inside his body, increasing little by little. He also saw an invisible thread connected between his body and the corpse of the fat man's body. Absorb complete. Status updated. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 3 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 5.05, 5.6. Strength 7.04. Agility 0.44. Stamina 1.63. What? So this only added 5% to the target energy. Not bad, not bad. Finally, I've found the fastest way to increase my power. Desmond was very happy right now. For 3 years, he had been researching the fastest way to get stronger, but this was not the right time to celebrate. His gaze returned to seriousness, and his killing aura came out. It was even more vigorous after absorbing the human energy. System, scan the entire area's outer city and use my energy to match Alice's energy. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. Target found. As Desmond walked out of the shop, he saw his bodyguards coming towards him. We're glad young master is okay. Please don't do that again to us, said the captain of the bodyguard as he looked behind Desmond. Where is the young miss? Desmond didn't look the guard captain in the eyes. He just walked forward while replying. Alice is missing. Split the team in 2. 1 follow me and the rest take care of the shop. The captain was shocked and started to panic again. His feeling was mixed between being shocked by Alice's missing and confused by Desmond's order to clean the shop. When the captain wanted to ask for more details, one of the guards checking the shop shouted, "Captain, we found a dead body." In an instant, the captain understood his master's order. At first, he couldn't believe a child could kill a man, but when he looked at his master's expression, neither panicked nor afraid, he confirmed that his master was abnormal. SHH, clean the area and give false reports to the patrol guard, the captain answered while covering the guard's mouth. He also gave him a money bag. Desmond was silent while he waited for things about this shop to be sorted out. After they finished talking, Desmond said, "Follow me." He rushed up to the place where the system showed Alice's last location. Swordsman skill, body enhancement. Warning. Host body is slightly injured. Warning. Host body is slightly injured. Desmond looked at his feet while he kept running. Shit, come on my legs. After leaving the toy shop, Desmond, feeling bad, quickened his pace with 2x enchantment at once, and as a result, his legs began to feel numb. At first, the guards that following were shocked to see Desmond's speed and left behind, but they soon caught up with him. Even though these guards didn't look strong, they were stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to get chosen as the Desmond family's guard. After they had walked for a few minutes, they finally arrived at the harbor. Looking at the surroundings, Desmond became even more annoyed. Target is near. Target is near. Because it was daytime, not many people came to the port. Some of them only transport goods, while some opened a shop or traded items. The thing that annoyed Desmond was that many people watched him when he arrived. making Desmond raise his guard. "System, show me the way." An arrow appeared in front of him. It pointed at a location towards the nearby church where he used to check his talent. Desmond followed the arrow. When he got there, it stopped right in front of the small alley. Desmond saw a torn shirt on the ground. He took the torn shirt and remembered that these torn clothes are the clothes Alice wore. Suddenly, Desmond also remembered the incident about the demon 3 years ago. "Guards, guard this hallway. If I don't come back in 5 minutes, you can enter." "Yes, young master." 2x. Desmond then entered the small alley. After he had gotten some distance from the guards, he activated a spell. Custom spell, Light Distortion. Swordman's skill, Body Enchantment. Fourth time Desmond had used Body Enchantment, his body started to feel pain, but he bit his lips. Slowly, his whole body began to disappear. Desmond is walking down this narrow alley and sees a few more rips of Alice's shirt. Suddenly, he heard a scream from the end of the hall. "Alice!" Desmond's voice is completely silenced. He is screaming in his mind. Desmond recognized the scream and immediately accelerated his pace. Arriving at the end of the alley, he saw 2 demons standing in front of Alice. Alice's clothes looked messed up with a little bruise on her cheeks, and she'd also fainted. He also saw 1 demon lying on the ground, with shards of ice piercing its chest. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name unknown child, unknown child. Gender male, male. Age 13, 10. Race demon, diamond. Class none, none. Occupation slave, slave. Demon energy 4.74, 3.65. Strength 10, 5. Agility 4, 3. Stamina 0.5, 0.5. What? These demons almost resembled humans, except for the horns and tails protruding from their head to their rump. With 47 feet tall, the demons looked very creepy except for their thin bodies, which looked malnourished. Only when the demon reached a certain power would they have a complete set. Before that, they only had 1 horn with no tail. Calm and relax. Gradually, Desmond approached the weakest demon, planning to kill the weakest demon first and then launch a surprise attack on the next demon. When Desmond was near, he closed the demon's mouth and stabbed it in the heart. The younger demon died without a fight or a scream, but unfortunately, the demon fell to the ground with a loud voice. "Damn you!" Desmond cursed and charged forward with the sword in his right hand, aimed straight at the demon's heart. Although he didn't have proper sword training and was only self-taught, Desmond used his small body and his experience of watching the footage over and over again as an advantage against his opponent. The demon turned around, swinging its tail and wanted to aim at Desmond's stomach. Desmond jumped and changed his attack, aiming for the demon's head by dividing its skull in half. Clang, the sound of clashing objects sounded. Desmond was shocked to see that his sword was in contact with the demon's horn. His experience was only with human vs human, not a demon. Desmond, who held his sword, was forced to fly in midair due to the collision sword with a horn. This collision made Desmond's defense wide open, and before Desmond could fly away too far, the demon grabbed Desmond's hand and slammed his body to the ground. Crash! Cough blood spurted out simultaneously after Desmond's body was slammed to the ground. His vision began to blur, and he saw a shadow or a tail aim straight at his eye. Desmond closed his eyes, waiting for his death to come. But after a few seconds, he felt nothing and tried to open his eyes. Desmond saw the world as if it were going to slow down. The tail that wanted to hit his eyes was still near his forehead. Gulp, a chance. Desmond then saw that his right hand was still holding the sword, so with all his might, he tried to stab backward, and he could feel himself stabbing something. Hot blood spurted out on Desmond's face, making the world turn blood red. Desmond then shifted his body a little, and the tail missed the target but hit his shoulder. Screams were heard in the narrow alleyway. Rumble, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from outside the alley. Desmond didn't have time to see what was happening because he was busy rubbing his eyes while enduring his shoulder pain. After his eyesight returned to normal, he sees his guards had arrived and helped him up. With the help of the guard, he was finally able to stand up, but his legs were still trembling a little. "Alice," muttered Desmond while glancing at Alice's body. Desmond approached Alice, who was lying unconscious in the garbage pile. Alice's condition was not too bad, and he unconsciously tried to pick her up. Even though he was injured, Desmond still insisted on carrying Alice. After Desmond took care of Alice, he could see the state of the demon he stabbed. The demon was surrounded by 2 guards, grasping its leg pierced by Desmond's sword. "Kill that bastard." Desmond then gave the order, and the two guards simultaneously stabbed the demon, using the spears they had been aiming at the demon. Desmond saw the demon's expression, which had gone from anger as he stared at Desmond to panic, and then shock before the demon died. Desmond looked at the demon's body with a cold gaze before turning back in the guard's direction. "Take care of Alice and wait outside the alley. I have something to do." "Yes, young master." 2x. Desmond handed Alice to the guard and waited a few moments after the guard left. He then headed to the demon's corpse, wanting to confirm something. "System stop recording. Saving to database. Data saved. Massive demon energy found. Massive demon energy found. Looks like I can also absorb energy from other races." Previously, when Desmond commanded the system to record the battle, all notifications disappeared. Then he touched the demon's body and a screen appeared. Did the host want to absorb it? YN? Yes. Begin absorbing. Time left 23 sec. Desmond looked at the screen in front of him and frowned. If this is the case, it will be difficult. I'll become a punching bag when absorbing. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. He took the sword stuck in the demon's leg and cut off the demon's finger, putting the finger in his pocket. I hope it works. Hope it works. Did the host want to absorb it? YN? Begin absorbing. Time left 23 sec. Yes. Desmond let out a breath and wiped his sweat. He then glanced at the remains of the other demon's corpse and did the same thing again. After a few minutes waiting, the Desmond absorbing process is complete. Absorb complete. Status updated. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 3 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 5.65, 83 6.19. Strength 7.04. Agility 0.44. Stamina. What? Desmond looked at his status, and his lips curled up, forming a wide grin, a bountiful harvest. Maybe I can slaughter more demons again. Greed appeared in his mind before suddenly, he remembered the scene that made him almost die. Let's wait a few years before harvesting again. Desmond's gaze was cold while releasing a murderous intent. He never forgives anyone that hurt his family, even if it was God. Desmond then smelled an unpleasant aroma and saw that smell was coming from his pocket. Desmond flinched, he threw the fingers away and covered his nose as he walked toward the outer city. Looks like I need to take a shower. What? Border of North Kingdom. At night in the forest, you can see two human figures hiding behind bushes. They seem to be watching a village far across the river. The sound of the night wind and roars continued around them, but they remained unfazed, still watching the village with eyes glowing red. Squeak! Suddenly, they heard the sound of scraping between the bushes behind them, turned around, and saw something approaching them through the bushes. They stared at each other for a second before one of them got ready to activate the spell, and the other one held tightly to the grip of the sword at his waist. A small ice spike appeared on the ground in front of them, ready to disrupt the enemy's movement, and an ice spear was hanging in the air. The other one unsheathed his sword, getting ready to launch an attack. Time was running on, and finally, their wait was over. The bushes that had been swaying were crushed, and someone came out of the bush. Creak like stepping on wood, the person's feet stepped on the small nail underneath. Grunt, the person who had just arrived, felt pain and looked down to see his feet stepping on an icy nail. While squatting to check his feet, suddenly, the hair on his shoulders shuddered. He looked up to see an ice spear targeting his eyes. "Please stop, master," he shouted with all his might while closing his eyes. Those who intended to attack him canceled their intentions after seeing his uniform. The person was wearing the uniform of a soldier in the North Kingdom. The soldier opened his eyes to see the ice spear still flying in midair. He also felt something in his stomach and saw that there was also a sword aimed there. "I apologize for my impudence, but I have important news from Master Noel," he said. He sees the sword is drawn, the spear is in midair, and the nail in his shoes disappeared. He sees a man and a woman come out from the shadows. The woman is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, while the man was very handsome, a perfect couple. The woman saw that the soldier was daydreaming and became annoyed. "Speak," she said in a cold tone, clearly not wanting to waste her time. The soldier also shivered for a moment. "This is related to your child." "I can only tell that the next information is in the hands of Master Noel," replied the soldier, bowing his head without staring into the eyes of the woman. There was silence. The atmosphere around the forest was quiet, making the soldier nervous, sweating, and continuously swallowing. The silence broke when the man spoke. Looks like this time it's a serious problem, honey. The woman pondered a second before nodding. You, guard, keep an eye on the village. Her looks, coupled with her cold tone, made every person speaking to her fearful. They felt like her gaze could pierce straight into their hearts. Instantly, the soldier replied, Yes, master. What? Inside the tent, Noelle, sitting on a chair, frowned as she read the letter in her hand. The letter contained Desmond and Alice's every activity. Since Bastian and Leona travel frequently, Noelle has given her special forces a new task to disguise themselves and join the Bastian family's guard. Of course, this has received approval from both Bastian and Leona. After waiting a few minutes, Noelle looks towards the tent door and sees Bastian and Leona enter. Noelle, Leona. When she saw Leona, Noelle immediately greeted her, and they hugged each other. Bastian, who saw this, only smiled awkwardly, not daring to do the same thing. Leona then let go of her hug, and her gaze turned serious. So how about Desmond and Alice? Not only Leona, but Bastian also looked seriously, not wanting to miss a single important detail. Your son Desmond has killed someone, Noelle said with a hint of hesitation and looked at Leona, worried about her condition. And sure enough, when Leona heard that her son had killed someone, she suddenly fell to the floor. Honey. Bastian immediately checked his wife's condition and saw that his wife's lips and body were getting cold. Take control of your strength, dear, inhale and exhale slowly. Noelle, who saw this, wanted to help, but he saw Bastian's hand stop him. Please let me handle this, Bastian answered in a slightly cold tone without looking at Noelle. After a few minutes, Leona finally calmed down and then looked at Bastian. Honey, remind me, how old is Desmond now? 3 years. Leona gasped her breath. Before Leona spoke, Noelle cut her off. In this case, your son is not completely at fault. When Leona heard this, her heart became relieved. She then stood up and looked at Noelle. This is the case where Alice almost disappeared. Alice. This time Bastian was shocked, and Leona also calmed him down. Calm down, this case is over, and they are both safe. After Noelle said that, she saw that the couple were still worried. All right, I'll give you permission to take a week off from duty. The couple froze before they hugged Noelle tightly. Thank you, Noelle. Thank you. 2x. For a moment, Leona realized Bastian's behavior. She then pinched Bastian's hips while saying, What are you doing, honey? With a smile. Hey, this is just a thank you. Move out. Yes. In Bastian's family house. The next day, Desmond woke up from his sleep after a night of meditation. As usual, he first visited Alice's room. When he wants to go to Alice's room, he sees many servants gather in front of Alice's room. Ms. Alice, please open the door. We bring your favorite food, miss. Desmond, who had been standing behind the servants, became impatient. When the servants heard Desmond's voice, they all turned around. Young master, please help us, the servants begged. Some had brought brooms, food, and so on. Looking at this, Desmond raised his eyebrows and asked, So what happened yesterday? We don't know. The guards took Alice to her room. Then Alice suddenly woke up and looked for the young master. Yes, but since the bodyguard who brought Alice told us that the young master was arranging something, we only conveyed the same message to Miss Alice. Suddenly, we saw Miss Alice become scared. She took a blanket, wrapped it around her body, and then she kicked us out and locked the door all night. She also didn't eat anything last night. Yesterday is correct. Desmond came home late at night because he was too busy checking up on every narrowed alley and found several demons. Not only because he wanted revenge, but the benefit of absorbing demons' energy is also good without risk, compared to killing a human. Only after marking the demon with the system could he finally go home and take a shower. So that's the problem. Move aside, let me persuade her. Knock knock sis, it's me. Click, the sound of the door opened, and Alice opened the door with her face and body covered with a blanket. With a smile, Desmond greeted Alice, Morning Ali. Before he could say hello, Alice pulled his hand and he entered the room. She also locked the door again, not allowing the servants to enter. Inside the room, Alice immediately pushed Desmond to the ground, leaving him lying on the floor with Alice resting on his chest. He leaned against the door of the room, waiting for Alice to speak. After a few seconds, Alice remained silent while hugging him. He also felt something wet soaking his front shirt. Before Desmond said anything, he heard Alice sobbing. Sob. I am sorry, Desmond. Desmond moved the blanket from her face, which is red with tears pouring out incessantly. He stroked Alice's hair and said, "No problem, just be careful next time." Alice mumbled for a few minutes before finally calming down. She looked into Desmond's eyes and talked about yesterday's incident. After Desmond heard the completed story, he felt relieved that he had killed the shop owner. "Okay, I understand now. So please eat your food now, okay?" Alice nodded and kept hugging Desmond. "Now I will continue my practice, sis." Desmond moved Alice's body aside and got up. Before Desmond opened the door, he heard Alice's voice, "Thank you, Desmond." Although she said it in a low tone, he still heard it. Desmond came out of the room with a smile on his face and looked at the servant. "You can come in now." The servants who had been standing in front of the door immediately entered to do their job. When Desmond had been away, the servants started to gossip. The relationship between the young master and the young lady is getting closer and closer. "What do you say? Isn't that a normal relationship between siblings?" "Well, no, my brother never treated me like that. Thus, we can only report this to the lord and lady." When Desmond heard this, he pretended he didn't listen and kept walking towards the yard. What? At noon, after Desmond finished training, he lay in the garden grass, thinking about the strange thing that had happened to him. Time stops. Is this an innate ability? Desmond ordered the system to replay yesterday's events. There are seconds before the tale stabbed into Desmond's eyes, and suddenly, the recorded image turned black for a few moments before returning to normal. That was strange, even the system can't record my action. Status. Scanning the host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Male gender. Age 3 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 6.19. Strength 7.04. Agility 0.44. Stamina 1.63. What? Desmond frowned. Nothing's changed. This feels weird. Many possibilities were running through his mind. As he lay on the ground, looking up at the sky, Desmond tried to focus his gaze on the passing birds. And what happened next is that time became slow. No, this is very different. The time returned to normal, and he felt his eye was slightly sore. Yesterday's incident seemed like time had slowed down 10x more than this, and the duration also was quite long. Desmond's expression became more irritated, the veins on his forehead enlarged. "Fuck, I hate this feeling. System, can you analyze yesterday's incident about me?" Desmond knew that the system couldn't, but humans are creatures full of curiosity. Create tasks. 1 slot used. Status working 0%. Working 50%. That work. He waited for the progress bar, but the bar seemed stuck at 50% after a few seconds. Error reason, insufficient information. Saving to database. Saved data. I know that, this is so frustrating. Desmond then stood up and patted his clothes. He tried to focus only on an object, and the result was what he already knew. Time seemed to slow down a bit before returning to normal. Desmond's second trial is he ran while focusing his eyes on an object, and the result was no different from the second trial, except it consumed more energy. After several attempts, the sky became darker and the light faded slowly. Without realizing it, it was already dusk. Desmond turned around and saw his food in its usual place. It seems I was too focused. The first day failed. Desmond's eyes filled with flames of curiosity. He would rather die by the enemy's hand than die of curiosity. He looked around and noticed there was no shadow in the forest. System, scan the area now. Create tasks. 1 slot used. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Saved data. System conclusion. There are no people within 1000 m range. Has the secret guard got a new assignment? Forget it, as I care. Night fell. After showering and eating, Desmond finally went to his room and continued watching the tape repeatedly. After watching it over and over again, Desmond concluded, looks like I need a teacher to teach me a sword technique. Father is always busy, and he only teaches a basic technique. If possible, I also need a magic teacher. I need to learn more variety of spells. After thinking about the advantages and disadvantages of becoming an apprentice, Desmond finally determined that he would discuss this matter with the butler who took care of Desmond's family affairs the next day. He then looked at the moon, which was shining brightly. That made him think about his parents. It had been a long time since his father and mother had been home. I hope they are well. After looking at the moon for a long time, Desmond continued his activities with a night of meditation before finally going to sleep. What? The next day, after Desmond woke up, he went to Alice's room as usual. Desmond knocked on Alice's door and received no reply. He waited a while before pondering, maybe she has gone shopping. With that thought, he proceeded to the courtyard to practice sword and magic. Desmond's usual training place was the backyard, so he couldn't help but have to go through the kitchen's back door every time. When Desmond arrived in the dining room, he saw Alice, who was learning to cook while being assisted by a servant. "Ah, there you are, Morning Al." Desmond stopped when he saw Alice's serious expression. A naughty thought crossed his mind. Desmond then approached Alice slowly from behind. The servant noticed Desmond and wanted to greet him, but he instructed the servant to keep silent and teach. Desmond then blew in Alice's ear. She was busy reading a recipe book, and she screamed and jumped. Alice then turned around and saw Desmond. Desmond, while tightly hugging the book against his chest. "Hee, now your mood is coming back, sis." Alice remembered yesterday's incident. Her face flushed red, and she threw the recipe book she was holding at Desmond. With a swordsman's reflex, Desmond easily dodged the book and saw Alice lower her head. "Ouch. It looks like I went too far." Desmond then headed to the back door and accelerated his movements. When he was at the door, he said, "Keep your good work, sis. I will be the first to try your food, hee." After saying that, Desmond closed the back door. Alice, who originally wanted to teach Desmond a lesson using her ice magic, canceled her intention when she heard Desmond's words. Why am I the one who keeps getting bullied, even though I'm older than him?" Alice muttered. The servant beside her was amazed by her young master's flirting skills. What? Desmond reached the backyard. The sun was still shining brightly, and the chirping of the birds was sweet like the sky is always blue. Taking a breath, Desmond took out his wooden sword and tried to swing it around. I should be training with a target. Ever since Alice's case, Desmond had started to speed up his strength gains by changing his daily training recipes. Because the distance between the forest and Desmond's backyard was quite far, he was forced to use body enchantment to get to his destination quickly. Arriving in the forest, Desmond looked at the forest and turned around to look at the yard. It's quite a distance, but perfect for practice. Desmond then chose the outermost tree by cutting it down with his wooden sword. Clack, clack, slowly, scratches were created in the tree. It seems like it will take me a long time to reach the swordsman class. Desmond could only deal with scratches in the tree. Maybe you don't know that Desmond has a strength of 7.04, which is said to be equivalent to an adult without class. He looked again at the mark of the sword and touched it to feel its depth. This slash is very thin. The result is very different from a real sword. All right, let's do this again. This time he used body enchantment and creak. Smoke came out from the thin scratches. Desmond saw this and tried to touch the cut. It's hot, and pulled his hand away, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. After waiting for a few seconds, the smoke disappeared, and it showed quite a deep cut. Wow, I never thought that the body enchantment effect would be this good. I'll try a few more times before practicing magic. Desmond waited a few minutes to remove the effect of his body enchantment and then swung his sword again, but now he swung many times without pause. What? Clack, clack, sweat continued dropping from his body. With the last swing finished, Desmond threw his body back. Desmond opened and closed his mouth many times, sigh, rapid breathing and pulse beating. He then inhaled as long as he could and slowly exhaled. He stood up to see the state of the tree. The tree that previously had only one deep slash was now increasing. Several sword slashes were seen everywhere. Desmond flinched. I knew it would be like this. Even if I have strength without good accuracy, there won't be any different. I think that's enough now. Let's try magic training. Desmond then chose a new tree as his target. System, could you guide me again? When Desmond first learned magic, he tried to imitate every chant his mother and father taught him. And the results still didn't work, even though he had followed all the instructions given, but he never succeeded. He even wondered whether he was not talented or his parents couldn't teach. As for Alice, Desmond didn't know how she learned it because after he was born, Alice could already use magic. This frustrated him, and hope arose when the system told him there was another way to learn. Now, whenever he wanted to cast a spell, he only needed to say to the system to do it, but still, it used energy. After launching, the spell could not be undone. He just cut out the energy. When Desmond's parents found out that Desmond could cast spells without chanting, they were shocked and called Desmond a genius. Returning to the current situation, Desmond just needed to aim at his target as usual, and boom, fire the size of a basketball shot out of his hand. Piece of cake. Now let's try dual casting. He then stretched his arms forward and imagined he could spray fire from his hand. Energy gathered from the surrounding area in Desmond's palm before that energy finally turned into flames aimed at the tree. Wow, it looks like magic would be easy for me. His hand was still emitting flames aimed at the tree. He then tried to stop the flow of energy, and as a result, the fire slowly returned to his hands before disappearing. Nice, let's go back to try Alice's dish. Desmond then saw the situation of the tree that was almost on fire. Oops, just one more thing. The energy gathered again in his palm, and slowly water came out of his hand, gushing towards the tree. Done. With that, Desmond returned to his backyard, using body enchantment. Little did he know that an ordinary person needs 3 weeks to 1 month to master one spell with one element. Only a genius could master one spell with various elements in a time of fewer than 3 weeks. Desmond arrived in the kitchen. He saw lots of ice cream with irregular shapes lined up and standing on the dining table. Desmond was speechless. Looking at the ice cream shape, his appetite began to disappear. Alice, who heard the door open, immediately turned and looked at Desmond. Hey Desmond, I've made it. Give it a try. Desmond looked at one of the ice creams on the table. I'd better pretend to eat. Desmond peeked at Alice, only to see her staring at him with starry eyes. Pray to God. I hope I'm not dead today. Without taking a bite, Desmond swallowed the entire ice cream. Then he put the empty plate on the table. This is delicious, sis, Desmond replied with a bright smile while giving Alice a thumbs up. Even though Alice felt irritated when she saw Desmond swallow the ice cream straight away without even tasting it, her mood changed when Desmond said her ice cream was very delicious. Alice nodded. Good, I'll make more. She immediately turned around and continued making more ice cream. The servant who taught Alice also tried the ice cream. 1 second, 2 seconds, after a few seconds, the servant opened his mouth. Young miss, actually, this ice cream needs a little change. Alice immediately stopped and looked at the servant strangely. Little change. Didn't my brother say it was delicious? Do you want to say that my brother lied to me? Although Alice's tone seemed to be questioning, it was obvious that she was very annoyed. The servant then glanced at Desmond. Desmond understood and stepped forward to defend the servant. Sis, I did say that it was delicious. Even though it was delicious, every suggestion is precious. Now the servant looked at Desmond strangely. Why can't young master say it honestly? This ice cream tastes like shit. When Alice heard Desmond's words, her eyes became more and more sparkle. She tightly grasped the servant's hand, looking at the servant with awe. Okay, tell me your advice. After Alice got busy with the servant, Desmond went upstairs and headed straight to the bathroom without wasting any time. Inside the bathroom, Desmond puked up all the contents of the ice cream he ate. That's dangerous. What other reason should I say to Alice if she told me to eat? Thinking about it for a moment, Desmond decided to take a shower first. After exiting the bathroom, Desmond went into his room to change his clothes before returning to the dining room. When Desmond arrived, he saw that Alice was in the finishing stage. It's done, sis. Desmond asked with a trembling voice. He feared the ice cream taste. Alice, who heard Desmond's voice, replied excitedly without turning around. It will be over in a few seconds. Just wait at the table. Desmond then glanced at the servant beside Alice. The servant smiled as she waved a hand, which meant, it's fine. So he sat down, waiting for the ice cream. Okay, I hope this time the ice cream taste isn't worse than the previous one. What? After waiting for about 5 minutes, Alice entered the room, carrying a covered plate with a broad smile. Here is it, Desmond. Alice then put the plate in front of Desmond and sat down beside him. Before Desmond ate it, he confirmed it again by staring at the servant, and the servant replied with the same gesture. Exhale, looking at the covered plate, Desmond sees Alice order the servant to open it. When the plate was revealed, Desmond saw ice cream, like normal cream shaped like a melted mountain. It was sprinkled with some grated chocolate and mint dots on the mountain's top. Taking a deep breath, Desmond takes a spoon and scoops out one of the outermost pieces of cream. Before he put it in his mouth, Desmond peeks at Alice. Oh my God, from her expression, this is definitely her best creation. This time, Desmond devoured it slowly, trying to show that he was enjoying Alice's ice cream. Desmond seemed to have frozen after eating the cream. His eyes didn't blink, and his expression looked like he was in shock. After a few seconds waiting, Desmond's lips slowly moved. It's really delicious, sister. He ate it again until all the ice cream was gone. This time, Desmond acted from his conscience. He also ate this ice cream with a satisfied expression. When Alice saw and heard this, she became dumbfounded for a moment, and then a wide smile spread across her face. Of course I created it, Alice said proudly. Desmond didn't correct it because this ice cream was really delicious, or maybe he had never eaten ice cream in his world before. Knock knock. While they were still chit-chatting, they heard the sound of people knocking on the main door. Guests rarely visited Desmond's house, particularly since Leona and Bastian had been gone, and this sudden arrival made him frown. Desmond looked at the servant seriously. The servant understood and went to open the door, intending to become a shield for Desmond and Alice. Alice, get ready. When Alice heard Desmond's tone, she begins to prepare her spell. Since the previous incident, Alice had become more mature. She wouldn't panic and cry anymore like before. What? The servant arrived at the door. The servant did not immediately open the door but asked first, hello, who is this? It's us. When the servant heard a familiar voice, she felt happy and stared at Desmond. Desmond also heard a voice that he had not heard in a long time. He nodded but remained on alert. The door then opened, revealing a man and woman carrying lots of bags. When Alice saw this, she immediately runs and hugs the man. I've missed you so much, father, mother. Desmond, who saw this, followed Alice from behind before being hugged by Leona. Ah, my baby boys, how are you all? Bastian and Leona smiled very broadly when they saw Desmond and Alice's condition was fine, and they could still smile after that incident. Leona then looked at Desmond seriously after she'd finished hugging him. Boy, is there an explanation. Desmond already knew this was going to happen. He wasn't going to lie, even if this fact sounded a little scary to a child. Okay, Mom. Can we discuss it in a private room? No, your sister must know, too. Sigh, okay. Let's go to the dining room. Alice, who had heard Desmond's talk earlier, didn't understand the point. She just hoped that Desmond would not get punished. What? In the dining room, after everyone had sat down, Desmond then began to speak, so it was just my instinct. As Bastian and Leona heard this, they narrowed their eyes at Desmond. Is that true? Leona also gave off a hint of ice, which made the air in the dining room cold. As for Bastian, even though he was just silent, it could be said he was earnest about this. From the start, he had clenched his fists while looking at Desmond seriously. Yes, I just wanted to protect my sister. This time, Desmond looked at them with a determined look, not a shred of doubt in his words. There was silence for the next few seconds. Alice did not dare to give her opinion when she saw the eyes of her father and mother. The silence broke when Leona talked to Desmond. Sigh, I'm glad you don't have that hobby. Yeah, son, while we were on the way, she kept worrying about this. Leona always wondered whether her son had killed for fun or tried to protect his sister. After the results of Noelle's investigation, Leona was relieved that the shop owner was also a criminal and confused. Did her son know that the owner of this shop was a criminal? Is this accidental? Psychopath. Desmond, who understood what his mother meant, smiled and replied, Don't worry, Mom, I'm not what you think. Besides that, I've also heard that there was something wrong with the shop owner. Leona nodded repeatedly, but then realized. Shut up. Has any 3-year-old kid killed someone? Even though Leona yelled at him, she also hugged Desmond while stroking his hair. My little brother. Alice, who heard that Desmond had killed someone for her sake, became shocked and felt guilty. When Bastian saw Alice's condition, he did not hesitate to do the same as Leona. Calm down, sweetie. Your brother is not normal. Have you forgotten that we were almost shocked by your brother, who could speak normally at the age of 1 year? Is that normal? No. Normal children just hug their father and say, Father, Father, you cool. Well, After hearing his father made fun of his brother, Alice chuckled a bit. Desmond only smiled wryly. Am I not normal in front of them? No, he is my son, genius number one. He's just too smart, and smart is normal. Leona, who heard Bastian mock his child, snapped and denied the fact that Desmond was abnormal. After Bastian and Leona resolved Desmond's problem, Desmond then spoke, Father, mother, I want a teacher. Thundershock occurred in Bastian and Leona's minds, which made them freeze. Their expressions were shocked, as if they received news that tomorrow's kingdom would be disbanded. Bastian came over to Desmond and grabbed his shoulder tightly. Why is your father not enough to teach? Meanwhile, Leona had muttered something. Did my son betray me? Why? Where am I going wrong? Even though Desmond wanted to explain the details, he couldn't because his father kept asking the same questions and always shook his body while his mother kept making noise. Father, mother, stop. Alice snapped. Bastian stopped, held Desmond's shoulder, and Leona also calmed down and started to focus. So let me explain. Apart from you guys who rarely taught me, I decided to find a teacher. I mean a teacher who can teach me sword techniques, magic, and general knowledge in advance. When Bastian and Leona heard this, their jaw dropped. They looked at Desmond with a complicated expression. Son, where did you get this information? I forget he is abnormal. No, he isn't. Let me explain. Boy, the reason we don't give you a teacher is that usually kids your age will play and are still curious about the world. Only when they reach the age of 6 will they start participating in community activities. Leona then looked at Desmond again from bottom to head. Maybe people mistakenly think you're 6 years old. And when kids are 10 years old, we as parents will send you to an academy. The job of parents is only to teach the children the basics. After Leona finished speaking, Desmond had absent-mindedly processed the new information he had received. Alice, who heard the word academy, became enthusiastic. Then I'm going to the academy. But I want to go to the academy with my brother. Well, okay, relax, sweetie. First, you will go alone and secure the academy for your brother. Of course, that is a big sister's job. Although Alice answered proudly, Desmond could feel that she was also a little scared. Okay, now all the matter has been resolved. Let's take a break first, okay, honey? Leona winked at Bastian. Yeah, we are exhausted now. Bastian did not understand Leona. He only expressed what he felt. Leona became sullen as she looked away. Then she saw ice cream and immediately ate it. Mom, this is delicious. Which servant made it? I made it, Mom. Alice snapped. She was annoyed but also proud that she could make her mother say it was delicious. While my sweetie is really good at cooking, Bastian praised. He was pleased with Alice more than once. Leona just snorted at him and continued to eat. What? After the family reunion was over, night came and they returned to their rooms. Desmond sat cross-legged in bed in his room, reading information about his mother and father. Name Bastian. Gender male. Age 33. Race human. Class first swordsman / wizard. Occupation officer. Unique energy 36.13. Strength 35. Agility 30. Stamina 7.57. Name Leona. Gender female. Age 31. Race human. Class second wizard. Occupation master witch. Unique energy 45.26. Strength 15. Agility 15. Stamina 11.2. Father has a significant improvement in agility and strength, only lacking in energy. In contrast, Mother had no change in agility and strength, but has a significant energy improvement. Are these the advantages of being a dual class? Then I'll focus on the swordsman first, because it looks so easy to improve. I don't have much time. I think I'm going to hunt demons for energy. From the age of 10, Bastian and Leona will send Desmond to the academy, where at least he can be stronger than anyone, including his academy teacher, to protect Alice. I don't want something bad to happen like in some novels, where the protagonist doesn't have enough strength to protect his loved ones nor family. Desmond knew that the academy was not only a place to seek knowledge. It was also a competition for wealth between heirs and competitors to find the right match. Desmond also understood that Alice's beauty was sure to cause a lot of trouble. That's the plan: training, kill a demon, and discover the secret underground. After that, he started meditating. The next day, as usual, Desmond woke up and went to Alice's room. Something different from usual was the return of their parents. Besides, Bastian and Leona asked for more time off with the reason of stabilizing my kid's mentality. Looked at Desmond and Alice's plight, Noelle could only shake her head and give them time off. Since then, Desmond's family had become alive, with Desmond finally finding a substitute teacher, Bastian and Leona. Their peaceful life had begun, and 3 years had passed. What? At Underground, a boy about 6 years old had dodged several fireballs aimed at him. His movements were very agile. He dodged by crouching, jumping, and used the wall beside him as a support. Sweat poured down from all over the boy's body, his face flushed from exhaustion. Even though he was exhausted, his eyes still showed an unwavering fighting spirit. While avoided, the boy slowly stepped forward and finally came to a small door. Good. My efforts for these 3 years have paid off. This child is Desmond. Besides training with his father, he also secretly came underground at night without his parents' knowledge. Desmond looked closely at the door in front of him and tried to push it open. Creak, the door just squeaked but didn't budge. I thought I was pushing with strength. This time, Desmond pushed open the door again, but with half his strength. Creak, creak, the door finally moved a little. Looking at the door, Desmond became annoyed. His eyebrows went up and he pressed his lips together. Okay, you want it. Desmond pushed the door with all his might, but the door only moved a few inches from its previous position. Angry, he wanted to smash the door, but then a notification showed up in front of him. I see, after agility, now it's strength. Interesting. He shrugged his shoulders and looked at the notification. I feel like cheating, but it's a free attribute, by the way. Desmond became excited and tried again and again until his stamina ran out. What? Exhausted, Desmond fell backward. He faced the ceiling that was full of spider webs. Status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age of 6 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 8.76. Strength 7.04, 12.04, 14.48. Agility 0.44, 5.44, 6.52. Stamina 2.63, 3.15. What? Looking at his stats, Desmond was satisfied. I know this is the benefit of having a trait. I can't get to this point. Just rely on hard work. When Desmond saw the class status, he frowned. But it seems that it requires a special technique to be classified as a wizard. Desmond then got up and looked at the door. He stared at the door for a minute before he concluded. Forget it, maybe another time. He walked back to the exit entrance and then left. What? When Desmond was outside the underground, he saw the sky was bright and it pierced his eyes. Instinctively, he blocked the light using his hand. Desmond was silent before being startled and shouting, "Shit. I've been in the underground for too long." Quickly, he activated his body enchantment, custom spell, and immediately ran toward his room. Arriving in front of the room, he looked around and let out a breath. Luckily, no one was awake yet. Desmond then pushed open the door and entered. What? After several minutes of pretending to be asleep, Desmond finally decided to leave the room. He walked to Alice's room and knocked on her door. As usual, there was no answer at all. Desmond then went down to the first floor and headed for the dining room. There he found all the members of his family sitting seriously. What happened? Did they find out? His expression started to panic, and his heartbeat started pounding. When Bastian saw that Desmond was awake, he called, "Come here, Desmond." Desmond came over and sat beside Alice. Alice had become a very charming young lady with a slender body, smooth, silky skin, and long legs. She could be said to be perfect if not for her breasts, which were still growing. At this moment, Desmond just realized what the system said when he was just in the womb. Really, as far I knew, even without magic, I often saw Western people mature faster, but now. Desmond muttered inwardly. Glancing back at Alice, he also felt his common sense slowly changed. "Hello, brothers." Alice greeted him with an allured voice and a smile that could cause a kingdom war. Desmond was accustomed to Alice's drastic changes. He only stared at her for a moment before he replied with a forced smile. "Morning, sis." You become more and more beautiful every day. Hearing this praise, Alice smiled broadly before finally chuckling. Okay, okay. Let's be serious. Father and mother want to discuss the academy. Letting out his breath, Desmond finally relaxes. After 3 years, not only did Desmond look more handsome and mature, but changes had also occurred to Alice. Alice was no longer lazy in training and had become more serious. Since the incident 3 years ago, Alice had changed entirely from what could be said to be like a younger sister. The thing that hadn't changed was Alice's love for Desmond. You could even say that her passion had gotten bigger since the incident 3 years ago. Enough chit-chat, young people first discuss this matter. Leona then took out a letter, which had the king's stamp on it. Is that a letter from the king? Looking at the letter, Desmond raised his eyebrows. When all the attention was focused on the letter, Bastian then spoke. Let me explain. In the morning, we also got a message from Noel to return to the troops. Since we have taken 3 years off, we could not refuse the order. Besides Noel's message, we also got a letter from King Edward stating that he will hold a party. We think this party will discuss selecting the Grandmaster, which has been late 1 year. Only people who have been elected were invited as a form of a very deep bond. Therefore, we decided that you will attend the party as our representatives. After he spoke, Bastian then cleared his throat and looked at Desmond and Alice. Because this is so urgent, father and mother can't participate. I even received information from Noel that the situation at the border was getting worse with the assassins who keep trying to enter. When she talked about the assassin problem, Leona felt disgusted and her gaze became serious. Okay, no problem, as long as I am with Desmond. This time it was Alice who decided and looked at Desmond while holding Desmond's hand. Yes. Short and clear, Desmond didn't know how else to refuse. Besides that, he knew that this party would cause a lot of problems. One problem gets solved and another problem arises, the world will never be peaceful for me. Sigh. Bastian and Leona looked at each other before finally looking at Desmond and Alice again and nodded. We're glad you guys accept this. We're sorry for leaving you again. No problem, you can go as long as you want, Alice replied. She'd been used to being left behind for years and her faith had shifted to Desmond. She no longer cared if her parents came home or not as long as they give news. Hearing this, Bastian flinched. Sweetie, don't say that. We will definitely come back again. Yep, this is a temporary breakup. There's no way we're not coming back. This time, Leona was also shocked by Alice's change. She thought for a moment. It seemed the spells and elements I teach have affected her personality a bit. All right. Okay, then see you later, father and mother, Desmond answered in a relaxed tone, making Leona and Bastian even more worried. Remember what I said 3 years ago, boy. Yes, replied Desmond and waved his hand. Then Bastian and Leona went by train. Leona saw Desmond waving his hands through the window, while Alice only focused on Desmond's face. King's Palace dining room, a family are feasting together. Because this is the king's residence, the dining room is very luxurious, almost the same as a tennis court. There is a large table in the middle and a huge chandelier. At the end of the table is a chair resembling a king's throne. On it is a middle-aged man, dreamily thinking about something. She looked at her husband's gloomy expression who had not eaten, and she came over. Are you okay, honey? She held her husband's face with her soft hand, tender arm. The middle-aged man rubbed his forehead and looked at his wife. Yes, it's nothing. He held her hand while kissing it. Let's eat. Looking at his wife and child, the middle-aged man just shook his head and sighed before finally joining in to eat. After finishing their meal, the family did not immediately leave. They waited for a moment to digest the food. Knock knock, the sound of the door was heard. A soldier entered and then bowed in front of the middle-aged man. Your Majesty, we have information regarding the party that will be held. The middle-aged man was Edward, the current king of the North Kingdom. His wife is Claire, and they are blessed with a daughter named Elizabeth. When Edward heard this, his gaze became excited. He glanced at his wife and child. They understood this and then left the room. After they left, Edward glanced at the soldier bowed in front of him. Speak. Although he seemed to speak normally to the soldier, his voice was very authoritative and domineering. From all. Before the soldier continued, Edward cut him off. You can stand up. How could I hear you clearly when your mouth is speaking to the floor? Edward felt so embarrassed that he had forgotten such a small thing. Although the soldier did not feel strange about the king's command, he could feel the change in the king's tone. He then stood up. "Yes, my king. Now continue." "Yes." Of all the invitations that began to be sent, none of the families or people refused. They answered by attending the party. But after we searched one by one family only sent their child as a representative. The soldier paused to take a breath and waited for the king's orders. When Edward heard this, he frowned. As the king, he had lowered his pride by inviting these people. If they only sent representatives, it was like the family did not give him face. "Continue." This time Edward spoke in a louder tone. The soldier trembled for a moment and heard Edward's voice. According to the information, this family just arrived at the North Empire 7 years ago. It was the former Grandmaster Weston who picked them up and gave them a place to stay. The family consists of 4 people, a husband and wife as well as 1 son and 1 daughter. The pair are reportedly carrying out the duties of the next Grandmaster candidate, Noel. So they are outsiders, then why send the invitations to their families? Although this invitation was in Edward's name, the one invited was not him, but the royal administrator. According to our intelligence, the wife of the family is a master witch, while her husband has a dual class. Edward was shocked. He couldn't believe that his teacher could invite a master witch. "Nice teacher. I'm sorry I doubted your choice." Edward's tone changed drastically to friendly. "Okay, no problem, as long as their families attend." Continue. Further information is a request from Master Grimm. When Edward heard this, he became more excited. Grimm was his best friend who rarely asked for anything, even after years of Edward being king. Continue. Without realizing it, Edward was smiling broadly. Master Grimm asked to marry Elizabeth's daughter to his son, Manson. After the soldier said that, he felt the air around him change, making it difficult to breathe. Boom! The large dining table split in 2. Edward, who had been calm, suddenly smashed the table with his bare hands. Strange runes engraved on Edward's hands circled him. His pupils were sharp like a ferocious beast, fixed on the soldier standing in front of him. "My king, please control your emotion." He could not stand the pressure the king gave. The soldier then prostrated himself in front of the king while he begged. Realizing that his emotions were out of control, Edward took a deep breath and let out. "Sorry about that. No, my king, I don't deserve it." Looking at the soldier prostrated in front of him, he said, "Tell Grimm that if he wants to marry my daughter, his son must get direct approval from Elizabeth and also prove that his son is the strongest among the same generation." Edward was not excited like before. He also mocked Grimm's sons because they were too confident. "Yes, my king, for further information." "Not again, I'm not in the mood to hear it anymore." Edward waved his hand and told the soldier to leave. After the soldier left, Edward then rethought Grimm's request. "Why, my friend? Why did it have to be a request like this after so long? Could this be his son's request?" With such thoughts, Edward's impression of Matson changed. Indeed, there was no way Grimm would ask for this. What? In the middle of the night, in the small alley in the outer city, you can see a small child looking at the moon with a body covered in blood and surrounded by several demon corpses. "Looks like this is enough." The boy then approached the last demon, who was laid on the ground. No, please spare me, please." The demon was another subspecies of the demon's primary race. It had sheep's horn and fur covered its face, leaving only eyes, nose, and mouth. "You are all innocent. It just so happens that your existence has a benefit for me." No. The little boy then cut off the demon's head. He saw his clothes covered in blood. "Stinky, I hope Alice doesn't wake up in the middle of the night." That little boy was Desmond. He knew that he and Alice were going to the party, and he couldn't calmly think of the trouble that would befall them. He then recalled the incident when the demon attacked Alice. Because his strength wasn't enough to kill all the demons at that time, he was forced to postpone his plans. Status: scanning host body. Scan complete. Status: name Desmond. Gender male. Age of 6 years. Race human 95%. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 14.48, 19.48, 23.37. Strength 7.04, 9.54, 11.44. Agility 6.52. Stamina's 3.15, 4.15, 4.98. What? System conclusion. Host has killed 10 demons. Some of the demons' power was also absorbed. This made the host race became impure. And also, the host has met the minimum requirements to become a wizard. It is recommended to find the right technique. This is troublesome. If my race changes, maybe a lot of problems will happen to me in the future. The 20% bonus from the trait is also very profitable for me. This time, only the agility that doesn't increase makes the bonus not work. System, check how much more research I've been waiting for. Creating a task. Used 1 slot. Status working 60%. Estimate time 4 years. Unused slot 1. Well, just a little more. Okay, that's all, let's go home now. At night in the outer city, Desmond was walking towards the inner city gate. The people who were still on the street were confused by the sound of footsteps passing them. They only saw the dust on the road fly up, as if someone was passing at a fast speed. While he was running, Desmond saw a few thieves pointing their blades at the young women. He passed them and quickened his pace. From a distance, he could already see the shadow of the gateway to the outer city. Damn, it's so far. Desmond looked back. Next time, I'll just give up if I still don't find a demon. Crash. Because Desmond was unprepared, he bounced back. Fuck. What happened? He stood up and saw a very shocking sight. Desmond rubbed his eyes many times before. Finally, he shouted, "What the fuck are you doing here?" Desmond saw 2 men with a middle-aged woman doing the same thing. The thing that made him angry was that they did that in the middle of the road, blocking Desmond's way. As a result of the collision, they only slightly knocked off. Then they saw Desmond, who was screaming, his clothes covered with blood. One of the thieves spoke, "Hey kid, get out of here. Fucking noisy kid." Regardless of Desmond's place, situation, and condition, they continued their activities. "AHAH, help Emmy, ah." The woman moaned, trying to ask Desmond for help. "Okay," Desmond replied straightforwardly. He immediately slashed 3 of them at once. Hot blood poured out of their stomachs for a second before their upper and lower body parts separated and finally fell to the ground. Before the blood hit Desmond again, he jumped away from their bodies. He did not want so much blood staining his clothes. Seeing their shocked gazes, Desmond just stared at them without expression. "I've given you another chance in hell. Enjoy that chance." He continued running toward the gate after using the spell Light Distortion. What? In the morning at Desmond's residence, the sun was already shining high above his eyes. His body suddenly shook to the left and right. Young master, wake up." He heard a voice calling him. Slowly, Desmond got up from his sleep. He wiped his eyes and saw almost all the servants gathered in his room. "Huh? What's wrong with all of you?" One of the servants answered, "It's noon, young master. We are afraid that your training schedule will be interrupted, so we dared to wake up the young master." Hearing this, Desmond immediately looked out the window. The sun was already overhead, which meant it was the middle of the day. What? Desmond then turned to his clothes. "Huff, at least I've changed my clothes." Then he turned to all the servants. "Okay, everyone can go." "Thank you." "No problem, this is our job." Only after the servants left did Desmond get ready for training. What? Near the forest surrounding Desmond's house, as usual, he slashed a tree using a wooden sword. There were also various marks from his cuts. Some were tilted to the side, some were stabbed directly, and some were straight, like being attacked from above. After completing training, this time, Desmond practiced with spells. One by one, Desmond cast spells, all from the elements of water, earth, fire, wood, and iron. These elements were the essential of all existed elements. Desmond could only cast lifestyle spells because he hadn't yet reached the wizard stage. The difference between a lifestyle spell and a wizard spell is the output. If a lifestyle spell could burn a part of the tree, then the wizard spell could ignite a forest. As for the custom spell Desmond created, it included a sub-element of light, which anyone could make but required high logic and imagination. Currently, Desmond had combined the 2 elements in his hand. Earth plus metal will become something new, right? Each of Desmond's hands had one of the attributes previously mentioned. Desmond then tried to put his palms together. Combination element detected. Did host want to combine it? Why end? With high spirits, Desmond answered, yes. Gradually, the 2 elements united and then shone brightly. After waiting a few seconds, the shine slowly faded. Desmond finally saw the finished result of the two elements. The fusion of the earth element with the metal element produced an element that was half metal and half earth. Desmond directly directed both hands towards the tree. Crash! The tall tree fell, with a large hole at its roots. Desmond was shocked, his jaw dropped to the ground. He saw a large metal formed from the ground. Then the metal continued to attack the tree before finally, the metal grew in size by itself and grounded his final strike. This process only happened in a few seconds. Amazing, so this is the metal that normally forms in the air. It's now one with the ground and can form everywhere. Desmond then laughed hysterically. This spell will be useful to attack enemies secretly, haha. What? It was late afternoon at Desmond's house. Alice, who had just returned from shopping, immediately looked for Desmond. She asked the nearest servant and found Desmond's location, reading a book in the library. Brother, let's get ready. I was ready earlier, sis. Seeing Desmond's clothes, Alice shook her head. No, that is not appropriate to wear to the king's party. Come with me to change. Alice then grabbed Desmond's hand and took him to his room. What? After they changed their clothes, Desmond then saw Alice. She wore a long black gown with long sleeves with a cut on each shoulder. This dress also closed Alice's cleavage, but exposed Alice's long legs and showed Alice's very smooth skin on each side of her shoulder, leaving a sexy impression. Sis, why are you wearing clothes like that? Desmond knew when she dressed that way, trouble would inevitably fall on them. Why not? Do I look good? Yes, I know I look good. That's why you're questioning me, brother. Desmond was rendered speechless. Which blind man said you're ugly? I just want to tell you that trouble will surely come to us. He wanted so badly to say that, but he knew this would surely hurt Alice. Sigh, this woman is complicated, Desmond said, while looking at the moon that shines beautifully at night. Alice, who heard this, became slightly offended and pinched Desmond. What kind of praise is that? Let's go before it's too late. In the evening, a carriage came and stopped in front of the enormous gate. The guard at the gate then questioned the carriage coachman for a second before the carriage was finally granted entry. The carriage then arrived at the door of the large hall. Desmond and Alice got off and headed for the door. Before they entered, their steps were stopped by two guards. Halt your invitation. Desmond and Alice just ignored the guard. Desmond pointed at the coachman, who roughed his sleeve and took out an invitation letter. After the guard saw the job stamp and the invited surname, the guard smiled. Welcome to the second king's party, please come in. Desmond and Alice were not offended by the guard's words earlier. If security wasn't that tight, who would want to enter the king's party? What? Arriving at the hall, Desmond and Alice were shocked by the lavishness of this party. The hall was big as a football field, and there were also many giant chandeliers. Also, the floor of this hall was made of gold, decorated with many carvings. As they looked at the hall in awe from afar, two women came to them. Looking at Desmond's height and face, Clementine nodded. Cough, hello again, little Desmond. Desmond and Alice came back to their senses when they heard someone's voice. Desmond then saw Clementine and Diana standing in front of them. Hello again, Mrs. Clementine and Miss Diana. Hump as usual, Diana ignored Desmond and went to Alice. Desmond, who saw her behavior, became confused. I've just arrived, what's wrong with you? He thought before finally glancing at Clementine. It's been 3 years, Mrs. Clementine. Clementine held her cheek and glanced at Diana. Time flies so fast. As parents, we see our children grow up, and we feel both happy and sad because soon we know they will leave us. While they were talking, the king's voice was heard throughout the hall. Welcome, my guests. Thank you for coming to this party. Desmond glanced at the source of the sound. He saw a person with a crown standing on the podium. So that's the king. He wore fancy clothes with long brown hair and looked like a comedian to Desmond. System scan. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name Edward. Gender male. Age 36 years. Race human. Class first swordsman, third wizard. Occupation king of North Kingdom. Unique energy 80. Strength 29.44. Agility 20.52. Stamina 16. Trait cautious rare. Looking at the king's status, Desmond felt this was normal because the king must be the strongest person. Otherwise, how would people obey the king's orders? But what confused Desmond was the king's trait. Why is the trait effect missing? System conclusion, not everyone can be scanned. Some people, like the host's parents, let host check them, which also applies to Weston. But if the host insists on scanning the person, the target will feel some energy trying to enter their body. I see. Wait, so all this time, I've been caught scanning Weston and my parents. System conclusion, as for being caught, yes, they give the host their status, but the target does not know their status is being leaked. They only feel strange energy entering their body. This energy is the host energy that the system borrows to scan. Desmond remembered Weston glancing at him during the fight 6 years ago and now understood what that glance meant. Luckily, Weston is a good person. Next time, I'll only use a simple scan. Edward waited for a second before he spoke again. I have invited all of you because I want to deepen our bond in this kingdom. Besides that, I will invite a few people to discuss the matter of selecting the next Grandmaster. Now you can party freely. For those of you who first came here, that's my wife and child. Edward pointed to his wife and children, who were near the drinks table. Edward's wife was named Claire, with short yellow hair and perfect height, ideal for a woman, addressed her hands to her people. Her daughter, named Elizabeth, was the same age as Desmond. She has long, flowing yellow hair, and she also waved her hand. People began to ask who is the newcomer the king means. Since this was the king's second party, almost everyone knew the king's wife and children. Enjoy the party. With the last word, Edward went to the back of the stage and never came back. Clementine glanced at Desmond, who kept stared at King Edward. It looks like the king is very busy dealing with matters regarding the selection of a new grandmaster. It must be complicated, Desmond replied without expression, but in his mind he was thinking about the king's motive. While Desmond was busy thinking about the king's weird behavior, a fat man with spiky hair headed towards Alice and Diana from a distance. When Diana saw this person coming toward her, her face changed from smiling to angry. The fat man glanced at Alice for a moment before finally speaking to Diana. Hey Diana, what about my proposal? Do you accept? My answer is the same, Gibson, Diana replied with a mock tone while looking at Gibson angrily. Looking at Diana's gaze, Gibson didn't mind. Instead, he smiled broadly. I see, so what if we just decide on the match? Isn't that your favorite? Then he glanced at Alice. Is the princess here also attracted to deep relationships? Alice was speechless. Don't you have any shame? Just now, you invited another girl in front of me. She answered with a smile. No thanks, Master Gibson. Gibson shook his head. A pity. He then glanced at Diana again. Are you scared? Of course not. I'll accept it. Let's do it at the training hall. It's not the first time Diana had received a wedding invitation from Gibson. Their parents didn't want to get involved in the children's affairs. Desmond, who saw Gibson's gaze at Alice, became a little irritated. Mrs. Clementine, do you know the young master over there? Desmond asked this politely, but he failed to suppress his killing aura. That is Gibson's son from Andre, who is a former nobleman. Heard the word nobility, Desmond became interested. He had read a North Kingdom history book that all nobles were overthrown, except for the Imperial Kingdom's nobles. Haven't all the nobles been killed and expelled? Clementine replied while staring at the podium where the king was. King Edward forgives only 2 noble families. King Edward has also given the freedom of their property. So stupid, what if this nobleman is going to overthrow him back? Desmond thought. He wanted to say that. Still, he held back, realizing Clementine's gaze filled with sadness toward the king's podium. I see. Thanks for the information. Desmond then took a drink from the maid, who was carrying a tray. This is my thank you gift. He gifted it with a smile. Thank you, little Desmond. Instead of drinking it slowly, Clementine drank it at once until it was empty without pause. Meanwhile, near the drinks table, there was also another debate. Elizabeth was the daughter of a king, and with her beautiful appearance, it was natural for her to be approached by many boys. However, when she was chatting with them, they suddenly gave a path to one boy. Judging from the way he walked and his expression, the boy must be very arrogant. The boy then approached Elizabeth with a smile. Hello, miss. Elizabeth, I think this is our second meeting. He squats down and kisses Elizabeth's hand. Looking at his behavior, the other boys just snorted. He did not say a word. The boy is quite handsome. His body's proportion is also perfect, not thin nor fat. His body also had trained muscles. With brown hair, he stood staring at Elizabeth. Looking at her kissed hands, Elizabeth forced a smile. Yes, this is the second time, Master Matson. Elizabeth then took out a handkerchief and wiped her hands. Matson was not offended by Elizabeth's behavior. So has Miss Elizabeth thought of the proposal I sent? When Matson mentioned the proposal, Elizabeth's expression changed. As you know, you have to prove yourself first, she replied with a cold tone while looking at Matson in disgust. Please, Miss Elizabeth, who else deserves to side with you except me, genius number one? All the boys were looking at Matson around Elizabeth. They became furious with Matson's words. None of them dared to spoke, considering Matson's strength at the first king's party. They could only clench their fist and look at him with anger. Hey, Eliz. Ignoring Matson's provocation, one boy came forward and hugged Elizabeth. It's been a while. How are you? Confused about Elizabeth's silence, he looked down only to see Elizabeth's face flushed. Stupid, don't do things like this in public, Clark. Clark was the boy who dared to hug Elizabeth, even though he didn't look as handsome as Matson. However, he carried an aura that made people feel comfortable around him. Seeing his provocation didn't work, Matson turned to Clark. Hey, loser. It's been a long time. How about we continue our battle? Clark, who heard someone mention his battle, wanted to turn around and accept the challenge, but he felt Elizabeth pulling his clothes. Don't Clark this time, you might get badly injured again. Elizabeth held Clark's shirt with all her strength, with a very worried expression. It's okay, Eliz, I'm not the same person as I was years ago. Clark took Elizabeth's hand and turned to look at Matson. Okay, I accept. How about we start now? Matson grinned. Okay, no problem. Then he walked towards the arena but stopped halfway. I hope your defeat last year has taught you something. Matson then laughed as he walked. Clark clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, trying to hold her anger. Just wait, Matson, you will know it later. Clark then walked, followed Matson. If Matson loved Elizabeth, Clark would accept his defeat and give up on Elizabeth, but he knew Matson only targeted Elizabeth to strengthen his father's status. What? The debate also caught Desmond's attention. Mrs. Clementine, who are they? Looking at Desmond's gaze, Clementine replied, which one? The arrogant ones. That's Matson, son of Grimm. Grimm is one of the Grandmaster candidates. His father is amazing, but they said Matson is also really a genius. Some rumors say that his physique is comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. He also beat Clark, the boy who was with Elizabeth. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Status. Name Matson. Gender male. Age of 6 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 9.06. Strength 4.59. Agility 5.52. Stamina 2. Trait effect. Arrogant unique. Temporarily increase strength, agility when fighting a weaker enemy. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.003. Grants a fear effect on weaker enemies. What? Who? That was amazing, right? Looking at Desmond expressionlessly, Clementine shook her head. You may not know that. He is also rumored to be the seed of the future dual class. Oh, Desmond replied with an unattractive expression. What's so great about that? The stats alone are still below me, he thought. Then he asks, so how about the other one? Clark is the son of Albin and Yassi, a former aristocrat different from Matson. Clark has long known Elizabeth from childhood. Elizabeth often visits the clothing shop of Clark's mother. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Status. Name Clark. Gender male. Age of 6 years. Race human. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 9.06. Strength 5.15. Agility 6. Stamina 2. Trait effect. Fairness unique. Temporarily increase strength, agility over time when fighting an enemy with evil traits. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.003. Regeneration 50% when dying. What? What's wrong? Seeing Desmond's expression suddenly change made Clementine feel excited. Are you perhaps attracted to Clark? She began to daydream, thinking about the scenario between Desmond and Clark's love. Desmond flinched. Why do I have to pull off with men? Desmond thought. No, want to bet who'll win between Clark and Matson. Hearing Desmond's request, Clementine became more excited. Okay, you go first. Who will you choose? Clark. Desmond believed in Clark. He looked like the protagonist. Looking at Clark's status, he felt envious. His trait buff is unfair. System, simulate a battle between Clark and me. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status, working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System conclusion. Host has an 80% chance of winning if it is just a regular match, but if it's a death in battle, the possibility of the host is 30%. This calculation is based on the regeneration of the target and the host's evil traits. Well, as I thought. At least there's still a chance for me to develop. Seeing Desmond's confidence, Clementine became confused. Isn't this your first time here? Why believe in him so much? Just an instinct, Desmond answered, as he thought about the many tricks to increase the chance of winning. Then he glanced at Clementine. So, Mrs. Clementine, if I win, you'll owe me a favor. Who? Okay, I accept it, but if you lose, you have to approach my daughter and, if possible, get married. Clementine laughed out loud. Her only intention was to make Desmond her son-in-law. From the first time she saw Desmond, she already knew Desmond was full of potential. Okay, no problem, as long as your daughter wants to, Desmond replied casually. To him, marriage was just another chip for bargaining. Even in the previous world, he had become the fiancé of several wealthy princesses. Hearing Desmond immediately agree, Clementine became happy. No problem, I'll try to make my daughter like you. Let's go, it seems they are about to start the match. Seeing that Matson and Clark had entered the practice room, Clementine then invited Deanna, Alice, and Desmond to follow her. Ah, I forgot, she has a match too, thought Desmond as he turned to look at Clementine, who didn't seem to have a problem with her daughter's match. Walking towards the arena, Desmond saw a regular door. The size of the door made him wonder. Is it possible that they would fight in this small space? Turning to the side, Desmond saw Clementine and Diana as if they were normal. At the same time, Alice's expression was the same as his, confused. With a thought, Desmond slid the door open. The door opened and Desmond was shocked. Inside that space, it was completely different from the outside. The arena they were going to use was equal to the gladiator arena, enough to accommodate thousands of people. Unconsciously, Desmond turned towards Clementine, who was also staring at him with a big grin. So, are you surprised? Deanna asked the same question to Alice. Desmond's expression quickly returned to normal. Yes, it caught me off guard a little. It looks like the king had expected something like this to happen. As if someone had just tasted victory after losing a few times, Clementine laughed so hard that she had to cover her mouth with a fan to calm down. I know that you must be surprised. Ignoring Desmond's topic about the king, she kept laughing at him. I don't know why I felt so irritated when I saw her smile. She didn't do anything wrong. After a couple of minutes, Clementine finally calmed down. The king indeed built the arena, to be precise after the Tournament of Storms had been declared. Desmond snorted while recalling what his parents said. Indeed, this is a suitable place for the tournament, but why should it be built close to the king's residence? Waving her hand, Clementine then stared at the ceiling. I don't know why the king chose this place. Desmond saw sadness in her eyes again whenever they talked about the king. What? Did I say something wrong again? It looks like I should avoid topics like this in the future. Let's put that matter aside, so why don't you stop your daughter's marriage? Even she didn't want it. Clementine was delighted when Desmond didn't ask further about her problem. Instead, he asked about her daughter's problem. I know. This boy is a genius at his age, able to control emotions and control words exactly like what is written in books, she thought. And then Clementine turned to look at Desmond with sparkling eyes. There was an unwritten rule where parents must not interfere in every child's affairs unless it is to endanger their lives. Desmond nodded. That's why the king left earlier. He knew that many boys had targeted his daughter, so maybe he couldn't bear it. He waited a while to hear a further explanation, but Clementine didn't speak after that. Confused, Desmond asked, "That's all?" Looking at Desmond's confused state, Clementine then smiled slyly. Yep, that's all. I see. Without further questioning, Desmond ignored Clementine's expression, which seemed to have bad intentions. He then turned his head towards the arena. Oh, looks like the duel is about to start. Hopefully Mrs. Clementine won't forget our bet. Clementine also shifted her glance to the arena. She puffed out her chest. Of course, she said in a high tone while pointing at Matson. I will definitely win, and you will marry my daughter. The two girls who had been talking cheerfully were shocked when they heard Mrs. Clementine's words. Diana was most shocked because she had just accepted a challenge to prevent her marriage, but her mother had secretly arranged her to someone. What? I will never marry a weak man like that, she snapped, pointing at Desmond with a face full of anger. Alice, who heard this matter, tightly hugged Desmond's hand. Hey Desmond, did you agree with that? Desmond felt his hand being held very tightly every second. Alice's nails also pierced his skin. He looked at worried Alice, and there was also a hint of fear in her eyes. Then he stroked Alice's hair. Take it easy, even though I get married, I will still be beside you, sis. But Desmond closed Alice's lips, not letting her continue. SHH, we'd better focus on this match. He saw Alice roll her eyes and finally calm down but still hugged his arms. Clementine and Diana also finished their debate and focused on the match. Clark, Matson, and Elizabeth stood and discussed the match rules in the arena's middle. As usual, Miss Elizabeth will be the judge, said Matson, winking at Elizabeth. No problem. Elizabeth then raised her hand. Clark and Matson's bodies suddenly glowed, and a small light came out from their body. The light then headed towards Elizabeth's palm. Okay, I have checked you guys. You are still conscious and healthy. So if either one loses, there is no accusing someone of using magic to their mind. I will decide this match by myself. Someone will be considered the winner if the opponent confesses to surrender or the opponent can no longer move. That's all. Is everything clear? She looked at Clark worriedly. She saw Clark nod while giving her the thumbs up. Elizabeth then pressed a crystal button on her hand. The ground suddenly shook as if something large had moved underneath it. The arena that had been wide with the distant audience seats turned narrow. The ground under Clark and Matson's feet suddenly rose and formed a roundabout like an arena. From each end of the round appeared an iron pillar. Each pillar emitted a magic barrier that blocked any attack from the inside out nor outside. Spectator seats very far from the arena became very close, but with a higher position than the arena. Elizabeth, who was near them, suddenly had a position that was higher than any place. Like a CCTV room in the modern age, the land around her formed a glass room. Each glass side was connected to each pillar. There were also guards to be seen around the arena. Since everyone had experienced this before, they were not too surprised, but it was different for Desmond and Alice as it was their first time. Their reaction with widened eyes was funny to see. The distance between Clark and Matson was 50 m. Clenching his hand, Clark shouted, Mugen. A lump of earth formed from the surrounded area and headed for his grasp. The clod of earth then slowly changed its shape to a wooden sword in a katana shape. I will show you what I have learned so far. Taking his position, Clark held the katana in both hands, dashed forward, and thrust it straight. The crowd only blinked their eyes once, and Clark had moved 5 m from his original position. Matson grinned. As usual, the name of your move is extraordinary. After mocking him, his expression then turned serious. Still, you will never beat me. He spread his hands apart while snapping his fingers. Double edge. Black iron formed from the ground around him. The iron then fell on Matson's 2 hands, slowly forming a short sword. The blade shape was almost similar in appearance to a kukri, but without grip. Matson also dashed forward, his leg skin suddenly becoming more rigid. The difference is obvious. Matson can activate body enchantment twice a day, while Clark only one. In short, the two of them got very close to each other, and eventually there was a clash. Clank. The sound of the collision between iron and wood was only temporary before a cracking sound was heard. Crack. The wooden katana lost to an iron one sword. Looking at Clark's struggled expression, Matson's smile grew wider. How did you realize this is the difference in our strength? Matson then pushed his blade harder towards Clark, causing Clark's katana to experience several deep cracks. Looking at his cracked katana, Clark still didn't budge. Then he used body enchantment again, which had crossed the limit for this day. The muscles in his right hand began to appear. With additional strength, he managed to slash and break Matson's defense. Matson's hand was in midair, and he saw Clark prepared for the final attack. Matson then dropped one of his blades and gave Clark a sly smile. Fool! Regardless of what Matson said, Clark kept raising his katana as high as possible with both hands and then swung downwards, aiming for Matson's head. Matson shook his head. You are the same as before. After he said that, his smile grew wider. Active. An iron pillar appeared from under Matson's feet, aimed towards Clark's chest. Thump. Clark bounced off 5 meters, and thump, he was flying in midair before he was stopped, hitting the iron wall that was suddenly behind him. Cough cough, the iron pillar's former collision formed a box shape across his chest, causing him to cough repeatedly. In the glass room, Elizabeth, who saw Clark's condition, then shouted, Clark! Her eyes were watered, and she tightly gripped the crystal button, which was used to stop the duel. Although no one heard it, the audience could sense Elizabeth's intention to stop the match, including Matson. Miss Elizabeth, please be fair and honest. Then he looked back at Clark with a mocked smile. Anyway, I'm giving you a chance to surrender, he said while slowly walking towards him. In the audience seats, those who bet on Matson were in a state of joy. Thank God my prediction is right. Then he stretched his hand towards the person beside him. No, Master Clark has not given up. Look, his eyes are still open, the person replied while pointing at Clark, who was lying in the arena. At Desmond's place, Clementine, who saw Clark being cornered, smiled happily. You remember you promised to marry my daughter, right? She held Desmond's hand tightly, which made Alice, who was beside Desmond, uncomfortable. On hearing this, Desmond's lips twisted, become closer exactly, not married. He furrowed his brows while continuing to focus on Clark. Is the buff inactive? How could he lose? System conclusion. According to the system analysis, Matson's trait does not clarify as an evil trait. It makes the buff effect useless. Meanwhile, the buff effect of Matson's trait strengthens to the point of negating Clark's regeneration effect. I see. That's why he always loses. Only if he gets stronger will he possibly overcome his most enemy. Looks like I don't need to worry in the future. His custom skill is a bit familiar to one of the countries in my old world. Maybe it is a coincidence. Or is he also a reincarnator? Seeing that Desmond had little interest in her daughter, Clementine sighed. At least there is progress. She shook her head and then refocused on the fight, while Alice, who was beside Desmond, became worried about this duel. In the field, after Clark was blown away and hit by Matson's iron wall, he felt a little dizzy, and his hearing didn't seem to be working. He only saw Matson approach him while talking about something. Forcing his body to move, he finally stood with trembling legs, holding his katana with both hands. Looking at Clark's suffering, Matson laughed out loud. Look, this is the Clark you guys are proud of. You are all weak if you dare face me at once. He dashed forward and hit Clark's nape of the neck with the back of his sword. Thud in Clark's eyes, he only glanced at Matson a couple of seconds before Matson vanished from his sight. A few seconds later, he lost all power and fell forward. Although many viewers hated Matson, there were still cheers for him. Those who cheered consisted of several Matson supporters and the people who won the bet. In the glass room, Elizabeth fell when she saw Clark faint, her eyes reddened. She wanted to stop the match immediately, but received a message from Clementine. Matson, who was cheered triumphantly, stretched out his hands and closed his eyes. This was the smell of victory, the smell I liked the most. He waited a while, but the arena had not changed. We'll move on to the second match, which is Gibson against Diana. Elizabeth's voice was heard throughout the room, and several guards came to the arena. The guards then dragged out Matson and Clark of the arena. The barrier that had blocked the magic temporarily disappeared. 2 guards carried Clark with his body hovering in the air. At the same time, Matson walked out on his own to answer questions from each of his supporters. For that, we will take a temporary break. Elizabeth's voice sounded back, and the glass room descended to the ground. Elizabeth came out and immediately ran towards Clark, who was floating in the air. The guards who cast spells on Clark stopped their steps, letting Elizabeth get closer. Sobbing, Elizabeth held Clark's cheek. I told you not to fight. She chanted a spell, and Clark's body glowed again. The bruises all over Clark's body began to heal, but at a slow pace. I hope this is enough. After treating Clark, she walked towards the glass room again. A few minutes remained before the start of the game. In the seat of Desmond, Clementine had a serious conversation with Diana. Remember, my child, I won't help you if you lose. You have to accept this no matter what the situation of defeat. And one more thing, use all tricks to win. Clementine's last words made Diana hesitate. But mother, wouldn't that be considered cheating? Her conscience could not accept victory in a dirty way. She inherited this trait from her father, who was always loyal to King Edward. In contrast, Clementine was a little cunning, but there was still a hint of kindness on her conscience. Hearing her daughter deny it, Clementine only laughed. If I am fair, then your father will choose another woman over your mother. Just obey my words if you want to break the engagement. Hearing this directly from Clementine's mouth, Diana was shocked. She did not expect her mother to use a cunning method. Today there were seeds of doubt in her heart about her mother, whom she had always trusted and believed to use fair play. Fine, Mom, I'll try. She went straight to the arena without waiting for an answer from her mother, with teary eyes. Seeing Diana's attitude, Alice wanted to catch up with her to relieve her emotions, but Desmond held her back. The world is cruel. Don't expect the world to be fair if you act fairly. Desmond looked at Clementine, who was not bothered by her daughter's attitude, but she could see the worry in her eyes. Even a mother must be strict with her child's future. Shaking his head, Desmond released his hand on Alice after she calmed a bit and then focused on the arena. What? In the arena, after waiting for a long time, finally, the match began. This time it is a match between Diana, the daughter of Vesta, and Gibson, the son of Lord Andre. The bet used is marriage. If Diana loses, she will agree to marry Gibson. And vice versa, if Diana wins, Gibson will not bother her and can't propose a marriage proposal again. For this match, it will be decided by myself. Someone will be considered the winner if the opponent confesses to surrender, or the opponent can no longer move. Is everything clear? Before the match started, Elizabeth had checked the contestants' condition and claimed that they were healthy and not affected by any spells. Yes, 2x. All right, the match can start. After Elizabeth's words, the entire room fell silent. The silence broke with Gibson's laughter. Hahasa, why are you being a cowardly cat now? Attack me. Patting his chest, Gibson mocked Diana, who had closed her eyes. Hearing Gibson's taunt, Diana was unfazed. She was concentrated on gathering energy. After a few seconds had passed, she finally opened her eyes. Ready to lose, round ball. Diana's whole body was enveloped in a golden glow. Diana did not move and let the light envelop her entire body. After the light faded, you could see that her body was covered by armor made of golden light. The armor also had a pair of wings. Her body flew in midair. Then she flew toward Gibson, her speed not too fast, but with every area she passed, it became burned and left a trail of golden light marks. The armor didn't have a helmet and made her red-haired glow in golden light. This seemed like a princess from hell with heaven armor. Diana also had a great sword, which she held with both hands. The blade was also enveloped in golden light. Every time she moved, the great sword's exterior light grew bigger, making the original great sword twice its size. Seeing Diana, who was very excited to beat him, Gibson immediately cast a spell, and the ground around him gathered in his body. The soil then formed into 2 gloves made of earth. The gloves were enormous, the size of a giant hand. Gibson then screamed as Diana came to him. Come to Papa, darling, ha. You bast. Stacking the anger she had always kept, Diana swung her great sword horizontally at Gibson's giant hand. Thrum clank. Like a berserk warrior, Diana continued to swing her big sword in a bare manner. Gibson was forced into a defensive position, protecting his body by bending his hands, hoping that his giant hand could continue to scrape Diana's attacks. Come on. Get out of your turtle shell, ugly bast. Thrum clank. You, crazy woman. Gibson started to feel frightened, sweat pouring over his body. His breathing was also irregular, and he'd already started to feel his hands go numb. Stop, bitch. His fear grew when he saw that his giant hands were dropped to a few pebbles. On the other hand, Diana did not hear the word surrender. She still attacked him, getting fiercer. Her stamina continued to decrease, slowing her attacks down. She became irritated and shouted, "You coward. What kind of a man are you?" Then she flew upward and raised her great sword as high as possible. Take this. And then dropped it. The great sword fell quickly under the weight towards Gibson's giant hand. This is a little dangerous. Because she couldn't stay too long in the air, she landed and started running, tried to avoid the impact of her great sword. Gibson couldn't see anything except his giant hand, but suddenly he felt Diana's attack had stopped. Opening both of his hands, he saw Diana, who wanted to run away for no reason. "Hee, where are you going, coward?" His giant hand grew longer and managed to catch Diana's body. Like rubber, the giant hand suddenly shrank slowly, pulling Diana back toward Gibson. Jabu, Jabu. Diana, who was pulled by Gibson's hand, panicked. She looked up and saw his great sword hit her head. Crash. Diana fell to the ground. The great sword also cut Gibson's giant arm. Gibson was dumbfounded when he saw a great sword suddenly cut his hand. Then he saw Diana's situation that had been crushed by his giant stone hand, struggling to escape. "Ha, look, your weapon doesn't want you, ha." The whole audience also saw this and laughed. "Is this what's called a backfire?" asked one of the audience. "That's right. Haha, I've never seen anything this ridiculous." Well, Desmond and Alice tried to hold back their laughter as hard as possible because they wanted to respect Clementine, whose face was already flushed with anger. "Stupid girl, I told you to use a cunning method instead of using a knight-like method." Clementine then hit her thigh. "It seems I have to educate hard after this." In the arena, Diana, who was laid on the ground, heard all the taunts faintly. She felt ashamed as well. Apart from the wounds she had on her head, it was nothing like the embarrassment she had now. A few seconds later, the audience saw Diana had not moved. Then they saw Diana fainted on the grounds, with a face red like a tomato. Gibson then looked at Elizabeth. "Is this considered a win? Look at her. She has fainted from the embarrassment, ha. Elizabeth just snorted. She didn't like people who bullied innocent girls like Diana. Elizabeth then moved one of the mirrors she controlled to check Diana's condition. The glass emitted a light shining on her body. "The winner is Master Gibson. According to the agreement, Master Gibson will marry Miss Elizabeth." So from Diana's side, does anyone have any objections? All the audience was shocked when they saw Clementine, namely Diana's mother, raise her hand. They all knew that a parent was strictly forbidden to help with her child's business. "Yes, I object. Before Master Gibson marries my daughter, someone else had proposed to her first." Clementine then turned to Desmond and laughed slyly. When the audience heard this, they became shocked. Elizabeth then asked for more details via a message sent using a spell. After nodding a few times, Elizabeth finally stood up, ready to announce. "So according to Mrs. Clementine's request as Diana's parents, this is not against the rules. Even before Master Gibson proposed to Diana, Diana had been proposed 3 years ago." The crowd was in an uproar, especially Gibson, who was off the pitch. He then walked over to Clementine. "Mrs. Clementine, this is not like a pact. You should have told me before I proposed. All my efforts were in vain. This time I'm asking for compensation." As his nickname is, Gibson is shameless. He can already make a move like this to make him look innocent. Seeing Gibson's behavior, Clementine snorted. "Must I tell you every one of our family activities, kid? You don't even deserve my daughter at all." What? At the same time, Desmond saw Clementine ignore Gibson's every babble. He was not surprised by this sudden change. "I expected this after seeing Diana pass out and lose." With Clementine's personality, she couldn't accept Gibson as her son-in-law. "But this does not follow the agreement we had discussed." System scan. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name Clementine. Gender female. Age 36. Race human. Class first witch. Occupation none. Unique energy 31.35. Strength 12. Agility 7. Stamina 5.35. Trait curiosity rare. What? I see. Every first wizard may have a defense from system scanning. Also, it looks like I'm right about Clementine. It felt like something tried to enter her body. Clementine looked at Desmond. "He is your opponent." She also could not stand Gibson's babble, who always asked for compensation and then pointed at Desmond. Turning around, Gibson saw Desmond, who was shorter than him. He then laughed loudly. "Ha, Mrs. Clementine, is this the child you said?" He turned, looked back at Clementine. "Isn't the comparison clear? Just look at that thin and small body. How could it hurt me?" Well, Clementine didn't reply to Gibson's mockery. She also didn't know Desmond's strength. After all, she was very used to gambling. If you're not reading this at Webnovel, Then sorry, the content you're reading is stolen. Please, say no to piracy. Don't take part in a crime. Don't patronize thieves. Repent now and go here. Equals link to the original site. https://www.webnovel.com/book/ the most satisfied reincarnate 18 quadrillion 29 trillion 140 7 billion 206 million 144,405. Alice, who had been silent, shouted, "Shut the fuck up. He is my strongest brother. It's not like you, round ball." Hearing a familiar voice, Gibson turned around to look at Alice, the beautiful young lady who had previously avoided contact with him. Since Alice had always had her back to Desmond, Gibson could not see her face for sure. "Oh, looks like I was wrong. I'm sorry, miss, your brother is powerful, more powerful than me." He smiled as he approached Alice. At first, Desmond ignored Gibson's mockery, but when Gibson approached Alice, this crossed his bottom line. He moved forward to block Gibson's way. "Stop right there, meat." He held Gibson's body only with one hand. "Don't touch my sister with your fucking ugly hand." Feeling something very strong stopping him, Gibson looked down. "I see. It looks like you have a little ability." Then he tried to push Desmond's hand away, but Desmond's hand didn't budge. Even until his face turned red and his veins popped out, Gibson couldn't push Desmond's hand. "Not bad. Looks like I have to use a little of my strength." Secretly, he chanted a spell and covered his fingers with rocks. Seeing Gibson struggle to remove Desmond's hand from his quiver, Clementine's eyes lit up. "Looks like my guess was right. It's easier to guess the behavior of smart people." Desmond, who saw Gibson use the spell in secret, just let it go. "Do you think added additional power like that would make you stronger?" "Hump and naive. This is the reason I hate children." Then he increased his strength and managed to make Gibson fall. Gibson couldn't believe it. Even after using his spell, he still couldn't compete with Desmond. "All right, I will accept your challenge this time." After that, Gibson went to the arena to get ready. Meanwhile, Desmond, who heard this, became confused. "Why me?" It was Clementine. He wanted so badly to say that, but it was impossible because Gibson was gone, left him speechless. Desmond then turned to Clementine with a cold gaze. "This isn't our agreement. I only need to approach your daughter, not compete with someone." Ignoring Desmond's cold gaze, Clementine answered with a smile, "Ah, did I say that? Isn't the agreement to marry my daughter?" Hearing Clementine's reply, Desmond knew it would be a waste of his time if he continued. "As compensation, you owe me one chance." Desmond then whispered something to Alice and headed for the arena. Seeing Desmond agreed to this, Clementine yawned, but she suddenly felt a murderous air. She turned around and looked at Alice. Alice looked at her with a cold gaze. "Please pay attention to what you say next time, Mrs. Clementine, this time. My brother is very serious. If it weren't for my brother's request, maybe you wouldn't be alive today." Hearing the threat from Alice, Clementine raised her eyebrows. "Hey kid, don't be so arrogant in front of old people, have respect." Then she gave Alice a bit of her murderous aura, but she saw Alice did not budge. Now she was forced to release her killing aura to its fullest. Everyone in the audience felt her aura and was shocked. Their attention immediately shifted toward Alice and Clementine. Alice felt that Clementine's aura contained the same energy as Diana's, but her training so far wasn't just for fun. Then she gave off an aura as strong as Clementine's, with a hint of cold surrounding them. Feeling Alice's aura grow stronger, Clementine was shocked. "First witch. No, near first class. Wow, this kid also had talent. But it is still far from enough to beat me, kid." She then gave off an additional aura, which made the area around her heat up. The audience also felt pressured by their aura. Even Desmond, who was near the ring, was shocked. "Sis, I told you not to do anything reckless." He sent a message using a spell to Alice to calm her down. After a few seconds, Alice and Clementine's auras died down, and the audience was able to breathe again. Matson, Elizabeth, and Gibson were surprised by the amount of energy Alice had. Even though their difference was only 3 years, the energy distance should not differ so much. "Looks like I got a new wife beside Elizabeth." Matson saw Alice's appearance as not inferior to Elizabeth. Besides, Alice's impression of him was very different from Elizabeth, who was like a naive princess that had just come out of the palace. In comparison, Alice was a very charming lady, coupled with her strong strength. Inside the glass room, Elizabeth seemed to be contemplating the previous incident. For the first time, an unpleasant feeling appeared in her heart. It seemed I should ask my father to investigate the two of them. Then she stood up to announce, "The next match is Gibson against Desmond, a newcomer." As the crowd heard this, there became an uproar. They started placing bets on Desmond and Gibson. After Desmond entered the arena, Elizabeth explained the same rules and also did the same to their body. After she confirmed they were healthy and didn't find any spells controlling their mind, Elizabeth officially started the match. Without further ado, Gibson immediately chanted a spell, and a large rock formed from the earth's lump around him. The stone was shaped like a box and slowly headed towards Desmond. Gibson also chanted another spell, covering all parts of his body with stones. The stone forms a knight's armor that protects him from any attack, making sure all his preparations were finished. Finally, Gibson felt relieved. Then he turned to Desmond only to see that Desmond had disappeared. His heart began to panic. Gibson looked at the surrounding area but still did not find Desmond. Blinking his eyes, he saw a person's shadow in front of him, and then his vision suddenly darkened. Crash Gibson's body bounced and hit the arena barrier. The spectators who saw this were shocked. They only blinked once, but the match was over. Because Gibson's fat body was flung into the ring, a lot of dust was created from his stone's armor. After waiting a few moments, the audience saw Gibson was in horrible condition. He was unconscious with his head bleeding, and several bends of blow marks were on his face and stomach. This time the audience was horrified and shivered, unable to say anything. Silence filled the room. Then they shifted their focus to the middle arena. They saw Desmond standing there facing the glass room. In the glass room, the situation was not much different. Elizabeth had fallen, and her expression showed that she had just seen something terrifying. Desmond's gaze on her increased her fear. But this was only for a moment, considering that she still had work to do. The audience then saw Elizabeth standing, but with shaken legs. "The winner is Master Desmond will marry Miss Diana." Unable to stand the pressure, Desmond was omitted, and Elizabeth quickly squeezed the crystal in her hand. Guards quickly grabbed Gibson and checked the situation, staring at Desmond with unpleasant eyes because he had increased their work. However, some seemed to have started to respect Desmond after seeing his strength. After a few minutes, the room and arena returned to normal, and the audience rushed out. The audience only consisted of kids the same age. Only Clementine was the adult in this room. Seeing this, Desmond became confused. He tilted his head and walked over to Alice and Clementine. "Did I do something wrong?" He saw Alice shaking her head, while Clementine watched in disbelief. "Didn't you notice?" Shaking his head, Desmond gave Clementine a strange look. "Maybe I went too far," he nodded to himself, thinking about his behavior. "It's not just an exaggeration. You're spectacular. How can a child your age have such strength?" If you're not reading this at webnovel.com, then sorry, the content you're reading is stolen. Please, say no to piracy. Don't take part in a crime. Don't patronize thieves. Repent now and go here. Equals link to the original site. https://www.webnovel.com/book/the most satisfied reincarnate 18 quadrillion 29 trillion 140 7 billion 206 million 140 4405. Clementine asked Desmond several absurd questions for 10 minutes before he finally changed the subject. "Let's put that aside. What about the deal?" Alice, who heard this, became nervous. She tugged at Desmond's shirt and whispered something in his ear. "Do you want to marry Diana?" Not wanting to be misunderstood, Desmond cleared his throat and returned Alice's whisper. "That's not it. I just want her to owe me a request. For this request, maybe I'll ask for some things that have been impossible for our family to get." On hearing this, Alice felt relieved. She then moved behind Desmond, no longer preventing her from talking to Clementine. Clementine, who saw this, only felt amused by the relationship between these siblings. "Of course I remember it, then let's go to the main hall. It looks like the party will end soon." Desmond wanted to ask why Clementine didn't visit her daughter at the treatment center. But he stopped her intentions after he saw Clementine's expression that she didn't care for her daughter at all. Following Clementine's words, they then headed towards the exit and into the main hall. After Desmond's departure, Matson, who saw this, felt jealous, envious, and anger toward him. "I see. It seems that I am not the only genius of this generation. Then he secretly visited the medical center. What? This room was not too big, but filled with circular tables and chairs. Like a meeting room, several people were already seated in each chair, and 2 chairs were still empty. There were 5 people in total, and that included Edward. One of the people who looked like the Prime Minister stood up to start the talks. Today we will discuss the Tournament of Storms, also the recent attack by the Imperial Empire assassin. The first thing we'll discuss is the attack from the Imperial Empire. The Prime Minister then turned to face Edward. He saw Edward nod and sit back down. After the Prime Minister sat down, a person sitting in an armored suit, who seemed to be the second Prime Minister, stood up. Even though we have already eradicated the assassins, the Imperial Empire doesn't seem like a deterrent. During those 6 years, they even continued to send out several assassins. For that matter, we have divided the tasks to Master Witch Noel, who is currently serving on the border between the Imperial Empire and the North Kingdom. After he finished speaking, he was silent, waiting for the king's reply. Edward's position was in the corner of the middle table. His position was higher than the others. A curtain also covered his face. On hearing the situation of the kingdom this year, he became a little annoyed. Do you know the motive of the Imperial Empire? From the results of the investigation, this attack was aimed at Master Witch Leona. We have information that she was carrying something of value that belongs to the Imperial Empire's minister, or king right now. Oh, that's her, brought by teacher, thought Edward, and then he continued, I see, ignore that one. We have to respect my teacher. He is the one who brought the Witch Master to strengthen our kingdom. Continue to the second topic. What? After a few hours discussing the tournament topic, the city manager and others finally finished. In the hall, Edward reappears. Thank you to all the guests who have come today. I will announce the party is over. Please wait for the next invitation. After they finished, they all bowed to Edward's departure, which the Bastion family had previously done. Desmond and Alice also wanted to rush out of the hall. They were very tired of chatting with the guests. Alice was always approached by many boys, while several young ladies continually glanced at Desmond. The next day after the king's party, Desmond woke up as usual and went straight to Alice's room. There was something that surprised him. He saw Alice meditating seriously. It seemed that she didn't sleep last night because she was still wearing the clothes she wore at the party. Desmond waited for a couple of hours before finally, Alice opened her eyes. Hey sis, how are you? Alice slowly opened her eyes and then looked at Desmond, who was beside her. How long have you been here? Turning to the window, Alice saw that the sun was shining overhead. Immediately, she rushed out of her room. What? Confused, Desmond also came out of Alice's room and headed straight to the courtyard to carry out his usual activities. What? In the courtyard, after Desmond arrived, he didn't start training as usual. How much longer have I left? Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. Estimate time 4 years. Unused slot 1. How it will be soon. Have you analyzed Elizabeth's status yet? Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. Status. Name Elizabeth. Gender female. Age 6 years. Race human. Class witch. Occupation heir of the North Kingdom. Unique energy 9.06. Strength 5.15. Agility 6. Stamina 2. Trait effect. Tolerance unique. Increase healing effect and range by 20%. When healing an evil trait, decrease effect by 50% for 1 day. Instead of healing, it's giving light damage by 5% total healing. Increase amount unique energy, gathering 0.003. I see. Desmond then narrowed his eyes while looking at Elizabeth's trait effect. My eyes were not wrong yesterday. This trait is very annoying. It must be possible. The same traits with lower grades also have an anti-evil effect. Luckily, the healing spell does not always include an anti-evil trait. If you're not reading this at webnovel.com, then sorry, the content you're reading is stolen. Please, say no to piracy. Don't take part in a crime. Don't patronize thieves. Repent now and go here. Equals link to the original site. https://www.webnovel.com/book/ the most satisfied reincarnate 18 quadrillion 29 trillion 140 7 billion 206 million 140 4405. Days before the king's party. In the courtyard, Desmond was training as usual. Just as Desmond was about to continue his training, Alice suddenly called out to him. Brother. He saw Alice come in neat clothes. Aren't you shopping today, sis? Desmond quipped her with a smile. Seeing Desmond's behavior, Alice felt annoyed. She was angry and wanted to punish him, but then she remembered something more important. Listen, I want to tell you a few things that Mom said before she went to duty. Hearing his mother's name, Desmond frowned. His expression then turned serious. Do not worry, I'm listening now. He turned right and left and looked back at Alice. Before that, follow me, sis. I also want to tell you something important. Without waiting for Alice's answer, Desmond took her hand and immediately activated the custom spell. What? Desmond had carried Alice while running on the road invisibly. Because his energy had reached the minimum requirement to become a wizard, he could activate the custom spell for 1 hour. Passing the bakery, the buildings, they finally arrived at the border between the inner city and the outer city. Thank you for keeping quiet all this time, Desmond said. I will explain all of this after we arrive in outer city. Wait a little longer, stay silent, and do not ask anything, sis. The truth is, Alice did not want to ask any questions. After Desmond pulled her hand and carried her, her mind became relaxed, and it almost put her to sleep. She only woke up as Desmond spoke. Continuing, they walked silently under the hot sunshine. Arriving at the outer city, Desmond headed straight to the location where Alice was kidnapped. On the way, Alice slowly recalled the location where she was kidnapped. She wanted to ask Desmond, but she remembered what Desmond said about not talking. Hesitated, worried, and wanting to ask questions, Alice was confused, and without realizing it, they finally arrived in front of the alley where she had been kidnapped. Slowly, Desmond entered the alley. At the end of the alley, Alice saw several demons bound with iron rope. The rope glowed bluishly. It was like a magic item. She remembered the incident and her trauma. She wanted to jump off Desmond's back and run, but her body had different thoughts. She was indeed hugging Desmond's back tightly and accidentally pulled Desmond's hair, too. Bearing the pain, Desmond finally could not stand it. Sis, calm down. Now you can come down. He deactivated his custom spell and saw Alice's condition. Alice was shivering and her eyes were unfocused. Gradually advancing, Desmond came to one of the demons. First, I want you to erase your fear toward demons. Alice then saw the demon scream for help. That demon also put up a futile resistance. The second is, Desmond chanted, and an invisible knife formed from a mass of iron. Desmond slowly slit the demon's neck as if showing her how to kill the right way. Because a cloth covered the demon's mouth, it made the demon scream less loud. However, to Alice, she could feel how painful it was by looking at the demon's begged expressions while staring at her. Astapy. Desmond. Unable to stand what she saw, Alice shouted. Her gaze upon Desmond had changed from a hero to a cold-blooded villain. Desmond stopped his action and then pulled the knife from the demon's neck. Pop blood then came out continuously from the demon's neck. Several splashes of blood splashed across Alice's face, making her expression even more terrified. Thump wati didi yoyu dubrother. Her hands were shaking as she pointed toward the demon, lying on the ground with a look of shock. Seeing Alice's reaction, Desmond became satisfied and nodded. Let me say it clearly, sis. Never hesitate to kill. Then he approached Alice. Without realizing it, Alice also slowly moved away from Desmond. In her sight, he was not her brother anymore, but a devil with a human face. Seeing Alice move away from him, Desmond, disappointed, shook his head. There are two types of humans after they kill each other. The first type is humans who are afraid after killing. It will always haunt them. They will usually recover after a few years, but still have a sense of guilt. Second, it is the humans who accept that reality. They will have got used to killing after the first murder. They assume that all humans also died. They only hasten their destiny. Desmond is a type of second person because of the influence of the previous world. He became the heir to not just a name. He trained to get used to killing, played with firearms and other things. This became a habit that almost made his affection disappear. If it were not for his organization's code of ethics, which stated the family must be protected and cared for, maybe he would kill Alice and his family after he grew up. Desmond stopped, not continuing his steps. He sat on the floor, waiting for Alice to calm down. What? After a few minutes, Alice finally calmed down and looked at Desmond. I'm sorry about earlier, brother. Realizing her actions, Alice felt guilty. Initially, she saw Desmond as a devil or cold-blooded villain. But when she remembered the kidnapped incident, Desmond was the only one who was right on time to help her. Her view of Desmond returned again, this time no longer as a hero, but as someone who cares about family. Recalling Desmond's words, Alice slowly began to accept the reality. She looked at Desmond and saw Desmond also staring seriously at her. Concluded, Alice slowly walked towards one demon. Chanting a spell, an ice sword formed from the demon's blood near her. Alice turned to Desmond once again and saw Desmond nodding. Raising her sword, Alice slashed the demon from above with her eyes closed. Pub. Her face was full of blood. She opened her eyes and saw her sword stuck in the middle of the demon's mouth, unable to cut it in half. Alice. Dropping her sword, Alice fell and screamed. The fact that she had killed someone still flashed back in her memory. Seeing Alice, who'd managed to kill the demon, Desmond was satisfied and nodded several times. Not bad, not bad. At least she dared to take action. The first step is the most difficult. Desmond then approached Alice and held her cheek. It's okay, sis, this is fate. The weak will only become food for the strong. He chanted a spell and soaked his clothes with water. He slowly wiped Alice's bloodied face. Alice, who had been in shock, immediately hugged Desmond. Higgs. She cried while hugging Desmond tightly, without saying a word. Desmond then stroked Alice's hair. From now, remember, sis, don't hesitate to kill. But still obey the rules. If you want to kill someone, at least do it as quietly as possible. Alice's cries grew louder. She inadvertently let out a slight chill, leaving the alleyway covered with mist. What? After a few minutes of crying, Alice finally stopped. Her face flushed slightly, and then she looked at Desmond with suspicion. Tell me, brother, since when? Well, Desmond laughed. Haha, I used to be just like you, crying after my first kill. He looked up at the sky while he remembered his past. Hearing this, Alice became confused. Since when? Has my younger brother been used to killing since when? How can he be so calm now? Many questions popped into her mind. The more she thought about it, the more mysterious her brother became. Alice finally realized. I know. My brother must always hide his cry and bear this feeling. And as an elder sister, I am useless not knowing and comforting him. Sighing, Alice held Desmond's hand. Take it easy, brother. This time I will protect you. Well, seeing Alice's glare sparkling, Desmond became awkward. Why is it like this? I thought she would depend more on me. Shaking his head, Desmond held Alice's hand. Don't worry, sis, I've been fine all this time. I'm just worried about your safety. He looked back at the blue sky, remembering his past again. Desmond did not know. When Alice saw his sad gaze, she became even more confident about protecting her brother. Desmond then looked at Alice. Sis, so what's the important thing you want to talk about? So I want to tell you that Mother gave me a technique. Technique? Maybe. Did Mother tell you the secret she brought? Hearing this, Alice was confused. What secret are you talking about? Mother just gave me a technique for something, Alice teased as she almost talked about the technique she got. Seeing Alice's behavior, Desmond rolled his eyes. Come on, sis, if you don't want to talk about it, don't talk. Desmond was a little annoyed by Alice's behavior, becoming more and more ignorant over the years. But what can he do if the other party doesn't want to tell him? Interrogation. It was impossible to do that as he loved Alice. This was Desmond's part or weakness, since he was accustomed to using harsh means to obtain information in his old world. Seeing Desmond's expression that lost interest, Alice silently laughed in her heart. You will see at the king's party later. What? Present time. This is the reason Alice had a killing aura and also had a slight change in her nature. At that time, Desmond was also surprised at Alice's energy burst when fighting Clementine. He knew the details of Alice's conversation directly from Clementine's mouth. Even she asked for compensation if he goes to visit her house. but it shocked me too. If you're not reading this at webnovel.com, then sorry, the content you're reading is stolen. Please, say no to piracy. Don't take part in a crime. Don't patronize thieves. Repent now and go here. Equals link to the original site. https://www.webnovel.com/book/ the most satisfied reincarnate 18 quadrillion 29 trillion 140 7 billion 206 million 144,405. Who would have thought that the technique Mother gave to Alice was so useful in all situations? Desmond knows that Alice has reached the first class, just a show. If he hadn't commanded the system to scan Alice's status, perhaps he believes that Alice is already close to the first class. Seeing Alice, who was currently ordering several servants to transport goods, Desmond felt lonely for the years ahead. After a few minutes, they finished transporting the goods, and then Alice walked over to Desmond. "See you at the academy, brother. I will miss you." She hugged Desmond. "Be careful there. Remember the words I said." "Okay, goodbye, brother," she said, kissing Desmond on the cheek. Alice immediately ran and got into the horse carriage. Desmond was still in a state of shock as he watched the mercenaries approach him. "Hello, thank you for giving this job to us. We will fully protect your sister." Desmond then returned to his senses and saw a beautiful pink-haired woman in front of him. "It doesn't matter as long as you can guarantee my sister's safety." He looked behind the pink-haired woman only to see the other mercenaries were also women. Seeing Desmond's curious gaze, the pink-haired woman chuckled. "My name is Veronica, leader of the mercenary Steel Legion," she said, stretching out her arms. After finishing analyzing all the mercenary members, Desmond looked back at Veronica while shaking her hand. "Desmond, system scan. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Status. Name Veronica. Gender female. Age 26 years. Race human. Class 3rd swordsman. Occupation leader of mercenaries Steel Legion. Unique energy 9.52. Strength 67.35. Agility 62.35. Stamina 1.35. Trait effect. Stubborn uncommon. Increase strength by 2. What? So she's not a witch. That's why the system can scan the trait effect. Luckily, Weston kept his promise. But who would have thought he would send party mercenaries? I thought he would send his bodyguards. As he thought, the mercenaries in the carriage were already far away, and then he saw Alice came out of the carriage window and wave at him. "Huh, silly girl." Waving back, Desmond waited until they were far away. A 3rd swordsman escorted Alice's carriage. This made his heart calm. At least Alice would be safer. Seeing the horse carriage that was getting farther and farther away, Desmond felt conflicted. "I hope you're all right, Alice." After waiting a few seconds, the horse-drawn carriage was out of sight. Desmond turned around, and his expression turned cold. "Guild, huh? I hope they won't disappoint me. If not..." Desmond then headed towards the library room. Inside the library, Desmond was looking for books related to the guild. Raven's Soul, this guild has been operating for 5 years after the rebellion. Some wizards, witches, or swordsmen don't want to be tied to the kingdom anymore. They had one 2nd-class wizard as a guild leader and one 3rd-class swordsman as the guild representative. With their headquarters located in the Imperial Empire, they had opened branches throughout all human territory. They accepted several requests that the kingdom could not fulfill, such as escorting chariots groups, looking for herbs, killing monsters, being temporary personal bodyguards. A guild formed after the rebellion, and also has branches in all human territory. Flicking through a few pages, Desmond came across a page called "Some of the Best Mercenaries in the Raven Soul Guild," and then he saw something that caught his interest. Steel Legion. Steel Legion was the 2nd mercenaries formed. The strength of their leader, Veronica, amazed everyone. She proved that a woman could become a swordsman. Even though Veronica was a swordsman, she was not as muscular as other swordsmen. On the contrary, she was stunning. Their members could only consist of women. Oh, so they are also included. After a few hours analyzing a few documents about the guild, Desmond finally summarized the important points about the guild's existence in this world. So I can make a job request for the guild. If I'm not born as a rich young master, maybe now I've become an adventurer in the guild searching for money. Then he clapped his hands 3 times, and a servant came in. Yes, young master. Make a job request to the guild to find out the people or organizations involved in the kidnapping of the child. Be it a dark organization or not. Set the reward to 50 gold coins organization. Yes, young master, if I may excuse. Desmond's family was wealthy. Leona and Bastian, who worked in the military, made abundant wealth. That's why Desmond did not hesitate to spend money on something useful. What? If you're not reading this at webnovel.com, then sorry, the content you're reading is stolen. Please, say no to piracy. Don't take part in a crime. Don't patronize thieves. Repent now and go here. Equals link to the original site. https://www.webnovel.com/book/ the most satisfied reincarnate 18 quadrillion 29 trillion 140 7 billion 206 million 144,405. What? The next day at the king's residence, the throne room. The large door to the throne room opened. A person wearing a robe and a crown on his head entered the room. Everyone in the room then bowed their heads, waiting for the person who had just arrived to sit down. Feeling that the person had sat down, they raised their heads silently and did not dare to make a sound. One of the men wearing armor stepped forward. He bent down while crossing his arms across his chest. Sanders, the Minister of Defense, is asking for His Majesty's approval to report on the activities that will be carried out today. Approved. Edward, the person who had just come and sat on the throne, gave approval to his subordinates. Yes. Sanders then stood up and looked at the king. He took out several boards filled with a lot of paper. Today we will carry out 2 activities. First activity is, as usual, our patrol team will guard the entire inner and outer city areas, preventing incidents of assassin attacks from the Imperial Empire. Second activity is that our investigation team will conduct further investigations into cases of disappearance or the reduction in the number of SLA. AIM, the number of demons who have been missing for the past 3 years. That's all, thank you. After that, Sanders took a step back and walked backward to his original position. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear this news. As for the assassin attacking matter, they already knew about it. Even if this was an official announcement, it would be impossible to hide the mess created when the troops fought against the assassins. Even the citizens felt insecure. Therefore, this was an official announcement that served to calm the citizens and inform the Imperial Empire that they would take it seriously this time. What surprised them was the loss of assets or slaves. Suddenly, one of the men stepped forward and bowed in front of the king. Holmes, the Prime Minister of the Royal Management, asking the king's approval to object Prime Minister Sanders' statement. Approved. Waved his hand, Edward became interested. Based on the report from Prime Minister Sanders, they will carry out an investigation that has occurred from 3 years ago. Holmes then turned to Sanders and saw his difficult expression. That's right, Prime Minister Holmes. It's true we shouldn't be investigating the old case, but we just got a report that this case was similar to a case that happened 3 years ago, Sanders replied with a frown. He didn't feel good after he saw the smile on Holmes's face. Edward, who heard this, also had an unsightly expression. What about the case 3 years ago? Did you fail? Is this how you manage the national defense? Holmes knew this was an excellent opportunity to overthrow his old rival. Watch your words, Prime Minister Holmes. We are in the meeting room. We have been investigating this for 3 years, but no citizen has ever witnessed this incident. We received this report 2 days ago when the residents found several bodies in the alley. Sanders replied in a helpless tone. He had suspected this killer was related to the case of a demon that disappeared 3 years ago. Because the killing style was the same, the killer seemed very much sadistic. He even found many demon corpses in a small alley. Hearing this news, they became disgusted when they remembered the information 2 days ago. The info said that all the corpses were cut, some were split in 2, some had their stomachs coming out, not even women could escape this. It proves that you don't. Enough. Looking at the throne room atmosphere, which was initially just for discussion to turn over to each other, Edward became very angry. He gave off a bit of his murderous aura at Holmes. This is the throne room. Sanders, I give you 1 year to handle this. If you still do not succeed, then your salary and facilities will be lowered or even withdrawn. And you, Holmes. Once again, I heard you vilify one of the employees in the throne room. I will immediately dismiss you from this room." Holmes and Sanders immediately bowed. "Forgive us, King, we will not repeat it again." 2x. "Very well, today's meeting is ended." Edward stood and immediately walked out of the throne room with an uncomfortable expression. This morning's meeting had ruined his mood to eat with his family. After Alice's departure, the following day, Desmond practiced sword and magic as usual, but this time he didn't hunt demons at night. Because at that time, he saw many royal troops still hanging around in the middle of the night, which made Desmond confused. However, the next morning, he heard gossip about murderers who roam at night, killing demons and people. Since then, Desmond's progress had been stagnant, although his energy could still increase every day, which was small and couldn't be compared to absorbing a demon corpse. When he did not find hope, the job he put in the guild finally came to fruition. Many solo mercenaries came to his house with information related to the organization that kidnaps children. After receiving some intelligence, Desmond learned that the organization was called the Aristocratic Technocracy Organization. According to information, this organization had been created since Edward became king, to be precise, after the guild was founded. The Aristocratic Technocracy Organization was already quite famous for causing trouble in the Northern Kingdom. Their members consisted of thieves, murderers, slave owners, and many evil people with nobles or former nobles as their upper echelon. But the most important information Desmond got was that an organization, which usually makes money from robbery, prostitution, and gambling, suddenly kidnapped children. This made Desmond curious. He started going out in the middle of the night to search for this organization's information. After many times taking hostages that seemed to be a member of this organization, Desmond received information that their headquarters was in Helmfirth City, where the North Academy was built. He kept hunting down several people from the organization for 1 year to get more accurate information about their leader. In the end, he got the info that their boss would be visiting North City tonight. What? At night in Desmond's room, he read a document with the title, Top Information About North Kingdom. Also, there were many documents messy on the floor, and it seems that for the past year, his room had been full of documents containing information about the Aristocratic Technocracy Organization. Status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 7 years. Race human 95%. Class swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 23.37, 24.83. Strength 11.44, 13.26, 15.91. Agility 6.52, 8.34, 10. Stamina 4.98. What? There has been little improvement from last year. Looks like it's true that I have to hunt demons a lot. At least they give me a random strength or agility bonus. If other people knew Desmond's stats, they would think he was a genius because he could reach 15, even though it was only on strength. Usually, a swordsman would reach 15 stats at the age of 15. Since then, they have been able to apply to the army and even enlist in the guild. This year, Desmond only trained in his underground for agility and strength and practiced his elemental and sword mastery. His hair had grown longer until it reached his shoulders. His face also looked more mature, even at the age of 7. His body was also no longer muscular and swollen, and had begun to adjust itself to his development due to the mixing of helpful demonic energy. But in return, his eyes had become even more sinister. Previously, if people looked at Desmond's eyes like a beast, then now, if you looked into his eyes, we could only see a beast with human skin. While waiting for the upcoming meeting, Desmond suddenly remembered the list of top mercenaries of Raven Soul Guild. Then he got up from his bed, making all the papers initially on his lap messy everywhere. Shaking his head, Desmond then tidied up the papers before finally heading to the library. What? Inside the library, Desmond was sitting, reading a book. Corps of Teleknights, Steel Legion, Void Challengers, and Explorers of the Mysterious. If I'm not mistaken, Alice is accompanied by a Steel Legion that contains only female members. Looking at the library window, the night moon is shining brightly. Alice, how are you there? I hope nothing bad happens during the trip. Well, system alarm activated. Messages, it's time to hunt the rat. When Desmond saw the notification, his eyes turned cold while his lips curved up. It's time. He returned to his room and took the sword from the wardrobe. Last time the sword my father gave me was broken, and now I have bought a new sword, which is perfect for night hunting. Desmond then put on black clothes, a mask, and a shirt covering his hair. Is this what it feels like to be a ninja? His voice also changed as Desmond's mouth was covered by a mask, making the sound even more mysterious. After this, maybe I'll recheck what's behind the underground door. With that last word, Desmond then activated a spell that made him disappear. What? I don't. If you're not reading this at webnovel.com, then sorry, the content you're reading is stolen. Please, say no to piracy. Don't take part in a crime. Don't patronize thieves. Repent now and go here. Equals link to the original site. https://www.webnovel.com/book/ the most satisfied reincarnate 18,29,140,7,206,140,4,405. What? Midnight Outer City. Inside a tavern, a middle-aged man with long purple hair was drinking liquor on the table. The tavern atmosphere was boisterous, with lots of people chatting simultaneously, while several female servants were also serving their customers in the open area. Even some were playing card games while laughing loudly. The middle-aged man seemed detached. More precisely, everyone in the tavern gave a vast distance away from the man's table. He seemed to be waiting for someone because his gaze was focused on the door. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and he saw another middle-aged man enter with a woman. "Where are you?" After a few seconds of waiting, the middle-aged man felt bored and looked at the bartender. "Hey Arfin, how's business these days?" "Sorry boss, it didn't go the way we wanted." Hearing this, he frowned, then told Arfin to come here. "Tell me the details." When Arfin arrived, he saw his boss's expression that looked grave. He didn't dare to refuse even the slightest bit late. Arfin then explained the situation in this city slowly. Lately, there have been many troops from the kingdom around at night because of it. Thump. Hitting the table, the man was furious as he looked at the bartender who was prostrate before him. "Did you mess up? Why must the royal officers roam at night?" The atmosphere in the tavern, which was initially bustling, suddenly became quiet. They seemed afraid to make noise. "Please pardon me, Bo-SS, before it wasn't like this, but since there have been cases of people dying in the streets and slaves who also died, the kingdom had to act." Looking up, he saw his boss disappear in front of him, and his body was suddenly lifted, making it hard to breathe. The people in the tavern were getting more and more scared. They moved away from the middle-aged man, while seeing a hand emerge from the darkness choking the bartender. Arfin, choking, screamed. His vision had started to blur. He continued to scream until the darkness picked him up. Thump. The black hand that was choking Arfin's neck released its grip. People saw Arfin's neck shrink like a squeezed garment, and foam came out of his mouth. After killing Arfin, the middle-aged man looked around. "Clean up the mess." He sat back down and chanted a spell, and a black glove appeared from his shadow. Then he took the gloves and cleaned his eyes and mouth. "Where the fuck are you?" Rang. The sound of the doorbell rang, and a person who looked like a noble walked in. "Hello, my friend, it's been a long time." The nobleman approached the middle-aged man who had killed Arfin. He tried to hug him, but a black hand appeared on his face and tried to choke him too. "Relax, my friend, I've been a little busy lately." Nobleman just waved his hand, and a white iron appeared, stabbing the black hand into the ground. "You're late, Grim." Seeing his attempt failed, the middle-aged man growled while angrily staring at Grim. Then they sat down and ordered a drink. Grim, who was sitting, saw someone dragging a corpse to the back door. He turned to the middle-aged man in confusion. "What happened? Why are you killing your loyal subordinates again?" On hearing this, the middle-aged man's anger peaked. "Are you acting now?" He stared at Grim with hatred, and this time his killing aura burst out, targeting Grim. Grim, who was being pressed, was now frowning. His eyebrows were raised, and veins appeared on his forehead. "Calm down." Grim chanted a spell, and the area around him turned into white iron. The irons then formed needles and surrounded the middle-aged man. The atmosphere in the tavern had already changed 180 degrees, with only the chairs facing each other in front of them. The area around them was already white iron, and some people were also affected. Some of them were hit by white Grim iron and became a statue. Suddenly, a large burly man attacked Grim with a large sword from behind. Clank! The sword clashed with a white flying sword that suddenly appeared in front of the burly man. This white sword seemed to have consciousness. It continued to strike the muscular man until it managed to cut one of the big man's hands. Waiting his death, he saw Grim smiling as he made a gesture with his hands. Then the white sword wanted to stab straight through his head. Babble, babble. But before that happened, the white sword that was about to pierce his head was melted in the swallow by the shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him. Stop, I'm calm now. The middle-aged man who had spoken with Grim appeared right in front of the burly man, holding back the attack from Grim. If you're not reading this at webnovel.com, then sorry, the content you're reading is stolen. Please, say no to piracy. Don't take part in a crime. Don't patronize thieves. Repent now and go here. Equals link to the original site. https://www.webnovel.com/book/ the most satisfied reincarnate 18 quadrillion 29 trillion 140 7 billion 206 million 144,405. Middle-aged man turned his head and saw that the burly man was still alive. Good job, Brock, you can still serve me again. After saying that, suddenly a shadow enveloped Brock's cut hand. A few seconds later, the shadow disappeared and showed that his hand that had been slashed had become whole again. Brock stood up and gave a salute. Thank you, Master Crocs. After that, he immediately went back to guard the tavern door. Grim, who saw Crocs's behavior, laughed and amused. Ha, I didn't know you had that side, even after you killed your loyal subordinates before. Crocs, who heard this, just rolled his eyes and tried to change the topic. Stop, let's get back to our main topic. Glancing at the area around him, which was surrounded by white iron, Grim understood and dispelled the spell. The tavern's condition, which had been completely destroyed, returned to its original state. It's like something big had never happened. When the people there saw this, they just shook their heads and continued their activities as usual. Grim and Crocs then chose a new place. They were now sitting together in a corner of the tavern. Business has been disturbed by the kingdom recently. What do you think about this? This time, Crocs didn't look at Grim angrily anymore. As you already know, because of the disappearance of slaves and people who roam at night. Is this your doing? Counterback, Grim was narrowing his eyes at Crocs. It wasn't me. Before I thought it was my subordinate, but after seeing their reactions, it can't be my people, Crocs said helplessly, shaking his head. This was detrimental to his business and hampered their plans. Forget that, Grim. How about the selection of the Grandmaster this time? About that, it would be pending again as a result of mutual agreement. This is related to the attack carried out by the Imperial Empire. Did you find anything about this? Well, chanting a spell, a small box appeared from Crocs's hand. Then he opened the box, and a shadow entered his brain. Crocs became silent, his eyes opened like a shock. After a few seconds of waiting, he blinked his eyes and looked around the area. The Menes. The Imperial King, looks like he's looking for a technique stolen by one of the nobles who ran to the Northern Kingdom. Before, Crocs used his shadow spell to absorb all the information in the documents that his subordinates sent to him. This time, Grim was surprised to hear that the Imperial Empire had been trying so hard to catch up with these runaway nobles. And the fact that took him by surprise was that this noble had been in the North Kingdom for 7 years. Former noble, why don't I know? How should we get them to join? Well, seeing Grim questioning him back, Crocs scoffed. How could I know? All this time I've been staying in Helmfirth. Aren't you the one in the capital city of the North Kingdom? He mocked Grim with a smile and a look of disgust. Who knows? Seeing Crocs's behavior, Grim just shrugged his shoulders. So how are you going to handle the next plan? Before Crocs could answer, he suddenly looked to the side and chanted a spell. A wolf formed from his shadow and headed towards the table beside him. Crash! The table shattered and someone in black clothes suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Crocs walked towards the man, smiling slyly. Wait a minute, looks like there is a mouse that must be cleaned first. Grim just nodded while pitying the fate of this stalker. He had already seen Crocs's abilities that were almost equal to his. How can a stalker fight against Crocs, who can't even overcome the familiars? Right after their fight, Desmond, who disappeared near them, tried to get closer. But as a result, Crocs, the organization leader, sensed his presence, and without any preparation, a wolf appeared and bit his shoulder. Crash! Because Desmond was already in contact with the object, his spell automation disappeared. Opening his eyes, he saw Crocs coming along with other familiars. There was a bat whose body was made of shadows, and now 2 wolves were walking beside him. Scanning the target. Scan complete. Name Crocs. Gender male. Age 37 years. Race human. Class 2nd wizard. Occupation, leader aristocratic technocracy organization. Unique energy, 62.35. Strength, 13. Agility, 10. Stamina, 12.35. Trait, evil rare. What? Oh fuck, that's old monsters. Seeing his opponent's second wizard, without thinking, Desmond immediately wanted to escape. Custom spell, area spike. Desmond chanted a spell and aimed straight at Grim and Crocs. The floor around them suddenly became strange, and a spike appeared from the ground towards them. Crocs, who saw this, just laughed. Nice spell, boy, but it's not enough. Crocs then chanted a spell, and his hands were enveloped in shadows. If you're not reading this at webnovel.com, then sorry, the content you're reading is stolen. Please, say no to piracy. Don't take part in a crime. Don't patronize thieves. Repent now and go here. Equals link to the original site. https://www.webnovel.com/book/ the most satisfied reincarnate 18 quadrillion 29 trillion 140 7 billion 206 million 140 4405. The small nails got bigger and bigger, the size of a human body towards Crocs. Not only was Crocs surprised at the size of the nails, but almost everyone in the tavern was also shocked. Now Crocs's attitude became severe. With all his strength, he punched the nail with his hand, which was covered in shadows. The nail slowly slowed down, as if being sucked into Crocs's hand. When Desmond saw this, he hurriedly killed the people around him. Pub. Without a fight, those people died with eyes that could not believe what happened in front of them. Desmond then cut off one of the bodies and put it in the bag. Mass of unique energy found. Did host want to absorb it Y/N? Yes. Mass of unique energy found. Did host want to absorb it Y/N? Yes. Desmond then continued slaughtering everyone in the tavern. At the same time, Grim also faced a large iron nail heading towards him. Interesting, in contrast to Crocs, Grim only needed to chant a spell, and the nail melted back into the ground. Grim then turned in Desmond's direction. He saw Desmond almost slaughtered everyone who was in this tavern. What are you doing, son? He was astonished when he saw this, but then he saw Desmond heading towards the exit, trying to escape. Where are you going? Advanced spell, Dimension. Just like during the incident 7 years ago, the tavern's atmosphere turned gray and dark. Grim had sealed Desmond's exit. When Crocs, who had just finished that big nail, heard Grim, he was furious. What are you doing? That is my prey. You should thank me, because if not for me, this mouse would have run away. Feeling undervalued for his efforts, Grim sat back down by creating chairs and tables from his spell, refusing further assistance. Hearing this, Crocs became even more annoyed. Even if he ran away, he still wouldn't be able to just run away from me. Crocs then drew closer to Desmond, who was silent, thinking about something. Meanwhile, after Desmond saw the dimension in front, he didn't panic. Status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 7 years. Race human 95%. Class first swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 24.83, 31.83. Strength 15.91, 22.91, 27.49. Agility 10.17, 20.4. Stamina 6.35. System conclusion. Host has absorbed energy from 20 ordinary people with average, stats 7-10. System host has reached strength in numbers 20. Because the host is mostly absorbing energy from humans, the system will automatically reduce the amount of energy that will be absorbed from 5%, 1%/person. Otherwise, the host's mental state will be destroyed and lose awareness of the body. Warning, the host's mental state is not stable because it has absorbed too much energy from humans. It is recommended to meditate, otherwise the stamina will decrease by 2 per minute. This is why I want to avoid absorption from humans. It's better to absorb demons, who only break down the impurity of my race. If it wasn't an emergency, I probably wouldn't have chosen this way. But this is what I want. Looking at his class, which had reached first swordsman without a doubt, Desmond activated body enhancement on both legs, an eye in both his hands. Power boots. By using power boots, all of Desmond's body performance becomes 2x his strength, but with the addition of body enchantment, Desmond's original strength had quadrupled. System, use my energy equal to first class wizard and almost close to second class wizard to solve this dimension spell. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status, working 0%. Working 10%. Working 11%. Seeing the time it took, Desmond knew it would be a long time. But because all of his energy was used up to break the barrier, he could only rely on his physique this time. When Grimm and Crocs felt a change in their energy in Desmond's body, they felt shocked. They looked at each other and nodded, interpreting this danger had opened the mind of child's play. "Wow, kid, you are using a very mysterious technique. How about you tell this uncle," Grimm said as he slowly chanted a spell, and a fan formed from a wisp of white iron. "I see how." They understood one thing: Desmond would be left alive to be researched. It could be seen from their already greedy eyes. Many people struggle to rise from second to third class because they know only 2 ways. First, a person is in a state of life and death. All their energy and stamina have started to run out. From there, the natural energy will gather in that empty body, filling the body until it reaches the third class realm. What if they were attacked by a third party while they were dying? Second, by opening the wizard witch's protective layer and always emptying the body's unique energy, then nature will slowly automatically give their bodies unique energy until they reach the next class. This requires a trusted person to protect their empty body for 3 years. Even with just 1 attack, they could immediately die. Meditating without anyone knowing is impossible because in these 3 years, the body will absorb a lot of natural energy, attracting beasts and people. Because of that, they have been attracted to Desmond's techniques to increase their agility and strength. "So you are also a swordsman." Crocs could judge it when he saw Desmond's muscles suddenly harden. "Let's put more pressure on it." Then he chanted a spell, and several wolves formed from the shadows and instantly attacked Desmond. "Catch him, Brock." Meanwhile, Desmond, who had been too focused on the wolf in front of him, was not aware of Brock's presence. The burly man who Grimm had previously attacked suddenly appeared to hold and lock his body from behind. Joel. Feeling his movement stifle, Desmond spun around his sword and stabbed it directly into Brock's stomach. Pub. Desmond's sword managed to penetrate Brock's stomach, and he quickly broke free from Brock's lock. The stabbed Brock was in pain and screamed. He immediately took out his sword and moved forward towards Desmond, who had drifted away. Bite. This time, Desmond's neck was bitten by Crocs's shadow wolf. Fuck. He tried to release the wolf's bite by pushing and stabbing the head of the wolf that was biting him. Howl. The wolf groaned not from pain, but because Desmond's sword had pierced and entered the wolf's body. Seeing that his sword was not working, Desmond dropped his weapon and grabbed the wolf's head, which was on his neck, with his bare hands. Thump. With the power of the first-class swordsman that had been quadrupled, Desmond effortlessly slammed the wolf, threw it forward, and hit Brock, who was charging at him. Nice, it's pretty good. Bite. Before Desmond could rest, the other wolves came to bite each part of his body. Fucking. As Desmond endured the wolf bite's pain, he glanced at his body, which was already covered with bite marks, and saw blood starting to come out from each bite. Fuck. Looking around, Desmond then tried to grab his weapon, which was dumped earlier on the ground. Slash. Like slashing through the wind, Desmond's sword only pierced through the wolf's body shadow, which seemed utterly ineffective. What the fuck? Then more wolves arrived and bit more of his body, from his head to his toes. This made Desmond automatically fall to the ground due to the wolf's heavy weight that surrounded his body. This shadow wolf was very shadow. Darkness. Even in this state, Desmond was still able to remain calm and thought of a solution. Then, he checked his status and found out that the empty energy had suddenly increased by 0.5. Hopefully my guess is correct. But Desmond's vision had started to blur. He had lost a lot of blood, and the wolves were all over his body, kept biting him repeatedly, causing several of his vital veins to go numb. From a distance, Grimm and Crocs, who saw this, laughed out loud. It turns out that torturing like this is very fun, haha. Remember, don't kill him. We still need him alive. I want to read that kid's mind. By the way, how can you not recognize this talented young man? Even this is your territory. Their harmony broke as Crocs tried to mock Grimm, who seemed to be enjoying the sight. Hearing this, Grimm frowned. I'm busy. Ignoring Crocs, Grimm rolled his eyes and returned to focus on Desmond before he suddenly sensed something strange about his spell. Slash. Crocs and Grimm were shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. What made them surprised was not that Desmond had managed to cut the wolves using the spell light magic enveloping his sword, but because of a large hole leading to the outer dimension behind Desmond. Brock hold HIM. On seeing this, Crocs's composure was lost, replaced by a worried expression. Even if he said he would still find Desmond, even if Desmond ran away, it would be more troublesome and longer. Who knew that it was possible that Desmond had been sent by the kingdom and ended up reporting Grimm's betrayal to Edward? In contrast to Crocs, Grimm was even more curious about Desmond's origins. Looking at Desmond, who was wearing black clothes, he could only guess that his age was relatively young because Desmond had still not reached the average adult height. What? Simultaneously, before Desmond slashed the wolves down, he waited for the right time to escape. After all this time, he finally heard a notification from the system. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. Suddenly, a portal to the outside world appeared in front of him. Desmond could only peek through the sidelines of the wolves, holding him on the ground. It's time. Desmond then cast a spell on his sword that made it glow, covered with light. Slash. After slashing the wolf that was blocking him, Desmond ran towards the portal at full speed. When half of his body reached the portal, only then did he feel relieved. I'd better be more careful. But before that, the rest of his body still in that dimension seemed to be held back by something huge. Desmond glanced back and saw Brock, or the burly man who had been holding him earlier, this time pulling his hand with all his might. Using the other hand, Desmond tried to fight back. Creak. Like the sound of the torn clothes, Desmond felt like his hand would break if this continued. Warnings. The system detects resistance from the caster, causing this dimension to close again in 5 seconds. Seeing this notification, Desmond's expression became ugly. He glanced at Grimm only to see him smile. Cunning. Looking at the system notification, then looking back at his hand, Desmond finally made a decision. /pub. Hello. Having managed to get out of the dimension, gasping for breath, he looked back and saw their expressions smiled as if they had expected this. Shit. Seeing the deserted road, Desmond was running around while pressing his right hand. His blood continued to flow down the road, covering it with traces of blood. Desmond kept running until he finally saw the shadow of his house guard. Guards. Unconsciously he called them, but he forgot that he was still wearing black clothes, which made his guards alert while pointing their weapons. Hold your step. If I returned home, the assassins would immediately know my identity. Looking back at the guard's expression, Desmond decided to turn around and head towards one of the large buildings far away. Arriving at the building, Desmond saw the words Raven Soul Guild displayed right in front of his eyes. Regardless of his clothes and condition, Desmond entered. What? The Raven Soul Guild. The atmosphere at night in this guild room was tranquil. Only a few officers were guarding the upper chamber of the guild, as well as a female receptionist who was on duty at all times. But suddenly the guild door opened and shocked the guard, the guild receptionist, who was guarding the night. Hello, sir, is there anything we can help you with? Seeing the black outfit with blood, they became alert. The receptionist was already getting ready to chant the spell, but a room for thump. Before the receptionist heard clearly, she saw the mysterious man fall right at the table. Sir, someone help me to carry him. The guards who had been alert came with a stretcher and put the mysterious man on a stretcher. The guard then looked at the guild receptionist. Where are we taking him? The most corner room, replied the receptionist while looking at the part of the hand that was missing from the mysterious man's body. Hearing this, the guard was shocked. Isn't that M? Shut up, just take him to my room. Well, yes, ma'am. In the darkness of a small alley, Grimm, Crocs, and Brock were observing Desmond, who entered the guild. Are we also going in? Crocs, who was impatient about mutilating Desmond, turned to look at Grimm, who had been smiling to himself. No, when Crocs heard this, his anger raised, and he wanted to hit Grimm right then, but Grimm's next words stopped his intention. Let me take care of this, the guild is still under control, even though that old monster is still there. Calming himself, Crocs nodded. For him, if Grimm was the one who handled it, he believed in his abilities. Besides that, his organization could not be free in the city. In contrast, Grimm could use his identity as a candidate grandmaster and a trusted person of the king. Okay, but by the way, this kid is also brilliant. How can he penetrate your spell dimension? Not all master wizards could, and wanted to learn the very complicated dimension spells. They were better at choosing and modifying other spells. Grimm snorted. I was just a little sloppy. He hated it when his failure was mentioned, his arrogance almost the same as his son, but Grimm had more control over his arrogance. Heh. Seeing Grimm's behavior like this, he remembered the first time they met. Crocs then turned around. Brock, turn yourself into a form that fits into a disguise. Try to follow that kid when he leaves the guild. Yes, boss. After that, Brock's human form gradually turned into a dog, and he headed straight for the main door of the guild. As usual, you have a very useful subordinate, but it's a shame you have to keep killing them, said Grimm in a mocking tone. Maybe you can also find one useful dog. Pausing for a moment, Crocs then looked down at Grimm. Yep, I mean a real dog, ha ha ha. He laughed and walked behind Grimm. Bossant, Grimm was furious. This time, at least he wanted to teach Crocs a lesson. Grimm turned around only to look at Crocs, who was being swallowed by the shadow while waving his hand. Bye-bye, maybe we'll meet again in a short time, to be precise, when your son comes to my city, ha ha ha. After that, all parts of his body were engulfed by shadows, disappearing without leaving a trace. Clenching his fists, Grimm chanted a spell and directed it to the building next to him. Crash! Grimm's spell penetrated the structure into a hole, his white iron penetrating the living room. Luckily, it was the middle of the night, so there wasn't anyone in the living room, but still, this made the house owner wake up checking, only to find that the living room had been destroyed and exposed to the main road. What? In the morning, in one of the upper rooms in the guild, Desmond, who was sleeping soundly, slowly opened his eyes. The direct sunlight shining on his eyes made him wake up. He accidentally protected his eyes for a moment before lowering his hand. Auk, it hurts. As he tried to sit up, Desmond felt something that hurt almost his entire body. He looked down, only to find his body bandaged like a mummy. Desmond then tried to grab his face, but he couldn't feel his right hand at all. Huh? What's this? Looking at his right hand, which was missing, there was only a bloodied bandage covering the place that should have been his right hand. What the fuck? Did someone steal my hand? He tried to remember last night's incident, but his head suddenly became sore, and he unconsciously held his head with only his left hand. Fuck. Desmond then hit hard the wooden wall beside him, causing the wall to crack slightly, but blood also came out of his hand. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I forgot I used power boost, shit. That's why it's so hurt, damn it. While Desmond was rambling on, he heard the sound of the door to this room opening. A girl with glasses and long black hair tied back entered, carrying a water container covered with a soft cloth. Desmond froze, his eyes bulging. He couldn't believe what he saw now. He didn't remember hiring a model as a servant. Seeing the maid's sexy body and face, that could be said to be quite beautiful. Could it be a new maid? But then he remembered this new servant's disrespectful attitude when entering his room, and he shouted, "Who gave you permission to enter my room?" The woman who just entered was also surprised. At first, she wanted to ask the handsome young man's condition in front of her, but suddenly her mood changed. Who do you think you are? This is my room. The woman then put the water container filled with a soft cloth over Desmond's feet and immediately went to close the door hard. Bam! Desmond, who heard this, became angrier. Since when did a servant dare to act like that with me? He wanted to yell back, but only found the door that had closed violently. I see, maybe I'll say. Before Desmond finished, he realized that the wardrobe where he always kept the sword was not in front of him. Oh, did the servant also move my wardrobe? Due to the previous anger, Desmond's mind was not calm and clear yet. Thump. Thinking his condition was still okay, Desmond tried to get up, only to find himself falling on the floor with a water container that also fell on him. Fuck, the world seems to hate me so much. First, somehow my brain was so malfunctioning last night that it was trying to get close to a dangerous enemy. Secondly, I expected my body to be in pain and couldn't move, but somehow my ego was acting up. Servant. Lying on the cold wooden floor, Desmond shouted at his servant, who didn't appear. His emotions were rising, but then he heard a bustling voice from downstairs. Did anyone come? Why is it so busy today at my house? Could it be, remembering the smiles on Grimm and Crox's faces, he became a little nervous. But it's too fast for them to find me. He tried to grab his face with all his might, only to find the cloth that was covering his face and lips had disappeared. Shit. He looked around and finally realized that this was not his room. Wait. If I remember again, yesterday after the attack, I ran to the house and called the guard and, trying to recall what happened, Desmond's head became dizzy again. His memory was not clear because he had lost a lot of blood, but there was one thing that he was sure of. Am I in the guilds? Last night before Desmond passed out, he just remembered saying he booked a room, and a woman came to hold his cheek and rub his head. Lying on the ground, unable to move, Desmond bit his lower lip. I'm so stupid, that's why she got angry and yelled back at me. Recalling his previous words, Desmond felt ashamed of himself. Status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 7 years. Race human 95%. Class first swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 0/31.83. Strength 15.49, 27.49. Agility 20.4. Stamina 0.35/6.35. What? Seeing his reduced strength, Desmond sighed. I knew something like this would happen. But seeing it in person, it's hurt my heart. He'd been struggling to improve his strength for the past 5 years. Even Desmond had always focused on training nonstop. And I haven't had time to meditate either. Desmond tried to close his eyes and meditate, lying on this cold wooden floor with a state of compulsion. What? After several minutes of meditation, Desmond opened his eyes. Seeing his surroundings, he frowned. Was there no one at all to make me lie on this floor for a few minutes? Taking a deep breath, Desmond then let it out and tried to calm his emotions. Relax, now is the time. Closing his eyes again, Desmond sent a magic message to one of his maids. What? At Desmond's house. In Desmond's room, panic broke out. All the maids were in Desmond's room, as if they were looking for something like chicks looking for their mother. Where is the young master? Did you find him under the bed? No, what about you in the closet? Nearly all of Desmond's belongings were unloaded and searched. Even the guards guarding the gate were called in to help navigate the forest, where Desmond used to train. There was no result, but one of the servants suddenly fell silent and just nodded continuously. When the other servants saw this, they got angry and grabbed the silent servant's hand. What are you doing? Help us find the young master. The servant was still in a dreamy state and only realized when the other servants looked at her with disgust. No, I received a message from the young master earlier. After saying that, all the maids who were in Desmond's room looked at her and approached her. Is that true? Wow, thank you, young master is still alive. Where did he say? Tell us. Over the years, Desmond's existence had become important in the servants' hearts. They already considered Desmond and Alice as their own children. This happened because Leona and Bastian often left Desmond and Alice. Even some young servants liked Desmond. Even if their joy was unbearable, they knew displaying their emotion in front of Desmond would only get them fired. You could say the servants in Desmond's house were people who already understood Desmond's nature quite well. As long as they were quiet and obeyed Desmond's orders, Desmond would let them do anything. It was Desmond's kindness that the servants greatly appreciated. Even the servants were also given a place to stay. After receiving Desmond's order, the servants discussed. So who will pick up young master? Hearing this question, all the servants fell silent. They all wanted to pick up Desmond, but they knew it would be impossible. How about only bringing 2 people? Asked one of the maids who'd been silent. That's right, the young master sure doesn't like attracting attention. How about the seniors? The older servant will make less attention. Answered one of the relatively young servants. Hearing this, the senior servants frowned while looking at the young servant. No, how about we leave it to this new servant? That's right, the young master would be more satisfied with a young and beautiful servant. All the senior servants laughed with evil laughter. They then pointed to 2 servants. Annie and Laura, you go and pick up the young man. But, quickly the young master doesn't like to wait, and he also asked for a robe. Laura was the young servant who had suggested. This made her nervous because this was the first time she was going to interact with Desmond in person. Yes. Unlike Laura, Annie was neither nervous nor afraid to meet children. Seeing the 2 servants leaving, the other servants only smiled slyly. I hope they aren't careless. That's right, the young master really doesn't like people who are very careless. Haha, especially Laura. She was probably the first to be scolded by the young master. No, it must be Annie. Did you see the look in her eyes when we told her to go? Maybe she doesn't know how scary the young master has been lately. That's right, especially since the young mistress left. After chatting, they returned to their duties. Annie and Laura had already left with robes, as Desmond ordered. Desmond's house and the guild were quite far. The guild building was in the south, while Desmond's house was in the north. It was quite shocking for Desmond to run in a bloody state towards the guild after arriving in front of his house. What? Raven's Soul Guild. The guild's atmosphere was almost the same as the tavern, because many people were going in and out of the guild in the morning, and some people were staring at the notice board. As usual, the guild door was always open, and the guild people also often ignored it, but this time, their eyes were all fixed on two young women wearing maid clothes, standing at the door as if they were looking for something. Seeing these beautiful women in confusion, one of the mercenaries ventured forward and asked, "Hello, beauties, are you guys looking for someone or are you looking for me?" The mercenaries winked at them. Seeing the behavior of the mercenaries in front of them, one of the women answered politely, "Hello, did you see anyone with purple eyes and brown hair enter the guild yesterday?" She tried to describe Desmond's appearance as hard as possible. But what she didn't notice was that the mercenaries just kept glaring at her wobbling breasts. Unable to stand this, the female friend stepped forward and pulled her friend towards the receptionist. They were Annie and Laura, Desmond's new servants. They were both stunning among ordinary people. Annie had long, silky blonde hair and an erotic body, and all the men wanted to sleep with her, but her cold nature and aura prevented them from approaching her. Unlike Annie, Laura had long red hair, with a body not inferior to Laura's, giving off a warm aura that could be said to be naive. When they arrived in front of the receptionist, Laura immediately asked the same question. Hearing this, the receptionist, Katrina, the one who brought Desmond in last night, suddenly became annoyed. "What is your relationship with that bastard?" Unconsciously, Katrina yelled at Laura so loudly that everyone in the guild looked at them. Annie and Laura became furious when they heard their young master being insulted. "Watch your word, bitch." Laura then grabbed Katrina's collar, while Annie had her dagger stuck to Katrina's neck. Even though they had just become servants at Desmond's house, somehow, they felt resentment when they heard their master being insulted by someone else. This situation left everyone in the guild in shock. No one moved. They were shocked to see two beautiful women smiling and cheerful before suddenly turning brutal like this. The guards from the guild then came to interrupt them. They calmed down after a while, but their expressions showed that the anger had not yet been resolved. "Good. If you want that ungrateful person, go search my room right now on the top floor in the corner." Katrina yelled so loudly that it was enough for everyone in the guild building to hear her clearly. She gasped for breath as she glared at the two women in front of her. Hump 2x Annie and Laura grunted and headed for the stairs. When they reached the room, they immediately broke the door of the room and saw Desmond lying on the floor with closed eyes. They were surprised and then approached him. "Young master." 2x. Slowly checking Desmond's body, they saw Desmond's state. He was covered in bandages and only had one hand. Laura widened her eyes and closed her mouth, tears streaming down her rosy cheeks, while Annie felt an uneasy feeling in her heart when she saw Desmond's state. As Desmond felt himself being held, he opened his eyes only to see two maids he seemed to know crying in front of him. "Young master, what happened to you?" Laura hugged Desmond's body so tightly that it hurt him. Meanwhile, Annie, who was seen from a distance, suddenly shed tears while looking at Desmond's missing right hand. Calm, it's just," before Desmond finished speaking, Annie, who was watching from afar, suddenly stood up towards the exit. "It must be that bitch." Annie's eyes were full of killing intent. She had also drawn out her sword along with the dagger. When Laura heard this, her gaze shifted from Desmond to Annie. She also felt the same feeling this time. She stood and they wanted to get out of the room before they suddenly stopped hearing Desmond's voice. "Stop." Even though his voice was not as loud as Katrina's scream, it was able to make Annie and Laura's hair stand up. "Didn't the previous maids tell you?" Every word Desmond spoke was like a dagger piercing their hearts. "Help me up and get dressed." Directly, they moved to do what Desmond had ordered. "What?" After a few seconds, Desmond finally got dressed and stood looking at Annie and Laura. Their previous feelings of worry were dissipated and replaced by fear of Desmond's anger. "This is not the guild's doing. We'd better go back to the house first, then I'll explain everything." Desmond understood why the maids were very kind to him. There is one thing he'd learned from his old world, and that is to treat your employees well if you want them to serve you sincerely and remain loyal to you. Since then, Desmond had always treated his subordinates well. Well, it doesn't mean they can arbitrarily. He also indirectly set rules that must be done and what could not be done. After saying that, they then headed to the lower floor of the guild with Desmond, who was helped by Annie and Laura. What? Thump creak. As Desmond descended the stairs, the guild's lower floor's atmosphere seemed like there were no people, like in a grave. But what really happened was very shocking to them. Previously, when Annie and Laura came looking for someone in maid clothes, they suspected that the person who would be picked up was a famous person or an old person with high status. But what they saw now was the exact opposite. A child with one hand, torn clothes like rags, and a veil covering his face and being pampered by two beauties made them envious. It seemed like Annie and Laura were currently bringing their adopted child from an orphanage. What? Desmond and the servants strolled until they reached the exit of the guild. Desmond felt strange about the events he had seen today. Almost everyone looked at him with a murderous look, some even broke their own glass when they saw it. He also saw some people turn their heads with their mouths open. Upon arriving at the guild door, Desmond then turned around to see the guild situation clearly. Above the receptionist's table was a large plank that said Raven Soul Guild. In front of the table were many chairs that the mercenaries were currently using to eat, sit, and chat. Desmond looked at Katrina, who stood looking at him in disgust. Desmond then thanked her by bowing his head and body like the Japanese people's respect, after which he walked out with the maids. What? The situation within the guild was still silent before it was finally broken by shouts of joy. The first person to be shocked was Katrina, because she was the one who ordered and cared for Desmond at that time. Is he actually a good person? Seeing Desmond, who was being helped to walk by his two maids, Katrina felt guilty when she ignored Desmond's calls for help. She shook her head, trying to forget, but still, it was haunting her mind. Unlike the people in the guild, they shouted and threw drinks at each other. I almost hit the kid's head. Correct. If only he hadn't done that, I might have gone after and grabbed the maid. That child is too polite, at least he knows what respect means. The people in the guild mistakenly thought Desmond was grateful to them, but it was all just for Katrina. Desmond was also oblivious to his respect. In this world, if you respect only with the gesture of crossing your chest and bowing a little, that is generally recognized as respect. It is different if you lower your head 90 degrees. It is usually used on people they really respect or even to the king. Inadvertently, Desmond had already flattered the guild people and felt their hard work was being appreciated for the first time. On the way to his house, Desmond looked confused, while Annie and Laura looked at him worriedly. As they walked, they also caught the attention of those around them. What? Did I say something wrong? Hearing the screams from the guild building getting louder, Desmond was confused, but it was only for a while when a notification from the system blocked his view. Detected killing intent around host. Desmond's expression changed from confusion to seriousness. He turned his head back and forth only to find people looking at him with envy or the same gaze when he came down from the guild's top floor. Too many suspects, it will be hard for me. Annie, Laura, keep going, but don't go to our house. When Laura heard this, she then refuted, but young master, isn't it? Just follow my orders. Yes, young master. 2x. The thing that the maids were afraid of had finally happened. Annie and Laura had annoyed Desmond quite a bit. They also forgot what the senior maid said, who always obeyed Desmond's orders. Luckily, this didn't happen at home. Otherwise, who knows what Desmond would do. What? After circling the same route a few times, the stalker finally realized that his target knew he was being followed. Despite Desmond's situation, even though he had used the system, Desmond still couldn't find out who was following him. Maybe there are ghosts in this world. It is absolutely impossible, even. Suddenly having an idea, Desmond then changed his search system by entering non-humans into his category, and immediately the energy spread in the air and hit the body of the stalker. System found the target. Analyzing. System, the target's current appearance is a four-legged beast. 4 legs. Cat. Annie, Laura, let's see if there's a four-legged star following us. 4 legs. Laura, who heard this, was confused, and then she remembered something. Isn't there a dog that people have been greeting every time we pass, Annie? Laura asked this so hard, which made the stalker freeze and stop following. Stupid fuck. Turning to Laura, Desmond snapped at her, then he turned to Annie. Annie, chase that dog until you can. Yes, young master. Before Annie left, she looked at Laura for a moment, shaking her head in disappointment. Laura, who saw this, lowered her head in embarrassment, while while helping Desmond walk. What? Meanwhile, the dog that was being talked about immediately ran away when he saw a maid woman with blonde hair coming towards him. He took a small path like a passageway, a drain, but still, the woman followed him. The thing that annoyed him was that the woman followed him with a flat expression, as if she didn't have to exert much energy. Unwillingly, the dogs led their way down a small alley where the slaves lived. What? Meanwhile, after Annie went after the mysterious dog, Desmond felt relieved. He saw his body, which was covered in bandages and only covered by a cloak. Considering it would be a long journey as they were going so slowly, with their current conditions, Desmond looked around, hoping to find a clothing store. How could he be cold like this all the way? After looking around, Desmond found one of the clothes shops that seemed very fitting to his eyes. Stop, Laura, go to the shop. Desmond tried to indicate the intended shop by tilting his head several times towards the clothing shop. Laura. Desmond called her several times, but Laura still walked and made Desmond yell at her again with a loud voice. Laura! Hearing the master's scream, Laura regained consciousness and stopped. She then turned, only to see Desmond looking angry. Why ease, young master? She tried to speak calmly, but failed and instead spoke while shivering with fear. Actually, Laura had only thought about pleasing her young master, but now the opposite happened. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Go to that shop. Desmond knew the difference between bullying a subordinate and giving her a reprimand. At this time, he saw Laura's reaction was exaggerated, with the assumption that Laura's mentality was not good right now. Desmond then ordered her for the second time, but in a tone that was neither high nor low but neutral. Yes, young master. Laura nodded several times, and without realizing it, she also made Desmond's body nod as if they both respected each other. This made the people on the street laugh seeing them, while Desmond was a little annoyed but still accepted it, considering this subordinate's mentality to be his fault. What? Ring, rang. The door inside the clothing shop sounded, and two people entered. The people inside the shop saw a woman carrying or helping a small child from a height, walking in a robe. When Desmond looked at the situation in the shop, he was quite amazed by the interior design. It was almost the same as a modern shop, where clothes were hanging below, so the customer only had to choose. The thing that distinguished it was the clothes rotating in a circle, unlike the modern world, where the clothes are hung on iron poles. Each circle represented each type of dress, like a circle that only has a dress spinning around without tools, with only an energy stone in the middle of the ring. For Laura, who entered the clothing shop for the first time, was also surprised and eager to choose the clothes, but she knew that she was on duty today, not shopping. In the Saint World society, only well-off people can enter a clothes shop. People who can't afford it usually buy shirts at the market in the middle of the city, and Laura is one of those people. It was only after he finished observing that Desmond saw a familiar face in this shop and subconsciously called out to that person as well. Elizabeth. As usual, Elizabeth was picking clothes in a dress circle when she suddenly heard her name being called. She turned to the voice source and saw a child who was about her age in a robe calling her. Yes, who are you? Desmond then approached, and that also made Elizabeth move away. He also saw the shop guards were getting ready to hold weapons if something terrible happened to Elizabeth. It looks like this veil is making them misunderstand. Desmond then sent a message via magic to Elizabeth. After seeing Elizabeth nodding several times, only then did the guards near Elizabeth move away from her and drove the people in the shop. So are you really, Mr. Desmond? Please open the robe. I can only communicate when I see your face directly. It is beyond my ability to chase away the people who are in the shop. It was true, Elizabeth was the daughter of King Edward, but this didn't mean she had the right to kick anyone out of the shop, and it wasn't hers either. After everyone came out, then Desmond told Laura to help open his robe. He could actually be alone, but it would require a lot of strength, like when he gave thanks while at the guild door. Clatter, clatter. Like opening a jacket, the robe must be opened from behind. After the robe fell on the ground, Elizabeth saw Desmond, whose body was covered in bandages and the loss of his right hand. Seeing his young master's condition again like this, sadness returned to appear in Laura's heart. She could not stand it and then turned around, pretending to see the clothes that floated. On the other hand, when Elizabeth saw this, unconsciously, the clothes she was holding fell, and she also wanted to approach Desmond, trying to heal him. But then Desmond's voice stopped her tracks. Ms. Elizabeth, do you have a room for me? Elizabeth nodded quickly, like a dog obeying her master's orders. Laura then led Desmond to the room that Elizabeth had prepared. What? In the room, Laura slowly removed Desmond's bandages, which covered almost his entire body. There were several bite holes from animals, and also Desmond's hand seemed to have been cut by something sharp because this cut was immaculate, as clean as a piece of tuna. This made Elizabeth and Laura feel sad. Their mother nature then appeared, making Elizabeth unconsciously chant a spell, checking Desmond's body. Like in the arena, a small white ball appeared from her hand and entered Desmond's body. After a few seconds, the ball then came out again from Desmond's body, but with a black color that seemed to be mixed with blood. When Desmond saw that Elizabeth wanted to cast another spell, he stopped her. "Please stop, Ms. Elizabeth. What are you doing?" When Elizabeth first healed him, Desmond was still focused on looking at the wounds caused by the shadow wolf and dimension, so he was not aware that something had entered his body. But when the ball came out, Desmond saw the notification system that let the ball enter his body. This made him feel uneasy, this feeling as if he had let his body be mutilated. "No, we have to quickly treat it." Not knowing where this feeling came from when she saw Desmond's condition, Elizabeth was anxious about him and wanted to help him. Even though they first met in the arena, Desmond looked at her like a wild animal. But this time, she saw the beast turn into an injured puppy and had to be cared for. Luckily, Desmond didn't know Elizabeth's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have left this shop now, feeling humiliated. The original purpose of asking for a room was to change and buy clothes, but who would have thought that Laura would suddenly open the wound? Although the wounds Elizabeth healed did not significantly impact him, he still felt a small change. Like at first, the wound felt cold, and the clotted blood turned warm and flowed smoothly. "Yes, young master, otherwise your wound could become infected," Laura added, and suddenly she was carrying warm water filled with a cloth. "It's okay, I'm here just to buy clothes and get on with it." When Elizabeth heard this, a disappointed expression appeared, and she also looked sad. On the other hand, Laura shouted at Desmond for the first time. "Not young master. If this time I can't serve you well, how can I go back and have a cheerful talk with the maids later?" Tears flowed out little by little, trickling down Desmond's thighs every time Laura spoke. She also held Desmond's hand tightly, looking at him worriedly. This made Desmond, who was the subject of discussion, very confused. At first, he did not know why Elizabeth's expression was so disappointed and sad when he said he wanted to go home. The second thing that bothered him was the reason for Laura's cries. He had shouted at her all the time until he thought after entering the room she would leave him alone, neglected. Indeed, a woman's heart is extraordinary. Shaking his head, Desmond then looked at the two women. "All right, fine, I'll stay here for a while." Desmond then looked at Laura seriously. "You know we have a problem, which Annie is now solving. I don't even know if she will come back alive." When she heard Desmond's approval, Laura was happy and her eyes sparkled, but when Desmond talked about Annie, her comrade in arms, Laura became severe. On the other hand, Elizabeth, who heard this, didn't know whether to be happy or sad. As a princess, she could almost solve the whole problem, but when that person doesn't want her to mix it up, this is what makes her confused. She always thought that people would always ask her family to solve problems. She almost hated these people because they didn't let her gather as a family with her father. "So, Ms. Elizabeth, can you help me to heal my wound? I'll pay the previous one and the next." After talking seriously with Laura, Desmond looked at Elizabeth with a sincere smile. Desmond can indeed endure pain, but that doesn't mean he's a robot who wants to continue to endure a lot of pain. Even a cold-blooded killer would scream if their genitals were stabbed by a knife. "It's okay, it's just a small problem for me, and also, I thank you, Mr. Desmond, for helping me." Elizabeth smiled back with hidden meaning in her every word. What does it mean?" "Sorry, Ms. Elizabeth, what do you mean?" "Let's start before the wound becomes infected." Ignoring Desmond's question, Elizabeth then closed her eyes and chanted a spell. "And also, Laura, right. Please help clean your young master's wounds so that I can quickly heal him." "Yes." Even though it felt strange when Elizabeth ordered it, Laura still answered and nodded because it was related to her young master. She moistened Desmond's wounds with a cloth filled with warm water, then wiped them with a dry cloth. The white ball returned to Desmond's body and came out again with a black blood color. This process continued until Desmond felt almost all of his wounds warm and his blood flowed back to normal, except for the injury on his hand. What? Meanwhile, in a small alley, outer city, you could see a woman fighting many demons. The woman used her black sword to slash and attack the demon who wanted to approach her. The woman's condition was also awful, with scratches on her head, thighs, and arms. Unlike the demons, they seemed like they were inexhaustible. Even though several demon corpses were lying beside the woman, the other demons didn't seem to care. Some even ate their friends' corpses. The woman then looked up at the building roof. There was a burly man looking at her with a laugh. "So how? You forced me to do this, haha." Well, seeing the woman's suffering that annoyed him from earlier, he laughed out loud before finally smiling. "Bye, I'll continue my job again, haha." After saying that, he jumped off the building, and his body turned into a bird, heading towards the location of the clothing shop where Desmond was now. Seeing this, the woman bit her lip. She failed again to obey her master's orders. Then she turned to the demon, who was smiling and also looking grimly. You could see that the holes in Desmond's body were slowly closing by themselves in the clothes shop. Elizabeth looked very pale, with sweat pouring from her forehead, while Laura's hands were wrinkled from being too long in the water. Only Desmond looked very calm and relaxed, but actually his body was really sore. How could he not? One woman sat beside him while compressing his body's wounds, while the other woman treated him closely. This made Desmond able to clearly smell the fragrance of their bodies and hair. Thump. Suddenly Elizabeth, who had been unable to stand up, finally collapsed. She sat on the floor looking at Desmond's wounds, while Laura fell on the bed, exhausted. "Hodshaya, finally over. How are you, Master Desmond?" "I feel better, but what about you, Miss Elizabeth? You look very pale." Desmond had always hated the name debt of gratitude. Therefore, Desmond wanted to repay Elizabeth's kindness directly. He sent a magic message to Laura to take out 100 gold coins and give them to Elizabeth. Laura, who suddenly received orders through her mind, was shocked. Even though she was tired, she didn't want to disappoint her master anymore. Laura then stood up and immediately gave Elizabeth the money. Although it may seem funny that a wealthy person like Elizabeth is given money, Desmond still gave her money. Elizabeth was confused. "Just accept it, Miss Elizabeth. I don't want to owe you a debt." Desmond's gaze had returned to cold, which initially seemed always smiling and friendly to her. When Elizabeth saw this, she recalled the fear she felt in the arena. She obeyed Desmond's words and took the money and stood up. "So then, see you later, Master Desmond." She then saluted and walked out of the room. Desmond, who saw this, became confused by her words. Shouldn't he be the grateful one? Why did Elizabeth, who was tired and held him back from leaving before, now leave in a hurry? Their conversation was witnessed by Laura, who observed her master's expression, shaking her head. She was just waiting for her master's orders. How could the young master not be aware that his gaze was terrifying everyone? After Elizabeth left, Desmond told Laura to help him stand. He wanted to go ahead and buy clothes, but the door to the room opened again. Bang! Elizabeth, who had already left, looked back hastily. Her gaze swept across the room, and it turned out that Desmond was still in the room. Her expression was relaxed. Catching her breath, Elizabeth then looked at Desmond. "Hello, Master Desmond. Please forgive me for bothering you again." Desmond, who stood assisted by Laura, paused for a moment and nodded. "That's okay, Miss Elizabeth. So what is the important thing you want to ask?" Well, hearing Desmond getting to the point, Elizabeth nodded, acknowledging her intelligence in analyzing the current situation. "Previously, I didn't know why Master Desmond was injured. After all, if you look at your injuries, maybe it was attacked by a wild beast. Well, I think there is something important." This almost gave me a heart attack. For the first time, I thought Edward already knew something about the demon's death. Fortunately, considering his relationship with Elizabeth, as well as Elizabeth's position in society, Desmond fell silent. This silence made Elizabeth and Laura nervous and worried that this would make Desmond angry. Even if Desmond was angry, Elizabeth thought she could still fight him with his father's position and title. Unlike Laura, maybe she could be fired. What? After careful thought, Desmond found a perfect alibi, both not to expose his identity as a spy, and also he felt this excuse made a little sense to the rich. So actually 2 days ago, I bought a husk wolf. And oh wait, does Miss Elizabeth know what a husk wolf is? Not only Elizabeth, but also Laura shook her head. This made Desmond roll his eyes while Laura wassled and stared at the floor. When Elizabeth saw this, her suspicions began to arise. "Laura, is that true?" she asked. Laura wanted to answer right away. She lifted her head and wanted to speak, but her voice didn't come out. She received a message from Desmond and then obliged. "That I don't know since I just worked at the young master's house." Elizabeth's suspicion increased when she saw Laura's behavior. She then tried to ask again, but Desmond called her. Miss Elizabeth, Laura did just work at my house, and I bought a husk wolf from the auction before she was accepted. Elizabeth stopped her intentions and then stared at Desmond's expression while thinking of all possibilities. This incident started a few days after I bought a husk wolf. Usually it is not me who feeds the animals but my guards. And it just so happened that I was passing by and saw the way the guards were feeding. Therefore, I wanted to try it and ask the guards to let me feed the wolf. After that, you can imagine how the husk wolf decided and bit some parts of my body. Desmond said this with an expression as sad as possible. His lie even touched Laura. These are some of the truths and lies that Desmond put together to make it look like it really happened. The goal is to make listeners feel sorry for him and angry with the guards who let a child feed a beast from the beast race. But this trick didn't work on Elizabeth, who seemed to find something out of the ordinary. She stared at Desmond, only to see Desmond staring back at her with a smile that could knock any girl down. Even though Desmond's nature was icy, that didn't change the fact that his training all this time, and with his parents making Desmond's face no less handsome than Matson, plus the ideal body shape for all men. If it weren't for his cold nature and Alice's, maybe Desmond would have been approached a lot more by a woman his age now. Desmond saw Elizabeth suddenly look away. He made a confused expression. At least he had prepared another reason if Elizabeth asked again. "What's wrong, Miss Elizabeth? Are you still doubting me?" Desmond recalled something that had been glorifying his mind. "Oh yes, Miss Elizabeth, by the way, are you shopping for clothes? If I'm not mistaken, it's a dress, right?" Hearing Desmond's question, her face looked so red until she had to cover her face with both hands while looking at Desmond through her fingers. "No, just now. I just wanted to have a look." Seeing Elizabeth like this, Desmond's smile widened even more. What's wrong with you, Miss Elizabeth? Do you have a fever? I see your face is quite red." Even though Desmond knew that Elizabeth was currently being embarrassed, he just wanted to change the subject to forget about his injury. On the other hand, when Elizabeth heard Desmond talk about her reddish face, she couldn't take it anymore and immediately left Desmond's room. Bang! It was only after seeing Elizabeth leave that Desmond was relieved. "Let's get ready to go home." He then turned to Laura, who had been smiling to herself. "But what about Annie's?" When Laura heard Desmond's order, she didn't accept it right away but dared to ask back. Maybe because of what happened earlier, Laura forgot her position until Desmond glared at her again. After seeing Laura obey again, only then did Desmond open his mouth. "It depends on." Desmond stopped talking. He'd received a message from Annie. "Master, I'm sorry, I failed." The spy headed towards the current master's location in the form of a bird. Desmond frowned. "Fine, you come back safely." "Yes, master." "Let's go, looks like the spy came here." So how are we going to?" Her word was halted when she saw Desmond suddenly chant a spell, and their bodies glowed for an instant before returning to normal. "I know what you want to say. In short, we are nowhere to be seen. So walk and act as the wind." Seeing Laura's shocked expression, Desmond knew it would be complicated to explain everything, not to mention Laura's very troublesome nature. "What?" Meanwhile, Elizabeth, who had run away from Desmond's room, was outside the shop. She was aware of her embarrassing behavior and wanted to get information from Desmond, but she was too embarrassed, so she chose to wait for Desmond. Elizabeth received information from her father that her father's friend Grimm was investigating a person with one hand. This happened just after she treated Desmond. After waiting for some time, Elizabeth finally saw the shop door open. "Master Des." But it wasn't Desmond, it was someone else. Didn't I already tell everyone to leave?" She wanted to ask the person, but then she saw another person coming out of the shop. This confused her, and her gaze was now only focused on the shop door. Without realizing it, she had seen people coming and going for more than an hour. "Why?" Elizabeth suddenly jumped up in surprise as she felt someone touching her from behind. She turned around only to see Clark with her mother. "Hello, Eliz, what are you doing here?" "Let's go in." Yassie and Clark were standing in front of Elizabeth. Yassie seemed to be carrying some clothes that she wanted to keep in her shop. Yes, ma'am." Elizabeth's brain was slow. She was thinking about Desmond, and she didn't realize or hear a word from Clark's mother. Meanwhile, Clark, who had been smiling, approached Elizabeth, who looked confused. "What is wrong?" He held her hand as he brought his face closer and looked straight into Elizabeth's eyes. What? Town Square." The atmosphere of the town square atmosphere at noon was tranquil because of the hot sun. You could see the merchants also fanning their bodies with fans that moved independently and floated in the air. However, they then heard the sound of footsteps. This made their expressions turn to joy. But this was only for a moment before they were finally disappointed that what they saw was not a person, but just a gentle breeze. It's always like this. Every afternoon, the square will be quiet and the shops will be crowded. One of the merchants in the shop complained to the other merchants. How could anyone want to shop in the heat this season? One of the merchants answered in a helpless tone. How about we report this to the king? What do you want to report? Asking the king to make a giant tent. Hello. The merchants laughed at that idea, and the other merchants laughed at this. The atmosphere of the town square, which had been deserted, became bustling with this humor, but it was only a moment before they heard a voice. Crash. Boxes in the middle of the plaza suddenly fell, and a sudden bright light shone into their eyes, blinded them, and made them dazzle before their vision finally returned to normal. Did something strange happen? One of the merchants asked while looking around. Maybe it's just wind. Yes, maybe. Seeing the messy boxes, they all got back to tidy them up. This box contained their unsold merchandise from yesterday, and they hoped someone would buy it because it looked mysterious. Therefore, almost all the merchants put their boxes in the middle of the square, containing their name and merchandise contents. What? Meanwhile, in Desmond's situation. After he exited the clothes shop and under Elizabeth's watch, Desmond and Laura hurriedly left and headed for their house, passing through the town square. Because Laura is not accustomed to not being seen, she always greets and bumps into people around her. This annoyed Desmond. If it weren't for him using the power boost yesterday, maybe he wouldn't need the help of this annoying maid right now. Even so, they still ran smoothly, but all that changed when Laura hit the box in the middle of the town square. Desmond was forced to activate his spell to create a diversion and cast a spell to make him and Laura disappear again. Since then, he had been in a bad mood, and he didn't want to hear Laura's voice anymore, only orders via magic messages and only speaking when necessary. What? After several minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the gate of their house. Desmond had previously sent a message to the gatekeeper to open the door. For a long time, the guards who had worked with the Desmond family never understood even the nature of their masters. They just had to carry out their duties without question. Desmond managed to get into his house without attracting too much attention. They saw Desmond's gate open and only thought that the guard opened the door because they wanted to show Desmond's house's size. What? Arriving at the main door of the house, Desmond deactivated his spell, and slowly the light that enveloped their bodies scattered and disappeared. Laura then knocked on the door, and Desmond's maids opened it very wide. When the maids saw Desmond's condition, almost all of the maids acted like Laura, and some were like Annie. They only saw him with a worried look. Desmond was merely ignorant of this and continued his usual activities. After changing clothes, explaining the situation again, being served food by the maids, only then could Desmond return to his room. This time, it wasn't Laura who escorted him to the room, but another senior maid. The maid laid Desmond on the bed, and after asking if there was no other need, the maid left. Today feels really hard for me. Remembering the incident of being chased by people from the organization, staying at the guild, until he accidentally met Elizabeth and tricked the spy, Desmond felt that this was indeed the most challenging day he had ever experienced after reincarnation. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. He chanted a spell and sent a message to Annie, asking what the situation was like. What? Meanwhile, in a small alley, a woman was seen sitting with torn clothes, showing her charming body parts resting on a pile of demon corpses. This is so tiring. It seems that the young master has managed to overcome the spy somehow, but the young master hasn't given me the order to return home yet. Annie, who was sitting on top of the demon, just received a message from Laura, saying they had arrived safely. Not only were the guards trained, but even the maids in the Desmond family also had to have at least the ability to fight demons. Even Laura, whose appearance and reckless nature could be said to be almost as strong as Annie, only Laura was a witch that was not very suitable for close combat. I wonder, will this mass murder of demons bring down the reputation of the young master's family? This is one of the Desmond family secrets. Not everyone knows that their servants can fight, but with the incident Annie has made, the investigators may come to their house. It's the first time I've seen a shape. Suddenly she received a message from her master, saying she could go home. Finally, seeing the mess she was making, Annie frowned. At least I shouldn't be too troublesome to the young master. She then split the demon corpse into small pieces and stuffed it into the other demons' mouths. Seeing the demon corpses that had become only 3 people, Annie became relieved. Huffed, looks like this is enough. Cleaning her hands, Annie then exited the small alley and looked for the nearest clothing store. What? In Desmond's room, only after he received a confirmation message from Annie did Desmond feel relieved. At least I just need to ask Clementine for help this time, not to spread the word. Desmond contacted Clementine directly. Unlike the messages sent via magic, Desmond brought a mirror and saw Clementine's reflection in the mirror. "Hello, little Desmond, how are you?" It was clear from the reflection that Clementine had just finished taking a shower, and Desmond happened to call her. She was wearing thin clothes that exposed almost all her body curves. Maybe if people saw this, they would already become lustful, but what Desmond saw was just a pile of freshly boiled meat. "Hello, Mrs. Clementine, thank you for your attention." "I'm fine." Desmond kept answering her expressionlessly, which made Clementine smile mischievously. "Hee, so what do you need now?" she asked while tugging at the cloth that was near her breasts, trying to tease Desmond. Before that, please wear modest clothes." But unfortunately, Clementine's efforts were doomed to fail. Desmond only answered with a smile. He then ended the magic call. "What?" After finishing the call and waiting for Clementine to get dressed, he looked at the door. "Enter." Since the beginning of his conversation with Clementine, Desmond had heard a knocking sound, indicating the maid would enter if Desmond gave him permission. This time, Laura came in with a plate filled with ice cream and wine. Seeing this, Desmond indicated to put it in front of him. After Alice left, Desmond told the maid to always make the same ice cream as Alice last time. Accompanied by wine, Desmond ladled the ice cream into his mouth and then blew out the wine. All very satisfying. This habit had been in shape since he became the sole heir of his organization in the old world, even after he reincarnated. The first thing he asked for when he turned 3 was wine. When his parents first heard about this, they were shocked and strictly forbade it and did not allow Desmond's request. But as time went on, Desmond's parents became suspicious that Desmond was no longer asking for wine. They then saw the servants were secretly giving him wine. Because Desmond had already drunk so many times, Desmond's parents were forced to give Desmond this permission. They only reminded Desmond not to consume too much. They believed that Desmond was a genius child that could control his desire. This is bound to happen because they were rarely at home and failed to teach their child. Life is He then realized that Laura was still beside him. "You can go." Laura, who had been hesitating from earlier, finally answered. Master, please forgive me for the incident." After arriving home, Laura kept thinking about her behavior, which irritated her master. She then told the senior servants about it, and they advised Laura to apologize before Desmond got angry, if necessary, offer her body. When Laura heard this suggestion, for the first time she refused, but then considering that almost everything she did make Desmond even more dangerous, she agreed. With a heavy heart, Laura took the courage to meet Desmond. On the other hand, the senior maid was just joking, but they were shocked when they saw Laura silent and accepted. They wanted to warn Laura, but she had gone straight to Desmond's room. "What?" "It's okay," Desmond replied as if he was indifferent and expressionless. He just wanted to enjoy his current ice cream and wine. Seeing Desmond's attitude like this, Laura became even more convinced that what she had done had made Desmond angry. She opened her maid's apron, which finally caught Desmond's attention. "What else did you do this time?" Tired of Laura's strange behavior, this time trying to be patient with Laura. "Please forgive me, master." Laura approached Desmond. Their faces were only 5 cm away, and from this angle, Desmond could also clearly see Laura's cleavage. "Calm down, Laura. I have truly forgiven you, so please stay away." From his tone, you could see that Desmond was upset today. His gaze was not focused on Laura's cleavage, but on ice cream and wine that almost got Laura's dirty clothes on. "Yes, young master." After hearing Desmond's words, Laura hurriedly put on her clothes again, afraid that Desmond would suddenly change his mind. But it wasn't over yet. When he wanted to continue eating, Laura was still on the side. This made Desmond look at her with a frown. "Is there anything more important?" Apologies for troubling the young master, but Annie is back. Upon hearing this, his eyes glowed briefly before returning to normal. "I see, call her to face me." "Yes, young master." After Laura left, Desmond could eat in peace. Could it be that the organization hasn't given up yet? Not long after, there was a knock on the door again. "Enter." Annie entered with her maid outfit and, as usual, expressionless. "Tell me what happened until you failed, and also tell me the characteristics of the spy." When he said the word fail, Desmond's tone sounded like he was holding back anger. Starting. After she finished telling Desmond what happened, Annie walked out of the room, leaving Desmond alone in contemplation. I see the first time I saw a shapeshifter. System find information about the shapeshifter. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System conclusion. Shapeshifter is one of the beast race creatures that is very rare and belongs to the beast class. According to the legends in the era, when beast races were still in power, they tried to interbreed between races, and many were successful. One of them was a shapeshifter. They could change their body shape to all kinds of beasts, including ordinary beasts because the origin of beasts is animals. Initially, shapeshifters could only be found in the elf area, but somehow, the shapeshifters had moved to the demon and human environment since the elves had locked themselves up. They also mated with several demons, but the results returned to produce monsters. But unlike a demon, when they mate with a human, a shapeshifter will be able to change form to human, but lose the ability to change form to an elf. This information was obtained from the host's brain while reading a book about Saint World's mystical creatures. That's very troublesome. After the results of the fight yesterday, a shapeshifter was not as strong as the second-class swordsman, and it seems they cannot chant. It's just that their ability as spies is handy. Suppose I have subordinates like that. Suddenly, the mirror on Desmond's knees shone and revealed a well-dressed Clementine. So what's up, little Desmond? Clementine asked with a smile. Clementine looked like a noble with neat clothes and trinkets on her face, coupled with a very luxurious background. I want you to inform or spread the word to the public that I was attacked by my pet when I wanted to feed it. Desmond raised the glass so that it was level with his body, exposing his condition with only one hand. What are you? Oh my God, what happened to you? At first, she just wanted to play around with Desmond, but immediately became worried. Tell me what happened to you. She emphasized, her gaze became severe. It was like a mother who saw her child had been injured. Desmond answered without expression, I told you, I want you to spread that a wild beast attacked me. On hearing the answer, Clementine's expression conflicted, and then she let out a sigh. Fine, so do you need help? Have you contacted your mother? Do you need me to go over there to give you medicine? Seeing Clementine's behaviors, Desmond was confused. Why do you care so much? Instantly, Clementine snapped at him, of course. You are my future son-in-law. How can my son-in-law be a disabled person? Hearing this, Desmond rolled his eyes. I see, thank you for your attention, and also I need your help to find the right medicine to heal this wound. Desmond also added, add this as my debt to you, thank you. Desmond immediately deactivated his spell, not waiting for Clementine's further reply, and he snapped his fingers 3 times to call out the maid. Yes, young master. Seeing the servant was neither Laura nor Annie, there was a hint of disappointment in Desmond's eyes, but he was also happy that it wasn't a junior maid who was dealing with something this complicated. Send a letter to my parents and tell them about my condition. If necessary, use a Pegasus to send it because I need this before the next 3 years. Desmond said that because he understood that using magic was impossible for him because he did not know where his parents were, and also, he had not yet reached First Wizard. As for the message as soon as possible, during this year, even when Alice left, Desmond's parents had not returned home. At first, he suspected that they had dumped Alice and him and started a new family, but all doubts disappeared when Desmond heard the information between Crocs and Grimm last night. Yes, young master. After completing all the complicated matters, Desmond could now enjoy his meal calmly, while thinking of another way besides asking for help from the second wizard or his parents to heal his hand. What? In the afternoon, the town square. A bird flew around the town square for hours, making the merchants in the square confused. They thought the bird was looking for food, so the merchants started to put food on their boxes. Seeing people who misunderstood what the bird meant, the bird then came down and did what the merchants said while also observing the surroundings. After all, the food was gone, and it still could not find what it was looking for, then the bird left. The bird crossed the outer and inner city borders and finally flew south, out of capital city, North Kingdom. Passing through several forests and villages, the bird finally saw a city with large buildings floating in the air. The building is the North Academy, and the city visited by this bird is Helmfirth. This city was first built when the human empire was not yet divided. You could say this city is another first-generation city. Although the city's age is quite old, the buildings here are more luxurious than the North Kingdom's capital city, which was only recently built after Edward became king. Lined with tall and robust fortresses, it is said that this city once resisted attacks from beast raids. This city only has one building floating in the air, namely the North Academy. Viewed from the outside, the North Academy was huge, and it was floating very high in the air, but strangely, this North Academy building didn't block the sunlight from entering, and it also seemed like it didn't need any power to fly. North Academy is not the first building or the first invention floating in the air. The Imperial Empire has also implemented it in several important buildings. It's just that this application entered the North Kingdom too late. What? After seeing the incredible sight, the bird did not immediately enter, but landed in a nearby forest. The bird then transformed into a burly human who had once intercepted Desmond when he wanted to escape. The human then walked on the streets, leading to the city gate of Helmfirth. Once there, the burly man showed his identity and touched a rock that identified him as a North Kingdom citizen. After several procedures, the man was allowed to enter, but had to pay several gold coins. Unlike the capital city North Kingdom, Helmfirth is a place where crime and justice are equal. Many people are corrupt, and there have been several robberies in this city. Therefore, this city is very suitable for their organization. But when Weston announced that he would build an academy in the city, many people protested, but he gave reasons that people could not deny. Namely, to implement and promote justice in that city. Even with the students' risk of being threatened, Weston said this was another test for the students. He said that not everyone should be protected, let alone aspiring wizards who would defend the country. Therefore, after North Academy's establishment, it was confirmed that crime decreased, but it still existed. What? After the burly man paid the guards, he headed straight for the tavern, where the ordinary people gathered and had fun at night. It was late in the afternoon, and things were getting busy in the tavern. When people saw the burly man, they all gave way. The burly man then walked straight into the back door of the bar. Opening the door, the burly man saw his boss, Crocs, who was in activity with many women. The room was filled with perfume, which made the passion of the people inside increase. When Crocs saw his subordinate coming, he stopped his activities and ordered the women to leave. "Did you find out the identity of that person?" Crocs said while getting dressed. He sat on the sofa, calling one of the girls to sit with him. "Sorry, master, I lost track of it." Brock immediately looked down. Hearing this, Crocs's hand accidentally squeezed the woman's shoulder beside him, so hard it made her scream in pain. "I see, surely you can't possibly bring empty information here. Is not it?" The squeeze got stronger until he unconsciously crushed her hip. Brock, who saw this, became frightened. He saw the woman trying hard to get out of the boss's grasp, but finally died with eyes bleeding out. "Yes, boss, I saw him enter the clothing shop owned by the former nobleman Albin. Who looks like Grim has a new job. Well, you can go." After Brock left, Croc stood up, causing the woman's corpse to fall to the floor. He glanced at the woman, and a shadow mouth appeared from the underground, swallowing the entire woman's body. Morning at the border of the Beast Territory, North Kingdom. You can see many tents standing near the edge. The tents are also surrounded by an earth wall. This was the temporary base of the royal soldiers to withstand the beast's attacks that had recently appeared. Inside one of the tents, a couple could be seen enjoying their breakfast quietly. "Honey, how about we ask permission to go home now? I feel something bad will happen." This woman is Leona, who is currently on duty with Bastion. Bastion shook his head. "But we already took time off during the Desmond case. That's why we are still here, to make up for it. Maybe if we ask no again." "Sorry, master, it looks like the other beasts are heading to this location." Before Leona could finish speaking, a soldier entered their tent. Hearing this, Leona and Bastion nodded, and the soldier then left. Bastion then continued eating while looking at the war map on the table. Lately, the beast races were getting more and more fierce. Leona snorted. If it weren't for this ugly animal, maybe we could take Alice to the academy." Since the king's party, they'd never come home again. They couldn't even send Desmond messages or their servants. The beast race's sudden surging attack overwhelmed the kingdom, so it had to send Bastion and Leona to deal with this situation. Even after they helped, not only did the beast race's attacks not dim, but they got fiercer. Each of the beast race beasts seemed to care less about their lives, continuing to advance even though they were injured. The treatment of beast races is detrimental to humans and harming themselves. Many beast races who were injured did not die from human hands, but were trampled by their own kind. This situation made Noel even more convinced to keep Leona and Bastion on the border. As a candidate for Grandmaster, Noel must be able to make wise decisions. He was afraid that if this is allowed, the beast race might attack nearby villages. What? Taking his sword, Bastion gets up and gets ready, while Leona takes several bottles filled with blue liquid. After finishing getting ready, they then stared at each other for a moment before finally, Bastion approached Leona and kissed her cherry-red lips. Let's go later, we're late. Pushing Bastion, Leona immediately rushed out with a red face. Seeing this, Bastion smiled and followed her. What? But when they came out, the scene was not the same, where the soldiers usually took turns defending the fort and killing the beast race. This time, a sky hunter was seen among the herd of beasts, which made everyone in the camp lose their fighting spirit. One of the soldiers, who was not strong enough to endure fear, approached Leona and Bastion. Master, how about this? Should we go back and make further defenses? No, I will face it, replied Leona, who did not look at the soldiers in front of her. Her gaze was focused on the sky hunter, who was floating in the air, slaughtering several soldiers who were above the fortress. No, we'll handle this. In contrast to Leona, Bastion approached and held her hand. Order everyone to hold back as much as possible and don't approach the sky hunter. If one of you is trapped or targeted by a sky hunter, immediately run or help so that there are not many victims. In this camp, Leona is the highest chain of command, while Bastion can be her representative because of their relationship and Bastion's unique status as a dual class. Yes, master. After the soldier left, Bastion and Leona's expressions turned nervous. Sky Hunter hugged, this will be a tough fight, honey. If you can't handle it, run and let me. But we all know that this will be impossible. I'd better be with you until the end. Leona hugged Bastion while holding and kissing his cheek. We can't end here. There is still Desmond and Alice to be treated. Seeing the worry in Leona's eyes, Bastion chuckled and kissed her forehead. Don't worry if something gets out of hand. We just have to step back and accept the anger of the prime ministers. Leona nodded and leaned closer, stroking her cheek against Bastion's, wanting to find his warmth. What? Sky Hunter is a beast race classified as A rank. Sky Hunter's appearance is a giant white lion with white wings. It is said that the Sky Hunter power is equal to the third wizard or third swordsman. Sky Hunter also rarely hunts or attacks humans. It's just that the situation this time is bizarre since the beast race's continuous attacks, with an additional A-level beast attacks, then there are possible signs of another dragon beast appearing. Beast, who is already classified as C level and above, will have intelligence like humans. They have their pride and do not want to be ordered by another beast without advantage. Only the upper class or stronger beasts can rule them. What? At the same time, in the throne room, Sanders is reporting the incident about the massacre that occurred in the tavern in front of Edward. When Edward heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Have you handled that case? Sanders' palms were sweaty, and they also looked very pale. Why, we've sent an investigation team for that. Crash. The audience saw a crack suddenly appear in front of the king, and Sanders was nowhere to be seen. But a groan was heard, and they saw Sanders' body leaning against the throne room door. They turned to Edward and felt his aura come out, pressing on everyone in the room. Finish quickly. Edward's voice echoed throughout the room, making those who were active outside the throne room feel a chill that made the hairs of their necks stand up. Yes, your majesty. Everyone in the room answered in unison while lowering their heads. Craig. The door to the throne room opened, and they saw that Edward had come out. Slam. After Edward left, only then did everyone raise their heads to see Sanders' condition. Sanders was severely injured. When the king opened the door, he accidentally threw Sanders's body to a nearby pillar. Everyone was horrified and also pitied him, except for one person, Holmes. He was delighted to see Sanders' attempt had failed and was eager to laugh when Sanders flew and hit the door, but it would be impossible for him to do so in front of the king, given what the king had said before. Now that the king was gone, the laughter from Holmes was released to the amazement of those beside him. What's so funny, Mr. Holmes? Seeing that only he was laughing, Holmes answered them all with a broad smile. Hey, don't you see that loser? He was thrown so contemptuously in front of all of us, ha ha ha. Holmes's laughter grew louder, and he also pointed at Sanders, who was now unconscious. Hearing this, the people became angry. Instead of bullying him, why not help? Aren't we all in one boat if that king gets angry? One by one, the people shouted at Holmes and, Do you hear us? One of them stepped forward, grabbing Holmes by the collar. You crossed the line. Holmes's laughter stopped. he stared at the person in front of him like staring at a pig. Or I will send you to the beast territory. The man immediately removed Holmes' collar and retreated slowly back into the crowd, aware of his position. Even though the matter was over, some of them still looked at him with disdain. The throne door opened again, and the guards came and wanted to take Sanders, but were stopped by Holmes. Wait a minute. He walked over to Sanders and then spat in his face. This is what you deserve, ha ha ha. Even the guards who saw this were furious and wanted to catch Holmes straight away. But they knew that if they did something like that, they would be the ones to lose because Holmes' position was very high. After spitting on Sanders, they saw Holmes leave, and only then did the guards dare to lift and lay Sanders on a stretcher. Meanwhile, while they were having a meeting outside the throne room, Grimm could be seen eavesdropping using magic around the room's door. He turned the iron structure in the king's room into a device used to hear. He only changed the iron closest to the door because he was afraid that Edward would notice this. Upon hearing the information that the kingdom also doesn't know the Tavern Massacre's real culprit, Grimm was disappointed. Never mind, the kingdom really can't be counted on. He stops his magic, and at that moment, Grimm senses Edward's presence approaching. Grimm hurriedly moves away from the door of the room, but his efforts are spotted by a servant. The servant who sees this is astonished by Grimm's behavior. Master Grimm, why don't you? Realizing this, Grimm heads straight for the servant and silences his mouth. He drags the servant through the other buildings and chants a memory replacement spell. After he had finished dealing with the maid, he came out and saw Sanders in a terrible condition being carried by the guards. Looks like I missed something interesting. At that moment, he received information about the mouse. The mouse had entered the shop owned by the former noble Albin. Not only his son, but now him. Are we destined to be on different paths? He then prepared to head for the shop that Brock was talking about. What? Arriving at the shop, he looked around and found himself in a clothes shop. His arrival attracted a lot of attention, especially the shop owner and wife of Albin, Yassi. Hello, Mrs. Yassi. Hello, Master Grimm, do you want to shop for clothes? When Yassi first saw Grimm come to her shop, she felt strange. Everyone knows that Grimm's wife died several years ago while giving birth to Matson. So why did Grimm come to the women's clothing store? Mrs. Yassi, maybe you misunderstood here. I'm not here because I want to buy clothes, but want to check something. Without Yassi's permission, he wanted to chant a spell but remembered something. He then turned to Yasin and asked, is it okay for me to use the rewind spell here? Generally, the rewind spell can only be used by people who uphold justice. Other than that, it is considered illegal because this spell can reveal almost all the secrets that happened on the previous day. This spell can only be used by the second wizard/witch or first wizard/witch who has approached the second class realm. With Grimm's reputation at stake, for Yassi just fine, she's also curious about what Grimm wants to see. Yes, Master Grimm. Thank you, Mrs. Yasin. After saying that, Grimm immediately activated the rewind spell. Suddenly, a giant mirror appeared above him. Previously, when he asked for approval to use this spell, Yassi had also temporarily kicked out the people in her shop to not make a fuss. In the glass reflection, they see that the shop is fine. Customers were shopping. Elizabeth chooses clothes before finally, the shop door opens. A person in black robes and red-haired maids come to Elizabeth. They see Elizabeth nod and shoo people in the shop. Since this point of view could only be seen from above, they could not clearly see the maids' faces or the robed man. Seeing this, Grimm's eyes lit up while Yassi was still wondering why Elizabeth had so dared to throw out her buyer without asking for her consent. But the next picture made them disappointed. Elizabeth then led the man in the robe into the room. Grimm accidentally groaned when he saw this. Meanwhile, Yassi became suspicious of Elizabeth. After seeing that Grimm has finished his business, Yassi smiles at Grimm, who is in shock. Well, looks like you've got what you want. Please come out. I want to take care of other important matters. Well, thanks again, Mrs. Yassi. Although he was a little disappointed that he still didn't know the person's identity, there was a little bit of joy when he found that person interacting with Elizabeth. After leaving the clothing shop, Grimm immediately contacted his subordinates via a magic message. Post a job in the guild to find out the background of the mysterious person who went to the guild yesterday. As for reward, give it 50 gold coins. That person only had one hand and was roughly 10-20 years old. He also brought a red-haired maid with him. If anyone finds out, bring that person to me immediately. Sorry for my impudence, master. Is it true that this job you're going to give him? Isn't this too easy? Grim sighed. Just do it. Yes, master. Grim heads straight for the king's palace after contacting his subordinates, but he stops in his tracks. I forgot my relationship with the king was bad. How about directly with Elizabeth? Thinking that, he shook his head and suddenly have an idea. I better tell Matson. It would be weird if I asking. What? Meanwhile, at the guild, Katrina seemed bored waiting for the mercenaries who were choosing jobs from the board. Suddenly, she heard the guild door opening and saw one of the royal soldiers coming to her table. Welcome to the Raven Soul Guild, sir. Is there anything I can help with? The soldier looked nervous and hesitated before finally delivering the message from his master. My master Grim wants to open a job for mercenaries who saw the mysterious man yesterday visiting this guild. That person only has one arm with roughly 10-20 years. He also brings a red-haired servant with him. If anyone sees them directly come to my master mansion, they will receive 50 gold coins. Hearing this, the mercenaries sitting in the guild's living room became excited. Easy work, rich reward. They wanted to go straight to the soldier, but their path was blocked by the guild guards. I know that person. Just yesterday, I met him. He's lying, I even know his identity. Many mercenaries that were intercepted by the guards shouted, trying to get the soldier's attention. But all their effort were in vain, as the soldier left without paying attention to them. You arrogant soldier. I'd better take the job right away. After the soldier left, the previously excited mercenaries headed straight for the guild board, waiting for the job that was discussed to appear. The guild board has been set automatically, so the staff won't bother posting new jobs. Meanwhile, the way mercenaries receive them is by throwing their cards at the jobs. After waiting for a while, the job had not yet appeared, confusing the mercenaries, and they turned to the receptionist's desk. Hey Katrina, where is the job? Yes, where? They saw Katrina was silent and daydreaming ever since hearing the request from the soldier. One of them could not stand it, came forward, and hit the table in front of Katrina. Hey, what? Previously, when Katrina received the complete description of the soldier's job, she had the feeling that she had met the person she was talking about. Her guess became correct when the soldier said that person last night to the guild and brought a servant. She wanted to immediately tell the soldier, but the words the soldier said next made her shut her mouth tightly. So that person has something to do with Master Grim. Without realizing it, Katrina thought about the possibilities she thought were dangerous. In fact, from the very beginning of Grimm's appearance, the guild master was already suspicious of Grimm and ordered her to investigate, but all of that was fruitless. Grimm's background, Grimm's nature, and what he does every day are all clean, making her even more suspicious. And in the end, 3 years ago, the guild master told her to go to the villages near the beast territory borders, hoping to get Grimm's information while he was trapped. Katrina was forced to accept her mission and got the result that no one had left that territory in the last 10 years. She reported this to the guild master, after which the guild master recruited her to become a secret staff tasked with spying on Grimm. Not only Grimm, she also spied on Master Wizard and other witches, including Leona. Since then, Katrina has started spying on Noelle, Leona, and even Bastion, but she only gets information that their backgrounds are protected by Grandmaster Weston, who declares them safe. Everyone knows that Weston is a person who can be trusted. He also educated King Edward from the beginning. Therefore, Katrina's job right now is to get information from Grimm. What? Meanwhile, she came to her senses when she heard a loud voice shouted at her. She saw mercenaries in front of her with an angry gaze. What is this? She looked around and found that almost everyone was staring at her with the same gaze. Katrina was confused because she was always friendly to people in the guild, but why did everyone look at her with anger? What's wrong with all of you? Seeing the flustered Katrina, the people in the guild were astonished. Shouldn't you post a job when you receive it? Could it be a new procedure? When Katrina heard the whispers of those people, then she understood. She looked at everyone and smiled like a professional again. Please forgive, this job will be handled by the guild staff. Please excuse me. Hearing this, the people in the guild finally understood and calmed down. So it's like that. No wonder there are no jobs from earlier. Fine, then I'll just take this job. The commotion started again, and the atmosphere returned to normal, but it was different from Katrina. Hey you, replace me for a moment. I want to meet the master. She called one of the female staff, who was cleaning the guild tables. After leaving her position, Katrina headed to the guild's back and pressed one of the secret buttons that made the walls shift, revealing a door. Chanting a spell, seeing a blue barrier surrounding her body, she opened the door and entered. What? Behind the door, she saw a long hallway lit by blue orbs hovering over each wall. She started walking and heard a loud sound from behind her. She turned only to saw the door that had become a pathway to be covered by the wall. Gradually she advanced while enjoying the night view in this alley. What? When Katrina reached the front of the hallway, she saw a door that was the same as the hallway entrance. As usual, she opened the door, and immediately she was attacked by several sand scythes. The barrier around her body managed to withstand all of the attacks before breaking apart. She saw that the room was very different from the reality. There was an expansive city view across and covered by glass. An old man was smoking, looking at the city's view. The old man was also accompanied by someone wearing a clown hat, carrying a sword, and enjoying the sight. So what is the important thing that you have to see me? The old man turned around, saw Katrina, and asked. Judging from his age, that old man looks on par with Weston. It's just that his body is not too muscular, but still gives off the air of a master. Yes, this is a master, not a grandmaster. Sorry to bother Master Isak, I have more information about Grim. Isak, according to reports, is Wetson's comrade in arms. Only Weston made it to 3rd class, while Isak did not. He finally decided to create a guild that aims to provide jobs and uphold justice for this kingdom, arguably the same goal as Weston. It's just that he doesn't like being ruled by Weston. The guild he founded had been running for nearly 12 years, to be precise, after Edward was crowned king. With Weston and Isak's combination, this kingdom's security was almost perfect if it weren't for the Crocs organization that suddenly appeared. Although the Isak Guild with the Crocs organization did not openly attack during these years, their elite members had carried out reconnaissance and assassination of several important people in their respective organizations. With Isak's main headquarters located in capital North City, the Crocs organization could not move and eventually lost. Still, they were not ultimately defeated. It was just that they had no more power in this city. What? When Isak heard this information, his eyes, which were withered and lackluster, suddenly became excited. So what information did you get this time? Katrina then explained what she had heard again. After hearing Katrina's explanation, suddenly, the room atmosphere turned to warm and heavy. As I thought, maybe Grim was the one who helped Crocs build his organization. And also, if I'm not mistaken, you said he was looking for the young man you saved. Isak looked at Katrina while squinting his wrinkled eyes. Yes, master. From the information I got, it looks like this young man is related to the incident at the tavern. Ah, looks like we got a big fish. Have you investigated the young man's background? For that, I'm sorry, master. I'll confirm further. I only know that 2 of their servants are from the second Witch Leona family. Hearing this, Isak became astonished. Isn't that obvious that one of the family members was involved? The problem is that there is only their last child in the house, and from the information I got, it is absolutely impossible for that child to be involved in a case of this size. In talking about the difference between Desmond and the mysterious young man that Katrina saw, she really believed that they were different people from nowhere. I have the feeling that the child is involved. Are there similar characteristics, or has the child been involved in a similar case? Sorry, master, for that. I will immediately investigate. Initially, Katrina was very sure that the information she brought this time was very accurate. Still, she didn't expect that her master would be more interested in a boy who didn't really matter to her. Isak sighed. Next time you come here, bring complete information, and Chester, you've been with me for a long time. Starting from today, you can freely walk around, but remember to always guard the guild. The man wearing the clown hat and the clown mask bent over and lowered his hat. Immediately, he disappeared. Chester is a very mysterious man. No one knows that he is Isak's subordinate except Katrina. Even Katrina had minimal experience talking to Chester because most of Chester's time was spent with his master. Then my excuse, master. Isak nodded and Katrina went to the side of the room, pressed the same button, and exited the same door. Grim and Crocs, I think I have to tell Weston about this. What? A few days later. In Desmond's room, it looked as if he was receiving treatment from several witches who had cast spells and given potions to his body. So how? Asked Desmond, who was tired of this. Ever since he got home, Desmond had only been trying to calm himself down, and also, he was churning out memories about his battle in the tavern. But his calm is undermined by the arrival of several wizards and witches who are experts in the field of medicine. They said that Clementine sent them here. Hearing this, Desmond could only accept his kindness and put in the treatment which had taken him 10 days, but still, nothing worked. I'm sorry, young master. It looks like your hands really need to be treated by the master wizard or witch. Since it relates to the theory of time and dimension, only a master wizard or witch who has mastered healing spells and dimension spells can heal your hands. Well, when he heard it in person, Desmond sighed. All right, you can be free now, and also Annie pays the fee. During these 10 days, not only 1 or 2 people came to his house to treat Desmond, but nearly 5 to 7 wizards or witches came. Yes, young master. Not only Desmond, but even a few servants had also faithfully served Desmond during these 10 days. The most embarrassing thing for him was when the servants scrambled and wanted to bathe his body, even though he had already said that he could move. But still they scramble. In the end, he only chose Annie, who didn't seem too reckless and excited. Of course, not to help him take a shower, but to keep watch in his room. Desmond also likes Annie's expression, which always seems indifferent but still obeys her orders, in contrast to Laura, who always causes trouble. What? After the wizards and witches came out, Desmond immediately got a message from Clementine. He saw his mirror flickering, which indicated energy coming in. He told Annie to get a small mirror. So how about this time? You can see that not only is Clementine in the reflection of the glass, but this time there are also Elizabeth and Diana, who are close to Clementine, who is trying to see Desmond's condition. It's the same as before, so let me rest this time, okay? He glanced at Elizabeth and Diana, who seemed to have something to say. Meanwhile, word of Desmond's missing hand was already spreading among the elite. The person most excited about this suffering was obviously Gibson, who had been humiliated by Desmond in the arena. The news spread. Desmond immediately received a package from someone containing a hand from an animal. Fortunately, Desmond ordered the servant who opened the package outside his house. From the beginning, he was suspicious when the sender of the package, and turned out to be Gibson. Apart from hands, the package also contains paper. Paper at this time is not like modern paper, but it is animal skins such as deer, goatskin, and others. The paper that says, "Hey, I found your hand in one of the farms near my house," was written not in ink but in animal blood. Desmond didn't read it directly, but he left it all to the waiter. Besides that, the paper or parchment used to write these words was not ordinary parchment, but instead used animal rump skin, making it smell horrible when touched. On the other hand, Desmond also receives beautiful posts, such as ice cream and apple pie that seems to have been sent by Elizabeth or Diana, or maybe one of Desmond's fans. What? After saying that, Desmond saw that Clementine was being pushed around by her own daughter. "Hey, how are you?" This time only Diana was seen, in the reflection of the glass. She spoke as if she didn't care, and didn't look Desmond in the eye directly. But Desmond could see her cheeks were turning slightly red. Seeing Diana's behavior, similar to Alice's back then, he knew very well that handling such traits was tiring. "Thank you for worrying, Miss Diana, I'm fine. If it's all, I will close." Well, hearing Desmond, who was still talking formally to her, Diana looked very disappointed and immediately disappeared from the glass. "Wait a minute, Master Desmond." This time, Elizabeth appeared in the mirror. She looked very serious about something. "Ah, Ms. Elizabeth, see you." Without waiting for Elizabeth's answer, Desmond hurriedly cut the energy that was flowing in the glass so that it made the glass return like ordinary glass. Fortunately, she will definitely ask me something about my hand again. Maybe the king is getting suspicious of me, but the investigation team hasn't appeared yet, or this could be Grimm's request. Well, Desmond was able to analyze this situation due to rumors about the relationship between the king and Grimm, but what Desmond didn't know was that this time, Edward was only helping Grimm with a little help. Well, after finishing communicating with Clementine, Desmond then lay down on his bed. During this healing, he was not even allowed by some wizards and witches to train. Even his servants also helped ban Desmond. If the only mother were here, surely my wound will heal right away, and also why this coincidence happened when I was injured. Desmond sighed before finally closing his eyes, trying to sleep. A few days earlier, Desmond received news that Noel had summoned all the master wizard or witch and third-class swordsmen and famous mercenaries to do something near the border regarding beasts. Of course, the things in question are strictly confidential and can only be found during the meeting. This made all of Desmond's plans fail. Initially, after his hand healed, he wanted to go directly to the dungeon, continue his investigation. In the past, he put off this plan to find information about Crox's organization. Now he got the information, but his hands are becoming a sacrifice for it. Unable to find a solution to help restore his hand state, he could only lie on the bed meditating for the treatment duration, waiting for his hand to heal before continuing the investigation. It was impossible for Desmond, who was so curious about this. After this treatment period is over, I try to train again to be able to carry out investigations on dungeons. What? A few months later. At Desmond's house, Desmond was seen practicing the sword with only one hand. Several servants accompanied him. This time he did not train in the forest, but in his yard. "Young master, time to eat." One of the servants shouted to make Desmond stop swinging the sword. "Wait a minute." He then chanted a spell. Natural energy gathered in his hands and then formed a whirlwind the size of a pebble. Desmond then threw the whirlwind upwards, and immediately the vortex grew to the size of a giant rock into the clouds. Swish, swish. This made some of the underwear of the maid near Desmond visible, as well as several aprons that flew into the whirlwind. "Young master, please stop it. Otherwise, everything will be sucked up too." All the maids shouted at Desmond, who seemed to have his eyes closed. Hearing this, Desmond stopped his spell and looked around. "At least I can now control my power, but I have to unequip my sword to cast the spell. How troublesome." During these few months, not Desmond's fighting strength had decreased, but instead had increased. Because usually he uses both hands to do everything, so he has to control his strength so that both hands have the same power, both in wielding swords and practicing spells. This brought Desmond's mind into focus. Before his right hand was gone, he only used one-handed spells for light spells, such as a small fireball. If he were to use a compound spell like an area spike, Desmond imagined he would have to use two hands. So losing a hand can be luck, and bad luck to him too. Luckily, because it can increase the output of his spell, and bad luck, because he has to remove his sword every time he continues a spell. "Where's my food?" In the dining room, you could see several servants standing behind Desmond. There were even Laura and Annie among the servants. Since the shop's incident, Laura becomes quieter and only shows her emotions in Desmond's front if Desmond gets hurt or something terrible happens to him. Moreover, her expression was almost the same as Annie, who looked cold. "So hasn't my parents sent a message yet?" Laura then stepped forward and answered, "Not yet, young master." Seeing Laura, who has changed drastically, Desmond sighed. "It's okay, Laura. Occasionally show your expression, don't be like Annie." Hearing this, Annie's mouth twitched. She saw Laura, whose expression did not change at all even after being advised by Desmond. "Yes, young master, I will try." Status. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 7 years. Race human 95%. Class first swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 32.67. Strength 16, 27.49. Agility 20.4. Stamina 6.35. While eating his food, Desmond noticed that his strength had only increased a little, and it also seemed that he didn't have time to train his energy. "My time is soon to go to the academy, but is it enough with this kind of strength?" And also, spell list. Spell, custom spell, light distortion, spike area, distract, general spell, fireball, typhoon, elemental manipulation. It seems that there is no more choice. Apart from asking Clementine for help, Desmond has been looking for a plant that can heal his hands for 6 months, but all of that to no avail. Maybe I should try checking out the underground. But while he was buying some potions, he heard that some herbs were only in the outer beast territory that could heal all kinds of defects. Initially, he was interested in going into beast territory, but he recalled several beasts that were quite dangerous for his current state. He could only delay his intention. "I hope there's something worth behind that door." Desmond believed it was because in the past, when he entered the underground, he saw some ancient runes, and this underground seemed to be made to train someone. Even though it's just gambling, there's nothing wrong with betting other than standing still without certainty, sigh. Night at Desmond's house. Desmond was seen staring at the moon shining at night through his bedroom window. "It is time." He took the sword hanging beside the window and hooked it to his hip. After that, Desmond chanted a light distortion spell that made his body disappear using the moonlight. Underground. After reaching underground, Desmond slowly advanced, and as usual, fireballs came attacking him. This time he only needed a little movement to dodge. With his agility already reaching the standards of a first-class swordsman, these fireballs were no longer a challenge or a place to develop. As he arrived at the familiar door, this time, Desmond tried to push open the door, and Craig. Desmond needed only a little strength, but the door had slid. This he can do because he can focus his strength on the one hand. Like chanting a spell, Desmond can also increase his left hand's attack power. With all his might, Desmond pushed open the door until it fell backward. Crash. The first sight he saw was total darkness, without any lighting, unlike the passage leading to this door. Hamid. He chanted a ward spell, which caused a small ball to fly around Desmond's body, serving to give off light. Blood ritual. He saw a pentagram and some ancient books on the bookshelf, and there were some human remains and several other carcasses. Advancing slowly, he saw that the human carcasses turned out to be slightly different from other humans. The body had long ear bones. Elf. Desmond could recognize a race of elves who were famous for their beauty with long ears and a height taller than that of humans. Passing through the same elf's corpses several times, Desmond finally arrived in front of the bookshelf. He saw the remains of an elf who was holding a book. Taking the book held by the elf's corpse, this book title was Sacrifice for Greater Life. The cover of this book is the same pentagram currently drawn in the center of the room. Is this necromancer? Opening the book, Desmond saw that it contained only blank pages, only page numbers at the bottom. What the fuck? Just as he thought this book was useless and wanted to throw it away, a system notification suddenly appeared and blocked his view. Detected knowledge energy. Do you want to absorb it? Y/N. Knowledge energy. Is there such a thing? System conclusion, taken from one of the books the host has read entitled The History of the Energy Saint World. Knowledge energy is someone's memory or experience placed in a book, but the person who finds this book must meditate to detect the remnants of the knowledge he has left behind. This includes how the wizard/witch leaves the experience only for people who want to be like them, and prevents the common man from becoming a wizard/witch. What? I see, it's a kind of inheritance, huh? But why have the previous homeowners never been here? He then saw a door to the room that required a first-class swordsman equivalent to open it and several fireballs that were still active, blocking the path to this door. Maybe not never, but afraid to continue. Desmond didn't accept the knowledge right away. He turned the book over again and searched the last page of the book, and he found one word. Dragon Slayer. It is a word recorded at the end of the book. Looks like maybe this has something to do with the Dragon Beast era. After considering the worst that could happen to his brain, Desmond finally made a decision. At least if this knowledge attacks me, there will still be a system that can hold it back. System activate defense mode. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System defense mode activated. Host will not be able to use the help of spells, maps, and task lists while this mode is active, but instead, the system will protect all kinds of energy that will hurt the inside of the host's body. What? Yeah, I know, and this is also the reason I don't like this mode. Map screen that was usually seen in the top right corner of Desmond's view disappeared. He also felt all control over the spell disappear. It is like a river that usually flows suddenly in a weir by something so that the water from the river is blocked at the dam's point. But fortunately, I already figured this out by learning the swordsman's skills. Yes. Whoosh. As if being sucked in by a tornado, Desmond's eyes began to blur. He closed his eyes, trying to reduce the effect. At least someone still receives this knowledge. Cough. Desmond heard someone's voice and finally opened his eyes again. He saw that his body was sitting on the wooden floor, and there was also a table in front of him. The image in front of him gradually changed from an old room full of carcasses and pentagrams into a beautiful classroom. Not only that, but this room also seemed to have enlarged from its original size. Good, a fine young man. I hope you can accept this knowledge. Desmond looked around and found that it seemed like he was in a room like a classroom, because there were many tables and chairs neatly arranged. Looking to the front, where the teacher's boards and desks were usually, he saw an old man in a white shirt and a white beard that seemed to be writing something using a chalk pencil. Listen, kid, long ago, Dragon Slayer was a class used by all races to eradicate the vicious dragon beasts. The scenery in front of him was like a dream. His eyes seemed to be filled with fireflies, making everything he saw blurred or vague. He could not see the teacher's face. Clearly, it was as if it was covered in something hazy, making it seem faceless. God bless all the races with this class knowledge. They are also bestowed with real dragon blood to eradicate dragon beasts. Initially, each race wanted to use this class, but only a few of them managed to become Dragon Slayer because the requirements were so high. Realizing that the old man in front of him was still talking, and Desmond could not move nor speak, panic began to overtake him. Shit, what happened? System. He called several times, but there was no answer at all from the system. Looks like I have to depend on myself now. He finally tried to focus his gaze once again to clearly see the old man's writing and face with no other choice. After drinking that dragon's blood, the person who wants to become a dragon slayer will be faced with two stages to fully succeed. First, they have to control themselves because after drinking the blood, their mental and emotions become uncontrollable. If they lose at this stage, then they are tantamount to beasts. If they can control mentally, but not their emotions, their clear mind will automatically disappear, making them like madmen. In the second, they must have 40,000 energy and a first-class swordsman. This is one of the critical reasons people don't want this class. Meanwhile, Desmond, looking at all the writing on this board, was processing the information he got. Dragon Slayer class. That's the lesson I can give. I hope this helps you on your way, kid. Hearing this, he tried to stop the old man with all his strength, trying to speak. Stupid. But right after he said, the old man disappeared, and the room that had been a classroom turned back into a room filled with many corpses. His whole body was sweating, his eyes were bulging, and his heart was beating fast. He then took a deep breath and let it out and looking around. I'm back, what was that? System, did you record the incident? While waiting for the system's response, he felt nervous, hoping that the system was recording because he was out of focus earlier. After a few minutes had passed, the system had not yet come up with an answer. He repeatedly swallowed salvia, hoping the system would record the incident. System, yes, host. Salvia. I was too shocked because of the effect of changing rooms, but fortunately, the system recorded. Wait, did you speak earlier, system? System, yes, host, this time. I can greet and reply to the conversation. Hearing this, curiosity arose in his mind. All right, then I ask, where did you come from, and why did you get inside my body? Immediately, he received a clear answer from the system. System unknown command. Seeing this, Desmond frowned. Didn't you say earlier you can respond to my question? System unknown command. Okay, looks like this is just a waste of time. Replay the incident earlier. Desmond then sat on the floor with his eyes closed, rewatching the strange incident. After watching it countless times and coming to a conclusion, Desmond finally opened his eyes. Okay, I get it now. The old man only gave a brief explanation, terms and effects if he had succeeded in reaching Dragon class. That's cool, but he didn't say how to get dragon blood in an era like this, fuck. By the time he rewatched, he was already getting interested in this class in the first minutes, but in the end, the interest turned into annoyance. Huff, relax, so now I just have to find out how to get this class, and also why don't people mention this class. Desmond then stood up and walked towards the bookshelf, which seemed to contain the old books that were worn out. Taking the books one by one, he just touched them, opened all the book pages, and then closed them again. Have you all been a record system? System, yes, host. Conclusion system. From the results of the analysis, it was found that to reach the first class of Dragon Slayer, system advised the host to drink blood from the dragon and use some elf and demon blood. What? Desmond was shocked. What did you tell me to become a vampire? How about just gathering energy? Isn't that enough? System conclusion. This is the method by which systems design the most perfect host body. Considering that a long time had passed, and even dragon blood was extremely impossible to find, the system would purify some indirect offspring of dragons by using several animal and beasts race. This purification is done by activating the pentagram on the floor. What? Oh, that means I don't have to drink all the blood from the bodies of beasts, elves, or demons. System, it's correct, host. Hearing this, Desmond became very relieved. At least I just need to control some of their emotions that old man mentioned. Hopefully that can be the only way for me to heal my hands. Since the master witches and wizards' disappearance, Desmond's hopes have started to fade in them. At first, he didn't want to ask them for help because surely nothing was free in this world. Moreover, besides Leona, Noel, and Grimm, Desmond didn't know a master wizard or witch. Others, instead, he was not familiar with asking them to heal his hands. Dragon Slayer, it sounds very familiar. Desmond then walked over, examining the pentagram drawn on the ground. And this thing is used to purify the blood. He noticed that each tip of the pentagram contained several candles. This pentagram also seemed to have been made using blood, as some of the lines used to make the pentagram were blood red. For the purification process of dragon blood, I understand using some indirect dragon-blooded beast, but why does the system also say it requires elf blood? System conclusion. According to information from the book, pentagrams were made by elves. Therefore, elf blood is needed to make this pentagram work. Then why is the blood of a demon child also necessary? System conclusion. Blood from demon children is needed to increase the authenticity of dragon blood, and demon blood can maximize the potential of every animal and beast. I see, so elves are used as triggers, demons are used as stimulants, and the main ingredient is dragon subtype beasts. But how strong is this Dragon Slayer class? System conclusion. According to the information from the book, first Dragon Slayer power is equal to 5 first wizard/witch. Holy shit, that's amazing. But if you think about the necessary processes and conditions, this class is very appropriate. Desmond then checked every bit of this room. He looked for something as valuable as a pentagram, but after a long time found nothing. That's all that's valuable. It's better from now on to collect the materials. Exiting the room, he then lifted the door, which had collapsed, and returned its position, and directed his hand towards the door. Custom spell freeze. Several droplets of water coming out of his hand and touching the door. When the water touched the door, the water immediately turned into ice until it slowly froze the entire surface of the door. Done, at least this is just in case. Unlike other magicians who have to use water first to freeze something or need water around it, Desmond uses the water in his body instead. The next day, in Desmond's room, Desmond looks at the notification given by the system. 100x lizard blood stimulation. 100x snake blood stimulation. 1x elf blood pentagram. 1x demon kid stimulation. 1x beast race dragon subtype main material. 2x B rank gifted potion. System conclusion. With this recipe, the host will be guaranteed to get 99% purity from this combined animal. The greater the purity level, the closer that blood to the original dragon, and the blood will be in sync with the host's mind. The pressure from the beasts the host would receive lessened because they thought the hosts were part of their clan. Okay, I understand for all that blood, but what are gifted potions? System conclusion. The information is not recorded in the book, but it does mention that after drinking dragon blood, to truly reach first class, everyone must drink gifted potions. Alright, now is the time for me to collect these materials after careful thought. Desmond clapped his hand against his body 3 times, and then a servant walked in. Yes, young master. Seeing the recipe the system gave that contained elf blood, as well as demon blood, Desmond became hesitant to leave all these tasks to his servants. Find me 100 bags of lizard and snake blood, as well as some elf and demon servants. To his surprise, the servant didn't ask him what that for, instead of nodding. Desmond didn't know that when the servant heard Desmond's request, she was no longer surprised because they knew that their young master liked to ask odd questions. But young master for elves is very rare, and to get it, at least we have to go to the auction, with lots of gold coins. Heard this, Desmond frowned. Those people are very selfish. Even though he is rich, but all of that also has limits. 1 year earlier, not only did his parents not give him any news, but they also didn't give him money. He tried his best to save money on food and his house. Luckily, the servants at Desmond's home didn't always ask for a salary. They only asked for a decent life and still served their master. Otherwise, with the many servants in Desmond's house, and without his parents' salaries, Desmond might be starving right now. And also for their food expenses, because it's just that Desmond doesn't really like eating meat. This really helps in saving money. Looks like I have to find work. How about the investment that I made in that bakery? Everything went well, young master. At the end of last month, we got about 1,000 gold coins. And what is the price for a relatively young elf? Hearing this question, the maid seemed to be having a hard time telling Desmond. For that around 2,000 minus 3,000 young master gold pieces. Give me the final month's financial report. Desmond's expression was ugly when he heard the market price from the elves. Wait a minute, young master. The servant then walked out of the room. Desmond only needed to wait a few minutes before the maid came in with a lot of parchment. Thump. The servant immediately placed the parchments on the table near Desmond's bed. Is young master, is there anything else I can help you with? As the maid spoke, she also panting. Good job, you can go. Thank you, young master. The maid lowered her head slightly while lifting her skirt before leaving. After seeing the maid leave, Desmond approached his table and read the parchments one by one. What? A few minutes later, Desmond was seen sitting, staring at the ceiling of his room. Each month's expenses are 1,000 packaged coins. With the last money, my parents gave me around 15,000 gold coins. Since 1 year has passed, now there are only 3,000 gold coins left this time plus investment. If this is the case, this month's expenditure will be 1,000 gold coins, plus the cost of paying the witch and wizard as much as 1,000 gold coins. This time I bought the class's necessities at the cost of around 500 gold coins. Even then, only from animals, not including the blood of elves and demons. The total for this month is 2,500, and the money I can only spend is 1,500 coins. After calculating the total of all income and expenses, Desmond let out a very long sigh. I didn't expect this expense to be very wasteful, and I haven't bought elf and demon blood yet. If I wanted to collect the proceeds from my investment, I would only get a few gold coins now. Well, Desmond then stood up, opened his window while looking up at the clear blue sky in the morning. Apart from investing, my only option is to become mercenaries in the guild. But then the memory of him scolding Katrina came back. Sigh, if only at that time, I quickly realized the situation. Turning around, Desmond changed his clothes, and then he prepared to leave. Where are you, mother, father? I need your money to live. For the first time in Desmond's life, he was short of money. Because Desmond was used to being rich in this world and the world before, he never bothered thinking about finances. I'm not a genius at business, but at least investing is the passive income I know. Shaking his head, Desmond then exited his room, preparing to head for the guild. What? Meanwhile, at Grimm's mansion. Grimm's house is almost as large as Desmond's, but their interiors are very different. If Desmond's house looks like a dream castle, where maids can be found in every corner and a vast landscape of meadow, then Grimm's house looks like a vampire castle. Almost all the hallways and even the living room were dark, whereas only a few servants served the Grimm family. What? This room is very dark. The light only depends on the candle on the table. At the table, Grimm is seen writing something on his table. As he is about to continue writing, he suddenly stops. So how? Raising his head, he saw the darkness in front of him, slowly turning into the shape of a person. Greetings, Master Grimm. I wish to report that to this day we have not found this person. Just so, why are you here? The pen he was holding broke, and the table used by the Grimm turned into white iron. When the mysterious man sees this, he takes his distance from Grimm and then chants a spell. Crash. Sure enough, the spell barrier was the spell he chanted earlier, and the barrier was destroyed by a small needle that suddenly appeared and stuck in the middle. Only after feeling that Grimm had calmed down did he move forward. The guild refused your request, so how about now, Master Grimm? Hearing this, Grimm snorted. Since his request was rejected by the guild, Grimm hired mercenaries from the Raven Soul Guild personally. During these 6 months, the mercenaries that have been rented have not given him any results. How? You really ask that? How did you get a reputation as the best seeker in the guild? Well, Grimm said in a mocking tone, he just wanted to vent the anger that had been buried. Not only did he have to refuse the king's order of all masters to gather in the beast territory, but he also had to even remain here looking for that culprit. This also made his relationship with the king even further apart. Looking at the mysterious man, Grimm narrows his eyes. How about the son of the master witch, who is said to have lost his hand to beasts? According to the information we got, it is true that the child bought a husk wolf, and there is also evidence of a husk wolf's carcass that had been killed near his house. Joel. Hearing this, Grimm's expression became even more ugly. He had tried to approach Elizabeth and managed to ask about it, but Elizabeth's answer was unexpected. Elizabeth said that it was as if she was hypnotized by something and was only following orders from the man in the robe. When Grimm heard this, he almost believed, if only the king had immediately made a statement about his hypnotized daughter and about the man in the robe, then he was sure Elizabeth's information was correct. However, after waiting a few days, there was still no order from the king. This made him know that Elizabeth had lied to him. The next day, Grim returns to the clothing shop, intending to meet Yassi. But instead of Yassi, Albin served him instead. Because Matson and Clark's relationship is not very good, this also affects their parents' relationship. Grim accidentally continues to boast about Matson, which makes Albin even more annoyed. As a result, Grim did not have the slightest information on the robed man, and he was also kicked out of the shop. But when Grim was thinking about a solution, or a way to get the mysterious man's background, the glass which is used for communication flickered. Taking the glass, Grim then circulated his energy. Hey, so what about the spy? In the glass reflection, Crocs was seen enjoying a drink while holding two women on either side of him. Grim was silent. He did not answer Crocs and took one of the parchments and read it as if he were busy and only took Crocs's call by accident. Seeing this, Crocs frowned. Hey, don't try to distract. I know you're faking it. Oh, so what's wrong? Pretending to be unconscious, Grim looks surprised when he sees Crocs in the mirror. Say if you really don't. Before Crocs could finish speaking, Grim interrupted him. No, I didn't fail. It's just that there are a few obstacles. You know the king summoned all master wizards and witches, right? That is one of the obstacles. Shameless, Grim said with a straight expression and looked at Crocs emotionless. Crocs was a little surprised by Grim's change in attitude, but then smiled. I see, I hope you don't disappoint me. Having said that, he looked down on Grim before finally hanging up the call. Crash. After finishing talking to Crocs, Grim immediately threw the glass against the wall and broke it. Fuck that, I not fail. Remembering Crocs's gaze upon him, Grim's emotions run high. Meanwhile, while Grim is angry, a mysterious man is also watching the whole thing. From the start of the conversation until Grim goes berserk, he then approaches and smiles sly. Master Grim, I have information that there is a child who wants to apply to become mercenaries in the guild. An angry Grim then glares at the mysterious soldier. So what does this have to do with me? He stared at the mysterious man as if he wanted to devour his head right now. Meanwhile, the mysterious man seemed neither depressed nor offended. Calm your anger, master. According to my information, this little boy only has one hand. After saying that, the mysterious man threw the coin and saw the head of the coin that was facing upwards. Hearing this, Grim's expression immediately turned to joy. He then took some parchment sheets and showed one of the parchments to a mysterious man. Is this the child you saw? Squinting his eyes, the mysterious man tried to see clearly. Wait a moment, master, I'll check again. If allowed. The mysterious man then asks Grim to hand over the parchment containing a picture of a child. After handing over the parchment, it looked as if a mysterious man was chanting. The parchment glowed briefly before an image of a child emerged from the parchment, floating in the air. The child's image turned into energy and entered the mysterious man's brain. The mysterious man then closed his eyes. After a few minutes of waiting, the man opened his eyes and looked at Grim, who looked panicked. Yes, master, that's the person, he said with a big smile. Apart from getting Grim's money, he is also curious what the information the mysterious boy got until made Grim look like this. Hearing this, Grim then walked to the window, looking at the guild building from a distance. I see, looks like the old man was involved in this matter. Grim turned around, and this time his expression turned serious. Monitor the child. I'm sure that you already know the child's name and background. If you find anything unusual, let me know right away. As you requested. The mysterious man lowered his head slightly and then disappeared into the darkness. What? Meanwhile, in front of the guild building, it was seen that Desmond, who had just arrived, was monitoring the large guild building again. I didn't expect to ask for a job from here. Actually, Desmond never looked down on any job. It's just that he was better off getting money from killing than working to death like a coolie. Desmond then headed for the guild door and entered. What? As usual, the guild atmosphere in the morning was bustling. Even when Desmond entered, no one looked at him. Almost everyone in the guild did not care about the newcomers, but one person saw him in shock. Desmond slowly walked to the guild receptionist table with a friendly smile. Hello, MS. I want to apply to become mercenaries. Katrina, who was startled when she saw Desmond return, stared at him in disbelief. Aren't you that? She pointed at Desmond with a trembling hand. As though change. But Desmond indicated to remain silent by placing one finger in his mouth. Katrina, who saw this, was initially confused, then looked at Desmond's eyes. She returned to normal. His expression changed to a smile like a professional. Hello, mister. Want to register to become mercenaries? Wait a moment, I'll get the form. Then she headed straight to the back of the guild. Meanwhile, while waiting for Katrina, Desmond turned around and saw the people in the guild. System, did you find them? System conclusion. Yes, host, there are two people with bad intentions towards the host. According to the energy that had been dissipated, the two people's location was different every second, as if they were moving places. What? I see. Desmond did not see anyone he thought was suspicious when he entered the guild, but suddenly a system notification appeared when he arrived and spoke with Katrina. Therefore, he forced Katrina to remain silent. Meanwhile, while Desmond was looking around, he heard footsteps from behind him. Turned around and saw Katrina carrying lots of scrolls of parchment that seemed to be in trouble. Seeing the indifferent gaze of the child in front of her, Katrina frowned. Can you help me, sir? She dropped several scrolls to the floor, indicating Desmond to help her know all of these scrolls were about to fall. Hearing this, Desmond answered in a dazed manner, as if it was something he shouldn't do. Don't you see my hand? He also shrugged his shoulders to reveal his missing right hand. Katrina snorted, and she slowly brought the scrolls to the front of the table. Her real intention was to test Desmond's strength, considering her current guild master's orders, which now had gone into the beast territory. Crash. Putting it roughly, Katrina looked very annoyed and gave Desmond a disgusting look. HMPH, these are some guild rules. Please find out for yourself. Her impression of Desmond had changed again, but at least it was better than before. Meanwhile, when Desmond saw this, he was astonished. The fuck? Do you expect help from someone who is already in trouble with just one hand? Desmond looked at the many scrolls and picked up one randomly. But as he read the scroll, he noticed something interesting. MS. Here it is explained that the staff of the guild must explain the rules to prospective mercenaries. Desmond pointed the scroll and pointed to the intended rules. And it also says here that if the staff doesn't show a friendly attitude, potential client or active mercenaries can report this directly to the guild master. When Desmond said guild master, he raised his voice and made everyone in the guild hear that and see them. Hearing this, Katrina flinched. She turned around and looked flushed. Sorry, I forgot about that so much. Excuse me. Katrina heads to the back of the guild with the scrolls. After a few seconds, she came with only one scroll. Let's start over. Tidying the reception table, she unrolled the parchment. When the scroll of parchment was opened, it did not match its appearance. The length of the scroll was almost the same as the length of the receptionist guild's table. Desmond's expression was in shock, his eyes bulging out and his mouth wide open. He could not believe that such a small roll stretched like rubber. As Katrina saw Desmond's expression, she chuckled. She headed to the end of the table and pointed to the far left row. First, you are required to fill in this complete form and put in a little energy. The form that must be filled in is your full name, expertise, age, and experience. As Katrina explained this, her eyes were out of focus, so she was surprised not to hear Desmond's voice when she finished explaining. Raising her head, she did not see Desmond in front of her. She looked around and found Desmond silent in the same place, without moving an inch. Katrina raised her eyebrows, and veins popped out of her forehead. She walked over to Desmond, who seemed to be daydreaming about something. Hello, mister. Pushing her hand against the table, Katrina hoped it would catch Desmond's attention, as if he was looking at the Raven Soul Guild's plank. What? Meanwhile, in Desmond's mind, when Katrina ordered him to follow her, explaining the very end of the strange scroll, Desmond nodded and wanted to follow, but his steps stopped. To be precise, his body stopped moving, his mind suddenly confused about the notification being seen from the system. The mind host is being hit by a mind spell. The fuck? He wanted to move his head, but to no avail. He could only use his eyes to see even his senses of hearing, touch, and also his body seemed to be frozen, unable to be moved or used. The memory of Alice's attack came back to him. He remembered that at that time, the system asked his permission to erase the spell, but this time. What happened? Is this a different type of spell? System conclusion. Yes, host, at that time, the attacker only used a spell to affect the host's suggestion, but now the spell seems to stop the host from giving commands to other parts of the host's body. What? Warning, this spell starts attacking the host's consciousness. It is expected to activate defense mode. Shit. Start defense mode. At this rate, the spy might do something terrible to me. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System defense mode activated. Host will not be able to use the help of spells, maps, and task lists while this mode is active, but instead, the system will protect all kinds of energy that will hurt the inside of the host's body. As usual, Desmond felt like he lost control of the elements around him. He then tried to activate his swordsman's skill, but failed. The system will start cleaning the spell. Fucking all useless. His gaze was confined to this stupid guild board, but a sense of despair came when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. Oh shit. Desmond tried to move all parts of his body, but to no avail. Only the veins appeared. Hello, mister. Hearing that it was a guild receptionist, Desmond became relieved. Almost I thought this would be the end for me. Simultaneously, when Desmond's body was already frozen due to the spell, the spies hiding in the guild moved. Fast, I've used mind spells on him. Okay, catch it now. They numbered 10 people. Their members usually waited in the guild lobby for information. When Desmond appeared and also wanted to join the guild, they immediately informed their superior and received orders from the brand leader to act. One of the mercenaries cast a spell at Desmond, even though this was in the guild with such a brave. Seeing Desmond, who didn't respond, Katrina's anger grew even more intense. She wanted to slap Desmond right now, but she felt something odd when she saw several mercenaries who were chatting suddenly stood up and approached her with a look that seemed to have a hidden meaning. This was common too, but what made her strange was that they came simultaneously. She immediately sent a magic message to the guards guarding the guild's front door, the guild's top floor, and the guild's back door to help her. When these mercenaries were 5 meters close to Desmond, Katrina realized something was wrong with Desmond. She saw Desmond keep looking at the guild board, but his veins and expression showed different things. She also saw Desmond's eyes blink a few times. No. Mind spell cancelled. Instantly, Desmond's body returned to normal again. Power boost, body enhancement, body enhancement, body enhancement, Desmond's veins turning red and his muscles starting to harden. Desmond immediately moved and disappeared in place. Swoosh. Crash. Right after Desmond disappeared, several elements of nature attacked his place. Boom. Electricity, earth, water, and fire attacked Desmond's previous place, causing the guild receptionist table to crumble. Swoosh. He ran towards the stairs and reached the guild plank. Desmond then sat on the plank while watching the drama. With his agility equal to Swordsman 1 sent class in an added power-up, the velocity of Desmond nearly matching the cheetah. Cough, cough. Everyone in the guild coughed from the dust caused by the clash of many elements. The dust gradually disappeared, exposing Katrina, who was being protected by several guild guards. Who dares to do this? Katrina's blood-red eyes were looking at the people dressed in black in front of her. This time her clothes were no longer wearing guild clothes, but had been replaced by armor. She also carried a sword and was chanting a spell in his hand. Dual class. Desmond, who sat on the plank, was shocked. Then he saw Katrina easily move between the guild guard. So there are a few rats in this guild. Seeing the emblem on the people's robes, Katrina was furious. She did not think that the people she always saw every day and laughed with her turn out to be a traitor. One of the black-robed people stood up and looked at Katrina fearlessly. Calm down, Miss Katrina. We only have one target, that kid. A coin for missions and we get the beer. Aren't all mercenaries the same as that, right, friends? The robed man turned around, intent on getting votes. But what he got was disgust and cold gazes, staring at him as if they were staring at a demon who was a slave. Smash! Suddenly one of the mercenaries threw a glass of beer at his head. STUF bitch, we're not as humble as you, attacking a child. The robed man could not believe what he heard. His head was bleeding from the shards of glass. He then denied, bitch, aren't you the same as us? Hahaha. After saying that, one of his group tried to chant a spell. Thump. But that person then passed out instantly. There they saw Katrina standing up, carrying the back of her sword, which seemed to be used to knock the person out. Get them to jail, guards. There was no usual smile on her face when she said that. She then looked at the guild people with a cold gaze. You guys, let's be honest here before I acted. The people in the guild were confused and turned their heads at each other. But as Katrina's gaze swept over them one by one, they felt the hairs on their backs rise. Katrina used the momentum of her intimidation to look directly into the people's eyes in the guild, It was after she was so sure she didn't find the same person that she felt relieved. There is no more. Good. She shifted her gaze to the trader. Lock them up in the basement, feed them once a day, and keep them alive. We have to present them to the guild master. Yes, miss. All guilds knew what Katrina's real strength was when she was angry, so this time when Katrina showed this side, the guards weren't too surprised anymore. Very well, Mr. Desmond, this show's over. You can get off the plank. Then, seeing Katrina smiling and looking calm while staring at him, he was sure that she had known his position and strength since the attack began. Upon hearing this, all their attention was focused on Desmond, who was sitting casually watching them from above on the guild plank. What? After seeing Desmond back in front of her, this time, Katrina smiled beautifully. Her cold eyes that had made people afraid were replaced by beautiful blue eyes. We are glad you are okay. We hope you will forgive our negligence, which almost got you killed. Katrina bowed the way Desmond thanked her. That's fine as long as you know it. After that, Desmond's muscles returned to normal, and also the veins that were visible now have become normal. This time he only used power boost and other swordsman skills for not too long, so the effect was also drastically reduced. He just felt a little weak and the whole part a little sore. Only when Katrina saw that Desmond was no longer alert did she stand up straight. Sorry, I'll get you a new scroll. As usual, Desmond waited a little while, but this time it wasn't as long as before. He only needed to wait 10 seconds before seeing Katrina again carrying the same scroll. Expanding the scroll, Katrina went straight to the end of the left side of the scroll. Let's start over. When he looked back, he was still surprised by this change in size. This time he followed her as instructed. Please give a drop of your blood here. Katrina's hand pointed to a square that looks like a photo frame in the modern world. Next to the box, it also contains information, such as genre, full name, class, skill. Desmond was then given a small dagger. He scratched his hand a little and dripped his blood. And his blood touched the scroll. The photo frame changed to his face now, and also some information was also visible beside the box. Name Desmond, genre, male, race, human, age, 7 years, class, skills, sword. When Desmond and Katrina saw this, they simultaneously frowned. This was also witnessed by the other guild members, without realizing that they had surrounded the scroll containing Desmond's information. A kid. Yeah, that's a kid. Hey kid, what are you doing here? Go drink your mother's milk, haha. Those people were initially curious about Desmond's background because he was attacked by so many assassins. But when they saw Desmond's status, they laughed and thought maybe Desmond was the son of a rich person. Desmond's height, posture, and demeanor never occurred to them that Desmond was still a 7-year-old child. Not good. Desmond recalled that when he read the scroll of rules, he had seen one of the scrolls that stated that it was at least 15 years old to register to become mercenaries. Whereas when Katrina saw this, she was confused. She had clearly seen that Desmond had a Class 1 Scent swordsman. With such speed, it couldn't be wrong, nor did she realize that Desmond was still a child. Meanwhile, the information she gets from Grimm's subordinates is that a mysterious child aged 15 years and over with disabilities only has one arm. Katrina's brain quickly processed, and she looked back at Desmond, who was also frowning. As you know, kid, we don't accept children here. Her calling towards him had also changed. Yeah, I know, thank you for busying your time for me, miss. Without waiting for a reply, he leaves immediately. He knew that no matter how many excuses he made, it would be impossible for him to become mercenaries. You're welcome. When you grow up, you can come here, Katrina said, waving Desmond. After seeing Desmond leaving, Katrina's expression changed. She headed behind the guild and took a mirror. Chanting a spell, the reflection from the mirror slowly turned into the shadow of a tent. Even though Katrina didn't see her guildmaster, she still informed him of important things. Guildmaster, I got the latest information from Desmond. Wait a minute. And as she guessed, there was a sound from the reflection of the glass. Katrina saw the glass move and finally showed the form of her guildmaster, who seemed to be tidying things and chanting a spell in the room. Okay, report it now. Katrina recounted the events that had happened at the guild and also told her suspicions about Desmond. She also explained the attack. Hearing this, Isaac frowned. Did you really see his status clearly? Isaac seemed not to care about the attack. His tone this time was not like a question, but more threatening. Yes, master, I've checked it many times, but the status is really like that, Katrina replied in a tone filled with confidence. Seeing Katrina's behavior like this, reminding him of the past, he He let out a long sigh before finally confirming something. Katrina, how long have you been working with me? Katrina was confused by sudden her guildmaster's question. She answered uncertainly. 5 years, maybe. Isaac shook his head. And it's been 5 years, but you haven't been able to realize the strange thing about it. This time try to trust your instincts. Well, Isaac asked again, making Katrina tilt her head. What do you mean? Master. All this talk confused her. She couldn't even grasp the hidden words of his guildmaster. There was also a circle rolling in her eyes. Isaac, who was in the glass reflection, was seen taking the glass containing wine. He drank a little of the wine and put the glass beside him. Well, I'm gonna ask you again. Did not you see the boy use skills, first swordsman? Yes, master. But when he drops the blood, it is very inversely proportional, right? Right, that's right, master. Katrina nodded repeatedly. So what steps should you take next? This time the question from his guildmaster made her so confused that it hurt her head. Wait a minute, master. She held her head, trying to process the words from her guildmaster and wanting to relieve her headache. What? After a few minutes, Katrina's expression slowly changed, from bewilderment to utter shock. WH. Did I make a mistake? She asked, trembling. Yes, so you know what you are doing now. Yes, master. After that, the glass reflection returned to normal, leaving Katrina looking very surprised at this fact. Stupid, she hit her head repeatedly and slammed it against the wall. Okay, I hope that kid hasn't gone too far. Blood spilled from her forehead, and she returned to the front of the guild table, immediately ran towards the exit. When the guards saw Katrina's condition, they were shocked. They wanted to follow her, but they saw Katrina waving her hand and looked in a hurry. What? Meanwhile, on the road leading to the house. After leaving the guild, people saw Desmond just continuing to walk like a man who didn't know the direction, but in truth, he was thinking of other ways to make money and make ends meet. At that moment, he passed the clothing store where Elizabeth used to shop. Because his mind is not focused on the road, it makes him unaware that someone is waving at him. What? Meanwhile, in front of the clothes shop, Elizabeth was the one who waved at Desmond. She tried to greet him, but Desmond didn't stop. Confused, she tried to approach Desmond, but was stopped by the person beside him. Wait, Eliz, aren't you afraid of him? Clark is the person. Ever since Desmond's victory over Gibson, many nasty rumors have circulated about Desmond. Desmond was like a devil and had no mercy. Even people saw Elizabeth was afraid of him when the match is done. Since Clark didn't see Desmond's fight in person, he could only conclude that Desmond was the same person as Matson. But when he heard Elizabeth's story about her saving Desmond, Clark felt jealous of him. For the second time, there was a feeling that Elizabeth would be taken away by Desmond, seeing from Elizabeth's attitude, who looked very happy when talking about Desmond. I won't let you take it. After years of trying to get close to this beautiful girl, this is the last chance God gave me. What? It was only after Desmond passed them that Elizabeth removed Clark's hand from her mouth and looked at Clark with a frown. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid? Clark asked once again upon seeing Elizabeth's gaze, which seemed so stubborn about this kind of stupid thing. Not. Elizabeth denies it, and she wants to go after Desmond. As Clark saw this, his feelings about Elizabeth strengthened. He accidentally grabbed Elizabeth and hugged her tightly from behind. Please don't, Eliz, I don't know why, but I feel like you will be further away if you approach him, he spoke pleadingly, and it touched Elizabeth's heart. Hearing this, Elizabeth stopped revolting. She fell silent. I don't know what your relationship is, but I got a message from the mother that person is dangerous. Clark couldn't see Elizabeth's expression because it was covered in hair. But he thought Elizabeth was thinking about his words. Elizabeth suddenly turned around and looked at Clark with an expression of uncertainty. Actually, I also don't know why, but I can feel there is something odd about it. The look in Clark's eyes turned cold upon hearing this. He turned to the walking Desmond and gave him a gaze filled with hidden intent. Let's spend the day together, let that pass. The distance between them was very close. Elizabeth could feel the heat emitted by Clark's breath. This made her face flushed red. She finally turned around to try to hide it. Okay. Hearing Elizabeth's answer, Clark immediately holds her hips and walked towards the clothes shop. What? Having been walking for several minutes, Desmond was unknowingly close to his house. Seeing the interactions between the people around him, he felt déjà vu. Actually, this world is very comfortable. If only I was born in a village, taking care of the garden, taking care of animals. If that happened instead of thinking about money, maybe I will get stressed by animal sickness now. As he mentions money, he recalls his previous life, where money was not a problem for him as long as humans were still killing each other. Work would always be there for him. Wait, the job doesn't have to be taken from the guild. What if it's a personal request? Thinking of this, he finally came up with a very brilliant idea of making money while walking towards the gate. Young master. 2x. When the guards greeted him, then he woke up and saw them. Hello. As usual, he greets them when he sees them. The interaction between employers and subordinates is important, besides caring for and treating subordinates well. By interacting every day, it can increase ownership in their hearts, like they are in a family. Does the young master need a carriage? One of the guards stepped forward and asked with a smile. This smile looked very pure, as if the guards really enjoyed this job. Yes, please. Desmond also amiably answered them. But then, rumble, rumble. There was the sound of a horse behind them. They then turned around and saw a horse-drawn carriage heading towards them. Earlier, when Desmond had left the guild building, it was seen by someone from the guild. He came out and then contacted his superior. Boss, I got new information about that kid. Not everyone has a mirror like Katrina and Desmond. The average person only sends magic messages through their minds. The distance and number of messages sent have different limits for each individual. His voice was groggy, and sweat was pouring from all over his body. Not only did he pass Katrina's eye test, but he also managed to blend in and clearly looked at Desmond's status. After waiting so long, he finally received a message. Good, come here now. What? The spies went to a small alley, where the demons or slaves lived. Boss, here I am, the one who had the information. In front of him, a man wearing a clown hat tormented the demon one by implanting the cigarette he was holding in the demon's eyes. He was also carrying a cane that seemed to be used for entertainment, or a walker. Good, now tell me the full details. This boss is the one who met Grimm in person. He is also part of the guild, and the one who accepts Grimm's personal requests. The spy then explained what happened and informed Desmond's status. Having finished saying that, he saw the boss fell silent. Then I'll go, boss. Wait. Stopping in his footsteps, the spy turned around slowly. It was obvious that he was terrified with trembling legs. Yes, boss, is there anything I can help you with again? Ignoring his subordinates, the boss then stabbed the demon's eyes even more in depth, this time using the stick he was holding. The spy expression turned pale when he saw this. He did not understand what the mistake was made at all. His breathing started to become irregular, and he also swallowed the saliva of the bear. After he finished killing the demon, he saw the boss approach him and gave him a bag. Take this is the payment for your hard work. And also continue to monitor the child. When the spy heard this, he felt disbelief. He then asked uncertainly, is this true for me, boss? The boss didn't answer his men, but just turned around and waved. Seeing this, the spy was feeling happy. He quickly bowed several times before finally leaving the location, leaving his boss with the demons who were being injured. What? After seeing his subordinate was gone, the boss then killed all of the demons at once by just swinging the staff. Slash. His clothes were splashed with blood from the demon he had killed. Instead of cleaning it with a handkerchief, he licked it. It's tasteless. He then sits on top of the demon corpses while sending a magic message to Grimm. Hello, Master, I have again received the latest information about that child. Unlike the way he communicates with his subordinates, this time, Grimm immediately sends back the magic message. Tell me the details via message, Grimm replied impatiently. Okay, so. After retelling the incident he heard from his subordinates, the boss waits patiently for Grimm's answer. Good, you do live up to your reputation, Mike. Grimm flattered Mike like he sounded delighted. Mike is one of the famous mercenaries leaders in Raven Soul Guild. Many people don't know this because their mercenaries only focus on searching, investigating, and other things besides fighting. It's not much when compares to Master's reputation. Praising Grimm back, Mike understood that everyone loves compliments. This work is done. You can ask for payment through my subordinates. When Mike heard this, he was confused. Sorry, Master, is this monitoring not being continued? No, from now I will check the kid, Grimm replied with great confidence. All right, nice to work for you, Master. Even though they only exchanged messages through thought, Mike still got up and lowered his hat while bowing. What? Meanwhile, at Grimm's house, Grimm is seen sitting in his office blowing a cup of tea. After he received information from Mike, he immediately canceled all his activities for the day. Servant, prepare the horse carriage. We're going to Master Witch Leona's house. What? Yes, master. What? On the way to Desmond's house. Grimm's horse carriage is traveling at a fast speed. The distance between Grimm's house and Leona's house is very far. This takes 1 hour if only the horse-drawn carriage is running at an average speed. While Grimm's horse carriage was speeding fast, the servant who was in charge of driving the horse-drawn carriage suddenly stopped. Grimm, who is in the horse carriage, frowns. He then sees his servant get off and yelling at a child. Since the servant's stature is taller than a child, Grimm cannot clearly see the child's appearance, but as one of the guards surrounding them says one familiar word. Stop, you carriage almost hit young Master Desmond. On hearing this, Grimm immediately got off the carriage. What? The sound of the horse carriage door opening drew all attention. Meanwhile, as Desmond saw the person who was getting out of the horse carriage, he narrowed his eyes for a moment before pretending not to see him. Grimm then approaches Desmond, making even Desmond's guards lower their weapon and salute him. Hello, if I'm not mistaken, you are the son of Master Witch Leona. Seeing Grimm's expression that seemed as if he didn't know him made Desmond smile. Old fox, hee. He then made a surprised expression, as if his gaze was focused on Grimm's servant scolding him. Oh, sorry, who are you? Well, just before Grimm answered, his servant stepped forward and yelled at Desmond. Hey kid, watch your words in front of the future Grandmaster Grimm. The servant said proudly while looking at the people around him. In Grimm's mind, he desperately wanted to hit his stupid servant, but it would damage his reputation. Ah yes, my name is Grimm. Grimm stretches his head, embarrassed to his servant behavior, while extended another hand to Desmond, trying to handshake. If this is what you want, then okay, I'll play with you. Desmond then made an expression, as if he saw a god descending. Oh my wise Grimm master, nice to meet you. Desmond shook Grimm's hand violently, indicating that he was so happy to meet him that Grimm almost lost his balance. All right, okay, let's go into your house first. There is something I want to ask you. Well, Grimm thinks that Desmond still doesn't know his identity as he continues to act friendly. Yes, do you want to ride my horse carriage? Pretending to look excited, Desmond tugged at Grimm's hand. Oz, forgive this, uncle. I can't because there is many important items are on my carriage. Grimm answered with an expression that looked like he was feeling guilty. Oh, it's okay, let's go. When Grimm says he can't, Desmond's expression becomes disappointed and dejected for a moment before he gets excited again. After that, they returned to their respective horse carriages. As for Grimm's guards and servants, they all became confused by their master's attitude. Guards were used to seeing Desmond behaving like an adult, but when they saw Desmond's behavior like their child, it was impossible to believe like the sun rose from the west. That also applies to Grimm's servants. He knew that their master was actually very arrogant and grumpy, and also that the master couldn't accept it if someone else insulted him or disrespected him. But when Grimm ignores Desmond's behavior, the servant thinks Grimm might have upheld his reputation before finally Desmond grabs his hand, and Grimm is still not angry. He is shocked like he sees this as a regular play in a town square. What? Since the main gate was not too far from Desmond's house, it only took about 5 minutes to arrive. He took advantage of this time to contact his house servants. Laura, tell all the maids in the house that we are having guests. Laura, who was cleaning the kitchen, was shocked when she received the message. Aid young master. Yes. Since that incident, Laura has started to learn not to question and fuss over small things about Desmond's orders anymore. Desmond chose Laura as the messenger because knowing that she would spread his message in a splashy way made the maids all believe in her words. Initially, Desmond wanted to choose a professional-looking Annie. But given Annie's coldness, Desmond could imagine that his message might just be shortened and give off the impression of being less severe. And also warn the servants not to question my behavior, which will become strange later. Desmond did not forget to warn about this, especially Laura. He was afraid that his actions would be ruined when Laura said that his attitude was extraordinary today. By the way, I'm close and now on my way to the main door. After saying that, Desmond didn't hear Laura's voice anymore. Maybe she's in a hurry right now. Desmond chuckled as he imagined the expressions all the servants had on knowing this. What? Meanwhile, in Grimm's horse carriage. While Grimm was thinking about a question, he suddenly sensed a magic message that was currently active. As people who have reached the Master Wizard class, they are more proficient in mastering natural energy. The title Master Wizard is not just a display, apart from seeing the flow of energy, they can also maximize a spell's output. Looks like it came from that kid's carriage. Opening the window, he looked at Desmond's horse carriage, and sure enough, he saw the flow of energy going in and out between the carriage and the house he was going to visit. Kids, you are very good at acting, wait. But if I think about it, is it possible for a child who is the same age as my son to have such skill as a spy? The fact that he is stronger than my son Matson is natural, because if I look at the curves of his body, it is true that he has been doing this from an early age. But how could that kid be able to break the dimension spell of a master wizard? Even his parents were rarely at home. At the same time as Desmond's house, after receiving Desmond's message, Laura immediately ran to the stairs and reached the higher ground. Cleaning her throat, she screamed, "Guys! I have very important news from young master." She raised her voice with a voice-enhancing spell, which made her voice was heard even into the back garden. If Annie is a fighting servant using a sword, then Laura is a witch who fights using magic. Simultaneously, Desmond's house became silent before rumbling sounds could be heard from all directions. One by one, the servants appeared like ants finding food. Some came from the kitchen's direction, some came from the garden, and some had just come out of their respective rooms. This time, what again, Laura? One of the senior servants snapped. Some roots and leaves stuck on her clothes. It was clear that she had just started cleaning up weeds. "Talk or we will punish you again," the other senior servant snapped. This time it was seen that her clothes were very wet, like she had just been hit by the rain. It was very clear that she was cleaning the bathroom and was shocked by the sound of Laura, then fell into the bath. Hearing this, Laura became reminded of the punishment her senior had given her. Before it happened, she took a breath and calmed down. After which, she looked at the angry servants with serious gazes. "I received a message from the young master that a very dangerous guest will be visiting here. The young master also told us not to question his strange behavior when dealing with this guest." Laura deliberately paused for a moment to let the servants absorb her words. After seeing the change in their expressions, she spoke again. "And also, the young master said he was already on the way to the main door." Instantly, all the waiters panicked, like hot worms. Some immediately left the scene, some chanted a few spells at the main entrance. Because Laura was one of the new servants, she did not understand Desmond's danger code. She also saw Annie seem to be standing still, confused by the situation. "What are you two doing? Hurry up and get ready to welcome the young master up front." "I know. Yes." Annie then turned to Laura, who also looked back at herself. "What? Come on." This time Annie looked at Laura, who seemed very excited this time, in contrast to her usual cold expression. Arriving at the main door, Desmond opens the carriage door as well as Grimm. "Here we are, Master Grimm." Desmond approached Grimm in the same manner, excited and curious. "Fine guide this uncle kid." Desmond then saw Laura and Annie, who had come to greet them. "Welcome back, young master." 2x. Laura and Annie then saw Desmond's expression, which was very different, which made them almost laugh. An exciting eye in his hand holding the guest's hand. Seeing this, Desmond's image in their minds changed. At first, Desmond was a master who was like an adult who ordered them around, which made them irritated and now become childlike, silly, and naive. Holding back her laughter, Laura pinched her thighs for it, while Annie's cheeks were slightly flushed. "Let's go in." Annie took the initiative to lead them from behind, while Laura opened the door for them. Grimm's servants also want to come in, but when Annie gets in his way, he is furious. But his anger subsided when he saw Annie's sexy ass rocking in front of him. "Not bad, not bad." The servant tried to touch Annie's butt, but suddenly his vision slowly faded, as if he had lost his sense of sight. He faintly saw Annie stretch her fist forward, and suddenly he looked up at the blue sky above Desmond's house, feeling his consciousness slowly disappear. Meanwhile, inside Desmond's house, Grimm felt something strange. He turned around and saw only Desmond's servant following him. His brow furrowed, he looked at the maid with a squint. "Where are my subordinates?" He looked at the servant while applying pressure. Annie is that servant. When Grimm looks at her, she pretends to show a shy attitude, and her eyes don't dare to look at Grimm. Sorry, master, but it looks like your servant is exhausted from doing that with me." Previously, Annie had tried so hard to make her face flushed red, and she had also messed up her clothes. "Is that true?" Grimm approached her and wanted to grab the servant's shoulder, but Desmond suddenly withdrew his hand. "Master Grimm, what are you doing?" "Let's play." Never before had anyone stopped him like this. Desmond looks like a naive, cheerful, and happy child. If it weren't for Leona's position as the witch master, maybe now he would have locked Desmond up. Odds forgive uncle, let's go. He shook Desmond's hand and walked with him. The servant who saw this seemed like a grandfather who wanted to play with his grandson. Master Desmond. 2x. On the way, Grimm sees all the servants' behavior in this house like ordinary servants, respectful and dare not to their master. He didn't suspect this in the slightest. Even the servants in his house were acting the same, so what was the difference? Seeing this, Desmond pretended to laugh happily, but it was seen that some of the skin on his cheeks began to wrinkle slightly from forcing a smile. When they heard Desmond's laugh, almost all the servants who greeted them held back their laughter. They pressed their chest as hard as possible, some hurt parts of their bodies, because seeing their young master's behavior like this was very rare. Arriving at the dining room, Grimm sees this dining room like an ordinary dining room. Maybe because the standards are too high and he is used to seeing the luxurious king dining room, this does not impress him. One of the servants stepped forward and directed Grimm to the seat opposite, face to face with Desmond. Please, master. The servant then gave several menus to choose from. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. There is only one menu he has seen so far, namely ice cream. This made him feel weird. He looked at the servants and Desmond, who seemed just so cool about this. The servant serving Grimm saw his gaze and understood what he meant. Sorry, master, this is the only menu we ate during the departure of the young lady. The servant said as politely as possible, but looking from behind, she was using one of her hands to pinch her thigh hard. Ah, do you mean Master Witch Leona's first child? If I'm not mistaken, the name. Well, Alice. Desmond, who was picking food, suddenly shouted and glared at Grimm. Do you know Alice? My big sister is indeed famous. He answered while patting his chest and raising his head. That's Alice, Alice, Alice. Hearing this, Grimm nodded. He said as much of the child's name as possible to make Desmond happy. Have you chosen the best Alice ice cream? Desmond lifted the menu and used his index finger to point at one of the names in the middle of the menu. Oh ho, I definitely chose that. Nice. While waiting, will you tell me your story, uncle? I heard you fought that cruel beast race. Desmond's eyes were sparkling, and he was suddenly in front of Grimm. Grimm sighed. Okay's uncle will tell you. This story begins when... What? During Grimm's storytelling, Desmond secretly exchanges glances at his servants, while Grimm seems to be enjoying telling his life story. 30 minutes have passed, and Grimm hasn't finished his story yet, but the ice cream they ordered has started to melt. Desmond then pulls off a part of Grimm's clothes. Uncle's story is very cool. I was very impressed by it. I did not think that Uncle could survive such a terrible thing. But Uncle, now I'm starving. Can we continue the story later? Seeing Desmond's pitiful expression, Grimm is still shocked. He doesn't realize that he is enjoying telling others about his life. It's true, it's delightful if you tell your abilities. This made him forget his suspicions about Desmond. He held Desmond's head and stroked his hair. Good boy, we can eat now. After that, I will tell you how powerfully I repel a flying lizard, which is very scary. Okay, Uncle. After saying that, only then did Grimm see clearly the shape of the ice cream Desmond was referring to. Maybe this isn't bad. He was in a good mood, then scooped out the ice cream's outer portion and ate it slowly. Good. Without realizing it, Grimm also ate the ice cream with a big smile on his face. What? At the same time, Desmond is also happy that he also managed to dispel Grimm's doubts. The first plan was successful. I hope this will clear up his suspicions towards me. From now on, I must be careful to act. He devoured the ice cream in front of him carelessly, making some traces of ice cream stick to his clothes, scattered on the surrounding table, and some even fell to the floor. But as if Desmond didn't care, he continued to devour the ice cream. What? Meanwhile, Desmond's servants silently clapped their hands upon seeing Grimm's expression. I hope this is enough to help the young master. They were behind the kitchen, spying on Desmond, who looked like a child eating ice cream. But if young master continues like this, maybe I can die happy. Haha, that's right. This is the first time I've seen this kind of young master's character. Ever since I worked here, young master always looks serious and mature. What? When Grimm saw this, it was true that Desmond's suspicions decreased, but he sensed that there was something odd about this. Isn't this normal? Perhaps because his mind was burdened with his task of searching for the spies, he felt that everyone was the suspect. Shaking his head, Grim tried to focus on looking at Desmond. After a few seconds of observing him, Grim finds nothing out of the ordinary. Boy, how did you get a wound like that? He tried to lure Desmond into a question that was hard to see in his reaction. This. Desmond shrugged his shoulders to reveal where his right hand used to be. Hey, uncle, can you heal this? Considering that it was Grim who injured him, what wrong if he also asked to treat him? Why not tell your mother? Mother. My parents rarely come home since a year has passed. This time, Desmond wore a sorrowful expression. He was sad that his mother didn't come to heal his wounds as soon as he was about to get ready to go to the academy. Even the maids who were outside hearing this became sad. They understood that this time the situation was terrible and Desmond's parents really couldn't come home. Nothing strange, he acted like a child his age. He didn't care about Desmond's wounds because Desmond could be a threat to his son. His goal was just to come here to confirm whether Desmond was the spy he had been looking for. Oh, I see. Pardon this, uncle. I'm not very good at that. I see. Although it looks like Desmond is sad on the outside, his thoughts are different. The fuck, how can you, who has injured my hand, can't heal it? But it seems like this is enough to clear my suspicions. Having finished eating his ice cream, Grim suddenly stood up. I'm sorry, boy, it seems there is something sudden that I have to do this time. Grim saw Desmond's expression become disappointed upon hearing this. It's okay, uncle, but at least you have to promise to tell me your story again. Seeing this, Grim smiled. He then stood up and walked towards the main door. See you again, kid, he said, while Desmond's servant opened the door for him. There is Grim's servant standing outside the door while waiting for Grim's arrival with a smile. Go home. He just looked at his servant with a disgusting look. Maybe I should fire him after this. Grim's servant lowered his head, oblivious to Grim's gaze, focused solely on his master towards the horse paper. He opened the carriage door, letting Grim in. Once Grim enters, they started off. Desmond and the servants at the main door waved at Grim's horse carriage, which was slowly moving away. After Grim's carriage disappeared from their sight, the smile and expression on Desmond's face disappeared, replaced by a severe and cold expression. How have you done it naturally? He turned to Annie, who looked ready for that answer. Yes, young master, Laura has successfully modified those memories. There is no mistake at all. Young master can see from the servants gaze towards me. Well, good. As Desmond wanted to turn around and head back into the house, the horse-drawn carriage roar was heard again. They all saw a different horse carriage heading towards them. Seeing this, Desmond frowned. Are any guests coming again? He did not remember at all, received information that another guest would arrive. He looked at the servants one by one, but all the servants looked confused too. Sorry, young master, we really don't know, and we also don't know why the guard let this carriage in. All the servants were shocked when they heard that voice. They saw Laura, who had been silent, suddenly spoke on behalf of them all. Such courage. Desmond turned to Laura, who was standing on shaking legs. I see, tell the guest I'm busy right now. Turning back to the horse carriage, Desmond turned to prepare to enter the house. Master Desmond. His steps halted when he heard a familiar voice. What? Earlier, after Katrina left the guild, she had pursued Desmond and found him walking without looking ahead. She wanted to call Desmond right away, but other mercenaries came to worry about her. Some people asked why her forehead was bleeding, and some offered her a handkerchief. Because of her reputation as a good at handling work, she couldn't just kick people out of her own guild. Katrina gave false but convincing excuses to them. What? After explaining to more than one person, then the crowd of mercenaries that had surrounded her had dispersed and returned to their respective jobs. Katrina looked around and couldn't find Desmond. She then remembered that someone near the shop had called Desmond. Which shop is that, huh? Well, looking at the shops around him one by one, she tried to remember the voice. I better ask one by one. Katrina then interviewing one by one people who were on the road around her. Then she got information that a woman who had previously calling Desmond's name went inside a clothes shop. Got it, thanks. Saying thanks to the person who provided the information, Katrina then walked over to the shop mentioned. Clothes shop, huh? What? Inside the clothing shop, Katrina saw King Edward's daughter choosing clothes, accompanied by a former noble's wife. She approached them and greet them. Hello, sorry to interrupt. Did any of you call a child who only has one arm? Katrina looked one by one at the people in front of her. She only knew that it was a woman, but there are two women here. What? Meanwhile, when Elizabeth heard this question, she wanted to speak, but Yassi stopped her. Hello, who are you? Looking around, Elizabeth saw that Katrina had been pointed at by the shopkeepers. Ah, please forgive me, I am an important staff of the guild. Katrina took something out of her pocket that brought the guards closer to their weapon. Get your hands out of the pocket, one of the guards shouted, already getting ready to attack Katrina. This incident could have happened because Katrina did not see that the shop sign was closed. She also ignored the guard who warned her in front of the shop. Katrina frowned. Can you at least give me a chance to prove my identity? She looked at Yassi, who seemed to be in control of the shop. No, I don't need to know anything about the guild without an order from my husband. Yassi refused. With Katrina mentioning the child Clark was talking about, Yassi became even more convinced that they would be involved in something difficult. When Elizabeth heard this, an expression of shock, disbelief at what was heard. She thought Yassi would let her tell about Desmond, but the opposite happened. Excuse me, sorry, Mrs. Yassi, actually me. This time it was Clark who was holding Elizabeth's hand. Take it easy, Eliz. My mother has spoken. Maybe this is the best for you. Please come out if you have no business, Yassi emphasized, telling the guards to herd Katrina out of her shop. Katrina snorted. It's all right, I don't need your help. Katrina's attitude changed 180 degrees from before. She tried to be polite, but the other party didn't give her a face. Remember, Mrs., if my guest's decision is right, your decision can hamper the kingdom. Katrina warns Yassi before she finally walked toward the exit door. Yassi was angry to hear this. Hump, what can the regular staff do to my shop? Even Clark, who was hearing this, was also furious. Don't be arrogant, even though the guild building is nearby. This is the shop that we built over the years, and my father is a noble. They shouted at Katrina, who didn't seem to care, and closed the shop door. What? After she left the annoying shop, Katrina tried to go down the path that seemed Desmond to have taken. If I keep going straight, then I'll arrive at the town square. Wait a moment, why don't I look for it in the book? She patted her forehead, even this small thing she could forget. Remembering that Desmond is the son of the famous witchmaster, she takes out a book that contains the dwellings of important people. Not just anyone can have this book, only high-level guild members can obtain this book. This book was created and approved by the direct king because almost all guild activities were related to the kingdom and important people. After looking at several lists of important names, she finally got the information about Desmond's family. Meanwhile, Desmond saw the guild receptionist come to him. Katrina, who had just came gasping her breath, and immediately ran towards Desmond when she arrived at the front door. Congratulate Ian's master. Desmond, you can now re-register as mercenaries. Desmond's servants looked surprised when they heard this. They didn't show it, but their eyes said something else. Desmond clears his throat. Hello, let's talk about that inside. Hiya, yes, master. What? In the dining room, or what could be called the living room, Desmond and Katrina sat across from each other while the servants waited outside. Before that, let me introduce myself first. I am Desmond, the son of Leona and Bastion. Hello, master, I am Katrina, the guild master's right-hand man. Let's get to the point. I want to buy the information you got from Master Grimm. As compensation, you can join the guild without having to go through the test stage and get rank C immediately. Well, many expressions were appearing on Desmond's face, from shock to suspicion, and finally back expressionless. I see, so let me conclude this. That is not enough. Desmond's tone was cold this time, different from before. He understands that only dust will be left for you if you lose the negotiation. This is the reality. Negotiations are made to get a situation where it is mutually beneficial. Katrina frowned. Don't be an arrogant boy. This is more than I'm offering. She looked down on Desmond, even though she had already seen Desmond's strength. So what? 1 SD class swordsman. That's not enough. Desmond remained ignorant. He also felt pressure from Katrina. Then we'd better cancel it. Analyzing the importance of the information he got, Desmond understood that it seemed like Katrina wanted this information so badly. Otherwise, she should have agreed immediately to cancel the negotiations. Wait a moment. And it was just like Desmond's guess. He felt the energy coming out of Katrina's body, even though Desmond wasn't a master wizard. Still, if the distance between them was very close, everyone could feel that they were communicating. What? After waiting for a few minutes, Desmond saw Katrina nod repeatedly before finally looking at him again. State your request. Hearing this, Desmond became excited. Then he asked this to make sure once again that he had heard correctly. Yes, whatever. In person, Desmond made a very shameless request. Then I need 100k gold immediately. Desmond's servant, who overheard Desmond declaring the number of coins, was shocked. Even Katrina, who always put on a professional expression, was also surprised. How valuable is this information? She initially asked nervously, 100k guild coin is worth, or should I say, is the same salary as Grandmaster position. Even Desmond's state like this, she was still able to control this, and now the expression of Katrina is very annoyed. Enough to change the destiny of the Northern Kingdom. Desmond answered confidently. He did not even doubt the value of the information he had obtained. In fact, he wanted to say this was enough to make the king die of shock. Katrina was shocked. She understood that Desmond's information was important, but she didn't know how important it was. Hearing it straight from Desmond made him very surprised. In a moment, I'll send this statement to the guild master. Before that, she took out the same parchment when Desmond was about to register, but this time the parchments were tied with red ribbons. This is a special scroll for people who register to the guild especially. After all, we can't immediately accept that person without evidence and magic binding them. Katrina stretched out the scroll. The size of this scroll was not as big as the previous scroll, which was shorter at the time in the guild, but there was a purple glow on the edges. I see. Do I need to shed more blood? No, this time you just channel your energy into this scroll, and this scroll will automatically record all your information. Doing as Katrina ordered, he tried to channel energy into the scroll. System detects the energy trying to enter the host's body. Terminated Y/N. No. Access granted. After giving permission to the system, Desmond felt that the foreign energy inside his body was like digging up something. Warnings. This energy is trying to dig deeper. If this keep going, maybe information about the host's memory may be revealed. Seeing this notification, Desmond's expression turned ugly. Terminated. Processing. Energy terminated. What? Meanwhile, as Katrina saw Desmond drain his energy, a sly smile appeared on her expression. She waited until the information Desmond got appeared on this scroll, but she then felt that Desmond was stopping his energy channeling. What's wrong, Master Desmond? Katrina asked, feigning confusion. What is wrong? If you do this one more time, we better cancel these negotiations. Well, hearing this, Katrina's patience was exhausted. She wanted to immediately search for the information by holding Desmond's head, but she then remembered the guild master's words. Please forgive me, Master Desmond, let's try again. This time she took out a different scroll by opening it as before. Desmond saw that this scroll had a golden glow at the edges. He would no longer foolishly believe Katrina's words. System scan. Scanning the target. Scan complete. System conclusion. This scroll is safe. No malignant energy is detected like before. It's just that the energy in this scroll still wants to dig general information from the host's body. What? After seeing the system's information, only then did Desmond flow his energy into the scroll. As usual, a notification appeared, and he allowed the energy to enter. But this time, he didn't want the previous incident to happen. He watched every movement of the energy by closing his eyes. Only after confirming that the energy didn't do the same thing again, did he open his eyes and see the previously empty scroll full of information about him. Welcome to Guild Master Desmond. Thank you. After Katrina said those words, Desmond's body glowed blue again, just like when his family joined the North Kingdom. System scan. Scanning host body. Scan complete. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 7 years. Race human 95%. Class first swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 32.67. Strength 16.5, 27.49. Agility 20.4. Stamina 6.35. So now what about the information? Wait. Desmond clapped his hand 3 times, and one of the servants walked into the dining room. Tell all the servants to get out of this house, put on the seal. Yes, young master. After the maid left, Desmond heard the sound of footsteps from all directions. Since Desmond and Katrina were on the first floor, several grains of friction between the wood fell around them. Waiting for a few minutes, all the sounds disappeared, and suddenly they felt magic surrounding this house. So now we can talk. Katrina was attracted when she saw it. She did not think that even the maids could cast a spell like this. Interesting, are all your servants actually skilled like this? Hearing this, Desmond didn't answer. He just looked out the window where several blue barriers were blocking the view outside. Grim is a traitor. With one sentence from Desmond causing Katrina to freeze on the spot, her eyes popped out as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. En Saga joking, Master. Desmond, it's not funny, hahaha, Katrina answered shakily. Never once in her dream had she thought that Grim would betray his old friend. This time Desmond stood up and headed for the kitchen. He took a cup of tea and filled it with a teapot filled with water. After that, Desmond sat back down while slowly blowing his tea. If you still don't believe, I will add one more fact. He slowly removed the bandage wrapped around his right hand. These are the wounds I got from spying on Grim's conversation. Nonsense. Katrina stood up and hit the table in front of her hard, denying all of Desmond's statements. How could she believe that a friend of the king himself who had served him for more than 10 years suddenly became a traitor for no apparent reason? How can I trust all this information, you say? And also, if I'm not mistaken, your hand was attacked by Husk Wolf. Don't try to make up a story, kid. Well, Desmond smiled, seeing this. So why were you so confident before that I had accurate information? That, given her guild master's approval, and the person Grim is looking for has the same resemblance as Desmond, she immediately concludes that Desmond is the person Grim is looking for and brings important information about him. And now that Desmond asked this, doubts appeared in her mind. She also wondered why the guild master agreed to Desmond's request that even he had not proven to have that information, and why she was so hasty in trusting a child. Maybe because the burden she's been bearing all this time, looking for Grim, makes her thoughts irrational anymore. Seeing Katrina, who was confused for her own reasons, Desmond shook his head and amused. If you still don't believe, how about we use knowledge transfer? Katrina is speechless. Desmond even knows about this technique, which is only used when both parties do not trust each other in business. Instead of dealing with small children, she felt that she was currently dealing with people who had been running a business for years. Okay. Katrina approached and closed her eyes, while Desmond reached out his hand, touched Katrina's forehead, and then joined in, closing his eyes. Sharing of knowledge can only be done if both parties agree on it. They will open their protection to the wizard or witch, while the swordsman will lose their willpower. If one of them still doesn't believe, then this will fail, and their energy will be used in return. What? In her memories, Katrina received a memory from Desmond. She saw from Desmond's perspective that this atmosphere was similar to the tavern that was said to be where people were brutally slaughtered. She then saw Grim talking to Crocs. She wasn't too surprised by this. After all, rich people must have their dark side. She thought that Grim was going to buy some slaves or some other dirty thing. But what she heard next took her by surprise and finally broke her ties with Desmond. Ouch. 2x. The two of them bounced backward, rubbing their heads. What are you doing? Desmond snapped. According to the book he studied, if one of the parties suddenly disconnects their transfer memory after connecting, it will make the spreading party randomly lose some of their memories. Meanwhile, if it weren't for the system that controlled Desmond's bonds, it might just be possible. Please forgive me, Master Desmond. As an experienced person, Katrina understands the dangerous risks of being the person to share information, and she doesn't know if Desmond still has that information. I'm sorry once again, Master Desmond. I'm sorry. Thinking that maybe Desmond had lost some other important memory, she repeatedly apologizes until tears finally came out of her eyes. How are you going to change this? That. She was confused. Almost all of her precious value was discovered by Desmond. Money. They had just made an agreement to give Desmond a gold coin. Guild status. Reputation. Desmond is still a child. How could he possibly want to pursue that thing? How's if buddy? I want all the top mercenaries who will escort me on my way to the academy. Hearing this, Katrina stood up, her gaze filled with gratitude. Thank you, Master Desmond. Although Katrina felt that Desmond's request was easy, she did not know that Desmond was very paranoid about his plan. What if suddenly a flying wizard or beast level A and above comes by chance to fill the stomach, targeting his carriage while on the way to the academy? It wasn't funny for him, who still wanted to explore this mysterious world. So have you trusted my information? I firmly believe that. All right, and when will you deliver the gold coins? Katrina stopped. She seemed like she was thinking about something and took a notebook from her pocket. In the next 7 days, I will immediately deliver the coins myself. Good, then you can go now. Thank you again, Master Desmond. Instead of Desmond thanking her, Katrina bowed repeatedly. Their treatment now seemed to be reversed. Seeing this, Desmond was also astonished. He thought Katrina's change in character was due to her guilt earlier. Desmond did not know that Katrina often heard of several people who had experienced similar cases going crazy because their memories were erased. Some even forgot their loved ones as a result of using this technique carelessly. What? After seeing Katrina coming out of her house, then the servants came back in. Laura is the first servant to come to Desmond. How are you, young master? Are you hurt? Well, she looked anxious while examining all of Desmond's body. She wanted to touch Desmond's body, but she knows if she does that, instead of being happy, she would be punished. Nothing. How was that woman from the guild earlier? This time it was Annie who stepped forward and reported the situation. It's only her, young master. Even though Annie didn't ask like Laura, it could be seen in her eyes that she was worried too. I see, all of you can go back to your jobs again. I'm tired now. Yes, young master. After seeing all the servants leave, Desmond went to his room and lay down on his bed. Money problem solved. At least it's enough for me to live for 3 years, even more. It's a lot of hung. A couple days later. In Desmond's backyard, the sun was currently overhead, indicating that it was daytime. With this hot afternoon sun, it made some people lose their enthusiasm for activities, but it seemed that this situation did not affect the boy who was currently standing in the meadow. The boy was Desmond. He seemed to be standing still in the middle of the courtyard while carrying a sword in his left hand. Swing, swing. He then swung his sword up and down repeatedly, creating a small wind each time he swung. This proves that the swing is swift. 50. Swoosh. Sweat began to fall from all over his body, wetting the grass around him. 100. And every time the count exceeds a multiple of 50x, Desmond's sword swing getting faster. 200. Thump. Right at 200, Desmond finally dropped his body to the ground. His chest rose and fell along with his irregular breathing. Huff and huff. His mouth was wide open, trying to take in as many breaths as possible. Swordsman training is done. Now it remains only to practice magic. He stared at the blue clouds in the sky for a moment before finally standing up by pressing the tip of his sword to the ground to serve as a support for his body to stand. Pat butt. After that, he patted his shirt to remove the remains of the grass stuck to it. At that moment, he also glanced at his right hand, which only contained a bandage that had been bandaged. Sigh. How long do I have to wait? Well, although he said in a tired tone, his eyes showed a different light. Remembering his stupidity, this sparked his anger. Desmond threw his sword to the ground and pointed his hand towards the sky and shouted, Fireball! Basketball school fireball suddenly came out of Desmond's hand, making the surrounding air even hotter, and it was also seen that some grass had started to burn. Swoosh! The fireball flew straight towards the cloud as if nothing could stop it. But before the fireball touched the cloud, the fireball suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. Like the principle of fire that could not live without oxygen, the fireball that Desmond chanted also had the same fate. After seeing this, the anger in Desmond's eyes seemed to have started to dim. He sighed as he gazed at the sky, where the fireball had disappeared. Young master. While Desmond was being dazed, he heard the voice of a maid calling him from a distance. Desmond turned around and saw a maid approaching him while carrying food. Here is the lunch, young master. The maid answered while trembling at seeing Desmond's gaze. Even though Desmond's anger had dimmed, it didn't mean it was gone. The maid did not understand the young master's condition, which made him angry. Today her task only to deliver food. I'm sorry earlier, just put it there. Desmond noticed something strange about the maid's behavior in front of him, and then he remembered his state. It's okay, young master. Then excuse me. After seeing the maid leave, Desmond took his food as usual and sat on the ground. Looking up at the blue sky as clear as the ocean and white clouds as white as cotton plus the view in front of it, namely green pastures and a cool breeze. Beautiful. Desmond unconsciously uttered those words while looking at this beautiful scene. If it weren't for the assassins targeting my family that also targeted me, maybe I should go on an adventure and enjoy this fantasy world now. After enjoying the view before him, Desmond looked down at his dish, which contained a little chicken for protein and with vegetables and potatoes as the main course. I really miss rice. I miss it so much that I forget how it feels to eat rice. Why do people in this world process all grain into bread? Wouldn't using rice increase the portion of the meal and break down the cost of daily life? While thinking about trivial things like that, he ate them heartily and was accompanied by a glass of drink filled with fermented wine. Slurp. Ah, only this wine can relieve stress. While drinking his drink, he heard the maid's voice again. Young Master, one of the maids, said that she wanted to provide information regarding the item young Master wanted. Oh. Hearing this, Desmond turned around and saw that the maid he had ordered to buy the blood bag had returned, this time paying her respects to him from a distance. Tell her to wait, I'm enjoying my lunch. Yes, young master. The maid then returned to inform his young master's orders. After a few seconds, it seemed that they seemed to be discussing, so that one of the maids suddenly shouted and stopped the discussion. Meanwhile, Desmond, who was in the meadow, just smiled wryly at his maid's behavior. What? After a few minutes, Desmond finally stood up and went to the maid, who seemed to have aged because of waiting for him. So how? When this maid heard his master's voice, her eyes opened, and she saw that Desmond was already in front of her. Please forgive me, young master, excuse me. She got up to straighten her clothes. I can only get young master a bag of lizard blood and snakes, whereas for demons and elves, that is. The maid seemed hesitant to say it, but Desmond then cut her off. I heard that lately, the guarding against slaves has been very strict, and that almost everyone who bought slaves would be checked one by one. For the elf, it is beyond your capacity. Good work. Patting the maid on the shoulder, Desmond then passed her and wanted to head to his room, but he stopped. Ah, bring all those bags to backyard. Desmond saw the look of confusion on the maid's face. Just bring it, I want to do something with it. Desmond continued his steps while waving at the maid. Yes, young master. What? At night in Desmond's room. Desmond was sitting cross-legged on his bed, his eyes it seemed unfocused like he was thinking about something. Maybe I should wait a few more days. Given that there was only one way to extract a demon's blood, this time he became hesitant. But if I have to wait any longer, Knock, knock. Suddenly a knocking sound was heard. This made him frown because it was unusual for people to bother him in the middle of the night. Who? It's me, young master, the maid who delivers the bags to the backyard. Oh, come in. Craig. Maid enters with clothes covered with dirt, and also some parts of her hands turn red, indicating that she seems to be pulling the bags alone with all her might. Are the guards not helping you? Seeing the maid's miserable state before him, Desmond's brows furrowed. The guards helped me, but the number of bags. When he saw this, Desmond recalled his memory. That there was not only one bag, but 200 bags of blood he ordered. Desmond then patted his forehead, coughed WRLY. Good work. So what are you here for? Young master. I wanted to tell you about the elf auction, which will be held in the next 4 days before, but the young master has already left. I see. Thanks for that. After saying so, Desmond turned around as if staring at the moonlight shining brightly. Then excuse me. After the maid left, Desmond, as usual, took the sword that was in the wardrobe. This time he was no longer wearing black clothes, only wearing a mask to cover his identity. After putting it on, he walked over to the mirror and saw how it looked. Using a black mask in the shape of a human face, wearing clothes like a nobleman. Wells, it will be perfect for a masked party if my hand is back. At night in the outer city. The streets in the outer city look different than usual. Since this incident, the roads have become very crowded with guards roaming around with a ball of light surrounding them, making the night view look like a modern city on Earth. In one of the small alleys, the place where ordinary slaves or demons lived, as usual, 2 guards would guard the short passage. The 2 guards are very focused. Even a mosquito perches and drinks their blood, they just leave it alone. After the mosquito was full, the mosquito went away and made one of the guards sigh. How many days have we been doing this boring job? Asked the guard who sighed earlier to the friend who was beside him. The guard's eyeballs were red, and there were also substantial black eye bags under their eyes. Before answering, he looked down at his friend and disdain. Hump, this is a small task, but you can't stand it. How can you become a part of the army? He snorted in reply and refocused on watching the area around him. Hearing this, his friend who asked became angry. Don't act, look at your shaking legs. Hump. Immediately he argued, impossible. You see that my hand, which is still strong, even this spear can thrust enemy right away, and my eyes that can still see even if an ant passes in front of me. Thump. But while they talked, they heard a sound like something being dropped from a height came from behind them, which immediately alerted them. Their eye meets and nodded to each other. You check what it is, I'll guard it here. Why not, he wanted to argue, but his friend stuck out his hand in front of his face. Just do it, what if the officer comes and sees the guards here empty? We will be punished for guarding again. Thinking of this, he nodded his head. Okay, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he entered the small alleyway to check on the demons. When his friend entered, the other guards smiled slyly. Heh, it's time for me to relax. He put his spear to the side and sat on the road, leaning against the building at the back to relax. What? After countless minutes, he woke up only to see that his friend had yet to come. I thought he won't let me relax. Seeing that his friend hadn't come yet, strange thoughts appeared in his head. He imagines that his friend was having fun with the demons. That's disgusting. Looks like I have to call him before the officer arrives. Following his friend's path, he headed for the small alley, leaving the guard at the front of the passage empty. Arriving at the end of the alley, he saw something very horrendous. His friend was lying on the ground, and also he saw a person with a black mask, putting some demon children into sacks. Who are? Before he finished speaking, the masked person suddenly closed his mouth. Due to the swordsman's passive skill, he immediately brushed off the masked man's hand, threw away his weapon, and wanted to hit the masked man's stomach. Craig. But what he hoped for was not achieved, but instead, punching the masked man in the stomach, he felt that something was hitting his neck until he slowly lost consciousness. What? I almost got caught. Desmond is the masked man who was taking a couple demons. Just overcoming one guard is very difficult, I have to get used to it. Let's check if all the demons have entered. He slowly walked to the large pouch containing few demon children. Opening the bag, Desmond then counted the number of demons he was carrying. 1, 2, 3, 5 looks like this is enough, let's do this again. Taking the sword lying on the ground, Desmond then sheathed his sword and slowly lifted the pouch. 1, 2, 3, arug. All the veins coming out, and his face began to turn red. Desmond slowly tried to walk forward, but the pouch only lifted slightly. Thump. Heya's ha, panting breath, while looking at the bag that only moved slightly from its original position. This is impossible. Desmond then reopened the pouch containing the demon. It could be seen that a pile of demon children was crammed together. When seeing this, he had an idea. It doesn't have to be a body full of blood, right? At least I can take only one and leave the others. He looked around, where the guards and other adult demons were lying on the ground. If I come back, it's possible that after this, the guards will become tighter. System scan the surrounding area. Try not to touch the wizard or witch energy. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. System conclusion. Within a radius of 100, there are 100 other guards on patrol, and 4 guards are likely to be approaching the current host location. Side limited time, limited choice. He then took out the demons that he thought were unhealthy one by one. After choosing a demon child who he thought was healthy and fit, Desmond tried to lift the bag again. 1, 2, 3 sets. This time he quickly lifted the pouch like never before. Custom spell, light distortion. Slowly his body began to disappear, along with the pouch he was carrying. He followed the small alley until he reached the main road. Lucky this spell doesn't have to use your hands to activate it. Body enchantment 3x. After that, Desmond ran while heading towards the main gate. Swoosh, swoosh. Moving like a cheetah, he fought the wind, making some of the dust on the road fly. I hope there aren't any wizards at the gates, even if there's impossible for them to find out about me. Luckily, all the masters had already gone into the beast territory and only left Grim to stay. After several minutes of walking, Desmond finally arrived at the dividing gate between the outer city and the inner city. Seeing a gate this big and the guards guarding it made Desmond nervous as he repeatedly swallowed his saliva. I hope it works. Desmond then took slow steps forward until he finally managed to get between the guards. Meanwhile, the guards guarding the gate didn't notice the strange thing around. Hey! The guard's voice made Desmond's steps stop. He turned to the source of the sound and saw the guard approaching. Desmond indirectly stepped away from him and saw the other side that the guard was actually calling his friend. A chance. Desmond immediately ran forward towards the inner city, scattering the dust in the surrounding area. This also caused the guard, who had initially wanted to approach his friend, to stop and see the dust scattered in the air. What? Luckily, this gate is open. Otherwise, I might have to throw this bag away and get it tomorrow. After several hours of running, Desmond finally arrived at the gate of his house. Finally, he then stopped to take a breath while looking at his house's main gate, which was guarded by 2 guards. Deactivating the spell, Desmond's appearance shocked the guards as if they saw a ghost. Stay in your position, unconsciously one of the guards shouted, and they slowly approached Desmond. Seeing his guard's behavior, Desmond nodded and then smirked. He dropped the bag he was carrying and took off his mask, which shocked the guards until their eyes popped out. Meanwhile, Desmond walked past them and leaned at the gate pillar, ignoring the guard in a state of shock. Take the bag to the back of the house and get the carriage ready. Hearing Desmond's voice, their consciousness returned. Yes, young master. One of the guards went to get the horse carriage, while the other guards seemed to be looking at Desmond curiously. Don't ask, don't speak, keep it normal. Desmond didn't care what his subordinates thought. On the other hand, if they found out what he was doing, Desmond's life might be even more threatening. Who knows if suddenly a guard from the kingdom or a hypnotist comes to his house like Grimm's case and immediately catches his subordinates to dig up information. Life is cruel just like nails. If you stick out, you will be hammered out of sight. Likewise, Desmond's fate, if he was discovered, then all of his family would be investigated by Grimm and possibly sold to the Imperial Empire. Hearing Desmond's reply, the guard looked disappointed but still answered him with high spirit. Yes, young master. He knew that their young master was indeed mysterious. If he insisted on inquiring or looking into this matter, it would mean he did not realize the favors for Desmond, who had provided him with food, lavish amenities, a salary, and a place to live. What? After waiting for only a few minutes, it was seen the guard who had taken the horse carriage had arrived. Sorry for my delay, young master, because it's late at night, I will have trouble finding a coachman. After hearing this, all of them indirectly saw the coachman sitting on the horse carriage sitting unsteadily. Feeling that his name was called, the coachman rubbed his eyes and regained his senses. Sorry for the earlier, young master, let's go. He smiled in a forced state. Desmond, who saw this, became unsure of the coachman's mental state. I hope you don't disappoint me. Desmond then looked at the pouch carried by the guard, who was talking to him. Take the bag in. If it moves, just hit the pocket. Well, hearing this, all of them understood one thing. Was the young master so attracted to any of the girls his age that he had to do something this low? And their eyes immediately fixed on the bag that one of the guards was carrying. If Desmond knew what they were thinking, he would probably slap them for thinking oddly, but this time he was so tired, how could he possibly care about such a small thing? And sure enough, after their young master boarded, regardless of the bag the guards carried, there was a sound of groaning and movement from the pouch. Shit, I'm a sinner now, friend, let's do it together. The guard carrying the bag could not bear to do such a cruel thing, but he also did not dare to refuse his young master's orders. Cut the crap, this is the task the young master has given you, why should I? Even though the guard's friend said that, but he was grinning like he was happy about the suffering of his friend. Fuck you. The guard carrying the bag finally ignored his pure heart and hit it hard. Punch punch. After several hits, then the pouch fell silent. Shit, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. The guard then threw the bag into the empty space at the back of the horse carriage. After seeing his friend's suffering, the guard ordered the coachman to walk. Go. As it was nighttime, the night fog enveloping the city, coupled with the sound of a horse breathing, made the atmosphere in Desmond's house spooky. Slowly, the horse-drawn carriage disappeared into the fog, heading for Desmond's home. What? Meanwhile, Desmond, who was listening to all these conversations in the horse-drawn carriage, just acted indifferently. On his mind now, he only thought the money that would come in a few days. In the next few minutes, while waiting for the horse-drawn carriage to go to his house, Desmond stared at the view of the grass in his home at night. It's beautiful. Several fireflies suddenly glowed, making the meadow look very alive as if they were welcoming him. Even if the kingdom goes to war, nature will be the same. It was only because of the deeds of a living being that nature was destroyed. Well, he enjoyed the winds against the direction, even if the famous night wind could make people catch a cold. For Desmond, who had become a first swordsman and qualified for first wizard, this was no longer a threat to him. What? After staring at the scenery for a long time, suddenly the horse-drawn carriage stopped. "Young master, we arrived." Hearing this, Desmond closed the window and go out of the carriage. "Okay, take the bag to the backyard of the house. If you see lots of pouches, just leave them alone. I'm doing something with those pouches." Well, the coachman was sighed. Not only did he have to get up in the middle of the night, but he also had to carry the bag that made him sweat. "Move for that." The coachman hesitated while sneaking a few glances at Desmond. Desmond, who saw this, understood what he meant. After all, this coachman was not part of his family or subordinate. He was only ordered by his guard to become a temporary coachman. "I will pay double. Ask my servant tomorrow morning. I also warn you once again not to open the pouch you brought or the pouches in the backyard." Well, he pressed his voice against his last words, frightening the coachman to the point of trembling. "Yes, young master." The coachman then got out of the horse carriage, took the pouch on the back of the horse carriage, and finally headed to Desmond's house's backyard. System tag the person. Creating task. Used 1 slot. Status working 0%. Working 50%. Status completed. Saving to database. Data saved. After that, a yellow ball appears on the map, indicating that the system has successfully marked the target. Better safe than sorry at the end. Desmond didn't go straight into his house. He followed the coachman as he slowly got ready to chant his spell. Meanwhile, the coachman did not know that Desmond was following him. He carried the heavy pouch as hard as he could by dragging it. SRRT, SRRT. Since the coachman was an ordinary citizen, not a swordsman like Desmond nor his guard, he tried to use his full strength to pull the pouch so that the fireflies on the grass flew towards him. Shit, oh shit. This forced him to drop the pouch and wave his hand to chase away the fireflies that were glaring at him. Thump. Groan. Instantly he heard a groan from the pouch, making him curious. Aiden, there's something in this pouch. He wanted to touch the pouch and open it, but then remembered Desmond's words. But the young master said that. He looked around and found no one, just a few pouches scattered around him. How could this young master know if I saw the contents? There are lots of pouches here after all. He then slowly opened the pouch, but the pouch seemed to be tightly tied. Shit again and again. After several attempts, the coachman was finally able to open the pouch. Finally, he swipes his sweat on his forehead, while opened the pouch wide only to see a child demon. A slave. The coachman shouted loudly, but before his shout woke the others, he suddenly felt something in his throat. What? Pub. Blood came out every time he spoke. The coachman then forced his eyes to look at the object stuck in his throat. Cough, cough. His eyes could not believe what he saw this time. An iron suddenly pierced his throat into a hole, making some blood leak out every time he coughed. A few seconds later, his consciousness slowly faded, as he immediately felt his gaze slowly towards the sky before finally lying on the ground, looking at a headless body. While losing consciousness, he faintly saw a black shadow approaching his body. Young Maz as you. Before finishing his words, his consciousness had already disappeared. What? Thump. The coachman's body fell to the ground, blood continuing to flow from his neck. Desmond, who was in the dark, slowly appeared, approaching the pouch containing demons. Well, I expected this to happen, but not this fast. He then tied the pouch back and threw it into the other pouches. Indeed, the human heart is full of greed. Right after saying this, he smelled an unpleasant smell. Seeing the direction the smell came from the pile of blood pouches he left a few days ago, Desmond stiffened. Stinky, I forgot to sort this out. He then aimed his hand at the pouches. A hand appeared from the ground, tidying the pouches together. Instantly after the pouches were collected, a large hole was formed underneath. Make all the pouches fall into the hole in the ground. Desmond came closer and saw the pouch's condition is fine, no blood spurted. Custom spell, freeze. The ice suddenly appeared around the earthen hole wall. Slowly the ice then closed until finally it was equal to the ground. Nice, now I just have to cover it. He looked at the coachman's body and the detached head of the coachman. Well, it's a free point anyway. Directing his hand, a hand made of earth appeared, took the coachman's head and body, and placed it in front of Desmond. Massive unique energy found. Did host want to absorb it y/n? Yes. Please touch the source. Absorb time will depend on how much energy contains in the source. Desmond touched a part of the coachman's body, and a notification appeared. Begin absorbing. Time left 55 sec. This sensation. I haven't felt it for a long time. Absorb complete. Status updated. Status. Name Desmond. Gender male. Age 7 years. Race human 95%. Class first swordsman. Occupation none. Unique energy 32.67, 32.78. Strength 16, 27.49. Agility 20.4. Stamina 6.35. At least there are a few additions. Desmond then directed his hand to the coachman's corpse, causing the corpse to be engulfed by the ground. Good luck, grow it into a beautiful plant. After that, he went from the backyard and into his room through the kitchen's back door. What? In the morning, Desmond's maids woke up as usual. One of them today had the task of cleaning the front yard. She saw a horse carriage without a coach when she got out. The maid then reported this to the other maids. After looking for the coachman and still not finding him, they asked the guards. Wasn't it yesterday? Before the guard spoke, his fellow guard closed his mouth. Sorry, yesterday I brought the horse carriage and forgot to return it again. The maid was suspicious of the guard's behavior, but she chooses to ignore that. Quickly clean up before young master woke up. Maids didn't care for any vague reasons. They just carried out their duties and reported anything strange. Okay, forgive me one more time. The guard then saw the maid leave with a snort. After the maid left, then he opened his friend's mouth. His friend seemed angry because his face was flushed. What are you doing? He wanted to beat up his friend, but if he did, it would damage the Desmond family's reputation. This was the main gate to Desmond's house, so almost everyone heard and saw their conversation. Seeing his angry friend, he did not care and only informed the young master's word to him. Upon hearing this, his friend nodded and wondered where the coachman had gone, but he heard the maid calling him. Go get that horse carriage and finish your work. This time his friend gave a different tone when he said work, and he really understood it. Okay. A few days later. During the day in Desmond's room, it was seen that Desmond was meditating with his eyes closed while crossing his legs on the bed. All the curtains and windows in his bedroom were open, sending light and cool air in, blowing his messy brown hair. This wind seems a little harsh and brings a cool sensation to make the curtains fly. Even though Desmond's body was hit by the wind, he didn't falter. This was unusual for Desmond, who was always diligent in his practice during the day, preferring meditation. Knock knock. Enter. Desmond opened his mouth as well as his eyes to look at the maid saluting him. Young master, Ms. Katrina came to see you. Hearing this, Desmond's eyes lit up, his expression turned into joy. Okay, tell him to wait in the dining room, I'll be right there. Good young master. The maid bowed again and closed the door. Finally, money's money. Desmond got up from the bed and changed his clothes, getting ready to get down. Indeed, today Desmond did not practice on purpose, not because he was lazy, but somehow he felt he could not concentrate, and his mind only contained money. Arriving at the dining room, Desmond saw Katrina and the guild guards eating ice cream. Hello, Ms. Katrina. Desmond greeted while looking at the large pockets around Katrina, which seemed like they were pockets filled with gold coins. Katrina, who was focusing on enjoying ice cream, raised her head to see Desmond, who was at the door. This is delicious, Master Desmond. Katrina's answer boosted Desmond's mood. Apart from that, he could see that Katrina had answered him honestly, too. Thank you for the compliment, but it's a recipe from my sister. Desmond then took a seat and sat in the opposite direction, staring at Katrina and the guards, who seemed to be enjoying Alice's ice cream too much. Desmond cleared his throat, trying to get their attention. Katrina immediately wiped her face and mouth with a handkerchief and returned to looking professional while looking at Desmond. Let's get back to the main topic, where is payment? Hearing this, Katrina felt amused. Don't you see this big bag beside me? She then smiled and told the guard to raise the bag and open it on the table. Clink, clink. Countless coins came out of the large pocket, making almost the entire Desmond family dining table full of gold coins. Seeing this, Desmond's eyes lit up. My suffering finally disappeared. Okay, that's enough, put the money back. I trust Ms. Katrina calculation. Judging by the weight and catching a glimpse of the pouch's contents, Desmond believed that this was more than 1K gold coin. Of course, Katrina answered proudly, telling her guard to take in the coin and drop the bag back into place. Katrina then took something from the pocket of the clothes she was wearing. A small scroll she threw at Desmond. Master Desmond, if you are sure of this amount of money, please drop your blood on the scroll, and these coins are officially yours. Opening the scroll, Desmond saw that several words that stated Katrina had provided the money Desmond asked for, and Desmond had also provided important information that Katrina asked for. If it weren't for the incident where Desmond had arrived at the exact moment before the tavern massacre, and also the words of her guild master, Katrina would have never thought she would hand over this much money to a child. Meanwhile, as Desmond pored over the contents of the scroll, he frowned. Will this scroll be safe from the hands of thieves? He knew that this scroll was not as detailed as what they should have exchanged, as it did not explain the information Desmond provided and the amount of money Katrina provided. But still, if Grimm finds out about this, maybe he will use all means for and reason to investigate Desmond. Plus, he already had suspicions of Desmond in the first place. Take it easy, Master Desmond. The kingdom system is different from the guild. We are completely independent, even though we often receive jobs from the kingdom. Even though Katrina said that, Desmond still felt insecure. I see, but just in case, what if Ms. Katrina doesn't put my name? That's okay, but if something untoward happens, we can't help you, Katrina replied firmly and clearly so that the other party wouldn't beg her when there was an unwanted incident. Thank you for your kindness, Ms. Katrina. But I still want not to include my name. Very well, if that is Master Desmond's wish, please give back the scroll. Desmond did as she was told. He then saw Katrina take out a pen made of a quill. The pen looks very ordinary, but it suddenly glows gold and writes on its own when it hits the scroll. While waiting for this process to finish, Katrina did not monitor the pen because she knew what it was capable of. She continued eating this ice cream while slowly surveying the Desmond family dining room. What a beautiful decoration. I wonder why your parents don't just retire and spend their days in this beautiful house. Desmond, who was focused on the magic pen, flinched at Katrina's words. For that, I also don't know. Given that he was a baby when he heard of the contract between his parents and Grandmaster Weston, how could Desmond tell about this? According to him, his parents were very naive, and it was a miracle for them to escape the Imperial Empire's pursuit so far. After waiting only a few minutes, the pen stopped moving and then disappeared. Okay, done. Katrina threw the scroll back at Desmond. Done your ass. You just didn't do anything, though, Desmond, as he reread the contents of the scroll. It's true, his name is now a mysterious person, and even the rewards and transactions that have been made have also turned mysterious. Seeing this, Desmond was quite satisfied and dripped his blood on the scroll. The scroll glowed briefly before finally returning to normal. Thank you for working with the guild, and I want to say it once again. Now that Master Desmond can take a job on the guild board, just meet me at the guild receptionist desk on weekdays if you need help. They then got up and bowed slightly before finally escorted out by Desmond's maid, leaving all the gold bags on the dining table. At the main door, after saying goodbye to Katrina, Desmond returned to the house. When will that elf auction start? He asked one of the maids. He sent him to carry out the task of gathering materials. Tomorrow, young master. Good, get me a VIP room. Desmond then gave the maid 100 gold coins. Before he had asked people about how the auction works, after knowing that there was a VIP room, Desmond immediately interested. The VIP room protects the buyer's identity, but it can also get priority when it comes to bargaining. The next day, early morning before the maids got up, Desmond went to his backyard, wanting to check the condition of the demon he kidnapped. I forget the demon is a living being, and I bury and freeze him. He saw that the ground from where he planted the coachman's corpse had grown a small plant. Meanwhile, he continued to swipe the ground with his feet to find where he stored the blood bags. Clinged. His feet seemed to be touching a hard surface, and then he swipes that area and finds out that it was his ice. Desmond then aimed his hand to the ice and chanted a spell. A continuous fire shot out from his left hand, slowly melting the ice chunks that froze. This process did not take long. After all the ice had melted, steam appeared surrounding Desmond's vision and body. Even though the steam was hot, he could still endure it. Desmond then saw that the bag he had kept the demon was still safe and seemed motionless, and no blood came out. Chanting another spell, the ground around him turned into life. A hand formed and took the pouch. Another hand formed again, and this time they opened the contents of the bag, exposing the demon child. Well, at least alive, it would be a loss if he died rotting away. Controlling his earth element and putting the bag back in, Desmond did the same thing again and froze the hole before covering it with the earth. He looked around, and after feeling that no one was following or seeing him, Desmond returned to his room. What, dang? Desmond woke up and saw that the sun was already overhead. Lately, I've become lazy to practice. Even yesterday, after he finished his business with the guild, instead of starting Desmond's training, he lay on the bed reading books about this world. Besides, because he didn't train, Desmond felt that if he continued like this, he would never feel satisfied. This feeling got stronger later on, making Desmond uneasy. It's bad if it continues. He then told the system to set the alarm in his brain and forced him to wake up at a later date and exercise. After confirming that the alarm was set, Desmond stood up, and this time he forced himself to practice. What? In the afternoon, it was only after practice that he felt a sense of satisfaction. The feeling that was stuck in him had disappeared, now replaced with self-confidence. After training, the shirtless Desmond headed to the second floor. During each of his rehearsals, he also saw several maids turn away after seeing him walk. What? Meanwhile, in the hallway on the second floor, Desmond wanted to enter the bathroom, but stopped his steps when he saw that a maid assigned to find the VIP room had returned to him. Young master. How? Well? While talking, Desmond also put his clothes back on, hiding his muscles and a six-pack stomach. It has become a habit to take off his upper clothes every time he exercises. He put his clothes back on because he felt uncomfortable at maids' glances. This made the maid in front of him, who saw this, blushed a little. I have done it, young master. Do you want me to call the horse carriage now? Desmond thought about this for a moment. Nope, I'll take a shower first, then you call the horse carriage. Yes, young master. Desmond did not enter right away, but he wanted to see the reaction to the orders he sent to his maids. And sure enough, his maid walked straight out of the house, as if she wanted to inform the guards about the orders he had given. Seeing this, as Desmond nodded, it useful to have a maid that helped him immensely in this condition. What? After exiting the bathroom and getting dressed, Desmond came out of the main door and saw the horse carriage and a couple guards escorting him. And also a pocket containing gold coins on the back of the horse carriage. Desmond slowly descended the stairs, and the coachman opened the door for him. After he got into the horse-drawn carriage, the carriage immediately started moving, and Desmond then heard his maids say goodbye. Stay safe and be careful, young master. Desmond saw that the maid kept her head down until they were out of sight. Good attitude. Desmond's carriage slowly headed for the auction in the beautiful rays of the evening sun, which was to the east, near the barracks and the king's residence. What? Before reaching his destination, Desmond put on a fox mask that covered the top of his face. Even though he knew that at the VIP auction, the client would be given a personal room as well as a mirror that couldn't be seen from the outside, but Desmond still took precautions. Before leaving, Desmond also received a ring from the maid in charge of ordering the room. She said that if he wanted to enter the VIP auction, the client had to use the ring that had been registered. Desmond only had one hand, so immediately, he put the ring on any finger. Rumble, rumble. The horse's step sound was boisterous, but he then felt the sound fade before he finally saw that they had arrived at the auction. Please, young master. The coachman had gotten off and opened the door for Desmond. After Desmond came out, he saw the pouch containing gold coins lying beside him, and the guards and coachman of his horse carriage immediately leaving him behind. Desmond speechless. WTF. Maybe because it's close to the barrack and the king's residence, they thought I'm safe. No, this still doesn't make sense. Are my servants hypnotized by a spell? Hold, please put your hand on the rock. But when Desmond was dazed, a guard came in front of him. Desmond saw the guard watching his ring and pointed him to put his hand on the stone beside the auction door. It doesn't matter anymore. I'll ask them later after the auction. Doing what the guard asked, Desmond put in his left hand, and a hologram appeared. VIP. Welcome, please wait for your guide. Seeing this hologram, the guards immediately changed their behavior. Please, young master, wait here for a moment. Even the gestures and tone given were completely different from before. The guard also took a chair for Desmond to sit down. Not waiting long, a maid with glasses came towards Desmond. Hello, young master. The maid was very polite. She did not immediately look into Desmond's eyes, but only turned around his clothes. Yes, that's me. Please follow me. Ah, before that, do something on my gold coin over there. Maid stopped and turned around to look at the large pouch Desmond was pointing at. Yes, young master, we will take care of it. Take it easy. Your gold coins will be safe in our hands. The maid smiled as she ordered the surrounding guards to handle it. Very well. After that, the maid led Desmond into a room. The room was very dark, with chairs overlooking the curtains and a few candles in the corner. He also saw tables beside a bookshelf, complete with 2 chairs and a candle in the middle. Please wait a moment. The auction will start in 5 minutes. If the master needs something, just use the bell. Apart from the sofa in the middle, Desmond also saw a small table beside the couch. On the small table was a hand-sized bell. Okay. Desmond sat down, and suddenly the door to his room opened. Good night, young master. A maid entered carrying plates and glasses, and several bottles of drinks such as wine, oranges, and so on. The maid then approached Desmond and stood right beside him. Drink, sir. Wine. Desmond did not turn to the maid. His gaze was focused on the VIP room opposite. Gibson. From a distance he caught a glimpse of someone like Gibson because, for him, Gibson's memory was still apparent, with a body that was round like a ball. But he wasn't sure it was the same person because this time, the people who were at the auction were almost all wearing masks. Maybe not. What? Meanwhile, the person Desmond was referring to also noticed Desmond's whereabouts. He saw the young man across with one hand wearing a mask. Desmond. According to his memories and judging by the height of the man opposite, Desmond was the most suitable person. Maid, can you get an identity from the room across from that? The VIP room is on the 2nd floor, and on each side there are only 3 rooms, so people can only book 6 VIP rooms. Sorry, young master, the VIP room is specially designed for people who don't want to be identified. If you want, we might be able to get information from people below other than VIPs. The fat man frowned. He then turned to the crowd below him and shook his head. Forget it, when will this auction start? Right after he finished talking, suddenly all the candles, even the giant hanging candle in the middle of the room, went out. Only the candles that were on the stage and in the VIP room were lit. Welcome everyone to the auction too. Today we have 6 special guests. Everyone, please welcome them. Clap, clap. Besides that, almost everyone here was wearing a mask. Even the presenter was wearing one. Okay, let's start now. First of all, even though the presenter usually speaks or without a mic, his voice has been given magic so that it can be heard to all corners of the building. The presenter showed many items that were auctioned. Many people bid and win. This auction seemed very lively. Almost all people, include the VIP room, were bidding, except for one VIP room. What? Meanwhile, Desmond, who saw the items being auctioned, did not show any interest. His only aim here was to get Elf. Besides that, he thought the things at auction was not important to him, such as memory booster drinks, swords with additional damage, and so on. This made the maid beside him start panicking, because from the beginning to the middle auction, she saw the young master beside her neither bid nor show curiosity. The maid didn't dare to disturb a VIP like him, but if Desmond bought an expensive item, she would also get a bonus from the item's sale. After waiting for such a long time, Desmond had not yet heard of the elf that was about to be sold. He indirectly stomped his feet and fingers many times. Did my maid book the wrong day? Only the auction in the capital could be like this, provide VIP rooms and hold auctions every day. After all good over the North Kingdom will be sent to the capital for sorting and processing. The maid who saw Desmond's behavior realized that the young master seemed like he was waiting for something. She then ventured to ask, I'm sorry, young master, is there anything I can help you with? The instant Desmond was shocked to hear this, he suddenly saw 2 large mountains blocking his view. Desmond raised his head and saw a maid with a face full of makeup, large purple eyes, and loose hair, looking at him with a seductive smile. Because they were so close, Desmond could smell the perfume used by the maid in front of him. Desmond adjusted his seat, causing the maid to indirectly back away. Yes, is it true that today there will be an elf being auctioned? Hearing this, the maid's eyes lit up. She answered with enthusiasm. That's true, young master, but it will only be displayed at the end. The maid nodded several times, managing to find what Desmond was looking for. Not to mention that Desmond wanted the most expensive item. She would be happy to help Desmond get it. Oh, I see. Desmond, thinking that it would take some time, finally decided to close his eyes and meditate. But before that, wake me up when I get close to that thing. He didn't forget to inform the maid who was beside him. Yes, young master. With pleasure, that maid would definitely wake Desmond up. Looking at Desmond, who had closed his eyes, she just realized that even if Desmond's face was only visible at the bottom, he still looked very handsome. Desmond's incredibly charming lips made the maid's desire increase. The maid wondered if her manager would fire her if she molested her guest. Ha ha ha, at worst, I will be kicked out of this kingdom. The maid smiled wryly as she thought this. She was forced to hold back her desires, but subconsciously continued to stare at Desmond's sweet face and lips. What? Meanwhile, in the opposite room, where the fat man was, he seemed to be busy telling the maid beside him to buy the displayed items every time. 100 gold coins. With just one word, it left everyone who wanted the item silent. They looked up where the one who bid was a fat man. Hey pig, you live with reputation, greedy. Look at this is just an ordinary thing. Why are you bidding so high? One of the crowd replied angrily. He had kept his money for days just to get this item. Fucking pig, you're always greedy. The average person in this auction, most of them was a soldier who had served the kingdom for many years. For them, 100 gold coins were the equivalent of their monthly salary. Even though some were reluctant to spend their money at an auction, the amount of 100 gold was still a lot of money. Just bid if you want it, answered the fat man who was in the VIP room with a mocking tone and grinned. Fucking pig, I hope your family will fall into poverty. Useless piece of meat. Many people condemn him. They dare to say that because almost everyone is wearing a mask. They feel by using a mask, the other party will find it difficult to find their true identity. Meanwhile, because no one was bidding anymore, and the atmosphere also seemed to have started to become riotous, the presenter announced. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, because no one is cleaning anymore, then this item will belong to the master over there. Next, we will show the item you've been waiting for all this time. Let us present an elf slave. The curtain behind the host opened, revealing an iron cage where a female elf had a sexy body, large thighs, and a protruding chest. Not only that, her face is not inferior to rich women. Whoa, lads. I will definitely buy it. People's moods changed very fast. They had forgotten about the problem and are now getting excited again fighting over elves. The host cleared his throat and explained the details of this item. This elf is around 200 years old. With this beautiful body and face, we will start the auction with 500 gold coins, each addition of at least 10 gold coins. The guards behind the stage entered, slowly pushing the iron cage filled with an elf. It looked like the elf was helpless, and her eyes only looked at the sky. It was clear that she had been hypnotized, so she could neither think nor use spells. Although the hypnotic spell is banned by the kingdom only forbids it from being used on humans. This is a gap that everyone knows. Even though one person mentioned this, the kingdom doesn't seem to care. Young master, the maid beside Desmond whispered while pointing at Desmond's shoulder, trying to wake him up in a subtle way. A moment later, Desmond opened his eyes and looked at the maid in confusion. The item young master wanted has come out. The maid said, pointing out the glass. Oh. Desmond rubbed his eyes, and he saw a guard come onto the stage, take a sword from the platform, and replace it with a cage containing elves. I see. Desmond nodded while resting his chin on his palm. What is the price now? 1,000. Desmond saw that the maid wanted to answer, but her voice was interrupted by the other maid's shout from another VIP room, and it also answered Desmond's question. Ho ho. The voice came from the VIP room in front of Desmond. He saw the fat man staring at him with a defiant gaze, with the maid sitting on his lap. Haha, child play. Desmond felt amused when he saw the fat man's behavior. He then snapped his fingers. Set the 2,000 price. Hearing this, the maid was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Desmond would be that easy to say. If he's so easy to say that, he must be rich, right? Should I seduce him? She thought, shaking her head. Yes, young master. The maid lowered her head and held her neck while clearing her throat. 2,000. Desmond was taken aback. What a primitive way. He didn't expect that the maid who had been beside him with an elegant appearance had a voice that was louder and bigger than a man. A man in disguise, Desmond thought, while looking at the maid with a conflict expression. Meanwhile, the people at the auction were also stunned, especially the fat man who had mocked Desmond earlier. Did I hear it wrong? 2001X. Along with the sound of hammering, the presenter stared at the other VIP rooms, trying to get the young master nor mistress to raise the price. This time he didn't even glance at the crowd in front of him. What a joke. This is a big shot, I have to fish with all my might, thought the presenter as he glanced at the fat man, hoping he would raise the price. Grinding his teeth, the fat man is narrowing his eyes at Desmond. Humph. The fat man was snorted, and it was seen that he was talking to the maid sitting on his lap. 3,000. Desmond didn't feel offended or panic at this. I just hit the jackpot after all. A mere few thousand coins are nothing in my eyes. Unconsciously, the desire he had endured for months about money going out was wandering. His lips curved into a smile so wide that it gave the fat man who saw him goosebumps. 5,000. Total silence. All the people who were at the auction, even the people sitting in other VIP rooms, this time were speechless. Meanwhile, the presenter's eyes lit up. He subconsciously bowed down to Desmond's VIP room and then rushed to see the people's reactions around him. 5001X. Shouted the presenter hastily at the same time as the sound of hammering, making his voice very clear in all corners of the building. Bam! The fat man hit the small table beside him. Although the punch was not significant, there was a little crack from the hit's result. Damn it, if only I had brought more money. Well, shouted the fat man in frustration, making the maid who had been sitting beside him immediately stood up and walked away with trembling legs. Excuse me, young master, so how? Even though the maid knew that it was unlikely that the young master in front of her would win, but as a professional, she still had to do her duty. The fat man turned around, furiously looking at the maid. Inadvertently, the maid slowly retreated when she saw the master's gaze in front of her. I'm sore wide, young master. And finally, the back of the maid feel like it had touched the door. Congratulations to the guests there, you have succeeded in getting a sexy elf. The voice of the presenter shattered the calm between the fat man and the maid. Hell yeah. That person must be so rich that he wastes gold coins only on slaves. Well, shut your mouth. What if that person hears us and also makes us slaves? Right, almost, thanks for reminding me. The majority of the crowd mocked and ridiculed Desmond's behavior, but some admired him for his bravery. What? Meanwhile, the people who were in the other VIP room sighed. They all simultaneously saw the VIP room where Desmond was wearing a mask and his maids were getting ready to pay. Young people these days are weird. One of the people from the VIP room shook his head at Desmond's behavior. Greed can destroy wealth. Why can't he just go to the tavern and make his own harem, fool? The others scoffed at Desmond's behavior. The maids who were among them stared at the people who mocked Desmond with displeasure. Earlier, when the elf came out, each of their masters gave praise and value to every aspect of the elf's body, making the maid beside them feel disgusted and wanted to vomit. But they were all silent and only mocked when they couldn't get what they wanted. Why don't you say that you also want that elf? Thought the maids simultaneously. For them, the maid who was with Desmond was very fortunate to have young and wealthy customers. What? At the same time, in Desmond's VIP room, two people are happy with his victory, himself and the maid beside him. Huff, finally, Desmond leaned back, enjoying the softness of the auction sofa. Well, the last material has been collected. His gaze became serious as he watched the crowd below slowly disperse. He also saw the VIP room, where the previous fat man was filled with chaos. Although the distance between the rooms they are not too close, Desmond could see a situation that, thanks to his efforts, that reached grade first swordsman at an early age. The situation in the room was very chaotic. Broken glass, a sticky table, and some blood were also on the floor. Haha, naive. Seeing this, Desmond felt pleased and proud. He did not realize that his behavior was like a child who had just defeated his rival. Meanwhile, the maid beside Desmond had begun to imagine many things to enjoy the proceeds from selling the elves. Buying clothes, fancy food, going for fun, she thought as she glanced at Desmond. Boss will definitely give me a huge bonus for this. I didn't expect this young master to be so rich, though the maid and smiled broadly. Desmond, who was already satisfied with the people's annoying expressions, then managed to regain control. Oops, lately my stress level must have built up so that some of the emotions that I had been controlling for a long time went out of control. Desmond frowned. This is very dangerous for him. Not only did this would risk his life during battle, but this would also affect his future decisions. Maybe because of my hand's loss, causing his mind to get into a lot of trouble and become depressed. He thought while looking at the maid beside him. So where is my stuff? Maid dazed for a while before finally regaining consciousness and snapped. Sorry, young master. Wait a moment, I will call. Well, simultaneously, when the maid wanted to open the door opened by itself, causing the maid to scream again. Oh. Desmond turned around and saw 3 people coming to his room. One seemed to be a presenter in different clothes, while the other 2 were bodyguards. We apologize for our impudence, young masters, but we want to deliver the goods you ordered. The presenter looked uneasy, in a tone like he was rushed, as if he was afraid of Desmond running away and irresponsibility. No problem, the maid will handle the payment, Desmond answered. The maid, who had been standing at the door in shock, immediately came out. Yes, young master, excuse me. She went to leave Desmond with her superior for further discussion. Desmond, who was sitting, just kept enjoying his wine while watching the 3 enter, carrying an iron cage containing Elf. Not bad, looks like you worked hard to get it. Squinting his eyes, Desmond saw several wounds on the elf's wrists and neck. They were just like red circles, neither too severe nor obvious. It's not hard, young master. We found her right in front of the border barrier. The presenter smiled as he ordered 2 other people to stand guard. Who owned? Hearing this makes Desmond became interested. Like taking trash on the street and then polishing it to increase the price. Interesting. How long will it take you to bring this item to the capital city? Desmond was also curious about this. After all, the road to the capital will definitely take a long time, and he also heard of several cases that some wild animals sometimes disturb pedestrians. It's not that difficult, at least as long as our team from the auction moves. We can reach all corners of the Northern Kingdom, replied the presenter proudly and confidently, raising his head. Desmond then stood up while carrying his wine glass, slowly approaching the cage. He lowered his head to clearly see the beautiful face of the elf in front of him. Can I touch it? Without even glancing at the presenter, Desmond asked while inspecting all parts of the elf's body. Sorry, young master, before the contract was made, we couldn't let anyone from the other party touch it. The presenter saw Desmond frowned and wanted to speak, but he interrupted him. It's also a guarantee that this elf is of the best quality. She's still a virgin too. Maybe the young master can do that to her. The presenter replied quickly, afraid to offend Desmond. He also smiled at Desmond, who was currently looking at him suspiciously. If you say that, why are there so many scars on his body? But another possibility is that this elf was trying to escape, which made the guards tie her up repeatedly. Desmond thought as he sat back down, waiting for his maid to arrive. What? After waiting for a while, finally, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me, young master, it's me. After the maid knocked on the door, she opened the door and saw the silence between her boss and the young master. The boss seemed nervous, while the young master looked at the elf in front of him with a curious expression. This is the bag of your young master. She dragged a money bag as big as an iron cage into the room after entering the room. Earlier, when the guard guarding the door to the VIP room saw this, he was taken aback, just as the boss was now looking shocked at the size of Desmond's pouch of gold. Whoa, WRICH, the presenter muttered, and saw his maid slowly dragging the bag containing the gold coins, assisted by the guard guarding the room. While Desmond didn't focus on that, he still looked at the elf in front of him. Like a puppet, the elf neither blinking nor expression. Interesting, this spell seems very strong. He turned around and then looked at the presenter. Hey, what spells did you use to hypnotize her? Feeling Desmond's gaze, the presenter who had been dreaming of his wealth became aware. Actually, the spells we use are not strong. It's just that the elf are classified as ordinary people, so the basic hypnotization spell is enough, the presenter answered honestly. He then remembered the most important thing. Sorry, young master, whether young master has reached the realm 1 wizard. Otherwise, it would be a little difficult to control this slave, said the presenter with worry. No problem. Although Desmond has not reached the 1 wizard, he's very confident in his ability. Besides, energy has reached the 2 wizard, so what should be in fear? Hearing this, the presenter seemed relieved, and now he turned his gaze to the maid carrying the money bag. So how? Well, all of this is real, boss. Good. He looked back at Desmond, this time with a smile. Has the young master made any contracts with another slave before? The presenter asked, placing his hands under his stomach. Slave. Contract. Could a demon be? For the contract I just signed with the guild. Many conjectures simulated in Desmond's mind, and he finally reached a conclusion to say some normal things. Contract A. I've only done that once, and that's a contract with the guild. Well, hearing this, the presenter did not find it strange. After all, almost everyone is adventurous and then quits because of the job's difficulty. How about a contract with a slave young master? The presenter asked again to be sure. Never. Nice, it will be easier. Desmond saw the presenter pull out the same scroll Katrina had once pulled out, but this time there was no strange light enveloping them. Let's move to the nearest table. The two of them then sat down at a small table that could only fit 2 people. After that, the presenter unrolled the scroll he was holding. The scroll opened, showing information about the elf slaves, starting from the name, race, and even body size. But he saw that the elf's name was blank, and thought it might be because they didn't want to bother looking up information on his name. How about young master? Is it appropriate? The purpose of presenting this scroll was proof of the elf's possession. If the slave owners did not have this scroll, their slaves would be captured and returned to auction. Before buying slaves, Desmond had also read some rules that should not be broken, such as giving up the status of this slave when he was still in the territory of the North Kingdom. This was said to prevent him from conspiring for the sake of humans. Good, so I just need to shed my blood, and this elf will be mine. The presenter smiled brightly at this. Yes, young master, for the formality after the young master has paid in full, the auction will take care of everything from administration, rights, and property. Well, Desmond did not immediately agree to this contract after hearing it, but instead checked once more. When he thought so, his gaze fell on the empty name column. Can I give her a name, and does that name affect her too? The presenter was a little surprised. He didn't expect Desmond to ask about this. Doesn't matter, young master. Even if you give your name, this slave will only act and express herself according to your orders. The presenter smiled as he glanced at Desmond's maid, telling her to open the iron cage. Clank. Hearing this, Desmond turned around and saw the metal cage open, but the elf inside was just staring silently forward, like puppets. Good, will this spell last forever? This time Desmond didn't stand up and approach the elf like before, but just sat still and focused on staring at the elf's gaze. No, it will only last 1 day, after which the young master will have to use his spell again. The presenter explained slowly, hoping that his every word was understood by Desmond. However, many previous customers misunderstood the meaning of his words, which made them protest against him. I see. After that, Desmond turned around, glanced at the presenter who was in front of him as he stretched out his hand. Oh. At first, the presenter was confused by Desmond's behavior, but when Desmond's eyes repeatedly glanced at his hands, he immediately understood and took out the dagger in his pocket. This is a young master. The presenter handed the dagger to Desmond while lowering his head, but he felt something was strange after a few seconds. Raising his head, he saw Desmond looking at him with a frown. Not understanding what Desmond meant, he again saw Desmond shaking his body where his right hand should have been. Oh. The presenter rose from his seat and slowly held the knife while aiming it at Desmond's hand. Excuse me. He saw Desmond nod, and he scratched Desmond's wrist. Pub. Drops of blood spilled onto the scroll made the scroll glow, and the information inside changed. The presenter who saw this became anxious. He had already returned to sit in front of Desmond while observing Desmond and the elf's reaction. Owner Desmond. At the same time, the elf who was in the iron cage made a movement. Ah, the elf suddenly groaned before finally falling silent again. Success. The presenter wiped the sweat off his forehead while shouting excitedly. Congratulations, young master. He glanced at the owner's name on the scroll. Young Master Desmond, I hope you will complete your payment, he said awkwardly. Meanwhile, Desmond, who was going through this process, didn't feel anything. Maybe because the slave is being hypnotized. Sure, I'll finish it now. Desmond glanced at the maid, who was already beside the money bag, and nodded. He thought it will take a long time as he looked at the number of gold coins to be counted. But none of that was quite what he thought. The presenter muttered as if he was chanting a spell. Then several gold coins flew out by themselves from the coin pouch. After waiting for a while, all the gold coins that seemed to amount to the agreement were taken by the maid and given to the presenter. Done. Thank you for buying this slave. Would young Master Desmond be driven home by our horse-drawn carriage? Well, the presenter looked at Desmond, who seemed dumbfounded, his eyes not blinking, so the presenter had to wave his hand in front of his face. Yes. Seeing this, Desmond immediately realized he did not expect that there was such an efficient technique in this world that made him forget the existence of the system to record it. The presenter smiled at Desmond's answer. Well, before that, I will teach you how to hypnotize this elf. The presenter then put his hand in his shirt pocket and took out a small book, and it seemed like he had already prepared the book beforehand because Desmond didn't just see one book in his pocket. This is a book containing material on how to activate the spell, Young Master. The book's size was the same as a notebook from his old world. On the front page, there was only hypnotic spell writing along with a black background. Desmond then took the book and flipped through all its pages. In just an instant, Desmond had opened all the pages, letting the system analyze the text. Okay, let's go. After he finished, he put the book in his pocket and walked towards the exit, not caring about both the presenter's astonished expressions and the elf. Yes, young Master Desmond, we will prepare the carriage, and you will find the elf already there. Before opening the door, Desmond stopped in his tracks. Just call young Master. While saying, he pointed to the mask that was on his face. I'm sorry. After saying that, the presenter walked out of the room and headed for another room to prepare Desmond's needs. While the maid who had accompanied Desmond was staring at the elf in front of her. You are my lucky star. She kissed the elf's forehead and slapped the elf's butt. Spank, see you in the future, hee. After saying that, the maid ordered the guard to do his job, escorting the elf into the horse carriage. The guard who had seen the maid's interaction with the slave became speechless. What? After Desmond exited the VIP room, he didn't immediately come out of the auction, but looked at the other items on display like a museum. The difference was that the things here were garbage items that failed in the auction and could be bought directly. While walking through the auction collection, many of the items he encountered were like a gray sword that was hung like a painting, but the outside was covered with glass, making the visitors only see but not touch. At the very bottom of the sword, there is a silver-coated board that reads the sword's price and history. Apart from the sword, Desmond also saw an unnamed spellbook for a reasonably low price, but its origin is unclear. There's a lot too. While walking, the fat man who had previously challenged Desmond also happened to be in the same place. Damn it. Elf is extremely rare. Even if there are always people standing in my way. He was still annoyed by the man who managed to take the elf. He had long been craving the elf to be traded for auction. And this also wasn't the first time someone else had snatched an elf slave from his hands. The last time, elf only cost up to 2,000. Increasingly up. If I had known beforehand, I might have borrowed money from Matson. While walking, he saw the person who annoyed him and also bought his elf, walked through the collection. Meanwhile, Desmond, who was currently looking through the collection of items from the auction, focused on reading every single history. Interesting, even with the bad stuff, they've gone to great lengths to create a great story in each item, Desmond thought. Tricks like this were impossible for him to be gullible. After all, he was a child of a well-known organization in his past life. Tricks and other dirty things were common in his daily life. At the same time, Desmond was also completely unaware that a fat man approached with evil intent radiating from his eyes. If Desmond continued acting like this, then a collision would be inevitable. And in the end, as the distance between them drew closer, a grin appeared on the fat man's face. He clenched his fists and also accelerated his steps. At the same time, his hands were also aiming for Desmond's stomach. Close, getting closer, thought the fat man as he saw Desmond's expression through the corner of his eye. He didn't notice. A feeling of joy began to appear on the fat man's expression. He was already starting to imagine as if Desmond had fallen in pain and apologized to him. Ha, the fat man shouted, swinging his fist at Desmond's stomach, and he didn't forget to make his hands covered with rock using a spell. Craig, ha. The fat man laughed loudly. He felt that his hand had touched something soft. But another sound of laughter could be heard, making the man's expression froze. What? Meanwhile, when Desmond saw the expression on the fat man's face, his lips curved upwards into an evil smile. He said, "Is that you, Gibson?" Although Desmond didn't clearly see the fat man's expression in front of him, his open mouth and eyes popping out were more than enough for him to guess how shocked the fat man in front of him was. Crag. Cracking sounds could be heard from the man's hand, which was covered with earthen spells. The cracks continued to spread until they touched the fat man's shoulder. Desmond then twisted the fat man's hand 180 degrees, causing the fat man to scream in pain. At the same time, Desmond also picked up the fat man and slammed him back by only holding one hand. It has been proven that with only one hand, Desmond can still exceed a fat man, even slamming his weight. Some crack. After the large fat man's body fell behind Desmond, a crack appeared on the floor, leaving the floor now with a small hole. Desmond turned around, and when he saw this, he was not happy but frowned. He's not dead, is he? I accidentally let my emotions run out of control, thought Desmond as he slowly checked the fat man's condition. Desmond then saw the mask the man was wearing was shattered, revealing an unconscious Gibson with his face covered in blood. Desmond's mouth twitched. Oh, shit. I didn't think my guess was right. This is troublesome. At first, Desmond thought that the fat man in front of him was Gibson, but he wasn't sure because the fat man was wearing a mask. But who would have thought that his guess was accurate? If this fat man were an ordinary person, not Gibson, maybe the problem wouldn't be complicated and quickly resolved, but the opposite party was a famous person. If the auction didn't resolve this thing, how could they do business? Desmond looked around and found a female staff, who seemed to be from the auction, was looking at him. Hello, Ms. Over there, can you help me? Meanwhile, when the staff called, she begins to tremble. At first, she wanted to check the item's condition at the auction, but accidentally saw Desmond's power, who easily lifted a man as big as Gibson and slammed him. When she recalling this incident, her legs, which had been shaking now, felt no strength even to stood. Finally, her but fell to the floor. Please, pardon me. Mister, I didn't see anything. She cried as if her life was in danger. Desmond. As Desmond tried to approach the staff to correct this misunderstanding, he heard numerous footsteps from all over the place. Rumble, rumble. Remain still. Several guards came and immediately surrounded him, while a few guards could be seen standing in the distance, pointing their hands at Desmond. While the guards surrounded Desmond, he also saw a maid come from behind the guards and approach Gibson's body. Young master. Young master. The maid grabbed Gibson's cheek and then chanted a few spells, causing Gibson's body to glow green. After a few seconds, the maid suddenly shouted, No, young master, quickly take him to a wizard skilled in healing. This made the guards surrounding Desmond even angrier. What are you doing at this auction? One of the guards who couldn't take it anymore shouted as he brought his spear closer to Desmond. Just now I got a beautiful woman, sigh. It's true, beauty always brings trouble, Desmond said while shaking his head many times. Then Desmond's gaze fell on the guards who surrounded him. Small fries. But if there are this many, it's very troublesome. 10 guards have surrounded him. 7 of them were first T-class swordsmen while the other is first-class wizards. Even if Desmond still had both hands and forced his way out, it would still be impossible for him to fight 7 swordsmen at once. Not to mention that the 3 wizard guards definitely wouldn't stay silent. The maid sobbed as she embraced Gibson's large body, lying on the floor with many cracks. One of the guards, who seemed to be the captain of all the guards, stared at Desmond with a cold gaze. Please come with us, mister. He instructed the wizards behind to get ready to catch Desmond if he tried to resist. Well, I didn't do anything wrong, you can ask things. Shut the fuck up. One of the guards replied, and accidentally, the weapon from the guard stabbed the missing part of Desmond's right hand, causing a change in Desmond's expression, which had looked relaxed. I see you want death. Immediately killing intent flashed from Desmond's eyes in all directions. Desmond grabbed the guard's weapon that injured him and gripped it until it broke. Craig. After breaking the guard's weapon, Desmond arrived in front of the guard and punched him in the face, sending the guard flying 10 meters away. Thump. People around Desmond only blinked their eyes once, and this time, they saw that Desmond was no longer surrounded, but he was now standing side by side with the guards who surrounded him. Moreover, Desmond's current posture was as if he was punching someone with one arm stretched out. It makes people wonder, what is he doing? But a few seconds later, they heard a scream. Instantly, everyone turned their eyes to the source of the sound, and they saw a guard with a shapeless face screaming in pain. The entire body of the guard was bleeding. Even the armor he was wearing was badly damaged. Apart from that, blood also came out of the guard's eyes, nose, and mouth. Captain, help! The guard looked at his captain while asking for help before he finally closed his eyes. Bastard. Catch this bastard. No one is aware that Desmond's strength is almost equivalent to the power of second swordsman. before Desmond secretly activated the body enchantment in his hand twice. But due to the last words of the injured guard, it made everyone forget to realize this fact. Their gazes now turned to Desmond, staring at him with murderous intent. Immediately, the 6 guards who surrounded Desmond retreated as their captain gave orders. Desmond saw this calmly. He neither attacked nor moved from his place. Rumble, rumble. Right after the 6 guards retreated, the layer of the floor beneath Desmond turned to clay, which covered Desmond's legs and immediately hardened, preventing him from escaping. Not only that, but the other floors around Desmond also turned into clay and suddenly grew taller to form a pillar. And from one of the pillar parts, earth resembled a chain formed, immediately tied Desmond's left hand. Click, click. Besides, not only did the earth chain tie his left hand, another earth chain formed from the pillar and binding Desmond's neck that made him choke a little. His left hand, which had been tightly closed with his body, was forced to be stretched out by the pillar. When viewed from the outside, each of Desmond's limbs had already been frozen, making it look like the capture of a wild beast instead human. Amazing, do you guys think you can be free after this? Desmond, who was currently in an embarrassing position, laughed coldly as he looked one by one at the guards who caught him, especially the captain. The captain snorted. So what? We have reasons and valid evidence to arrest you, mister. The captain ordered some of his subordinates to guard Desmond's body while calling his other subordinates to check on the auction staff and young Master Gibson. Heh, after this, I will definitely get a very generous reward, thought the captain as he approached Gibson, who was currently being cared for by the guards and servant. At first, the captain just wanted to warn Desmond and kick him out of the auction for hurting one of the VIP guests. Apart from that, he was also the one responsible for asking Desmond for compensation. But the moment he saw the face of the VIP that Desmond had injured, the guard immediately changed his tactics. So what? You have injured one of the future Grandmaster Grimm's son's friends. What can you do? Ha, thought the captain. He did not care at all about his subordinates who died because he had just been appointed to be a captain. But it was a different story with the other guards. He cleverly provoked anger from his subordinates. Young master. Young master. While pretending to care for Gibson, he turned to one of the wizards. Hey, you, come here. The captain calling one of the wizards, who was silent, looking at him from a distance, while the other 2 wizards were busy holding Desmond's body. Humphy. Even though the one who called him was the captain, they as wizards also had their own pride. The captain only first-class swordsman, who makes the wizard reluctant to comply. Usually only second-class swordsman can become a captain and command first-class wizard apprentice. Still, because the captain in front of him uses the connection from his family, he can immediately become captain even though he is still classified as first class. While one apprentice obeyed the captain's orders, the other apprentices were disgruntled by the order to restrain Desmond's body. Since they are part of the auction guard, the title or command system is not the same as the royal army. Therefore, using connections is very common in any large organization such as auctions or guilds. What? Meanwhile, the staff sitting on the ground due to Desmond's gaze became aware after seeing Desmond's body being caught by the guards. Excuse me, but that. Before she could speak, a guard came to help her up. Miss, are you okay? The guard grabbed the auction staff's shoulder to help her up. After feeling that her legs were no longer shaking, the staff took a breath to calm her down. Excuse me, sir, actually it's not that Mr. Fault over there. The staff then told the full story of the incident, from Gibson, who first attacked Desmond, to Desmond, who defended himself. Hearing this, the guard's face turned pale, and also his body trembled. Arewe wrong. He saw the staff nodded very hard. Okay, wait a minute. The guard turned around and walked towards his captain, who was panicking to check the condition of the young master in front of him. When the staff from the auction saw the guard, she felt sorry for him and them. The guard walked unbalanced as if he could fall at any moment if he tripped over a rock, his whole body also trembling, while his head bent down. How could they not? They already attacked the other VIP guests without asking the exact situation. Surely they will be punished, thought the staff. She waited for her manager to come over the matter. Thump. Right on her estimate, a door opened violently from afar. A middle-aged man was running from afar with blood-red eyes. After arriving in front of the scene, the middle-aged man saw the conditions, and finally his gaze was fixed on Desmond. What are you doing? Release young master there. That middle-aged man was the presenter who handled Desmond's belongings. He shouted furiously at the surrounding guards. What? Quickly cancel the spell. The presenter shouted once again. He wondered since when his subordinates did not immediately obey his orders, but instead saw the captain. Yes, sir. Simultaneously, the guards, including the wizard, also obeyed his orders. This time, the wizard didn't dare to doubt the presenter's orders, because they knew that the presenter had higher authority than the captain. Meanwhile, when the captain looking at this, he dumbfounded. I'm the captain here, and you, uncle, is just the presenter. Dare to order me, thought the captain. It was true that he was appointed yesterday by one of the owners of this auction, but the presenter in front of him was very presumptuous to command a captain, and strangely his subordinates also complied. This made the captain very angry. He stood up and walked over to the presenter. Slab, who are you, bastard? Dare to go against my orders? The captain's slapping sound was so loud that it made the people around him close their eyes, unable to see this. Slab. But then they heard another louder slap sound that blew out the dust that was around him. They opened their eyes only to see the captain was thrown against one of the glass shelves containing the auction items. This caused dust to cover their sight. I accepted you because of my friend's request, but who would have thought that on the first day you had caused so much trouble? The presenter's voice from behind the dust showed that the presenter was very healthy. There were no marks of slaps or injuries. Instead, the captain's face was crushed, as if his face had been crushed by a giant rock. Don't forget the fact that the captain is the first swordsman. But right now, a first swordsman seemed to be thrown off easily with a slap. Instantly, they all remembered Desmond's incident doing the same to the other guards. This fact stunned them, including Desmond himself. Apart from the presenter's strength, the presenter also had time to say accept and connection. Desmond's mind immediately linked him with the auction owner. Who would have thought the owner of this auction had such a strange hobby? Thought Desmond as he patted his shirt. Don't come back here again, or I won't hesitate to kill you. The presenter then instructed his guards to throw the captain's body into a ditch. Instantly, the captain came to his senses and shouted, "No, please forgive me, sir, I was wrong." But his scream had absolutely no effect on the presenter. Gradually, the voice of the captain's shout slowly drifted away, before finally it was no longer heard. What? Meanwhile, the already free Desmond was looking at this with an astonished expression. Is young master all right? The presenter approached Desmond with the smile he used when transacting with Desmond, as if nothing had happened or nothing had changed. Ah, please not, mister, I've heard it all, Desmond replied with a smile as he glanced at the distance, the guard who brought out the captain. At first, Desmond wondered why everyone acted as if they were talking to adults, even though he was just a child who was only 7 years old. But Desmond then saw himself with a height of 150 cm and a body that is categorized as ideal for all men. No wonder so many misunderstood him. Maybe if Desmond took off his mask, the people at this auction would still be polite to him. Does young master know the person over there? The presenter pointed to Gibson being cared for by a couple wizards. Seeing this, Desmond did not answer immediately. He glanced at Gibson with an indifferent look. How should I put it? He's a bully. The presenter was shocked. Everyone knew who Gibson was. If the young master in front of him says this very bold thing, then he should have a higher reputation, thought the presenter as he opened a book containing a list of important people. Desmond was aware of the presenter's actions. He saw the presenter take out a book containing important information. Desmond tried to peek at the book, but the presenter immediately closed the book, making Desmond shocked and accidentally took a step back. This book is the same book that was held by Katrina. After knowing the complete information from Desmond, the presenter smiled as he looked at Desmond. I see, the presenter paused to clear his throat. So let us handle the rest. The young master can wait for the horse carriage ahead. Well, thanks. Desmond nodded and walked toward the exit. Meanwhile, the presenter who saw this were astonished by Desmond. When he saw the book and looked for information about Desmond, it said that Desmond was only 7 years old, but what he saw now was very different. How can a 7-year-old child have that mature character and also just look at his body? Even though he is wearing a mask, I can still see the face of the boy's maturity, thought the presenter. Even though he knew that the children would behave like adults before the age of 15 because of the magic effect that had been announced, but in Desmond's case, it might be considered too mature. Even if there were children who were the same age as Desmond, their height was not up to 150 at most, only around 121-30 cm. In contrast, they might just understand how to speak politely for their nature, not necessarily understand the business like Desmond. Interesting, my choice to presenter the show was really right. The presenter smiled broadly as he ordered his guards to clean the surrounding area. What? At the same time, Desmond exited the auction building and was now gazing at the city night scene from a height. The inner city ground always higher than an outer city. What Desmond see now was a view of the outer city. Desmond sighed, the night kinda reminds me of where I still hunt demons for power. With a sigh, he added, if I know early consumed demon might be harmful to my race, maybe. He also glanced at the guards walking near the barracks. Until now, there hasn't been any news from Mom and Dad either. Desmond added, even the news from the border has not been heard. Rumble, rumble. As he was pondering, a horse-drawn carriage sounded far away. Desmond looked up only to see two horse carriage shadows approaching him. Desmond was surprised. Had the presenter ordered two horse carts on purpose? Meanwhile, the two horse carriages looked like they were racing. The dust that they emitted made it not deterred the coachman from continuing on. Hiya 2x. The coachmen shouted simultaneously while whipping their horses. At the same time, they occasionally glanced at each other, revealing wandering eyes. Because the two of them were using a breakneck speed, it made a lot of noise in every house they passed. There were even some people on the street cursing at them. What? Desmond just waited silently until the two carriages arrived. When it's come, he saw one of the coachmen of the horse carriage was familiar. If my memory isn't wrong, isn't that the coachman from my family? But why did he suddenly come back? Simultaneously, the two carriage doors opened. The first horse-drawn carriage showed an elf with a chain around his neck. In contrast, the second horse-drawn carriage revealed a couple guards going out and immediately guarding the surrounding. Young master. 2x. Instantly, the horse coach ran towards Desmond and bent over him. The two coachmen were shocked. They did not think that their masters were the same person. Meanwhile, Desmond, who saw this, came to understand. I see, he nodded his head a few times as he approached the two coachmen. Get up, first convey an apology to the presenter because, somehow, my family coachman also came to pick up. Desmond said as he glanced at the coachman of the horse carriage. The coachman was confused by Desmond's gaze. He didn't understand what Desmond meant because he was only carrying out the appropriate orders from Desmond's maid. Yes, young master, the other coachman ordered by the presenter, then headed for his carriage to pick up the elf. He also understood that there was a misunderstanding here. After seeing that the coachman understood, Desmond turned his gaze to his family coachman. And you bring that elf into our carriage. Yes, young master. His coachman also quickly understood after seeing the action of the other coachman. The coachman called one of the guards to fetch the elf from the other horse carriage, while the coachman opened the carriage door for Desmond to board. Before Desmond entered, he was stopped by his coachman. He saw the coachman take a broom and clean the seat in the carriage. Done. Please, young master. Desmond nodded his head in praise and then got into the horse-drawn carriage. Meanwhile, the city streets were tranquil. Only a few guards were hanging around at night. This situation happened because of the news stating a tavern's massacre. Rumble, rumble. Sound of horses knocking was loud on the city streets at night, with moonlight illuminating the horse-drawn carriage, making it look like the horse-drawn carriage had light shining on the road around it. Not only were there horse-drawn carriages, but a couple of personal bodyguards also escorted the horse-drawn carriage. The bodyguard is Desmond's personal bodyguard, who usually patrols Desmond's yard. It's different from the guard gate. Actually, Desmond's family had many bodyguards. It's just that they often gathered at the port as representatives to carry out the business trading goods between kingdoms. What? Desmond was seen inside the carriage contemplating staring at the night sky, which was illuminated by small stars. How long has it been? 1 year. Hopefully Alice is well there. Perhaps due to his past life influences, Desmond's attitude towards his new family had softened from his initial indifference. In his old world, the mafia was very cruel to strangers, but their character would drastically change if in front of their family. What? Arriving at the main door, the coachman got out and opened the door for Desmond. Please, young master, the coachman said as he lowered his head towards Desmond. Then, Desmond came down and saw that two maids greeted him at the door. Welcome, young master. Would you like to have dinner? One of the maids said while the other maids headed for the carriage to pick up the item Desmond had bought. No need, Desmond answered and turned around. Put these items in the backyard. I want to do an experiment. Yes, young master, the maid who was unloading the item replied. After confirming this, Desmond looked back at the maid in front of him. Prepare me financial reports that will be used for next month, and also bring wine to my room. Yes, young master. The maid lowered her head slightly as Desmond walked past her. What? After Desmond entered the house, it was seen that the coachman of the horse-drawn carriage had not yet left. He looked curiously at the slave Desmond bought. Hey, do you know what young master will do to this slave? While the coachman was asking, the guards who were escorting Desmond earlier were helping the maid guide the item. Seeing his question being ignored, the coachman snapped. Hey, well. Simultaneously, when those who were guiding Desmond's item heard this, they stopped their step. One of the guards approached the coachman and whispered in his ear. Lower your voice. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as a hired coachman who goes missing somewhere in the middle of the night. Although this guard did not witness the scene, news of this had already spread among the guards. Fortunately, only the guards and maids of Desmond's family knew about this. Instantly, the coachman's small hair stood up, but still, he was astonished and saw the guard in front of him with a confused look. What do you mean? Wouldn't young master have fun with that stuff? The driver smiled broadly. He accidentally scanned all of Desmond's stuff and dreamed of himself taking Desmond's place. Seeing this, the guard frowned and whispered once more. It's not like your imagination, disappear, is not seen until the end of the world. The smile on the coachman's face froze. His expression was then replaced by fear. Maybe because it was already night, the wind at night also made his body shiver. I understand, thank you, friend, for providing this important information. The coachman nodded repeatedly and wanted to head back to the horse-drawn carriage, but his steps stopped when he felt a hand on the shoulder. And also, don't tell anyone outside this family if you want to live. The guard whispered the last words to the coachman, and then he returned to help the other guards along with the maids to guide Desmond's stuff. Yes. Because of his fear earlier, the coachman accidentally shouted and immediately ran to the horse carriage. When those who were guiding Desmond's stuff saw this, they laughed evilly. What? At the same time, in Desmond's room, Desmond, who was reading the parchments containing the expenditure plan for the next month, turned his gaze to his bedroom window. Yes. He heard a seemingly familiar voice screaming in the middle of the night. Tonight was very tiring. Desmond sighed and then continued to read the parchment in front of him. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. While reading, Desmond lifted his head and saw a maid enter with a glass of wine, along with a plate filled with ice cream. Maid standing at the door saw Desmond's confused look. She felt hesitant to answer and remained standing at the door while lowering her head. Put it here and explain, Desmond said as he returned his gaze to the parchment. Maid then put the glass and plate on the side of Desmond's table. Desmond realized that this maid hadn't spoken either. He lifted his head only to see the maid staring at him doubtfully. Desmond sighed. Just talk. Maid let out a breath before finally raising her head and looking directly into Desmond's eyes. Actually, today is Miss Alice's birthday. OH. After hearing this, Desmond turned his gaze to the window of his room again. It's already autumn, sir. Apart from the bright moonlight shining on his room, he also saw some dry leaves falling down. Yes, young master. The maid remained silent on the spot, waiting for Desmond's next command. After a few minutes of gazing at the scene outside his window, Desmond returned to his senses and saw his maid still standing beside him. I have read all this. Desmond paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. Take 60K coin from the bag that I brought with me. That's enough for 5 years. Well, surprisingly, maybe because this was the first time young master had so much money, he even brought a bag of money containing 90K gold coins to the auction, the maid thought. But who is she? Dared to question her master order. Yes, young master, the maid saluted before going out and closing the door. After seeing his maid leave the room, Desmond looked back at the scene outside his window, but this time he was also drinking wine. In Desmond's window, there was a view of the swaying meadow lit up by the white moonlight as white as snow, while the falling leaves made the view in front of him seemed like heaven. Although this beautiful scene was mesmerizing, Desmond just stared at them without saying anything. I only have 30K left to spare at the academy, and for my safety, with Katrinapromis, I should be safe. He lifted a glass filled with wine and then took a sip. Slurp. Life is strange. While drinking, the wind at night seemed to be specially made for Desmond. The wind was neither too strong nor too slow. This made Desmond's hair flutter in the air, with his brown hair and magenta eyes making Desmond like a grim reaper descending to earth. While Desmond was daydreaming, a screeching sound from the wooden cavities rang, indicating that someone was approaching his room. Not long after, a knock on the door was heard. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, along with the sound of knocking on the door, there was also a soft voice accompanying it. Desmond, leaning against the window, answered with his eyes closed, "Come in." Right after he answered, Desmond's door opened, showing a young female maid arriving with a smile on her face. The maid woman has long red hair that is not tied or left loose. Meanwhile, her face and body could be said very perfect, with a body that resembles a Spanish guitar, and her yellow eyes, along with a sharp nose and red lips, are very tempting for anyone who sees her. When the maid saw Desmond, who closed his eyes near the window, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Inadvertently, she continued to stare at Desmond, forgetting the important information she wanted to convey. Meanwhile, Desmond, who was closing his eyes, frowned at the silence from the maid. He then opened his eyes, only to see the maid looking back. "What's wrong, Laura?" Laura, who had been staring at Desmond in a daze, she turned her face away with her cheeks slightly flushed. "Right, yes," she stammered, because she seemed to be trying to forget the previous incident. "Speak clearly." But when she heard an irritated tone in Desmond's voice, Laura's expression immediately turned serious. She raised her head and looked at Desmond with a new look. "Young master, the orders you gave regarding the item young master have been successfully carried out." While saying, she also tightly gripped the lower part of her maid clothes. "Then," Desmond answered with only a groan, leaving Laura forced to keep standing to wait for further instructions. Meanwhile, this situation was very different in Desmond's mind. Should I do it now or waiting for tomorrow? From the outside, Desmond's expression continued to change from doubtful to questioned and back to doubtful. It seems better to do it tomorrow, which means now I have to check the ingredients' completeness. While Desmond was daydreaming, he inadvertently continued to scan all parts of Laura's body, causing Laura to tremble. Seeing this, Desmond realized, "Okay, you can go." "Yes, young master." He saw Laura leave with a disappointed expression while muttering something. "What?" At midnight, as usual, Desmond waited until all the maids fell asleep and the house atmosphere was deserted. He activated his custom spell and headed to the backyard. Arriving in the backyard, Desmond saw that the slave he had bought was lying right on the surface of the hole he had dug, where he had kept the other materials. Well, Desmond's body became visible again, with only one hand. Desmond used the wizard's innate spell to manipulate the ground. A hand from the ground formed, shifting the elf slave aside. After that, Desmond controlled the flames, but the hands made of earth disappeared. If Desmond still had both hands, he might control both elements at once and speed up the freezing and melting processes of the ice in this ground. Swoosh! The wind tonight made the flames Desmond spit out even bigger, causing the grass around him to start burning as well. Oh shit! He quickly extinguished the flames by chanting an elemental control spell. This time it wasn't flames coming out of his hands anymore, but sprays of water gushing out in all directions that were burned by the fire. Whoosh! Due to this, smoke from fire extinguishing is formed. Luckily, it was the middle of the night, and it was also in the deepest part of Desmond's house, so this smoke didn't wake up the people from the kingdom. Desmond looked around and found that his slave was still safe, as well as the belongings in the hole. Sigh. Desmond sighed while wiping the sweat off his forehead. Safe, that was very dangerous. System brings up the list. Instantly, a transparent screen appeared in front of Desmond, blocking his view. 100x lizard blood obtained. 100x snake blood obtained. 1x elf blood obtained. 1x demon kid obtained. 1x beast race dragon subtype not obtained. 2x B rank gifted potion not obtained. What? Simultaneously, when the screen appeared in front of Desmond, he also sensed that the system had used its energy to scan the materials. The rest might be a bit difficult, though Desmond, as he made a chair out of the ground. He rested his chin on his hand as he thought about how to get the next material. From the information he knows, to get a gifted potion, one must collect a lot of items from the beast territory, while if you want to get the potion directly, you can buy it at the academy. Well, if the potions can be later, but what about the beast race subtype dragon? Can the system really purify it with just the blood of lizards and snakes? System conclusion: this possibility is 90% using whole blood. Instantly, the system answered. Got it. One more question. Is it okay if you don't add gifted potions? System conclusion. The consequence is the host will not immediately become first-class wizard, but the host can be said to be half first-class wizard. Hearing it once, Desmond laughed, for he read books there is no history of ever say half the first-class wizard. Okay, because this list is complete, that means I'll do it tomorrow night. While wiping away his tears of laughter, Desmond stood up and looked at the slave beside him.